Chapter 105. Summer Thunderstorm. As the football was passed towards the goal, nearly all the Leeds City fans in the stands were searching for Hu Lai. They were well acquainted with this scene. Whenever the ball approached the goal, it was imperative to locate Hu Lai. However, unlike before, where they would cheer eagerly upon finding him, this time they could only widen their eyes and open their mouths, unable to produce any sound. They indeed spotted Hu Lai. Like a phantom, he appeared at the ball's landing spot, deceiving the young Scottish defender Vaughan Aitchison, who had just joined the team this season, and swiftly turned to shoot. The ball flew into the net without a hint of doubt. A peculiar uproar erupted in the stands of Flanders Stadium, a cacophony of cheers mixed with various exclamations, resembling gasps and sighs. Hu Lai was indeed a prolific scorer, a fact well known to the Leeds City supporters. Yet, when such a moment unfolded before their own eyes, it was somewhat difficult to accept. "I truly am," murmured Levin from the north stand. The White Rose companions around him echoed similar sentiments. There is a stark contrast between speaking and witnessing something firsthand. When merely engaging in banter, it is easy to say anything. But those who claimed they would accept whatever Hu Lai did after scoring soon realized they were not even at the stage of accepting Hu Lai's actions. They were still grappling with the very first step, his goal. Given this context, when Hu Lai, having heeded their urging, ran towards them after scoring and performed his iconic celebration, how many of them would genuinely cheer for him as they had previously professed? Some among them even breathed a sigh of relief at that moment, thankful that Hu had not acquiesced to their wishes. Hu Lai has scored. Magnificent. He has netted his first goal upon returning to Flanders Stadium, helping Madrid Pirates equalize. Fong declared, though his tone lacked exuberance. For him, Hu Lai's goal was not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was how Hu Lai would respond after scoring, which was what everyone longed to witness. Although Hu Lai had publicly stated that he would not celebrate upon scoring during matches, one could not help but wonder if he might suddenly change his mind upon witnessing such passionate Leeds City fans. Alternatively, what would the Leeds supporters' reaction be if Hu Lai indeed refrained from celebrating? In light of this, Hu Lai's remarkable achievement of scoring in every match since joining the Madrid Pirates, 7 league games and 2 Champions League group matches, seemed to lose its significance. He soon observed the outcome. After completing his turn and shooting, Hu Lai saw the ball nestling in the net, and he understood he had scored. He made no gesture whatsoever. He neither expressed remorse to the Leeds City fans, nor did he sprint in celebration. Instead, he calmly jogged back, adhering to his pre-match declaration of refusing to celebrate. Yet his refusal to celebrate did not deter the other players of the Madrid Pirates from reveling in the moment. They joyfully rushed toward Hu Lai, enveloping him in their embrace as they celebrated the equalizer. Indeed, there was no celebration among the Leeds City supporters in the north stand. Some sighed, while others exhaled in relief. David Miller glanced at the silent John beside him and patted his shoulder, saying, "It seems our plan has not succeeded." "Never mind that, John. Let us applaud. Let us show our appreciation for him. He has kept his promise. He did not celebrate." With that, he initiated the applause. John, Levin, and others nearby soon joined in. Then, more voices followed, and soon the entire north stand was clapping. Ultimately, the applause resonated throughout the Flanders Stadium, crashing in like a summer storm, sudden and fierce. Within that moment, all other sounds faded away, replaced by the drumming of hands that echoed like a torrential downpour. Han Xiu also clapped, though seated in the media section. At that moment, she bore no resemblance to a professional journalist. She refrained from capturing the scene for her vlog, realizing that doing so would prevent her from joining in the applause. The applause. Thunderous applause. Matthew Cox marveled at the scene. The 30,000 fans offered their ovation to the scorer, with Leeds City supporters expressing their affection and nostalgia for Hu in such a poignant manner. Hu, having refrained from celebrating after scoring, had not forgotten his time with the team. Meanwhile, the city would not forget him either. Fong exclaimed excitedly, "The applause has begun. This is the finest greeting for a prodigal son." The clapping seemed to narrate the longing of Leeds City fans for Hu Lai, welcoming him back home. "Welcome back, Hu Lai," Yan Kong echoed. "It is the first time I have seen a Chinese player enjoy such popularity among the fans of a European club. Honestly, Yan Kong, when I heard that applause, I got goosebumps. I swear I am not lying." In front of the television, Xiaolon rolled up her sleeves and said to her husband, "Hu, listen, I too have goosebumps. Look, old Hu, I know that whenever a player returns to their former club, such scenes often unfold, especially if the player is particularly beloved. Yet what I witnessed today still left me profoundly moved. Spanish commentator Alvarez Sanchez remarked. I nearly believed the Pirates were playing at home. I am convinced that the calls from Leeds City fans prior to the match were genuine. They truly cherished this former striker who has departed from the team. However, it is particularly commendable that Hu was able to uphold his promise, not celebrating after scoring, in light of the fervent enthusiasm exhibited by the Leeds City fans. After all, everyone wished to see him celebrate. Yet he understood that some matters are not contingent on the desires of others, but rather on his own wishes. Li Qingqing, watching the match from home, stood before the television, also applauding. Unlike the stern-faced supporters of Leeds United, Li Qingqing wore a smile that seemed to proudly declare to the world, "Behold, this is my man." The applause gradually faded as the players of Madrid Pirates returned to their half, reminiscent of a summer thunderstorm, swift to arrive and equally swift to depart. After all, the ovation was intended for Hu Lai, not for the Madrid Pirates. Following the applause, they began to chant, not the familiar song of Hu, but the club anthem of Leeds. Onward, Leeds. 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 We adore you, Leeds. 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 Together we have endured the highs and lows. Together we march, until the earth ceases to spin. Their voices rallied behind their players, especially after securing a lead at home, only to see it equalized by the Madrid Pirates before the end of the first half. It was indeed a moment that called for a morale boost, particularly since the equalizer came from Hu Lai, a double blow, as their once sharpest weapon had now been turned against them. Amidst the song, Captain Peter Williams consoled his teammates, urging them to rally. You did nothing wrong, Ben. The situation unfolded too quickly. It's only natural that you didn't react in time. Positioning yourself at the front was the right call. Had you not followed up, he would have shot directly. So your choice was correct, Vaughan. We all share responsibility for this defense. Conceding a goal is not solely one person's fault. Now, lift your spirits. The first half isn't over yet. We have time and opportunities ahead. Leeds will not surrender prematurely. We always fight to the bitter end against our opponents. As both teams resumed their positions, Leeds, having conceded, chose not to engage in a slow battle with the Madrid Pirates, but rather returned to the fervor of the kickoff, launching a fierce offensive against the Pirates' defense. The Pirates, well aware of Leeds' characteristic aggression, were not caught off guard. Instead of pressing for a quick goal following their equalizer, they fortified their defenses, engaging in a tactical exchange with Leeds. They were in no rush to score again in the immediate aftermath of their goal. The Madrid Pirates possessed a confidence that overshadowed Leeds United. This composure allowed the Pirates, in the 44th minute, to seize upon Leeds' desperate full press, executing an efficient counterattack. Ultimately, the ball was propelled into the Leeds goal once more by Di Quinzo after a 30-meter dash. 2-1. The visiting Madrid Pirates had turned the tables. As the first half approached its conclusion, Matthew Cox lamented, Leeds have conceded another goal. Now, they would have to enter halftime trailing, seemingly intent on finding the net with this final offensive before the interval. Yet they found themselves countered by the Pirates. Clark wished to take a gamble. Entering the halftime show with a lead would have been a significant boon for Leeds City, but alas, his wager faltered. As a commentator for England, he naturally hoped for a victory for the English team. However, from the first half, it was evident that the overall strength of the Madrid Pirates was more pronounced. Peter Williams faced resistance from Juan Ramirez in the first half, which contributed to Leeds City's lackluster offensive performance. Furthermore, the Pirates' main goalkeeper, Jonathan Haywell, stood as a formidable bulwark, thwarting attempts from Kamara, Lasky, and Adams alike. With Leeds City struggling to penetrate the defense and failing to score, conceding goals seemed a natural outcome. Magnificent, Di Quinzo! Exclaimed the Spanish commentator Sanchez. The goal came as a surprise, yet was remarkably timely. The Pirates could retreat to the locker room with a score of 2-1, which would afford them a more relaxed mindset for the second half. It was clear to all that this composure was the Pirates' greatest advantage against Leeds City. In the second half, Leeds City would undoubtedly launch a fierce assault. Given their attacking style, the Madrid Pirates would have ample opportunities for counterattacks. Should they capitalize on just one more goal, with a 2-goal lead, Leeds City would find themselves in dire straits. The scales of victory would significantly tip in favor of the Pirates. Chapter 106. He belonged to no system as the Leeds City players returned to the locker room. Some, in frustration, tore the tape from their bodies and cast it upon the floor. Others hurled their dry towels, once meant for wiping sweat, carelessly to the ground. The drizzle during the first half left no one dry, and while the warmth of physical exertion had shielded them from the chill during the match, They risked catching a cold if they did not quickly dry off during halftime. They needed to wipe away the moisture, remove their drenched jerseys, socks, and shoes, and don fresh attire to ensure they could rest adequately. Yet, amidst this, a Leeds City player threw the towel to the ground, a gesture that aptly conveyed their current sentiments, resentment, and anger. They had scored first and taken the lead, only to find themselves not only trailing but unable to maintain a tie at 1-1 after 45 minutes. It was undeniably infuriating. "All right, lads." Coach Tony Clark was the last to enter the locker room. Upon his arrival, he firmly shut the door behind him and addressed the still fuming players with a resonant voice. "It serves no purpose to vent your frustrations on shin guards or tape. We made some errors in the first half, but it is not catastrophic. As you all know, that is our style. No team in this world remains invincible, nor is there a tactical arrangement devoid of weaknesses. We have our flaws, and so do the Pirates." As he spoke, Clark approached a large television screen. In a strict sense, this device is not a television but rather akin to a computer monitor. Under Clark's insistence, Leeds City upgraded the multimedia system in the locker room. He held a standard-sized tablet, which was connected to the monitor, and all actions performed on the tablet would be mirrored on the display. Previously, physical magnetic chess pieces were used on an actual tactical board to explain strategies to the players. Now, that is no longer necessary. He simply opens the corresponding application on the tablet, and a large tactical board appears on the connected monitor. Clark can effortlessly drag virtual pieces on the tablet to elucidate tactics. Additionally, he can have the coaching staff pre-store the opponent's strategies and formations for quick retrieval, greatly enhancing efficiency and saving time in arranging formations. He swiftly called up the formation for the first half of the match against the Madrid Pirates. This setup, based on Matt Dawn's observations, deviated from the rigid formations released by the UEFA Champions League prior to the match. In this formation, the Madrid Pirates employed a 4-4-2 setup, with Hu Lai and Di Quenzo as the starting forwards. However, their positioning was not parallel. Hu Lai positioned slightly ahead in the center, while Di Quenzo occupied a more backward position to his left. Di Quenzo's placement on the left was intended to leverage the Pirates' attacking strength on that flank. Their equalizing goal was a direct result of this strategy, with Di Quenzo's sudden reception of the ball exposing a gap in our defense. It is widely recognized that the Pirates excel on the left side, and thus, most of their first-half attacks originated from there. As Clark elaborated, the Leeds City players in the locker room remained intently focused on the electronic screen. Although the Pirates appeared formidable in their possession and passing, they exhibited a notable weakness, a lack of creativity in their play. It became evident that their attacks relied more on Di Quenzo than on Hu Lai. Possessing exceptional ball control and dribbling skills, Di Quenzo served as the engine of the Pirates' offense, providing necessary variation in their play. Therefore, in the second half, we must intensify our defense against Di Quenzo, ensuring that he is denied time and space on the ball. Mizukawa Junpei rose from his seat, attentively regarding his superior. "Your primary task in the second half is to restrict Di Quenzo's movements. Follow him closely, even into the penalty area," Clark instructed. Mizukawa nodded firmly. "Understood, boss." Then came the offensive strategy. Clark continued outlining the tasks, noting that the Pirates would apply high pressure. Thus, we should avoid engaging them in our defensive third and instead send the ball directly to the flanks. He emphasized the importance of straightforward passes aimed directly at the goal. He then called out the names of Kamara, Latsky, and Solberg. "Your speed is your advantage. Utilize it effectively. When confronted by Pirates, do not contemplate intricate tactics to outwit their defense. Instead, unleash your speed to directly breach their lines. Remember what we excel at, and pursue it to the utmost." Next, Peter, during our offensive maneuvers, aim to press forward. Your role is not to orchestrate passes. Rather, you must make off-the-ball runs, penetrating the Pirates' penalty area and bringing Ramirez along. Then Jay Clark turned to Jay Adams. "If Peter brings Ramirez into the box, you must position yourself at the edge of the penalty arc. This will prepare you for a long-range shot, while also allowing you to control the second ball and initiate a follow-up attack." As Clark articulated the strategy, he gestured on his tablet, visually representing each player's movement, which was projected on the large screen to guide the players on their positioning. After laying out the specific tactics, he stood before the screen, gazing at his team, and declared, "You performed exceptionally well in the first half, and I am proud of you. The outside world often labels me a madman and a gambler, as if I were a reckless fool devoid of intellect. But I know better. I have never been that way. Why do I dare to take risks? Because I have you. You are my greatest asset. This has been true in countless matches before, and it remains true today. So, as you have repeatedly demonstrated in previous games, cast aside any errant thoughts during our attacks. It is time to strike. Only offense. Using what we do best to vanquish our opponents. After uplifting the morale and sending the players back onto the field, Clark lingered at the rear with his assistant coach, Sam Randall. Randall observed the reinvigorated players and quietly remarked to Clark, "You did not mention how to defend Hu." Clark elucidated. The key to containing Hu lies in curtailing those who can supply him with the ball. Currently, the most threatening is D'Quenzo. If we can stifle his performance, Hu's opportunities will significantly diminish. Randall interjected, "You know Hu is a forward adept at seizing opportunities. He does not require many to score. Even with limited chances, he can still find the net." Clark shook his head. "You are correct, Sam. So what can we do?" Faced with Clark's outstretched hands, Randall was at a loss for words. "We lack the means to contain him. He does not fit into any tactical framework." Clark shrugged. "Those fools often claim Hu has no tactical role, and they are partially right. Hu appears to lack tactical relevance, as no existing strategy can define him. He is simply a forward who puts the ball in the net. Regardless of the tactics employed, is the ultimate goal not to score?" Sam Randall was left speechless, for he recognized the truth in Clark's words. After 2.5 seasons of collaboration, the coaching staff of Leeds City can be deemed the most knowledgeable about Hu Lai in contemporary European football, even more so than the coaches of the Madrid Pirates. It is precisely this understanding that led Randall to grasp the implications of Clark's statements. In other words, irrespective of whether your team employs a counter-attacking strategy, high pressing, or possession play, be it a 4-4-2, 4-3-3, 3-5-2, or any other tactical formation, the ultimate objective remains to score goals and secure victory. Thus, within each tactical framework, there must exist a role dedicated to the art of scoring, which may be fulfilled by an individual or a collective, even in a formation devoid of a traditional striker. The pursuit of goals does not wane. Rather, the responsibility shifts from forwards to midfielders or defenders. However, what if the team possesses a particularly prolific striker? Would it still necessitate a formation without a forward? Every team requires players capable of finding the back of the net, regardless of their tactical approach or preferred formation. Therefore, Hu Lai is adaptable to any strategy and team. It can be posited that Hu Lai is not confined by any tactical system, embodying a sense of transcending the ordinary. Yet, the Westerners, like Randall, may not fully grasp this sentiment, even though they understand the principle behind it. As the assistant coach fell silent, Clark too ceased to speak, turning towards the pitch beyond the tunnel. He had exerted every effort within his means. What the second half would unfold as remained uncertain in his mind. After all, his adversary was Hu Lai, and as Hu Lai's head coach, he was acutely aware of this prodigious disciple. This sharpest blade was now poised at his own heart. Chapter 107. The unexpected counterattacker. Shortly after the second half commenced, the coaches of the Madrid Pirates discerned a transformation in Leeds City. Their offensive tempo had escalated, creating considerable challenges for us, remarked Valentin gravely. The Leeds City squad played with a fervor akin to madness. Their primary objective upon gaining possession was always to advance forward, eschewing lateral or backward passes for more organized play. With Peter Williams effectively neutralized by Ramirez, Leeds City found no need for intricate formations. Jay Adams operated like a relentless machine, immediately launching various medium to long-range passes forward upon receiving the ball. Such forward long balls demanded high precision. Adams, of course, was not a machine governed by rigid programming. His accuracy varied. At times, he would overhit the ball, while on other occasions, his passes would be intercepted by Pirates players, subsequently applying immense pressure on Leeds City's defense. Nevertheless, Leeds City remained steadfast in their approach, continuing to threaten the Madrid Pirates' goal with sharp through balls and blistering speed. This reckless style of play indeed posed significant difficulties for the Pirates' defense, as Leeds City could falter 7 or 8 times, yet with just 2 or 3 successful attempts, they could directly threaten the Pirates' goal. This reality compelled the Pirates to exercise caution in their advance, wary of leaving vast spaces behind for Leeds City's players to exploit. Emphasizing a cohesive possession-based approach, the Pirates face challenges when defenders hesitate to advance, creating a considerable gap between them and the midfielders. This widening distance significantly complicates passing and diminishes accuracy. leading to a disjointed team dynamic. Parati's possession philosophy mandates that the three lines of the team maintain unity, advancing and retreating in unison. The distance between adjacent players should ideally not exceed 15 meters. Surpassing this limit drastically reduces passing precision. The proximity between players, along with multiple passing options within that range, is crucial for the Pirates to effectively maintain possession even in the absence of Maxi Kira. Consequently, Parati places high demands on the team's ability to retain formation. Even a prolific scorer like Hu Lai is not exempt from this requirement and must operate within the team's overall structure. Currently, Leeds City aims to leverage an audacious spirit to pin the Madrid Pirates' defense back, discouraging them from pushing forward. Given the nature of the Madrid Pirates, as long as their defense remains anchored in the back line, the players in the forward and midfield lines cannot stray too far apart. Otherwise, they risk becoming disjointed. This situation compels the entire Madrid Pirates team to distance themselves from Leeds City's goal. Even if they regain possession and wish to mount an attack, they must advance from deep, which prolongs the process. Meanwhile, Leeds City will consistently disrupt and reclaim the ball in midfield, preventing the Madrid Pirates from smoothly transitioning the ball to the front. Whenever Leeds City players manage to seize the ball, they will immediately pass it forward, akin to a relentless forward motion, oblivious to retreat. Yet, this singular focus exerts immense pressure on the Pirates. Not long into the second half, Kamara cut in from the flank and executed a curled shot, which was narrowly deflected out by Pirates goalkeeper Haywell. Although it did not result in a goal, it startled both the fans in front of the television and those present at the venue. Following the corner kick, Ben Glist rose to meet the ball but headed just over the bar. After the second half commenced, Leeds City's relentless offensive onslaught prompted cheers from their supporters in the stands. In turn, their fervent encouragement intensified Leeds City's attacking vigor. This match marks the first encounter between the Madrid Pirates and Leeds City, and they had previously gathered insights about Leeds City's distinctive characteristics. Their approach, seemingly frantic, disregards the potential repercussions of such an aggressive offensive strategy. For Leeds City, the most effective defense is not merely about preventing goals, but rather overpowering the opponent before being toppled themselves. If there is no adversary, their goal remains secure, and winning the match alleviates defensive concerns. For instance, Kamara's deployment exemplifies Clark's tactical philosophy. Kamara is an attacking player capable of performing on both flanks. Given the strength of the Madrid Pirates' left side offense, it would typically be prudent to position Kamara on the right flank to leverage his individual prowess in stifling Ioni's forward runs and assisting Leeds City's defensive efforts on the right side. However, Clark did not pursue this course of action. Instead, he allowed Kamala to continue operating along the left flank. Compared to the Pirates' left side, their right flank appeared significantly weaker. Irasusta, who had only joined the team this summer, lacked sufficient synergy with his teammates, while Silverio was a player whose offensive prowess outweighed his defensive reliability, and his performance remained inconsistent. Rather than attempting to stifle the Pirates' left side attacks, it would be more prudent to concentrate efforts on exploiting the vulnerabilities on the opposite flank, thus opening up the game against the Madrid Pirates. Moreover, Kamala was in exceptional form during this match. Shortly after the first half commenced, he utilized his individual skills to disrupt the Pirates' defensive line, subsequently assisting Lasky in scoring. As the second half began, he became even more active, seeking out Irasusta for duels whenever he gained possession of the ball. His dynamism compelled the Pirates to allocate more resources to defend against him. One Irasusta was insufficient, so they added a second defender, Silverio. Yet, this one-on-two scenario only energized Kamala further, as he wreaked havoc on the Madrid Pirates' right side defense, necessitating even greater attention from the Pirates. Consequently, opportunities arose in the center. Daniel D. Quinzo retreated to midfield to receive the ball, facing away from the attacking direction and gesturing for it. The ball was played to him by Joaquin Bella. However, just as Bella completed the pass, he noticed a figure suddenly emerge behind D. Quinzo, attempting to maneuver around him. Bella shouted, "Careful, Dan." D. Quinzo felt the rush of air as the figure passed him. Realizing the imminent threat, he hastily accelerated, hoping to seize the ball first, but it was too late. Junpei Senkawa, like a nimble cat, darted past him, swiftly poking the ball away. At this moment, one must acknowledge the disadvantage posed by D. Quinzo's height, which stood under 1.7 meters. Had it been Max Kyrie in that position, Senkawa would have found it much more challenging to intercept the ball. as Kyrie could simply extend his long legs to reclaim it before Sinkawa could react. "Sinkawa, a splendid interception," exclaimed Matthew Cox. The fans of Leeds City erupted in cheers from the stands. After intercepting the ball, Sinkawa passed it to Jay Adams, positioned diagonally ahead of him. However, he did not retreat to DiQuenzo's side. Instead, upon noticing the gaping hole in the opponent's midfield, he was momentarily inspired, sprinting forward. As Joaquin Bella rushed to defend against Adams and Ramirez was occupied with Peter Williams, a genuine vacuum emerged in the heart of the Madrid Pirates midfield. Sinkawa exploited this very void. He was unmarked. Initially intending to deliver a diagonal long pass to Kamala, Jay Adams suddenly changed his mind upon witnessing the situation. The Pirates had evidently bolstered their defense against Kamala receiving the ball on the flanks and in the channels, so why not pass it to Sinkawa? Did Sinkawa possess the ability to orchestrate an attack? Currently, he did not. However, whether it was passing or shooting, his fundamental skills were intact. Moreover, he need not undertake particularly intricate tasks. He merely has to divert the attention of the Pirates' defense and then pass the ball to others, such as myself, who are making forward runs. With this thought, Adams swiftly delivered a diagonal pass to Junpei Sinkawa, and after releasing the ball, he advanced forward. However, Sinkawa failed to notice Jay Adams, perhaps due to his lack of experience as a playmaker, or perhaps because of the pressure, his vision was somewhat limited. In any case, he did not see Adams, focusing instead on the forward position of Rasky, who had pulled away from the penalty area. Consequently, he passed the ball to Rasky. To be candid, this was not an optimal choice, as Rasky was closely pursued by Moreno. Although Moreno was not particularly tall, he was quite agile. Furthermore, Sinkawa's intentions were all too apparent, allowing Moreno to anticipate the pass. As Rasky received the ball, Moreno surged forward, capitalizing on Rasky's unsteady control, and deftly intercepted the ball from beneath the Polish forward's feet. Realizing the inadequacy of his pass after it was executed, Sinkawa acknowledged that Rasky was certainly not the ideal recipient. Nevertheless, rather than retreating, Sinkawa surged forward. Just as Moreno had managed to dislodge the ball, he struggled to regain control, only to suddenly find an unexpected figure before him. In a moment of haste, he attempted to pass the ball, but it struck the figure's foot and was intercepted. It was Sinkawa, successfully reclaiming possession. Upon witnessing Sinkawa's interception, Rasky quickly pivoted and gestured for Sinkawa to pass the ball to him. Meanwhile, another center back from the Pirates, Emantegui, advanced to defend against him. Sinkawa, however, chose not to pass to Rasky. Upon glancing up at the goal of the Madrid Pirates, a thought abruptly crossed his mind. Why not attempt a shot? This fleeting notion solidified into a decision. Seizing the ball from Moreno, he swung his right leg and shot. The ball was struck with the full force of his foot, soaring toward the Madrid Pirates' goal like a cannonball. The interval from interception to shot was exceedingly brief. In the blink of an eye, Hall saw the ball approaching. He leaped into the air, stretching out his arms in an effort to deflect it, but failed to make contact. The ball sailed directly into the net behind him. P.S. Apologies for neglecting to set the automatic updates. Starting today, there will be double monthly votes, and as 2021 draws to a close, I kindly request your support for the monthly votes. Chapter 108. The Chinese Derby, Sinkawa Junpei. Sinkawa Junpei. As Sinkawa suddenly surged forward and intercepted Moreno's ball, the commentator from a Japanese television station became exuberant, fervently repeating Sinkawa's name. Until Sinkawa launched the ball toward the goal, the commentator elongated his voice. Sinkawa Shitaku. Sinkawa Junpei. Sinkawa Junpei. Yada yaya. Sinkawa Junpei YTTA. He scored his first official goal since joining Leeds United. Remarkably, his inaugural strike occurred in the Champions League against the formidable Madrid Pirates. A breathtaking long-range shot. Splendid, Junpei Sinkawa. Truly magnificent. Although Sinkawa is not predominantly known for his scoring prowess, he executed a shot of exceptional quality. Whether by fortune or skill, his goal leveled the score for Leeds United. Both teams returned to an equal footing. The atmosphere at Flanders Stadium erupted with jubilant cheers, as if the persistent drizzle had been shattered by this wave of elation. After scoring, Junpei Sinkawa appeared somewhat astonished, yet he joyfully sprinted toward the sidelines to celebrate. Unsure of how to express his jubilation, he simply ran with a beaming smile until he was embraced by Peter Williams. More Leeds United players surged forward to celebrate with him, enthusiastically patting him on the back, shoulders, and head to convey their shared ecstasy. Even the Leeds players themselves were taken aback that the one to score in the second half and help equalize was the humble and reserved Sankawa, known more for his defensive skills than his offensive capabilities. As they approached to celebrate, they teased him, saying, "Ah, Sankawa, was that luck? My goodness. Did I just witness what I think I did? Sankawa actually scored. The apocalypse must be upon us." Sankawa, however, was unfazed by the jest, his face radiating pure joy. In the distance, Hu Lai observed with a sense of nostalgia. It appeared that Sankawa was thriving at Leeds United, and he no longer needed to worry about this eccentric character facing exclusion after his departure. Hu Lai felt a sense of happiness for Sankawa, although he did not smile. Zhou Zijing was also delighted for Sankawa. He dashed from the substitutes bench, joining his fellow substitutes in a display of enthusiasm, raising their fists and shouting loudly. After spending several months as Sankawa's roommate, Zhou had developed a fondness for this genuine Japanese individual. Who would have thought it would be Sankawa scoring? Huh. Not just the Pirates. We didn't see this coming either, exclaimed assistant coach Sam Rander, raising his fists in celebration as he spoke to Clark. This bodes well. They will likely be more cautious in the upcoming matches. Should we focus on marking Sankawa? Clark paused abruptly. What's wrong, Tony? Go get Zhou warmed up, Sam. Rander surmised that Clark intended to substitute Zhou Zijing, and without questioning further, he nodded and turned to head toward the substitutes bench. Zhou, who was in the midst of celebrating the goal with his teammates, received unexpected news. Warm up? Absolutely. No problem. I'm on it, coach. With that, Zhou donned his vest and sprinted toward the warm-up area, his heart brimming with joy. Sankawa's goal came in the 56th minute of the match, and if he warmed up for a few minutes, he would be substituted in. This meant he would have 30 minutes of playing time in this Champions League match. Approximately 6 minutes later, Zhou Zijing stood at the sidelines, accompanied by a fourth official holding an electronic substitution board. Anyone witnessing this scene would immediately comprehend its significance. Feng was elated. Zhou Zijing is about to take the field. Dear viewers, Zhou Zijing is set to make his entrance. The long-anticipated Chinese derby in the Champions League is on the verge of unfolding. This match carries an additional allure, as it marks the first occasion in the Champions League where two Chinese players represent different teams on the same pitch. This is what is known as the Chinese derby. However, Zhou Zijing's position at Leeds United is precarious, and he has not been granted the opportunity to start. Thus, the possibility of this Chinese derby materializing remained uncertain until now. In such uncertain circumstances, what could possibly draw more attention than Hu Lai's return to Leeds? After all, the Chinese derby is of interest solely to the Chinese, while Hu Lai's story captivates a wider audience. Now, the commentator Feng was invigorated, and the Chinese fans watching on television were equally excited. Upon Zhou Zijing's entry, he replaced not Lasky but Sorberry. This, however, did not imply that Zhou Zijing would assume the role of a right winger. Leeds United adjusted their formation from a 4-3-3 to a 4-4-2, pairing Zhou Zijing with Lasky as forwards. Kamara returned to midfield, maintaining his position on the left flank. Meanwhile, Peter Williams, who had been contained by Juan Ramirez in the center, shifted to the right. Consequently, the central midfield for Leeds consisted solely of Jay Adams and Sun Chuan Junping. If Ramirez were to defend Williams on the wing, the center would be left solely to Joaquin Bella. Given Sun Chuan Junping's goal-scoring prowess, Ramirez could not afford to allow him to approach the penalty area, as a one-on-two scenario would inevitably lead to complications. Thus, Ramirez was unlikely to venture to the wing. With this arrangement, Peter Williams found new life. Although he may not excel in wing play like Kamara, he is still capable of receiving the ball, breaking through defenses, and delivering passes. Occasionally filling in on the wing poses no significant issue. Clark sought to capitalize on this momentum and regain the lead by substituting Zhou Zijing. He hoped to leverage his physical advantages and playmaking abilities to create scoring opportunities for Lasky, Kamara, or others. Previously, the trio's rapid offensive maneuvers had caught the Madrid Pirates off guard, yet Clark was aware that such speed could not be sustained indefinitely. The primary reason for this was the absence of Hu Lai. Without Hu Lai, the team's scoring capabilities plummeted, leaving Leeds unable to find the net before exhaustion set in. Should they fail to score first, the weary Leeds would become vulnerable to their opponent's advances. In such a scenario, the introduction of Zhou Zijing was imperative, as he possessed the ability to temper the team's pace, albeit currently at a modest level. His presence provided Leeds' attacking front with a point of reference, preventing a relentless emphasis on speed. Even if the offense faltered, they would not be easily countered by the opposition. Zhou Zijing could assist Leeds in maintaining possession in the midfield and attacking third. Upon sprinting onto the field, Zhou Zijing cast his gaze towards Hu Lai across the expanse. The distance between them rendered it difficult to discern Hu Lai's expression, and vice versa. Yet Zhou wore an air of triumph, even tinged with provocation, as if he were issuing a challenge to Hu Lai. However, this was merely a theatrical display from Zhou, for he was acutely aware of his designated role. Prior to his substitution, Coach Clark had made it clear that his primary objective was not to score, but rather to create opportunities for his teammates. During Leeds' offensive plays, his task was to retain possession in the forward line, enabling his teammates to advance with confidence. In essence, he was a tactical forward. The notion of competing with Hu Lai in terms of goals was out of the question. While Zhou occasionally exhibited a lack of seriousness, he was far from foolish. Particularly after 2 consecutive uninspired starts, he had come to terms with the harsh reality of his situation. His remarkable performance of 1 goal and 1 assist upon being substituted against London Mars was merely a stroke of luck, not a standard. He recognized that it was currently challenging to confront Hu Lai directly. Thus he accepted the coach's strategy and committed himself to a supportive role. Once on the pitch, Zhou swiftly created an opportunity for Leeds. After controlling the ball with his chest, he leveraged his physique to shield the opposing defender, Amanteji, and subsequently laid the ball off to the cutting Kamara. Zhou's physical prowess not only allowed him to serve as a platform for Kamara, but also to provide cover, effectively setting a screen. Amanteji needed time to navigate around Zhou in order to defend Kamara, and that moment's delay afforded Kamara the chance to shoot. Although his strike was thwarted by the Belgian goalkeeper, Haywell, it elicited a surge of excitement from the Leeds supporters in the stands. Following the attempt, Kamara gave Zhou a thumbs up, signaling his approval of the play. Coach Yifeng praised Zhou's performance, noting that with his presence, Leeds finally possessed a true central forward. This would undoubtedly ease the workload of Kamara and Lasky. Most importantly, this was Zhou's debut in the Champions League, yet he exhibited no signs of stage fright. Just look at his confrontation with Amanteji, facing the former Spanish international, who stood at 189 meters. Zhou held his ground with aplomb. I believe that, at the very least in terms of physical attributes, Zhou Zijing is the Chinese player who comes closest to European standards. On the sidelines, Sam Lander expressed satisfaction with Zhou's performance. This kid is impressive, completely unfazed. Clark chuckled. Just think about it, Sam. He the one who claimed he would make Leeds fans forget who. What could possibly intimidate him? I'm not certain he can make people forget who. But if he continues to play like this, we will eventually see his name on the walls of houses in Leeds. Note, Yada is a romanization of a Japanese term meaning great, pronounced similarly to Yata. In the final double monthly ticket event of 2021, a plea for monthly tickets was made. Chapter 109. The oppression of Hu Lai after leveling the score and substituting in Zhou Zijing. Leeds City's offensive became increasingly fierce. Consequently, the Madrid Pirates were compelled to tighten their defense, focusing first on withstanding Leeds City's new tactics. Moreover, as the rain intensified in the second half, the pitch grew increasingly slippery, heightening the risk and difficulty of ball control for the possession-focused Madrid Pirates. Dequanzo, who had recorded a goal and an assist in the first half, found his performance hindered in the second half due to the close marking from Sunchuan Junping and the wet conditions. These challenges forced Parati to make adjustments. With Madrid Pirates retreating defensively, Leeds City pressed forward, further enhancing their attacking momentum. From an observational standpoint, Leeds City seemed to have a promising outlook. The Leeds City fans in the stands were fervently cheering for their team, their songs resounding through the air, as their team appeared poised to triumph over the Madrid Pirates. It was only natural for the fans to refrain from applauding Hu Lai. However, Hu Lai himself perceived no negativity in this, for it embodied the essence of the competitive spirit he had long desired, each participant striving for victory in accordance with their own capabilities. Leaving any discussions for after the match, Zhou Zijing contested a header, setting up Lasky. Lasky attempted a shot, which was deflected out by Moreno, granting Leeds City a corner. The corner was taken, and Ben Glist's header forced a spectacular save from Haywell, who brilliantly thwarted the close-range effort. Leeds City continued with another corner. Haywell punched the football away. A counterattack from the Madrid Pirates. Caution was warranted against Sunchuan Junping. He succeeded. He accurately anticipated Dequanzo's dribbling path, decisively executed a tackle, and retained possession. He swiftly rose to pass the ball to the supporting Adams, who diagonal passed to Kamara. Kamara, utilizing his speed, forced his way through, delivering a cross. Zhou. Oh no. It was too high. Despite being closely marked by Amintiji, Zhou Zijing's header failed to find the target. Yet it was evident that he quickly adapted to the rhythm of the game after entering, growing more confident and performing better with each passing moment. One could hardly tell it was his debut in a Champions League match. In the northern stands, David Miller, who had previously declared his intent to boo Zhou Zijing, watched the unfolding game with a slight smirk. That lad is performing quite decently. Young Matthew glanced at his father. As if sensing his son's gaze, David Miller quickly remarked, "Of course, he'll never surpass Hu. In this lifetime, he has no hope. He's simply not the same type of player as Hu, Dad." "Comparing him to Hu is his own doing," Matthew replied. David Miller snorted, then placed his finger to his lips, letting out a whistle aimed at Zhou Zijing on the field. A man of his word, he was determined to follow through on his promise to boo him. Zhou Zijing could discern the sporadic jeers from the stands. Amidst the cheers, the boos were particularly jarring. He was acutely aware that these jeers were directed at him, as this was not the first occasion for him to hear jeers from the home crowd after a shot. Zhou Zijing was well aware of the reasons behind the home fans' disdain. It was, after all, due to the remarks he had made previously. Yet, Zhou Zijing held no regrets. In truth, the jeers he faced now seemed rather mild compared to the initial hostility he encountered. It became evident that as long as he performed admirably on the pitch, he had no need to fret over the fans' sentiments. He swiftly dismissed the jeers from his mind and immersed himself back into the game. Upon Zhou Zijing's entry onto the field, Leeds City exhibited enhanced control in the attacking third. However, their offensive thrust lacked the previous ferocity, which had once placed immense pressure on the Madrid Pirates. Consequently, the Pirates were afforded chances to counterattack without having to wait for Leeds City to tire. Naturally, their opportunities were limited in this away match, yet they had Hu Lai, who could still pose a threat to the Leeds goal. When the Madrid Pirates launched their attack, even though Hu Lai did not possess the ball, Leeds goalkeeper, Widen, incessantly shouted instructions to his teammates. "Be careful. Watch Hu Lai. Don't let him slip away. Deben, keep an eye on your flank. Turn around. To the left." He functioned like a radar, continuously relaying the positional information of Hu Lai to his comrades. Bengrist caught sight of Hu Lai just in time, managing to block his shot before it could reach the goal, sending the ball out for a corner. "Well done, Deben," Vanderwyn exclaimed as he leapt to his feet, applauding Bengrist's efforts, despite having been rendered futile in his own attempt to save the shot. Hu Lai, undeterred by the missed opportunity, turned to Bengrist and remarked, "You're quite tall, with a high center of gravity, and not very agile. Just be careful not to be confused by Mika's commands before I manage to outmaneuver you." However, after making his quip, Bengrist simply smiled and turned to prepare for the corner kick. Momentarily taken aback, Hu Lai realized that his 2 seasons as a teammate with Deben meant that he was well aware of the implications of their brief exchange. With a resigned shake of his head, he shifted his focus to another Leeds City defender, Vaughan Aitchison, the Scottish centre-back who had joined the team just this summer. Taking the initiative, he greeted Aitchison, "Hello, Vaughan. It's unfortunate that just as you arrive at Leeds City, I am departing. How does the new team feel?" Aitchison, slightly surprised, recognized Hu Lai as a former Leeds player, yet now he was no longer part of the squad. However, the tone in which Hu Lai spoke gave the impression of continued belonging. Before he could ponder this feeling of ownership, Aitchison instinctively replied, "Pretty good." Before he could finish his sentence, Peter Williams rushed back into the penalty area, pulling Aitchison away. "Did you forget what we told you, Vaughan? Don't pay him any mind." Hu Lai shrugged. "Oh, Peter, you truly are heartless." Peter cast a sidelong glance at him. "Your little tricks are futile before us, Hu. It would be best for you to concentrate entirely on the match. How do you know I am not fully focused on the game? Can you not sense the impending danger?" Hu Lai retorted, pointing at Peter. "You're acknowledging me. Your tactics are ineffective against me, Hu," Peter reiterated, taking a firm stand beside Hu Lai. "What are you doing?" Hu Lai inquired. "I am responsible for marking you during this corner." Indeed, Hu Lai's antics bore little weight against Peter Williams. After being duped by Hu Lai's translations several times, Peter learned to disregard the boy's words and instead observe his actions. Thus, regardless of what Hu Lai proclaimed, Peter's attention remained fixed on Hu Lai's movements. As the corner was taken, Hu Lai sprinted to seize the opportunity. Peter closely shadowed him, both racing toward the near post. Yet, Hu Lai was merely a decoy. The corner taken by Tanini soared towards the far post. Moreno leaped to contest the ball with Leeds defender Vaughan Aitchison, but failed to make contact. The ball was initially headed out of the box by Grist. The Madrid Pirates seized the second ball, yet, with Peter closely adhering to Hu Lai, Joaquin Bella opted against passing and instead took a long-range shot, which soared over the bar. Once the Pirates' attack concluded, Peter remarked to Hu Lai, "Are you not disappointed that Aitchison did not focus his attention on you? What about the fundamental trust between individuals? Do not project your sordid thoughts onto me, Peter." Observing Hu Lai's flustered demeanor, Peter could not help but chuckle. However, his amusement was short-lived, for Hu Lai nearly breached their goal. The Pirates launched an attack down the right flank, where the erratic Silverio suddenly shone, skillfully nutmegging the overly eager Ferret Quinn and charging into the box. Kamara, already back defending, hesitated to act, merely trailing Silverio, attempting to shepherd him toward the byline. In a surprising turn, Silverio delivered a pass, catching Kamara off guard as he failed to intercept it in time, allowing the ball to reach the goal area. Hu Lai, arriving in the center, feigned a right-footed shot, but let the ball slip past him, momentarily deceiving central defender Ben Grist. In an instant, Hu Lai unleashed a left-footed shot, directing the ball toward the far corner. Although goalkeeper Vanderwen attempted to make a save, he was left helpless, unable to touch the ball, as it whisked past the far post, rolling out of play. What a near miss for Hu. Matthew Cox exhaled in relief. The 30,000 Leeds fans in the stands collectively sighed, their breath resembling a cheer for Hu Lai. Phew, that shot came off Hu's left foot. Had it been his right, it might have found the net, Matthew Cox remarked, shaken. Peter Williams felt a twinge of anxiety as well. He recalled the palpable sense of pressure Hu Lai exerted on his opponents during the match. One can never predict when he might pose a threat to your goal. Hence, Leeds City's former adversaries have always felt this way during matches against him. One can never afford to let down their guard. A mere second of negligence could lead to irrevocable consequences. In the concluding chapter, titled Top Strikers often require simple offensive strategies. Despite Hu Lai failing to score during 2 brief offensive attempts, Peter Williams was acutely aware that this did not signify safety for Leeds City. On the contrary, the current stalemate in the scoreline rendered the situation particularly perilous. A single goal could shatter this fragile equilibrium. Therefore, he continuously urged his teammates to press forward and maintain relentless pressure on the Madrid Pirates' defense, striving for the first goal. If Leeds City could secure an early goal, their safety would be significantly enhanced. He glanced up at the large screen in the stands, which displayed the match time. 72 minutes had elapsed in the game, and both teams were approaching a physical bottleneck. The side that could capitalize on this opportunity stood a chance to score. Finally, Di Quinzo received the ball facing the attacking direction, a rare opportunity for him in the second half. Before him stood the Leeds City midfielder, Junpei Senkawa, who had made life exceedingly difficult for him throughout the half. The opponent's yellow jersey was stained with green and brown smudges, while mud and grass fragments adorned his arms, face, and thighs. His jersey, soaked with sweat and rain, clung tightly to him, making him appear even more disheveled than Di Quinzo. Yet, this beleaguered figure had managed to stifle Di Quinzo's performance in the second half, a testament to Clark's adjustments during halftime that curtailed Di Quinzo's opportunities. Facing Senkawa's defense, Di Quinzo attempted to dribble past him. However, the slick pitch made him hesitant to push the ball too far ahead, fearing a loss of control. Consequently, Senkawa closed in on him, forcing Di Quinzo to decelerate and turn to protect the ball, leaving him once again with his back to the attacking direction. Observing this from the sidelines, the Pirates' assistant coach, Valentin, remarked to Perotti, "We should consider substituting Di Quinzo. The condition of the pitch and the opposing tactical arrangements are limiting his effectiveness." Perotti nodded in agreement. "Let us call Ruiz back." Sanabria Ruiz, a Mexican forward, differed significantly from his compatriots known for their finesse and shorter stature. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches, he was tall and robust, albeit with average technical skills. He was a stationary center forward with commendable heading abilities and the capacity to assist others, akin to Zhou Zijing, who had been substituted in earlier. Last season, he served as a rotational striker for the Madrid Pirates, primarily tasked with providing cover and collaboration for Di Quinzo. This season, he continued in this role, now needing to support and collaborate with Hu Lai as well. The introduction of Ruiz signifies a tactical shift for the Pirates, compelling them to revert to their previously favored wing-based attacking strategy while relinquishing possession play. Given the current circumstances, possession football seems less suitable. The Pirates must adopt a more straightforward and direct approach, which paradoxically could yield greater opportunities. Following Ruiz's entry onto the field, the Madrid Pirates indeed altered their style of play, launching incessant attacks from both flanks. The methods of assault were notably simplistic, predominantly relying on high balls from the wings aimed at Ruiz. He would contest headers against the defenders of Leeds City, while Hu Lai focused on capitalizing on second balls. It is worth noting that, despite both being tall forwards, the 31-year-old Ruiz, with his extensive experience in Europe, possesses a superior skill set compared to the fledgling Zhou Zijing, who appears rather inexperienced in comparison. Perhaps the only facet in which the younger Zhou retains an edge is in his speed. Ruiz has undoubtedly posed significant challenges to Leeds City's defensive line. However, the most crucial distinction lies in Hu Lai's superior ability to seize opportunities compared to Lasky. Hypothetically, if Zhou Zijing creates 5 chances in a match, Lasky might convert 1, whereas Ruiz may only need to create 3 opportunities for Hu Lai to find the net. Tonini delivered a cross from the left flank, and Ruiz leapt to challenge under the defense of Griskert. The two collided, and although Griskert made contact with the ball, he failed to clear it from the danger zone due to Ruiz's imposing presence. Hu Lai surged towards the ball's landing spot, unleashing a powerful shot without allowing the ball to bounce. Meanwhile, Junpei Sinkawa rushed forward, positioning himself with his arms behind his back to obstruct the shot. Thud! The ball struck his chest with force, rebounding away. Junpei Sinkawa. Oh, what a close call. His brave defensive maneuver thwarted Hu Lai's attempt on goal. Hu Lai glanced at Sinkawa, who lay on the ground, and chose not to assist him, as the ball had been deflected outside the penalty area but remained in play. He pivoted and repositioned himself. Behind him, Sinkawa gritted his teeth and rose to his feet, rubbing his chest while sprinting back to his defensive post. The stands erupted with Leeds City fans cheering for Sinkawa, chanting his name in Romanized phonetics. Morikawa? Morikawa. Leeds City was not merely on the defensive, they quickly retaliated. Once again, it was Kamara, this time swapping positions with Peter Williams. Seizing the opportunity as Madrid Pirates left-back Ion Martinez ventured forward to join the attack. He carried the ball menacingly towards the Pirates' goal, initially feigning a cross aimed at Zhou Zijing to deceive the returning Joaquin Bella, who leapt in anticipation. Kamara deftly controlled the ball into the penalty area and followed suit. Faced with the approaching defender Amanteji, he executed a feint to create space and unleashed a right-footed shot with the outside of his foot. The ball traced a beautiful arc destined for the back post of the goal. Once again, it was the Pirates' goalkeeper, Haywell, who made a spectacular save, diving horizontally to tip Kamara's peculiar curling shot away. Haywell, well done. Spanish commentator Sanchez cheers for Belgium's goalkeeper. Haverel possesses remarkable innate attributes, standing nearly 2 meters tall with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters. When he stretches his arms wide in front of the goal, it seems as though he obstructs a significant portion of the net. Furthermore, his agility is noteworthy, unlike some towering goalkeepers who may appear somewhat cumbersome. It is no wonder that during last year's World Cup, despite Belgium not reaching the finals, he earned the accolade of best goalkeeper for his exceptional performance. Throughout 7 matches, Belgium conceded only 2 goals in regular time, one to Portugal in the quarterfinals and another to Brazil in the semifinals. In the quarterfinals, where they eliminated the defending champions Italy, the match concluded in a stalemate after 120 minutes. In the ensuing penalty shootout, Haverel saved 2 penalties from the Italian team, enabling Belgium to triumph with a score of 3-1, sending the reigning champions home. Leeds United's attacking lineup was in good form during this match. Had it not been for Haverel's remarkable saves, the Madrid Pirates would not have managed to draw 2-2 with Leeds. Haverel's stellar performance highlighted Kamara's impressive form, as he consistently forced Haverel into spectacular saves. The stands of Flanders Stadium erupted with a chant dedicated to Kamara. We have a Frenchman, as agile as a cat, swift as the wind. He is our Kamara. Kamara, Kamara. La 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 la. Kamara, Kamara. La 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 la. He is our Kamara. Listening to the exuberant fans, Parati remarked to Valentine, "This Frenchman has indeed caused us considerable trouble." Although Kamara did not score in this match, with the second goal attributed to Junpei Sinkawa, he remained Leeds' most threatening player thus far. His activity placed immense pressure on the Pirates' defense. I have a question. Since we have always been dissatisfied with Silvillo's performance, why did we not pursue Kamara this summer? Valentine inquired of Parati. Because we cannot simultaneously poach 2 core players from Leeds. If we attempt to acquire both Hu and Kamara, we may end up with neither, Parati responded. Valentine pondered this and found it to be true. Allowing Hu Lai to leave had already severely weakened Leeds. Losing Kamara would undoubtedly jeopardize the team's chances of avoiding relegation. He sighed, what a pity. The Pirates could wait until next season to make another attempt, but across Europe, countless teams are undoubtedly eyeing this French international. Securing Kamara would likely prove no easier than acquiring Hu Lai. Kamara is truly in exceptional form today, Samlander remarked from the sidelines. Thank you, Clark chuckled, covering his mouth. As the head coach, he was well aware of the previous synergy between Kamara and Hu Lai. Yet Kamara also sought to demonstrate that he could lead the team forward even in Hu Lai's absence. Thus, today, Kamara's performance was nothing short of extraordinary. It seems that only one more goal is needed to achieve perfection. With this in mind, he decided to give them a nudge. After uttering his thoughts, he approached the sidelines, gesturing for the Leeds City players to press further forward. With merely 15 minutes remaining in the match, Leeds City held a physical advantage, and Clark believed that a sudden surge of pressure at this moment could catch the Madrid Pirates off guard, potentially causing their defense to crumble. In addition to urging the lineup to apply pressure, he called out Zhou Zijin's surname, employing his unique tactical gesture to instruct Zhou to bravely seek physical confrontation with opponents both inside and outside the Madrid Pirates penalty area, thereby disrupting their defensive structure and drawing defensive attention. Zhou understood the signal. As Leeds attacked, he raised his arm, signaling for the ball from his teammates. Observing this, Peter Williams delivered a diagonal pass into the fray. Zhou, with his back to the goal, braced himself against Amantegui with one hand while extending the other for balance. Anticipating a potential interception from the side, Amantegui charged in without hesitation. Zhou staggered slightly from the impact, yet he managed to halt the ball. He then retaliated with force. The two collided robustly, but the ball remained at his feet. Amantegui reached out again to intercept, yet Zhou preemptively flicked the ball backward with his heel. Next to him, Kamara surged past like the wind. What a splendid pass by Zhou. Kamara. Amidst the commentators' fervent shouts, Kamara dashed towards the ball. Simultaneously, Madrid Pirates goalkeeper Haywell decisively abandoned his goal, lunging towards the ball as well. Kamara managed to make contact first, unleashing a delicate shot. The ball soared over Haywell's head, heading straight for the net behind him. The Leeds City fans in the stands could hardly contain their excitement, eager to erupt in cheers. Yet, a figure dashed towards the goal. Ramirez, the captain of the Madrid Pirates, leapt into the air, heading the ball away just as it was about to cross the goal line. After Zhou delivered the backheel pass, Ramirez had sprinted towards the goal, perfectly timing his crucial clearance. Oh no! Ramirez appeared in the most perilous position, executing a remarkable defensive maneuver with his head. After Ramirez's clearance, the ball fell to Ian Martinez. The left back of the Madrid Pirates did not stop the ball directly. Instead, he directed it forward with his head, then accelerated forward. Jay Adams swiftly cut across, aiming to intercept Ion or commit a tactical foul. Without waiting for Adams to close in, Ion sent a powerful diagonal long pass into the forward field. What had transitioned from a Leeds City attack was now a counterattack by the Madrid Pirates. The Madrid Pirates sought simplicity in their strategy. What could be more straightforward than a direct long pass from the backline? Ion aimed for the forward center, Ruiz, who was also advancing. As the ball descended, he leapt high, contesting with Leeds City's center back, Aitchison, for the aerial duel. In midair, he nudged the ball with his head, redirecting it diagonally forward. In that moment, Hu Lai darted past Ben Grist, who was momentarily taken aback, left only to watch as Hu Lai surged forward. His shock was palpable. Fortunately, he noticed Junpei Morikawa hot on Hu Lai's heels. Ruiz executed a flick with his head, and Hu Lai advanced, remaining onside. The Pirates launched a counterattack. As the ball, deftly set up by Ruiz, approached him, Hu Lai lifted his right leg while in motion, skillfully controlling the ball with the inside of his foot. Before him stood only Leeds United's goalkeeper, Mike van der Ven. This was a clear opportunity. All he needed to do was maintain his composure and control the ball. However, he sensed someone rapidly closing in from behind. Seizing the moment when Hu Lai paused to control the ball, Morikawa accelerated, striving to reach Hu Lai. He extended his hand, aiming to grasp Hu Lai's shoulder. Simultaneously, Hu Lai gestured backward with an open hand, not to push Morikawa away, but rather as a preparatory motion to maintain his balance before the shot. Concurrently, he swung his right leg back, indeed preparing to shoot. Morikawa, disregarding the potential foul and the risk of a red card, lunged forward. Yet, He failed to reach the ball, as Hu Lai deftly pulled it away with his right foot. A feint shot. Morikawa, now sprawled on the ground, completely lost his balance, helplessly watching as Hu Lai evaded him with that deceptive maneuver. With Morikawa out of the equation, Hu Lai pulled the ball closer, cutting horizontally with a swift step. At this juncture, he had already reached the edge of the penalty arc, just a step from the box. The goalkeeper van der Ven had long abandoned his goal, nearly reaching the edge of the 6-yard box. Hu Lai's earlier shot had not only deceived Morikawa, but also caused van der Ven to hesitate momentarily. Now, a mere few meters separated them, creating an awkward situation. The goalkeeper could only spread his arms wide, attempting to maximize his defensive stance. For Hu Lai, such an opportunity was devoid of difficulty. He launched a delicate chip. The ball soared over van der Ven, who had already lowered his center of gravity, tracing a parabolic arc above the Leeds United goal before descending into the empty net. P.S. During the double monthly ticket period, please support with monthly tickets. The chapter concludes. Chapter 111. Gradually cooling down as Kamara attempted a chip shot, only for the Pirates captain, Ramirez, to leap and clear it away. Many Leeds United fans lamented the missed scoring opportunity, completely unaware that the Madrid Pirates would swiftly transition their attack into their half. Matt Dawn, seated in the top tier of the stands, widened his eyes. If this were an American football game, he could quickly relay the impending crisis he observed via a walkie-talkie to the players on the field, ensuring Grist remained vigilant of Hu Lai. Alas, this was not the case. English football forbade players from utilizing communication devices during the match. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as events unfolded. As Ione Martinez prepared a long pass, Matt spotted Hu Lai already sprinting forward. However, as he approached Grister, he unexpectedly veered laterally instead of continuing his forward run. Initially intending to sprint past Grister, he abruptly cut across towards the center. This lateral movement allowed him to remain onside as Ruiz headed the ball. At that moment, Grister's attention was entirely consumed by the aerial duel between Ruiz and Aitchison, causing him to overlook Hu Lai, who slipped by right beneath his nose. Standing at a towering height of 1.9 meters, Grister had his head tilted back, gazing into the diagonal expanse above, rendering the area below his nose completely out of sight. Indeed, it was from that very space that Hu Lai maneuvered through. What transpired next fell well within Matt Dawn's expectations. Hu Lai successfully evaded the offside trap and received the ball behind Grister. Fortunately, one Leeds player kept a vigilant eye on Hu Lai, preventing him from establishing a clear one-on-one opportunity. Regrettably, Junpei Senkawa was swiftly outmaneuvered by Hu Lai. As Senkawa, sprawled on the ground, witnessed Hu Lai prepare to shoot, he realized it was far too late to rise. Just as he regained his footing, he could only watch helplessly as the football sailed into the net defended by van der Ven. Breathing heavily, he gazed at the scene, the cold rain pelting his body, conjuring a faint mist. Despite his utmost efforts, he was unable to thwart Hu Lai. In truth, he had performed admirably, being the sole Leeds player to closely follow Hu Lai, yet that was evidently insufficient. Hu Lai, splendid, splendid. Hifong raised his arms in triumph. A brace. 32. The Madrid Pirates surge ahead once more. Sanchez also erupted in jubilation. Golazzo, Golazzo, Golazzo. Following his brace in the Madrid derby against the Kings, who has now scored twice in consecutive matches. This marks his second consecutive brace in the Champions League. Since joining the Pirates, his goal-scoring instinct has been exceptional. This goal showcased his off-the-ball movement and composure in front of goal. A simple long pass from the back seamlessly sliced through Leeds' defense. Matthew Cox sighed heavily. Leeds paid dearly for their aggression. Clark may have believed his team could score first, but he forgot that Hu was now on the Pirates' side, not in Leeds' ranks. With only 10 minutes remaining in the match, Hu's goal once again pushed Leeds to the precipice. Facing his former club, Hu showed no mercy whatsoever. When Hu Lai evaded Junpei Senkawa, gasps of astonishment echoed from the stands of Flanders Stadium. As the ball found the back of the net, the atmosphere in the stadium noticeably diminished. Many Leeds fans clasped their heads with their hands, pressing their lips together in silence. Unlike his expressionless return after scoring his first goal, Hu Lai this time raised his hand slightly, offering a gesture of apology towards the Leeds supporters in the stands. He was acutely aware that, with merely 10 minutes remaining in the match, his goal was a grievous blow to the already surging Leeds City. What had begun as a promising situation had rapidly deteriorated. and this particular goal inflicted significant damage upon Leeds City. Unlike the resounding applause that greeted Hu Lai's first goal, the stands remained silent this time. The Leeds supporters were unable to applaud a goal that could potentially lead to their team's defeat. While they held great affection for Hu Lai, their loyalty to their own team ran deeper. This was not a match that Leeds City was destined to lose. Rather, it was a fiercely contested encounter. Leeds City had a genuine chance of victory, and the prospects were considerable. Thus, at this moment, Hu Lai's goal, which allowed the Pirates to regain the lead, struck particularly hard against the Leeds fans. Maintaining silence in the face of their team's potential loss was, in itself, the greatest tribute to Hu Lai. On the sidelines, Parati embraced his coaches, celebrating the goal. A short distance away, Clark sighed heavily, his contrasting demeanor captured in a single frame by the television cameras, providing one of the most poignant illustrations of the match. The players from Madrid Pirates rushed towards Hu Lai, enveloping him in jubilant embraces. They excitedly patted him on the back, roaring in his ear, while others animatedly gestured towards the Leeds City supporters in the stands. Yet, amidst their exuberance, Hu Lai remained solemn, his expression devoid of a smile. Nearby, Leeds City's goalkeeper, Van der Ven, rose from the ground, casting a glance back at the ball nestled in the net, then turning to the throng of Pirates players surrounding Hu Lai. With hands on hips, he shook his head and sighed. Deep down, he had suspected this outcome when he committed to the challenge. However, he had no choice but to take the risk. This time, luck was not on his side. Ben Grist had returned just in time to witness the ball's descent into the goal, raising his hands to cover his face. He felt responsible for the goal conceded. If only his attention had not been briefly diverted by the ball, he would have noticed Hu Lai's presence. As Hu Lai's former teammate, he was acutely aware of the necessity to remain vigilant and avoid errors when facing him. Yet, controlling his focus proved to be an arduous task. Defending against Hu Lai was truly a tormenting endeavor. Earlier, during Leeds City's offensive, Peter Williams had been positioned on the right flank, awaiting a clearance from Ramirez that fortuitously landed near him. He had intended to intercept Ian, but inadvertently allowed Ian to head the ball past him. Witnessing the goal, Peter Williams felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He should have committed a foul. He could have simply brought Ian down. How infuriating. As Juan Ramirez cleared the ball with his head, Kamara, hands on his head, lamented his missed opportunity to score. However, the sudden uproar from the stands snapped him out of his regret, prompting him to turn and sprint back with all his might. However, when Hu Lai scored, he had only just crossed the halfway line, leaving him unable to prevent the loss. Breathless, Kamara halted, resting his hands on his knees to support his upper body, lifting his gaze towards his own penalty area. Jose Jean peered into the distance towards his goal, watching as the players of Madrid Pirates jubilantly surged past him. Back in his homeland, he had often wondered what made Hu Lai so remarkable. Once I arrive in Europe, I could dominate like him. Yet, upon truly entering the Premier League, he realized the magnitude of what Hu Lai had achieved here. And the chasm between himself and Hu Lai had widened significantly, akin to the imposing Benning mountain range looming to the west of the city. Jose Jean tilted his head back, closing his eyes, allowing the chilling rain to wash over his face. The Leeds City fans in the stands remained silent, letting the rain drench them. Only 1,100 Madrid Pirates fans in the southeast corner of the away section were exuberantly cheering. This scene caught the eye of David Miller in the north stand, who couldn't help but scoff. Foolish Spaniards. They still don't know how to properly celebrate Hu's goal. Despite having more home fans, their atmosphere pales in comparison to ours. Such a waste. Little Matthew, hearing his father's complaints, chose not to retort this time. Fully understanding why his father was so irritable, at this moment, he shared his father's sentiment. He sincerely wished that Hu would not leave Leeds City, only to return to Flanders Stadium as an opponent. He understood that moving to Madrid Pirates would be beneficial for Huai's career. Just look at his form at Madrid Pirates. Scoring in 9 consecutive matches across the league and Champions League while playing for a prestigious club, the potential was boundless. Yet, emotions and reason were at odds. Logically, he comprehended that Huai's departure from Leeds City was the right choice, but emotions reminded the Leeds City fans, including the father and son duo, that they wished Hu would forever don the Leeds City jersey and perform his signature celebration at Flanders Stadium. Let God have his own, and let the devil have his. But we only want Hu. This profound sense of disappointment and regret struck every Leeds City fan present, rendering them silent. Their silence quickly cooled the atmosphere of a stadium that had been lively for 80 minutes. P.S. It is the last day of 2021. I kindly request everyone to cast a few monthly votes. Additionally, I would like to recommend a book I have recently been following. What if the female lead runs out of the book? By Laserbottle. The ideal female protagonist from the book suddenly appears beside the struggling author, Chu Gu, an amusing daily life of the creator and the characters. Honestly, this concept is truly brilliant. Just imagine if my characters Hu Lai and Li Qingqing were to step out of the pages into reality. I would willingly sacrifice 20 pounds of my own flesh as the price. End of chapter. Chapter 112. Reunions, Farewells, and Thunder. Although Hu Lai's goal, scored in nearly 80 minutes, dealt a heavy blow to Leeds City's morale. However, the head coach of Leeds City, Tony Clark, did not concede defeat. With only 10 minutes remaining and just one goal separating the teams, it was certainly not the time to give up. Clark swiftly made a substitution, utilizing his final change to replace Junpei Senkawa with Charlie Porter, abandoning any notion of defensive midfield play. Upon his entrance, Porter assumed the role of right winger, while Peter Williams reverted to the center, partnering with Jay Adams. At this juncture, Peter disregarded Ramirez and charged forward to confront the Madrid Pirates directly. This approach, of course, risked conceding even more goals, but with defeat already looming, it was better to gamble everything, perhaps to turn the tide in their favor. No, Clark dared not entertain thoughts of a comeback. However, if they could level the score and draw against the formidable Madrid Pirates at home, it would indeed be deemed acceptable. Junpei Senkawa walked off the pitch with his head bowed, and Clark embraced him gently, patting his back. You did well, Senkawa. Do not blame yourself. He understood that Senkawa was still lamenting his inability to prevent Hu Lai's second goal. Senkawa nodded silently and returned to the bench. On the field, Leeds City seized the final 10 minutes to launch a desperate assault on the Madrid Pirates. Their offensive was indeed sharp, applying immense pressure on the Pirates. Particularly, Kamara seemed tireless, sprinting back and forth along the flank, weaving in and out with relentless energy. He sprinted, cut inside, changed direction, shot, and crossed. He was everywhere. Observing this, Parati swiftly adjusted, instructing the team to consolidate their defense. They opted for the simplest method of long balls to penetrate, utilizing Ruiz as a pivot in the forward line and Hu Lai's opportunistic abilities to trouble Leeds City's defense while alleviating pressure on their own. The Leeds City fans in the stands rallied their team with songs of encouragement. Yet, until the injury time, the score remained unchanged. The one-goal lead held by the Madrid Pirates loomed like an insurmountable barrier for Leeds City. Zhou Zijing had 2 attempts on goal, one straying wide of the frame and the other, despite being on target, was easily gathered by the Pirates goalkeeper, Haywell, without creating even a corner or a chance for a teammate to follow up. With 4 minutes of injury time, it was Leeds City's last glimmer of hope. By the 3rd minute, they still had not breached Haywell's defenses. With only a minute remaining, possession shifted to the Madrid Pirates. The cheers from the stands at Flanders Stadium diminished significantly. Many Leeds City supporters recognized the daunting challenge of scoring again. Indeed, in the final moments, the Madrid Pirates adeptly leveraged their possession advantage, passing the ball back and forth, forcing Leeds City's players into futile sprints. Even the most devoted fans in the North Stand found their thoughts drifting away from the match at that moment. If Who were still with us, we would undoubtedly triumph in this match, someone lamented. There are matters that cannot be altered, so let us accept reality, my friend. Regardless of how reluctant we may feel, we must grow accustomed to the days ahead without Who, others advised. A collective sigh escaped the group. The Leeds City supporters fell silent, their gaze fixed upon the pitch. Were this a mere ordinary match against a common adversary, they could have expressed their discontent with boos, allowing their opponents to feel the ire and dissatisfaction of the Leeds supporters. Yet, facing Hu Lai, how could they bring themselves to do so? Hu Lai, unwilling to celebrate a goal in their presence, naturally dissuaded them from booing him for their loss. In a swift exchange, Tanini suddenly made a diagonal pass from the left flank, aiming to launch another surprise attack. As he delivered the ball, Hu Lai dashed forward, eager to receive it. Beside him, Leeds City's captain Peter Williams was also trailing back. However, neither managed to make contact with the ball, as Tanini's pass was too wide, intercepted by Ben Grist. Observing this, Hu Lai slowed his pace, and Peter Williams came to a halt alongside him. The two former teammates appeared simultaneously on the broadcast, one clad in the away kit of the Madrid Pirates, veering to the left, while the other, in the Leeds City colors, turned to the right. This scene evoked a poignant reaction from English commentator Matthew Cox, who remarked, "I cannot fathom how heart-wrenching this moment must be for the Leeds City supporters. Witnessing their once promising young talent parting ways. The uncertainty of whether they would reunite in the future lingered, as did the question of whether such a reunion would happen in Leeds City, a decision beyond the fans' control. The only solace they could cling to were the cherished memories of the two players during their time together." From the stands, someone began to sing, and the melody emanated from the north stand. Who had the what a goal? The song swiftly spread, with more voices joining in. Who? 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 The entire stadium resonated with the chant, Hu Lai is what a goal. With victory now out of reach, it seemed more fitting to dedicate the remaining moments of the match to reminiscing about the glorious past that was destined to fade. All the fans roared in unison, Hu. Who? 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 Amidst the echoing cheers, Hu Lai, slowly retracing his steps, lifted his gaze towards the stands. The enormous tifo, previously displayed before the match and then concealed, was once again unfurled from the top of the south stand. As the canvas gradually unfolded, the words "Welcome home, Hu," along with the silhouette of his celebratory gesture, emerged before their eyes. Like a grand theatrical performance coming to a close, the curtain slowly descends from the apex of the stage. Han Shiyu aimed her phone at the southern stand, and this scene evoked memories of what the Leeds City fans had articulated during pre-match interviews. This is both a reunion and a farewell. She suddenly felt that Hu Lai's 2.5 years at Leeds City had only truly culminated at this very moment, at least for these Leeds City supporters. September 28, 2027, marked the day they bid farewell to Hu Lai, as well as his final act at the Flanders Stadium. Whether by coincidence or fate, as the enormous tifo completely unfurled, the referee simultaneously blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. The game concluded. The Madrid Pirates triumphed over Leeds City with a score of 3-2 away. Hu Lai, having scored twice in this match, was undoubtedly the standout player. He continued his fiery form that began with the new season, though this time, his victims were his former club, Leeds City. The players of the Madrid Pirates commenced their jubilant celebrations, while the substitute players rushed onto the field to join in the revelry. Conversely, the Leeds City players accepted their defeat with a subdued demeanor. The fans in the stands mirrored this sentiment, once again displaying the pre-prepared messages they wished to convey to Hu Lai. The television broadcast camera swept across the stands, showcasing these banners one by one. Welcome back, Hu. Flanders will always be your home. Thank you for everything, Hu. When you arrived, we were nobodies. Now that you leave, we are kings of Europe. Surrounding each banner were the relentless applause of Leeds City supporters. With the conclusion of the match, the suspense dissipated, allowing them to express their feelings for Hu Lai freely, unencumbered by other concerns. They had all been prepared beforehand. Regardless of the match's outcome, it was time to formally bid farewell to Hu Lai. When Hu Lai saw Peter Williams, bare-chested and holding a Leeds City jersey, approach him, he instantly comprehended the intent. "Come, let us exchange jerseys." Peter extended the jersey toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Lai removed his Pirates jersey and handed it over. Yet, upon receiving Peter's jersey, he was taken aback. It was not the number 10 Leeds City jersey belonging to Peter Williams, but rather the number 14 jersey emblazoned with his own name. "This is what my grandmother asked me to deliver to you. She expressed her hope that you would wear a Leeds City jersey once more." Hu Lai momentarily stood in stunned silence. Then, without delay, he bent down and pulled the jersey over his head. Seeing Hu Lai clad in the Leeds City number 14 jersey, Peter smiled and nodded. "Yes, indeed. You look much better like this. Now, go and bid them farewell." He patted Hu Lai on the back and gently pushed him towards the stands. As Hu Lai donned the Leeds City jersey, the arena erupted into applause, accompanied by a wave of cheers. Who has once again donned the Leeds City jersey. He placed his hand over his heart and continuously bowed slightly towards the stands. Witnessing this scene, I believe many Leeds City fans felt immense joy. If there were to be any regret, it would be that Hu did not have the opportunity to perform his signature celebration in this stadium, as Matthew Cox poignantly remarked. Prior to the match, the Leeds City fans orchestrated a grand event, seemingly hoping that Hu would celebrate a goal during the game. But I suspect they merely wished to witness once more their hero descending from the heavens at Flanders. After all, the last time they witnessed such a moment in their home ground was on May 16th of this year during the final round of the Premier League, when Hu scored his last goal at Flanders. At that moment, Clearly, no one realized that goal would serve as Hu's farewell to this stadium. Perhaps the Leeds City fans simply sought to mend the regret of not being able to bid Hu a proper farewell at home. Suddenly, a song resonated through the stadium, not the Leeds City anthem, nor the Who's song, but a timeless classic, albeit with slightly altered lyrics. The melody soared, and the entire assembly of Leeds City fans began to sing along. City roads, take me home, to the place I belong. West Yorkshire, Mountain Mama. City roads, take me home. Each Leeds City supporter in the stands opened their arms, singing passionately along with the music. It was a magnificent chorus of 30,000 voices. Phone, listening to the song, could not help but express, Leeds City is Hu Lai's first stop in Europe. In a sense, this is indeed his home in Europe. He evolved from an unknown player to a renowned figure, a millionaire known by all. He made Leeds City what it is today, and in turn, Leeds City made him. They met during their most splendid times, and together penned a tale of dreams and love. I still vividly recall that moment 2.5 years ago. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, when Hu Lai first represented Leeds City in the Premier League, opening a new world for us. As Phone recounted this story, many Chinese fans in front of their televisions seemed to return to that festive spring festival. Hu Lai came on as a substitute, scoring the first goal by a Chinese player in Premier League history. That marked the beginning of a legendary journey. And now, this chapter of the legend has drawn to a close. In the days to come, both Hu Lai and Leeds City will embark on their separate paths. Much like the scene between Hu Lai and Peter Williams during the match, the Leeds City fans had prepared a song for Hu Lai's return. And I too wish to dedicate a song to commemorate Hu Lai's time at Leeds City. Memories linger, warm as yesterday, still resonating in the heart. Parting swiftly, we wish each other well. Do you feel the depth of our emotions? As flowers bloom and wither, drifting through dreams, may you not forget me. In the midst of song, Hu Lai approached the lower section of the north stand, waving to express his gratitude to the Leeds City fans. The crowd surged forward, stretching out their arms and chanting ho, ho, ho. The security and police were on high alert, surrounding the area, not out of fear for Hu Lai's safety, but concerned that the throng of fans could lead to a crush. Observing the situation spiraling out of control, Hu Lai waved repeatedly and began to retreat. Yet the fans continued to shout, their outstretched hands seemingly pleading for him to stay. It was only when he finally disappeared into the players' tunnel that the fervent supporters began to regain their composure. Levin stared vacantly at the entrance of the players' tunnel and asked, "Is he really leaving?" "Yes, he has departed," David Miller replied. "This farewell is quite fitting. Except for the fact that we missed the chance to showcase ourselves before that group of Spanish fans," John sighed. "Never mind, John. I believe those Spaniards will eventually learn." David Miller reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. "Who the hell cares whether the Spaniards learn or not? I just wanted to support Hu Lai at Flanders Stadium one last time," Levin murmured. It seemed that they would never have that opportunity again. This time, David Miller offered no comfort, as he too felt a sense of regret. All their words were merely excuses to indulge their own desires. The group stood in silence for a while, as the cheers from the crowd gradually subsided. Finally, David Miller spoke up, "Come on, mates. Let us return to the White Rose for a drink. Regardless of anything, we have given Hu Lai a grand farewell." No sooner had he finished speaking than a commotion arose from the direction of the west stand. Young Matthew pointed excitedly, "Dad, look." Everyone turned to see Hu Lai, who had already exited, suddenly re-emerging from the players' tunnel. The Leeds City fans, reluctant to leave after the match, were astonished to witness this unexpected return. They erupted in cheers. Amidst the jubilant cries, Hu Lai, back on the sidelines, first waved to the crowd and then pointed towards the field below the north stand before sprinting in that direction. David Miller, momentarily stunned by Hu Lai's reappearance, quickly regained his wits and shouted, "Quick, guys, get ready." The others, now alert to Hu Lai's intentions, suppressed their excitement. Thus, the once boisterous Flanders Stadium fell into an anticipatory hush. In the southeastern corner, 1,001 Madrid Pirates fans, who were in the process of exiting, paused. Captivated by this sudden turn of events, their curiosity piqued as they turned to see what the Leeds fans would do next. Hu Lai, approaching the base of the north stand, adjusted his stride, sprinted forward, and leapt high into the air. "Prepare." Countless fans in the stands raised their arms in unison. On the media bench, Han Shuyu, upon witnessing Hu Lai's sudden return to the court, activated her phone's camera, instinctively realizing the impending events. She even held her breath, seemingly fearful of disrupting the rhythm. In midair, Hu Lai crossed his arms over his chest, executed a perfect 180-degree turn, and descended. Simultaneously, he spread his legs apart and swung his arms down from his chest. In that fleeting moment, the Madrid Pirates supporters distinctly heard the collective intake of breath from the Leeds City fans. When Hu Lai landed gracefully, his feet firmly planted on the ground, revealing the number and name on his back, a thunderous roar echoed over Flanders Stadium. Note: the song is adapted from Take Me Home, Country Roads, originally penned and performed by John Denver. Another note: the song is derived from Fong Fei-Fei's The Past Is Like Yesterday, based on the American tune When You and I Were Young, Maggie, composed by James Austin Butterfield. Both songs have been added to the QQ Music playlist Fox in the Forbidden Zone. P.S. I would like to request a brief hiatus. During the 3-day New Year's holiday, I will take my child to Dongjiangsa for leisure activities. Considering the need to drive and rise early to catch the sunrise, I will have no time to write. Currently, I have only 4 chapters saved, so I will only be able to post one update during the holiday. I appreciate your understanding. The chapter concludes. Chapter 113. Thoughts of Zhou Zijin in a recent UEFA Champions League group match. The home team Leeds City ultimately succumbed to the Madrid Pirates with a score of 2-3 at Flanders Stadium. The outcome of the match was inconsequential. What truly mattered were the stories and emotions entwined within it. Whose return to Flanders Stadium saw him net 2 goals. With the second goal shattering the momentum Leeds had begun to build, Who fulfilled his pre-match promise. Despite scoring twice, he refrained from celebrating, visibly displaying a profound affection for a team he had served for merely 2.5 seasons, a sentiment reciprocated by the Leeds City fans. Following Hu's first goal, the supporters even applauded him. After the match, media outlets worldwide released reports regarding this UEFA Champions League encounter. The result was of little significance. The match's progress drew scant attention. Everyone focused on Hu Lai's treatment at Flanders Stadium, when the players entered the field and the Hu song resonated through Flanders Stadium. I believed that would be the most touching moment of the match. However, I was mistaken, for when Hu scored his first goal, the resounding applause revealed that the love Leeds City fans held for Hu could not be encapsulated by a mere song. I thought the applause following the goal was sufficient to illustrate Hu's esteemed place in the hearts of the Leeds City supporters, yet I was wrong again. After the game concluded, the entire crowd sang a revised version of Take Me Home, Country Roads in unison with the live broadcast, leaving me profoundly astonished. At that moment, seated in the media section, I mused that this scene would splendidly conclude the match. Yet, reality swiftly proved my naivety. Clad in his Leeds United jersey, Hu Lai waved farewell to the fans, only to unexpectedly return after retreating to the players' tunnel. Amidst the thunderous cheers and eager gazes of the supporters, he finally performed the celebratory gesture that the Leeds fans had implored him to execute prior to the match. At that instant, I experienced a veritable thunderclap at the Flanders Stadium. Words fail to encapsulate the emotions that surged within me as I witnessed this moment unfold before my eyes. I believe that only those who experience it firsthand can truly comprehend the profound significance of home in the world of football. When Hu Lai re-emerged at the entrance of the players' tunnel, the Flanders Stadium erupted in rapturous applause, the visuals swaying to such an extent that clarity was nearly lost. This was a clip from the perspective of the fans present at the scene. While the resolution may not have been pristine, the vantage point rendered it all the more invaluable. Following the match, a plethora of such videos surfaced online, all recorded by enthusiastic supporters on their mobile devices. After all, when Hu Lai returned to the field, television broadcasts had already concluded and shifted to post-match advertisements. Thus, those watching the live telecast were blissfully unaware of the astonishing spectacle that transpired at the Flanders Stadium while their screens displayed commercials. This explains the surge of videos released thereafter. Upon hearing of this remarkable occurrence, everyone frantically sought out footage from the event, eager to ascertain whether the reality matched the fans' exuberant accounts. As Hu Lai sprinted toward the pitch beneath the north stand, the videographer gasped in excitement. "Here he comes. He is on his way." He even zoomed in, allowing viewers to catch a clearer glimpse of Hu Lai's figure. In the slightly shaky footage, Hu Lai leapt, executing his signature celebration, while the audience could hear the videographer's sharp intake of breath. Ultimately, the moment culminated in a resounding "H-E-U." Beneath every one of these videos, fervent responses poured in. "My God, I have goosebumps." When Hu announced that he would not celebrate after scoring during the match, I believed I would never witness this moment. Yet Hu understood our anticipation. Having left the field, he returned once more to gift us this unique celebration. It felt like a love letter to all Leeds United supporters, profoundly romantic. What renders football so captivating? It is the extraordinary stories that perpetually unfold upon the verdant pitch. I extend my gratitude to Hu and the Leeds United fans for co-authoring this legendary tale. Who can fathom how many times I have replayed this video? I feel that in my most challenging moments ahead, as long as I have this video to accompany me, I shall rekindle my courage for life. Thank you, Hu. On the domestic network in China, this video has moved countless individuals, though the fans of Antong's shining star expressed a hint of jealousy. Strictly speaking, we are the true home of Hu Lai. When will Hu Lai return home? Other fans offered them solace, for Hu Lai's sake. You might as well not expect him back in the Chinese Super League. The Shining Star fans need not weep. Hu Lai's professional journey has already left an indelible mark upon them. As a fan, I find great solace in the fact that Chinese players can enjoy such accolades. It is noteworthy that Hu Lai garnered the affection of so many fans during his 2.5 seasons at Leeds City. Now, as he plays for the Madrid Pirates, one can only imagine the support he might win from Spanish fans should the Chinese team compete in Madrid during the 2030 World Cup in Spain and Portugal. Could we perhaps indulge in the fantasy of the Chinese team playing as if at home? This thought, voiced by someone above, suddenly ignited a fervent anticipation for the World Cup. However, upon checking, one realizes that the World Cup is still 3 years away. Upon returning home and switching on the light, Sun Quan Junping heard a voice nearby. Turning to Zhou Zijing, he asked, "Are you still watching?" "I'm reading the comments." Zhou Zijing replied, gazing at his phone. "Is it from a domestic site?" Sun Quan Junping inquired. "A small platform," Zhou Zijing replied. Sun Quan Junping was somewhat surprised. "Aren't you just inviting frustration?" He could easily imagine that, at that very moment, all comments and bullet screens on Chinese websites would be effusive in their praise for Hu Lai. The time difference did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of the fervent Chinese fans. Given Zhou Zijing's attitude towards Hu Lai, was reading the comments not a form of self-torment? Hearing Sun Quan Junping's remark, Zhou Zijing suddenly asked, "What does the news in Japan say about this?" "They are all exclaiming and praising. Hu is quite popular in Japan as well," Sun Quan Junping replied candidly. "Would you like me to translate it for you?" Zhou Zijing shook his head. "Never mind. I would rather not humiliate myself." Upon hearing this, Sun Quan Junping chuckled. "I genuinely thought you had a penchant for masochism." They had just returned from a post-match dinner with Hu Lai. After the match, the other players of the Madrid Pirates took an overnight flight back to Madrid, while Hu Lai remained behind to treat his friends in Leeds City to a meal. Although Zhou Zijing's relationship with Hu Lai could hardly be described as a close friendship, he was nonetheless among the invitees, as they were all Chinese players. During the dinner, no one discussed the recently concluded match. Instead, they engaged in light-hearted banter about various mundane and amusing matters. Laughter filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere, although Zhou Zijing appeared somewhat subdued. On one hand, his language proficiency had yet to reach a level where he could easily engage in cheerful conversation. On the other hand, he had not yet integrated into the core circle of Leeds City. Hu Lai did not make a concerted effort to engage with Zhou Zijing, nor did he intend to use this opportunity to help him assimilate into the team. That was Zhou Zijing's personal journey, and Hu Lai never overstepped his boundaries. Every individual must tread a path distinct from others, shaped by their unique character, a journey that only they can embark upon, for no one else can offer assistance. Upon returning from dinner, Sinkawa Junpei discovered that Zhou Zijing was still engrossed in that video of Hu Lai, which illuminated the reasons behind Zhou's subdued demeanor during their meal. The one who fervently proclaimed his desire to surpass Hu Lai seemed to have realized just how vast the chasm between them truly was, delivering a heavy blow to his spirits. Sinkawa Junpei refrained from offering consolation, for he was at a loss on how to comfort him. After all, aiming to defeat Hu Lai is no trivial pursuit. Observing Zhou Zijing sprawled on the living room sofa upon arriving home, Sinkawa Junpei resolved to retreat to his own room for some rest. Yet, as he ascended the staircase, Zhou called out to him, "Sinkawa, what kind of celebratory gesture should I think of to be cooler than Hu Lai in the future?" Sinkawa Junpei smirked slightly. "Perhaps you could slide and kneel." "Isn't sliding and kneeling quite ordinary?" Zhou Zijing furrowed his brows in contemplation, then exclaimed, "Aha! If I can slide out 3 stripes, that would be incredibly cool." Sinkawa Junpei chose to disregard this fellow, waving his hand dismissively. "Good night, Zhou Zijing." Good night, Sinkawa. As Sinkawa Junpei climbed the stairs, he heard Zhou's voice again. Ho. He shook his head, realizing he was unnecessarily fretting over this lad. P.S. Wishing everyone a joyous new year. Chapter 114. A child worth teaching. Hu Lai, after hosting a gathering, ultimately did not spend the night in Leeds, due to the unavailability of suitable flight times. He chartered a private jet, flying directly from Leeds Airport to Madrid, ensuring he returned home before midnight. When Li Qingqing saw Hu Lai at the doorstep, her eyes widened in disbelief. Aren't you? With a swift motion, Hu Lai embraced her. Li Qingqing caught a faint whiff of alcohol. Have you been drinking? No. But they did. Reuniting must have been delightful. Indeed, quite joyful. Did you not say you would return tomorrow? I wanted to surprise you. Li Qingqing chuckled, gently patting his back. You must have heard that phrase many times tonight, but I shall say it again. Welcome home. Hu Lai closed his eyes, savoring the warmth and fragrance of his beloved in his embrace. Though hiring a private jet incurs substantial costs, in comparison to the tender warmth enveloping him at that moment. What is money? After a splendid night at Flanders Stadium, he was eager to return and share his experiences with his beloved. Upon seeing Hu Lai at the training ground, Madrid Pirates coach Parati was somewhat taken aback. Did you not say you would return this morning? I thought you would miss the recovery training. I rushed back last night. Parati's eyes widened in surprise. How did you manage that? I rented a private jet, sir. Parati sighed. You truly are a professional, Hull. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Very well, let us proceed to training. We have a league match against Samir Sports ahead. Parati waved his hand. Hu Lai's timely return brought him great joy, especially considering his excellent form. However, unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to the intense UEFA Champions League match he had played just the day before, he appeared somewhat fatigued on the training ground today, his legs weak and his performance subpar. Parati fully understood this and did not blame Hu Lai, nor did he even pose a question. In his view, if Hu Lai consistently maintained his outstanding form and fitness, that would indeed be a cause for concern. The current situation merely indicated that Hu Lai, like any normal person, occasionally experienced dips in performance, which is entirely natural. Parati also planned to ensure that Hu Lai would not play the full match in the upcoming game against Samir Sports. While he would still start, he intended to substitute him early. He hoped Hu Lai could score before being replaced, thereby equaling the club's consecutive scoring record set by Agustin Rivero 14 years ago, a record broken during his coaching tenure, of which he felt a sense of pride. On Saturday, October 2nd, during the 8th round of La Liga, the Madrid Pirates hosted Samir Sports. Following their Champions League match against Leeds City on Tuesday, Parati made adjustments to the starting lineup for the Pirates. Nevertheless, regardless of the rotations, Hu Lai remained a starter, partnering with center forward Sanabria Ruiz in a dual striker formation. The most significant suspense surrounding the match was not the outcome, but rather whether Hu Lai could find the back of the net. Since joining the Madrid Pirates, he had scored in 9 consecutive club matches, totaling 15 goals. In the league, he had netted 11 goals in 7 matches, leading the scoring charts. In second place was Mela Benija, who had scored 7 goals in the same number of matches, an impressive average of 1 goal per game. In previous seasons, such a performance would have sufficed for Mela Benija to lead the scoring list, yet he found himself in second place this time. Tied for third were Mela Benija's teammates Salados and Mario Salado from Catalonia, both having scored 4 goals. Should Hu Lai score against Samir Sports, he would equal the record held by the esteemed Rivero. The suspense did not linger for long. In the 27th minute, Ruiz's header was parried by the Samir Sports goalkeeper, and Hu Lai, ever alert, deftly followed up with a successful shot. The ball soared into the net of Samir Sports. Who? He is here. He has scored in his 8th consecutive league match. He has equaled Agustin Rivero's record. After scoring, Hu Lai sprinted towards the corner flag, poised to execute his signature celebration. This time, as he spread his legs and landed on the ground, the Grand Island Park Stadium, with a capacity of 80,000, erupted with a resounding cheer. Ho! Though still somewhat disorganized and with timing that was not perfectly synchronized, the roar was far more magnificent than the sporadic shouts of earlier. It has been demonstrated that 80,000 is nearly 3 times greater than 30,000. Thus, the momentum generated by 80,000 is far more impressive than that created by 30,000. The Spanish commentator Alvarez Sanchez chuckled. Clearly, the Pirate fans had diligently reviewed the video of the previous match featuring the Leeds City fans. He was indeed correct. That video circulated widely across the internet. making it impossible for the Madrid Pirates supporters to overlook it. Especially those 1,100 Madrid Pirates fans who traveled with the team were the most profoundly affected. They had not been oblivious to the synergy between the Hu Lai and Leeds City fans, yet experiencing it live, hearing that thunderous roar, was vastly different from watching it via television or online videos, and it left them astounded. The Leeds City fans seemed to be intentionally showcasing their vocal prowess, shouting with extraordinary volume. This ignited a competitive spirit among the Madrid Pirates fans. How could we allow ourselves to be outdone? If 80,000 were to be overshadowed by 30,000, it would be utterly humiliating. Thus, upon returning from Leeds, various Madrid Pirates fan organizations unanimously resolved to produce a louder cheer during their home match on Saturday than the Leeds City supporters. To this end, they reviewed past videos of Hu Lai scoring at the Flanders Stadium, meticulously studying the timing and execution. Some even sought advice from Leeds City fans on when to inhale and how to ensure that such a large crowd could synchronize their voices effectively. After considerable effort, the result was presented as follows. Although not yet perfectly synchronized, it was a significant improvement compared to before. The Leeds City fans in the White Rose pub offered a fair assessment of this outcome. They remarked at the broadcast of the La Liga match on television. It's not bad, considering this was their first attempt. Achieving this level is commendable. We're pleased our celebratory style has reached Spain. Humph. Those Spaniards aren't entirely foolish. John sighed. I feel that Hu has completely departed from us. Now even our celebratory style has been adopted by the Spaniards. Lowen glanced at him. Isn't this what you taught them? John shot him a glare. Even so, it's still a bit hard to let go. David Miller raised his glass. All right, enough of that. Regardless, everyone will know that Hu is a superstar who emerged from Leeds City. Cheers. The old mates in the pub responded with a resounding ho-oh, considering that since Maxi Kiri's injury, Hu Lai had been playing continuously, starting every match, and would soon return to the Chinese national team for World Cup qualifiers. Perotti substituted him in the 61st minute with Italian forward Daniele Di Quenzo. Even though at that time the Madrid Pirates were only leading Samir Sports by a single goal. Amidst resounding applause and jubilant cheers, Hu Lai descended from the pitch. After embracing his coach, Perotti, he returned to the bench, exchanging high fives with each of his teammates before finally settling down. He removed his cleats and socks, opting for slippers to allow his feet a much-deserved respite. The substitute who replaced him, Di Quenzo, scored a goal 11 minutes into his appearance, bringing the score to 20 for the Madrid Pirates. However, the Pirates, leading by 2 goals, seemed to relax their grip. Consequently, in the 86th minute, Samir Sports managed to net a goal. Fortunately, the timing of Samir Sports' goal came too late, leaving them with scant opportunity to equalize. Ultimately, the Madrid Pirates triumphed at home with a score of 21 against Samir Sports. In this round of league matches, all 3 of the top teams in La Liga secured convincing victories, keeping the Pirates firmly in second place, tied on 24 points with Catalonia League, but slightly disadvantaged on goal difference. Following their previous loss to the Pirates, Madrid Kings found themselves temporarily trailing behind Catalonia League and Madrid Pirates, accumulating 19 points, 5 behind the leaders, and sitting in third place. The teams ranked below the top 10 have yet to break into single digits in points, unless unexpected events transpire. The league championship is likely to be contested among the 3 giants of La Liga this season. While the disparity in team strength within La Liga may not appear as closely matched as that in the Premier League, this does not imply that the battle for the championship in La Liga is any less challenging. In a certain sense, the competition in La Liga is even more intense, as the gap in ability among the 3 teams is narrower than that among the 6 teams in the Premier League. The 6 teams, Stand Park Rangers, Tramed, Manchester Athletic, London Bridge, Battleship Port, and North London Wanderers, though branded as the Big Six, have, in reality, only seen Stand Park Rangers and Manchester Athletic emerge as genuine contenders for the league title over the past 5 seasons. Except for the surprising rise of Leeds City in the 2025-2026 season, the Premier League champions in recent years have predominantly been claimed by these 2 teams. This current Premier League season, though only 8 matches in, has seen Manchester Athletic achieve a perfect record of 8 victories, amassing 24 points and leading Stand Park Rangers by a staggering 8 points. It seems highly likely that the championship will belong to Manchester Athletic. Conversely, the La Liga season remains shrouded in uncertainty thus far. The Madrid Pirates and Catalonia League have both won all 8 of their matches, The question now is who will falter first. Perhaps by the 10th round, we will witness the national derby between Catalonia League and Madrid Kings, or by the 12th round, the Barcelona derby between Catalonia League and Serie A. Alternatively, we may have to wait until the 19th round for the direct confrontation between the Madrid Pirates and Catalonia League. Chapter 115. Each walks their own path. The match has concluded. Regrettably, Serie A suffered a 12 defeat against the promoted side, Ahel. Zhang Qinghuan appeared deeply frustrated. Just before the final whistle, he had just gained possession of the ball, poised to launch one last offensive. This would have been Serie A's final attempt. But it was cruelly cut short by the referee's whistle. Zhang Qinghuan directed his frustration towards the football, launching it with a powerful kick into the forward field. Observing his demeanor, Hifeng remarked that Zhang was upset over the team's failure to equalize the score. However, his performance in this match was commendable, and the loss was closely tied to the recent conclusion of the Europa League group stage. The coach of Serie A, Casas, likely did not intend to win from the outset, which Hifeng's assertion somewhat corroborates. Indeed, Zhang Qinghuan was not even in the starting lineup for this match. As the midfield linchpin of Serie A, his absence from the first 11 naturally diminished the team's desire to win. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Despite this defeat, Serie A still held the 5th position in the standings, a commendable rank that allows them to allocate more energy towards their Europa League endeavors. In the midweek Europa League group match, Serie A achieved a remarkable victory against the Moscow Bullets, laying a solid foundation for their advancement in the tournament. Sacrificing one league match is not a significant issue. This week, in addition to the Champions League group matches, Europa League games will also take place. In the Champions League, Hu Lai shone brilliantly, captivating all attention upon his return to the Flanders Stadium. Numerous stories unfolded before and after the match, compelling media outlets to report extensively. Comparatively, Zhang Qinghuan's journey in the Europa League has garnered less attention. In this group stage match, Serie A unexpectedly triumphed 3-1 against the traditional Russian powerhouse, Moscow Bullets. With one victory and one draw, Serie A currently ranks 2nd in their group, still in contention for a spot in the Europa League knockout stage. This season, Zhang Qinghuan's performance has been consistently outstanding. Statistically, he is second only to Hu Lai among all Chinese footballers playing abroad, with 1 goal and 2 assists in the league, and 1 assist in the Europa League. Some may undervalue Zhang's contributions in the shadow of Hu Lai's brilliance. However, anyone with a genuine understanding of the sport and a clear perspective recognizes the significance of these statistics. It is not that Zhang Qinghuan lacks quality. Rather, Hu Lai's prowess overshadows him. 8 league matches with 12 goals and 4 in 2 Champions League matches. These are performances that are unparalleled even in the broader European football landscape. Therefore, discussions surrounding Zhang Qinghuan's performance must set aside Hu Lai. Otherwise, the conversation cannot progress meaningfully. Zhang Qinghuan's performance aligns well with his tactical role as the midfield core of Serie A. His exceptional technical skills and vision are perfectly suited to the style of La Liga. Had he chosen to play in the Premier League, Bundesliga, or Serie A instead of joining Serie A and La Liga, he would likely still be struggling. As the oldest among Chinese players pursuing a career abroad, each day of struggle equates to a day wasted in terms of life and time. He must establish himself as a competent European player before the 2030 World Cup in Spain and Portugal. Only then could he potentially lead the Chinese national team further in that tournament. In contrast to the fluidity experienced by Uru in the Dutch second division, Luo Kai's tenure at Tramed can barely be described as anything other than a struggle. Yet, in truth, it is not. After all, his role at Tramed is quite clear. He is merely a rotational substitute. Thus, it is entirely normal for him to have limited playing time. This season, the Premier League has seen 8 rounds of matches, alongside 2 in the Champions League, yet Rokai has yet to make a starting appearance. During the midweek Champions League group stage, Rokai was even omitted from the 18-man squad entirely. Consequently, he was also unable to secure a starting position in the weekend's Premier League match. This is not due to coach Kevin Locke's disdain for him, but rather because Rokai's performance at Tramed has been decidedly average. He has neither scored nor assisted. Given such performances, earning a starting spot at a prestigious club like Tramed is indeed a formidable challenge. However, despite his underwhelming displays, Rokai continues to exert himself fully in every training session. Coach Kevin Locke has previously praised Rokai's professionalism in interviews with Chinese reporters, indicating that his diligent training will inevitably bear fruit. He is merely in need of a touch of luck. And now, It seems that Lady Luck has finally decided to smile upon him. Having been substituted in for less than 10 minutes, Rokai surged down the right flank, utilizing his speed to evade the defense of the Aitchison player. Whether it was arrogance or a lack of understanding of Rokai's capabilities, the defender appeared unprepared for Rokai's sudden acceleration. With a single stride, Rokai left him behind. Just before the ball was about to roll out of play, he struck it towards the goal. Simultaneously, Ricardo Balaya, who had been lurking behind, suddenly surged forward. Bypassing the oblivious Aitchison center back, Paul Godric, and leaped to head the ball. He directed it firmly towards the goal. Aitchison's goalkeeper, Caelan Nugent, was completely unprepared for Balaya's unexpected header. He instinctively raised his hands in a futile attempt at a save, failing to execute a proper full-body dive. The ball had already found its way into the net. Ricardo Balaya, a splendid header. It's a goal. Excellent work. Tramed has pulled one back. Matthew Cox exclaimed, simultaneously recognizing the significance of this goal for Rokai. This marks the first assist for the Chinese player at Tramed. His statistics are finally no longer a blank slate. After delivering the pass, Rokai lost his balance and tumbled off the pitch, but as he regained his composure, he witnessed Balaya's triumphant moment of scoring. The Aitchison fans, positioned near the advertising boards, suddenly fell silent. Rokai paused for a moment before realizing he had made an assist. He sprang to his feet and dashed towards the goal. Meanwhile, Balaya, having risen from the ground, opened his arms and ran towards Rokai. The two met within the confines of the Aitchison penalty area and embraced. The Portuguese prodigy excitedly exclaimed to Rokai, "I told you, Rokai, every drop of sweat you shed will not be in vain. This assist is merely the beginning." Rokai felt that Balaya's words rang true and held firm in his belief. For at that moment, a resounding crack echoed within his heart, as if something shell-like had shattered. My set of skills is equally effective in the Premier League. As Wang Guangwei turned his head, he noticed Torino Bull's forward, Pedro Grazzini, raising his hand for the ball while sprinting towards the near post. Instinctively, he felt compelled to follow suit. However, at that moment, a vivid image flashed through his mind. Grazzini was indeed heading towards the near post, but there was a vacant space behind him, although the gap was initially small. If he pursued Grazzini, wouldn't that space only widen? Wang Guangwei suddenly realized that Grazzini's movement was likely a decoy. The true thrust of Torino Bull's attack lay elsewhere. He swiftly turned around and, indeed, spotted a dark crimson figure surging from behind towards that vacant space. Wang Guangwei hurriedly pivoted forward, attempting to block the impending shot. Yet, by the time he comprehended the situation, he was a fraction too late. Just as he advanced, that dark crimson figure unleashed a powerful kick, sending the ball hurtling towards the goal. The football whisked past him, creating a gust of wind, followed by an overwhelming roar of jubilation. Caesar! Oh! Serious Caesar! He completed a hat trick in this match. Can you imagine this as a 35-year-old man? The eternal Caesar. Torino Bull led 3-0 against Eldria at home. The scoring Serious Caesar didn't even glance at Wang Guangwei, who had failed to block the shot. He stood in Eldria's penalty area, head held high, exuding an air of indifference. Beside him, Wang Guangwei crouched in pain, supporting his knee, a mere backdrop to Caesar's iconic celebration. Meanwhile, his team, Eldria, had become mere soil beneath the feet of the Serie A giants, Torino Bull. After this weekend, La Liga, the Premier League, Serie A, Eredivisie, and Primera Liga would temporarily pause to make way for the international match days. Chinese players representing various clubs would return to their national teams to participate in the World Cup qualifying rounds. Currently, the Chinese team ranked first in their group. Yet there was no significant gap in points from second-place Syria, both teams having accumulated 9 points, with China leading only by goal difference. The standards for the 40-team qualifying rounds are relatively lenient. Merely securing a top 2 finish in the group would guarantee advancement to the final 12. That stage will ultimately determine whether the Chinese team can partake in the 2030 World Cup in Spain and Portugal. In pursuit of this goal, regardless of the circumstances they face, the expatriate national team members are striving diligently. Not everyone enjoys the same glory as Hu Lai. Some among them are still grappling with challenges. Yet, this is their respective journey. P.S. Tomorrow I will resume regular updates. Thank you all for your understanding and support. End of chapter. Chapter 116. The U23 team and the national team sigh. Why is everyone off playing in the World Cup qualifiers while we have to compete with the U23 team? What? Am I actually a U-23 player? As he walked towards the hotel dining area, Zhou Zijing lamented. Xia Xiaoyu chuckled and replied, the matches of the U-23 team are quite significant too. At the beginning of next year, the U-23 Asian Cup will take place, which is crucial for our chance to participate in the Olympics. Zhou Zijing pursed his lips and remarked, of course, I am aware. Your earnest explanation only makes me seem like a fool, Xiaoyu. In response, Xia Xiaoyu smiled silently. Zhou Zijing sighed. Compared to the national team, hardly anyone pays attention to the Olympic team. When we arrived at the airport, there were barely any media present. Isn't that rather favorable? The pressure is significantly lessened. If we fail to make it to the Olympics this time, we will be deemed responsible, Xia Xiaoyu stated. At that point, the outside world will say that Hu Gu and his generation of Olympic team players opened a door for Chinese football, only for our current team to close it again. Would you want people to say that, Zhou Zijing? Zhou Zijing snorted, absolutely not. Thus, we must strive diligently. As they conversed, they reached the entrance of the restaurant, where they encountered fellow teammates from the Olympic team, who quickly gathered around them. Naturally, the primary focus was on Zhou Zijing, as he had just participated in a UEFA Champions League match against the Madrid Pirates. And everyone was eager to inquire about his experience. Although Xia Xiaoyu's team, Alvara, also competed in the Champions League, he had yet to seize an opportunity to play. Among the Olympic team, only Zhou Zijing possessed Champions League experience. Zhou, please share with us your feelings about the Chinese derby in the Champions League, they urged. Zhou Zijing waved his hand dismissively. What feelings? I had none at all. Disappointment swept over the group. How could you have no feelings? Speak honestly, brother. Once I stepped onto the field, my mind was consumed with the coach's instructions. How could I possibly think about what the media was hyping up? Let me tell you, that was the Champions League, the pinnacle of football, with a pace even faster than the Premier League. I had no time to ponder the notion of a Chinese derby. I was fully focused on my contest against Aminteki. With his words, the gathered Olympic team players found it difficult to continue inquiring about the Chinese derby. They understood the significance of the Champions League. But Zhou, you are impressive in your own right, being able to contend with Aminteki for so long. After all, he is a World Cup champion. Oh, Aminteki is merely a substitute on that Spanish team. Zhou Zijing waved his hand nonchalantly, though a sense of pride was evident on his face. He was indeed basking in his own glory. Although Kepa Aminteki may not be a starter in the Spanish national team, his selection alone speaks volumes about his capabilities. At 34, he is not too old. As a central defender, his experience is at its peak, and his physical condition has not significantly declined, allowing him to maintain a high level of play for another couple of seasons, especially since he has withdrawn from international duties to focus entirely on his club. He may very well sustain peak form for an extended period. Zhou Zijing's ability to contend with such an opponent in the Champions League is beyond what domestic players can compare. Xia Xiaoyu observed Zhou Zijing, who was quite popular within the national Olympic team, and with a gentle shake of his head, refrained from joining the fray. Just as he was about to head for his meal, he was called by the national Olympic team's head coach, Mai Zhaoqing, Xiaoyu. He promptly halted and respectfully greeted Mai. Hello, Coach Mai. Coach Mai, like Shi Wuyin, had long been at the helm of a youth national team, having guided them since they were U17s, and now he had ascended to the position of head coach for the national Olympic team, earning considerable respect within the squad. Since joining the youth national team, Mai had been Xia Xiaoyu's coach. Although he had temporarily moved to the national team, he had now returned. You won't hold it against me for bringing you back from the national team, will you? Mai chuckled as he addressed Xia Xiaoyu. Xia Xiaoyu quickly waved his hands. Not at all. How could I? Coach Mai, I have always been a member of the national Olympic team. If you need me, I will certainly come. Mai nodded in satisfaction. He understood that players who had already established themselves as key members of the national team would be reluctant to return to the Olympic team. As the caliber of competition was markedly different, the World Cup was undeniably more alluring than the Olympics. However, he had no choice. Both Xia Xiaoyu and Zhou Zijing represented the pinnacle of the national Olympic team's strength. To fulfill the mission assigned by the Football Association regarding their Olympic campaign, he needed these two exceptional young players on his team. His concern lay in the potential dissatisfaction of calling back two players from the national team, which might lead to a negative atmosphere within the Olympic team and diminish their competitive spirit. Additionally, he worried that these two players, having experienced European football, might look down upon their national Olympic teammates, bringing an air of superiority into daily training and competitions, fostering division and discord. Thus, he sought to have a private conversation with Xia Xiaoyu and Zhou Zijing. However, it now appeared that such worries were unfounded. Zhou Zijing, with his charismatic personality, was surrounded by admirers but exhibited no air of aloofness. He received a satisfactory response from Xia Xiaoyu. "Well, you are now a member of the National Olympic team, at least until we complete our participation in the Olympics. But you need not concern yourself with matters regarding the national team, although they will miss you and Zhou Zijing. I am confident they can handle the upcoming 40-team qualifiers without issue. Should the Chinese team advance to the top 12, the first match will commence in early September next year during the national team's match days. By then, the Summer Olympics will have concluded. The National Olympic team will be disbanded, and both Xia Xiaoyu and Zhou Zijing will return to the national team. Thus, this will not hinder their participation in the World Cup qualifiers. However, prior to that, both Xia Xiaoyu and Zhou Zijing must remain with the National Olympic team to partake in various warm-up matches, as well as the U-23 Asian Cup and Olympic qualifiers scheduled in Japan next January. Consequently, Xia Xiaoyu and Zhou Zijing will need to request leave from their clubs, which means they will miss a portion of the club's matches. Should the Chinese Olympic football team successfully secure qualification for the Olympic Games, two players will frequently return to participate in the warm-up matches for the national team, although they need not attend the lengthy training camps. For instance, during the previous Olympic preparation, Hu Lai and his cohort commenced their intensive training a month in advance. Consequently, upon returning for these warm-up matches, it becomes impossible for these two to partake in the national team's competitions. During this season of the second round of the Asian qualifiers, the Chinese national team will have to contend without the presence of Xiaoyu and Zijing. If these two players were merely substitutes, it would be of little consequence. However, they are essential to the starting lineup, one serving as the midfield linchpin and the other as a pivotal offensive force. Fortunately, the national team is currently engaged in the second round of qualifiers. Had it been the final round, it is highly likely that Jorge Dylan would adamantly refuse to release them. In such a scenario, even his opposition would be unnecessary, as the Football Association would probably be reluctant to allow it. After all, they are acutely aware of the relative significance of the World Cup compared to the Olympics. I do not believe the absence of Xiaoyu and Zhou is detrimental to our cause. As the match unfolds before him, head coach Jorge Dylan engages in light conversation with his translator, Eugene Tao. You understands that Dylan possesses a profound desire to express himself. During his previous tenure at Dazhongjin, he often monopolized conversations, eager to share his analyses of various phenomena. He speaks far more with you than with his assistant coach, perhaps due to his enthusiasm for imparting knowledge. Nevertheless, Yu is indeed a fitting confidant, as he attentively listens to Dylan's musings without displaying impatience, seamlessly continuing the dialogue. Although the national team has lost two significant players, we have gained an opportunity to cultivate the skills of others. The Chinese team cannot indefinitely rely on the same 11 players. In truth, even without the Olympic team's call-up, I intended to provide more players with chances. The second round of qualifiers serves as our training ground. Upon hearing Dylan's words, you could not help but quip. Since when did the second round of qualifiers become a training opportunity? Furthermore, Jorge, Syria is the second strongest team in our group, our most formidable opponent in this round. Dylan merely shrugged, remarking, the strongest opponent in the qualifiers is rather overrated. If the Chinese team aspires to make a successful appearance on the Iberian Peninsula in 3 years, we cannot squander excessive time against teams of Syria's caliber. Jorge, I must remind you that while you expound, we have already played 25 minutes against Syria, and the score remains 0-0. Although we enjoy the advantage of home turf, we have yet to take the lead. Certainly, I understand that we have made changes in key positions, necessitating some time for cohesion. However, there is no major cause for concern. Dylan maintains his composed demeanor, neither seeking excuses nor denying the truth. The Chinese team currently struggles to find momentum at home, primarily due to the last-minute alterations in the lineup. Since the commencement of the China Cup in the first half of the year, 3 additional matches in the qualifying rounds have transpired, and the striking duo of Hu Lai and Zhou Zijing has begun to flourish. As Dylan previously articulated, the most suitable offensive strategy for both Hu Lai and the national team is not the 4-3-3 formation from the Shi Wuyin era, but rather the partnership of Zhou Zijing and Hu Lai as dual forwards. Unfortunately, This well-formed tactic was dismantled due to the needs of the Olympic team. Nevertheless, Dylan was not caught unprepared. Any competent head coach understands the necessity of finding substitutes for their starting lineup. While it is challenging to find a suitable replacement for Hu Lai, a substitute for Zhou Zijing is still attainable. Currently, Hu Lai's partner on the field is none other than his former teammate from the Olympic team, the robust and powerful center forward, Tan Yunlong. At 26 years of age, Tan Yunlong has already established himself as a key striker for the South China Tigers. Although he is not the primary scorer for the team, his role is to support the foreign forwards, facilitating goal opportunities, a task in which he excels. He seamlessly fills the void left by Zhou Zijing's departure. As a center forward, Tan Yunlong may not possess the same innate talent or capability as Zhou Zijing. Otherwise, he would not still be playing domestically. However, to be a starting player for a prestigious club like the South China Tigers signifies that he is far from inept. While he may not surpass Hu Lai and Zhou Zijing in competition, he is indeed among the elite forwards in the domestic league. Moreover, partnering with Hu Lai is comparatively effortless. After Luo Kai utilized his speed and technique to break through the defense of the Syrian fullback, he delivered a cross from the byline. Tan Yunlong leapt in the center to intercept, not directing the ball towards the goal, but rather laying it off to the back post. There, Hu Lai surged forth, seizing the opportunity before the Syrian defender could close in. And without allowing the ball to touch the ground, he executed a precise shot, sending the ball into the Syrian net. Hu Lai has scored. The Chinese team leads Syria 1-0. A resounding cheer erupted from the stands as the long-awaited goal from the Chinese fans finally materialized. Dylan pumped his fist vigorously and turned to Hu Jintao, smiling. Moreover, we have who? What is there to worry about against Syria? Hu Jintao chuckled and shook his head, conceding that Dylan was indeed correct. With a prolific scorer like Hu Lai, who is in peak form, there was little cause for concern in merely a qualifying match. P.S. Starting today, we are resuming 2 updates. Thank you all for your understanding and support. Chapter 117. Training in the World Qualifiers. As Jorge Dylan aptly stated, with a player like Hu Lai, who could be considered a phenomenon in European football, if the Chinese team were to struggle in the qualifying rounds, it would indeed be absurd. Although Syria stands as the strongest opponent in this group, that is where the comparison ends. Just as some individuals are deemed versatile warriors due to their formidable prowess, others are so classified merely because they are six-sided. Syria stands as the most formidable opponent for the Chinese team in the second round of the World Cup qualifiers, not due to their inherent strength, but rather because this group lacks genuine rivals such as South Korea, Japan, Australia, Iran, and Saudi Arabia. Hu Lai's goal not only broke the deadlock for the Chinese team, but also instilled a sense of caution among the Syrian players, who concentrated all their efforts on him. This distraction created opportunities for other Chinese players. Just before halftime, Zhang Qinghuan scored, leading China to a 2-0 advantage over Syria. Despite Syria's adjustments in personnel and tactics during the intermission, their efforts proved futile. In the 61st minute, Luo Kai netted a long-range shot, securing a third goal for China. By this stage of the match, victory was no longer in doubt. The Chinese team was poised to triumph at home against Syria, claiming all 3 points. A victory over a direct competitor would aid China in securing the top position in the group, thereby earning a place in the next round of qualifiers. Yet, the Chinese offensive was not yet complete. In the 74th minute, Hu Lai's decisive strike ensured a definitive victory. In the Chinese team's home ground, Syria failed to make any significant impact, suffering a loss that was entirely expected. In the post-match press conference, Jorge Dylan, when asked about the departures of Xia Xiaoyu and Zhou Zijing, expressed his longing for the 2 players but emphasized that the national team has its own rhythm and would not halt its progress due to their absence. He hoped that Xia Xiaoyu and Zhou Zijing would excel with the U-23 team, aiding them in qualifying for the 34th Olympic Games to be held next year in Los Angeles. No one doubted Dylan's sincerity, as the Chinese national team managed to comfortably defeat Syria even without their midfield linchpin Xia Xiaoyu and center forward Zhou Zijing. This outcome served as ample proof. Following this match in the qualifiers, all overseas players returned to their respective clubs, as the Chinese team would have a bye in the next round. While the national team still has training sessions and warm-up matches, Dylan, aiming to assess new players, decided against retaining the overseas players within the squad. For the upcoming friendly against Macau, Dylan intends to field only those players currently playing domestically. The Macau team is relatively weak, having not even participated in the qualifiers. However, the purpose of this friendly is solely to evaluate newcomers and assess players, rendering the opponent's strength inconsequential. The decision made by the national team has met with no objections from the public, with many considering it entirely appropriate. In fact, Hu Lai is aware of details unknown to the public, revealing that Dylan plans to utilize not only this friendly, but also the subsequent qualifiers as opportunities for training. While not as extreme as the match against Macau, where only domestic players were used, there will indeed be a reduction in the playing time of overseas players. This approach aims to ensure they return to their clubs in optimal physical condition while minimizing the risk of injury while representing the national team. On the other hand, it is also aimed at providing domestic players with more opportunities for development and through the qualification rounds to identify suitable players to enhance future lineups. Compared to friendly matches, utilizing this strategy in the official World Cup qualifiers inevitably carries a degree of risk. Thus, Dylan refrained from making public announcements, fearing potential controversy. He intends to wait until the situation solidifies before addressing it. The confidence that empowers Dylan's decision stems from the Chinese national team's previous performance and current ranking in the qualification rounds. As the group stage of the qualification rounds approaches its midway point, excluding the first round where China had a bye, the team has achieved a remarkable record of 4 consecutive victories, accumulating 12 points, scoring 17 goals, and conceding only 1. In the transition from the qualification rounds to the final 12, the top 2 teams from each group advance. Hence, if China secures a top 2 position in the group, they will qualify for the final 12. Currently, the third-place team, Turkmenistan, has only 6 points and a goal difference of 6, trailing significantly behind China. With 4 remaining matches, China needs to win just 2 more to guarantee advancement. The next opponent is Turkmenistan, despite their unbeaten streak in the latter half of the qualification rounds. A victory for China would ensure a 6-point lead over them. Furthermore, since Turkmenistan will have a bye in their last group match, they will face only 1 more match while being 2 points behind China, rendering them unable to threaten China's standing. This substantial advantage diminishes the likelihood of any setbacks for China in the latter half of the qualification rounds. Dylan plans to wait until China secures qualification for the final 12 before opting not to recall any overseas players, relying solely on domestically based players for the remaining qualification matches. This situation has left Hu Lai, who is well aware of the circumstances, reflecting on the previous World Cup cycle. Although the Chinese team reached the final stage, they did not have such an easy experience during the qualification rounds. It required immense effort and a stroke of luck to earn a place in the final 12. The current Chinese team, however, possesses the capacity to use the qualification rounds as training grounds, affirming Dylan's assertion that we have indeed grown stronger. When Joop Munster, the head coach of Amsterdam Athletic, saw Chen Xingyi at the training base, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Goodness, Xing, what brings you back?" Chen Xingyi was equally surprised. "Did the club not receive any notification from the national team, sir?" "What notification?" Munster inquired. "The one stating that I would only play 1 match for the national team," Chen replied. Munster furrowed his brow in contemplation before shaking his head. "There should have been 1, but I didn't pay attention to it. Anyway, since you're already back, what is going on? Don't tell me you're injured." Faced with such a coach, Chen Xingyi felt at a loss for words. "No. It's just that our national team has a bye in the upcoming qualifying round, so Mr. Dylan asked all overseas players to return to their clubs. The remaining match is merely a warm-up, thus there is no necessity for overseas players to participate." Upon understanding the situation, Munster first exhaled in relief, then broke into a smile. Indeed, Jorge is a coach who has extensive experience in Europe, so he comprehends the thoughts of coaches from European teams. Each time you return to China for a match, it wreaks havoc on your physical condition. Chen Xingyi remained silent. He was well aware of the concerns raised by the head coach. Yet could he refuse to return for national matches because of this? Absolutely not. Deep down, Chen Xingyi could never bring himself to do such a thing. As a Chinese player, he harbors a significant ambition to represent his country in the World Cup. Therefore, how could he possibly refrain from returning for crucial qualifiers? After years of diligent training, was it solely to earn a fortune playing in European professional clubs? A Chinese individual, a Chinese player, if they cannot contribute to their nation's football and merely profit in Europe, what distinguishes them from stateless gypsies? Let alone the fact that the environment of Chinese football has improved now. Even during the less favorable times, he would never entertain such thoughts. Nevertheless, he understands the head coach's plight. The issues at hand are objectively present. No matter how fervent his patriotic spirit may be, the problems will not vanish. After each national team match, upon returning to his club, he either becomes a substitute or is entirely omitted from the matchday squad. His physical condition would invariably suffer. This is good news for you. You have a few extra days of rest compared to others. I believe our upcoming match against Rotterdam's elite will be somewhat more relaxed. Monster remarked, implying that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Chen Xingyi would likely start in this Dutch national derby. This indeed is favorable news. Chen Xingyi has already contributed 2 assists in the Eredivisie this season, although he cannot yet claim a steadfast starting position. As long as his form remains consistent and his physical state is sound, he is generally assured of a starting role. Now, he needs to deliver an exceptional performance in this high-stakes match to solidify his standing within the team. The Dutch national derby against Rotterdam's elite presents an excellent opportunity. Should he excel in this match, he may earn a starting spot in the Champions League fixture scheduled for the following week. Since the onset of the new season, his prominence has not rivaled that of Hu Lai, and his statistics do not shine as brightly as those of Huan Ge. Yet, Chen Xingyi is steadily making his mark at Ajax, ensuring that each step he takes is grounded in solid effort. He is aware that he will not remain in the Eredivisie indefinitely. It is only a matter of time before he competes in one of Europe's top 5 leagues. To achieve his aspirations, the experiences at Ajax are invaluable, and he must establish a strong foundation here. Now that you have returned early, I will arrange for the coaching staff to devise a specialized training plan for you. Over the next few days, adhere to this regimen, Monster stated. There are few remaining in our first team, and we will need to train alongside the youth team. Chen Xingyi nodded. I will follow your guidance, sir. Monster was quite pleased with Chen Xingyi's attitude. He patted Chen's shoulder and said, now go warm up. Watching Chen Xingyi dash onto the training field, Monster nodded with a smile. It seemed that the coach was enjoying his time in China, having summoned all the overseas players back home. Although the team was devoid of international players, the domestic squad still triumphed over the Macau team with a resounding score of 6-0 in the upcoming friendly match. Dylan employed different formations in each half, 3-5-2 in the first and 4-4-2 in the second. Given that it was a friendly, both teams had agreed beforehand that each could make a maximum of 6 substitutions. Dylan utilized all 6 substitutions, thoroughly assessing the capabilities and performances of his players. Overall, he was satisfied with the outcome. Meanwhile, the national U23 team played 3 friendly matches during the same period. Zhou Zijing, who had felt somewhat constrained in Leeds, unleashed his prowess with the U23 team, scoring 6 goals and providing 2 assists, helping the team achieve 2 victories and 1 draw, remaining undefeated. Xia Xiaoyu, serving as the midfield linchpin, also delivered a stable performance, contributing 1 goal and 3 assists. Furthermore, the media spotted a coach from Dylan's coaching staff at the U23 team's friendly match. It was evident that he was not merely there out of personal interest, but had been entrusted by Dylan to observe the players' performances. This scene inevitably sparked imaginations about the possibility of a new wave of talent joining the national team after the Olympics. Chapter 118. Time and space companion Sun Quan wandered the streets of Barcelona with an exceptionally spacious backpack, the bulging bag seeming disproportionately large against her petite frame, raising concerns about whether such a burden would weigh her down. However, Sun Quan felt no encumbrance at all. Curiously, she gazed around, surveying the city, holding a translation device endorsed by Hu Lai, embodying the quintessential tourist. Prior to her arrival, she had perused countless travel guides and blogs, memorizing them nearly verbatim, even utilizing satellite mapping software to locate and cross-reference the places mentioned in the writings, thus imprinting the most vivid impressions in her mind. Everything about that person in this city became etched within her thoughts. Although it was her first visit, she felt an uncanny familiarity. For instance, the hotel she had previously stayed at was the same one where he and his teammates had lodged before their home match. The guide detailed precisely how to stake out the area to increase her chances of encountering him and successfully obtaining his autograph. If fortune favored her, she might even have the opportunity for a photograph together. Additionally, there was the restaurant before her, during last year's UEFA Champions League group stage. He had once taken Hu Lai there for a meal, and their shared photograph had sparked the infamous legend of the meal that ignited a scandal. Sun Quan felt compelled to visit that restaurant for a meal as a memento. However, after bravely approaching with her translation device, She soon emerged, crestfallen. There were no tables available. Sun Wan swiftly emerged from her moment of despondency, capturing a selfie in front of the restaurant with her mobile device. In the photograph, her face radiated with a joyful smile. Though she was unable to dine within the establishment, she felt a profound sense of accomplishment simply being in the distant city of Barcelona, having traveled all the way from Andong, China. At last, she could wander the streets he once traversed, inhaling the very air he had breathed. This shared experience across time and space was more than sufficient to instill a sense of contentment within her. After snapping the photo, Sun Wan glanced at her watch. With one hand cradling her backpack, she hurried forward. Her sprinting figure attracted the attention of passers-by. Upon arriving breathlessly at her destination, she noticed a gathering of fans clad in Saria jerseys, all eagerly gazing in the same direction. A wave of relief washed over her, and she smiled once more. She had made it. Soon, the Saria team bus would pass by, en route to their hotel, and if fortune favored her, she might glimpse that face she longed for through the bus window. She would wave at him from the sidewalk, hoping he would notice her. Zhang Qinghuan sat aboard the team bus, having just concluded training at their facility. Now traveling to the hotel where they would spend the night in preparation for the upcoming match against the Madrid Pirates. He lowered his head, engaging in a group chat with Hu Lai on his phone. The restaurant is booked, Hu Lai. It's south the same place we dined at last time. After the game tomorrow, the winner treats. Hu Lai replied, why is it the winner who treats? Qinghuan paused at Hu Lai's question and reviewed his previous message. Indeed, it was the winner who would cover the meal. What was amiss? He inquired, what is wrong with that? If the winning team has to treat, wouldn't he that encourage them to deliberately lose if they don't wish to pay? Wang Guangwei. Chun Xingyi, when I respond with, it's not my issue, it's yours. Xia Xiaoyu. Facebomb's son, Chuan Junping. Damn, bilingual in Chinese and Japanese. Zhang Qinghuan suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. As Hu Lai, far away in Madrid, would not witness it. Fine, let us do it your way. The loser treats. Hu Lai he. For some reason, I suddenly feel a surge of energy within me. I'm determined to have this meal with you, Brother Huan. Sun Wan indeed spotted him. However, he was looking down. Presumably engrossed in his phone, his expression serious. He did not lift his gaze, nor did he cast his eyes toward the street outside the bus window. Thus, he remained oblivious to her presence. Though a pang of disappointment coursed through Sun Wan, she quickly recalibrated her mindset. In her heart, she yearned for the hotel receptionist to fulfill the promise and deliver the carefully prepared gift into his hands. Recalling the moment she presented the gift, she noted his nonchalant demeanor, as if he were accustomed to receiving gifts from numerous fans like herself. This was indeed a piece of good news, suggesting that such gestures were feasible. Yet, it bore a downside, for with an abundance of gifts, he might overlook hers entirely. As the tour bus came to a halt at the hotel entrance, Zhang Qinghuan disembarked alongside his teammates. Stepping into the hotel lobby amidst the cheers of fans and the flashing lights of reporters, someone had already taken the liberty of completing their check-in procedures, allowing them to simply collect their room keys from the staff and retreat to their quarters. This time, Zhang Qinghuan was once again assigned to share a room with the Argentine forward, Carlos Torraldo. Hey, Brother Huan, Torraldo exclaimed, wrapping his arm around Zhang Qinghuan's neck with warmth and affection, playfully addressing him as brother. This term of endearment had gradually emerged after the China Cup, becoming widely accepted among the team. Despite Zhang Qinghuan's relatively young age, his teammates affectionately referred to him as brother. Initially, he had resisted this moniker, but eventually, he surrendered to the notion and chose to embrace it. Naturally, during his moments of acquiescence, he would still find time to jestingly berate Hu Lai. This time, you must provide me with several exquisite assists. I currently stand at 29 goals. If I score one more, the club will owe me a bonus of 500,000. Upon joining the team, if his total goals reach 30, Torraldo would receive a one-time bonus of 500,000, as stipulated in his contract with Seria. The club was more than willing to honor this bonus, having signed Carlos Torraldo from Argentina with the expectation that he would be a prolific scorer. Torraldo had transferred to Seria during the winter break of the 2025 to 2026 season and, after an adjustment period, gradually secured his position as a key player, becoming one of Seria's primary scorers. Particularly last season, he netted 20 goals in the league, playing a pivotal role in Seria's qualification for the UEFA Europa League. His remarkable performance had drawn the attention of other clubs, and currently, Seria was engaged in contract renewal negotiations with his agent. From both a team performance and personal relations standpoint, Zhang Qinghwan wished for Toraldo to remain with the squad. Without hesitation, he nodded affirmatively. No problem, Carlos. As long as you position yourself well, I will pass the ball to you. Toraldo patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, Brother Juan. I excel at finding space. Unlike Argentine forwards such as Melibane, Agustin Insua from Sevilla, and Ramon Cantaro from Manchester Athletic, Carlos Toraldo possessed commendable acceleration but preferred not to embark on solo runs. Instead, he thrived on off-the-ball movement, deftly positioning himself for scoring opportunities. In the narrative of Champion Godfather 2027, Hu Lai's off-the-ball movement is rated at an impressive 20. A perfect score. Meanwhile, Toredo's off-the-ball running is commendably rated at 15. Thus, he possesses the merit to make such a statement. Zhang Qinghwan reminisced about his dinner with Hu Lai and encouraged, "Come on, Carlos. Let us strive to defeat the Pirates at home." The Argentine, invigorated by the prospect of a 500,000 bonus, nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Upon returning to his room and arranging his toiletries, a knock echoed from the door. Zhang Qinghwan initially assumed it was a teammate visiting, but upon opening the door, he was greeted by a hotel staff member who presented several meticulously wrapped boxes. "Good day, sir. These are gifts from your fans." Upon seeing Zhang Qinghwan return with an armful of gift boxes, Tordu teased, "Gifts? Oh dear, it seems there aren't many today. Has your allure among the ladies waned, Brother Juan?" Zhang Qinghwan, unable to respond with a gesture, merely rolled his eyes in retort. Both he and Tordu were not strangers to such scenes. It was a common occurrence for players to receive various gifts from enthusiastic fans, with Tordu himself having received gifts in the past. However, Zhang Qinghwan undoubtedly received the most, the majority of which were bestowed by women, drawn to his charm. He possessed a handsome visage that appealed universally, captivating both Chinese and foreign admirers alike. As a Chinese individual, Zhang Qinghwan's features were characterized by well-defined contours and a striking symmetry, complemented by an enigmatic hint of melancholy in his eyes, a potent combination. Numerous women in Barcelona, married or single, were infatuated with him. Their admiration underscored the notion that beauty transcends borders, debunking the myth that foreigners prefer traditional Eastern features such as slanted eyes or flat noses. Zhang Qinghwan, with his distinctively attractive traits, neither slanted nor flat-nosed, but rather embodying a refined aesthetic, conformed to the Western standard of beauty, thus garnering countless female fans even in Spain. Had players from Seria participated in the Zhonghua Cup last March, they would not have been surprised by the events that transpired outside the Panda base regarding Brother Juan. Such occurrences were merely routine for him. Zhang Qinghwan placed all the gift boxes on the table and began to unwrap them, while Tordu, eager to document the moment, whipped out his phone to record a video for TikTok. Most of the gifts were trivial knickknacks, one notably featuring a note adorned with red lip prints and a series of numbers on the reverse side. Zhang Qinghwan could only shake his head in bemusement at the note, while Tordu erupted in laughter, struggling to hold his phone steady as the camera shook wildly. Unfazed by his friend's amusement, Zhang Qinghwan continued to open the next box, staring in awe at a jersey nestled within. Once the laughter subsided, Tordu leaned in curiously and inquired, "What is it?" "A jersey," Zhang Qinghwan replied. "I know, but why would someone gift you a jersey? Perhaps they wish for your signature?" Tordu remained perplexed. Zhang Qinghwan had already retrieved the jersey from its box, unfurling it and holding it up under the light for inspection. It was a red jersey emblazoned with the name Zhang and the number 10 on the back. Chapter 119. The Barcelona Never Visited Brothers. Welcome to the fan shop of Seria. As you can see, every shelf is lined with jerseys belonging to a single individual. Indeed, all these jerseys belong to Zhang Qinghwan, Han Shiyu stated, holding her phone in front of a row of white jerseys. Now, she was not only capable of speaking in public before the camera, but also adept at modulating her tone, completely disregarding the gazes of others. Before her, the white home jerseys of Seria were neatly arranged, with the central jersey turned outward to reveal its number and name, signifying the ownership of the entire row. Last season, when Zhang Qinghwan joined Seria, he donned the number 19 jersey. However, due to his remarkable performance, he had finally acquired his coveted number 10 jersey for the new season. Originally, Seria's number 10 belonged to their former forward, Angel Rolando. Yet, during the summer transfer window, he moved to Getafe 1326, leaving the number vacant. When Zhang Qinghuan expressed his desire for this number, no teammate contested or objected, indicating their recognition of his talent and the appropriateness of him wearing the number 10 jersey. As Han Shuyu filmed the row of jerseys, a girl suddenly appeared in the frame. She approached the jerseys, picked one up, and turned around, surprised to find Han Shuyu holding her phone and watching her. I'm so sorry, exclaimed the girl, repeatedly bowing in apology. Han Shuyu waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. Indeed, it was no trouble. They could always reshoot, or perhaps not at all, for authenticity was paramount. After the girl departed, Han Shuyu decided to film again, repeating her previous lines in front of the row of Zhang Qinghuan jerseys. She then picked one up for herself, wanting to own a Zhang Qinghuan jersey. It was Han Shuyu's first visit to the renowned tourist city of Barcelona during her second year in Spain. Previously, she had refrained from coming as a devoted supporter of the Kings, naturally harboring a disdain for Catalan teams, and thus had no desire to visit Barcelona, which was represented by Catalonia. However, now, as a temporary worker for CCTV in Spain, she had a mandate to report from the front lines. With CCTV assisting her in securing media tickets, she had arrived to cover the first ever Chinese derby in La Liga. Embracing the spirit of being there, Han Shuyu purchased a Zhang Qinghuan jersey. As a staunch fan of Real Madrid, she had yet to buy a jersey from Hu Lai, as the Madrid Pirates were the arch-nemesis of the Kings. However, Seria is different. Seria is the arch-rival of Catalan, and Catalan, in turn, is the nemesis of the King. Following the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, her support for Seria is tantamount to supporting the King. Purchasing a Seria jersey carries no psychological burden whatsoever. When Han Shuyu approached the counter with Zhang Qinghuan's jersey in hand, she noticed the girl who had previously crossed her frame also at the checkout. The girl was extracting her phone to complete the payment via scan. With Zhang Qinghuan's recent signing with Seria, the club's fan store had embraced mobile payment systems from China, much like a tourist destination, to attract the attention of Chinese fans. Chinese guides and instructions were prominently displayed throughout the store, alleviating any concerns about language barriers. After acquiring the jersey, Han Shuyu filmed several segments for her vlog in the store. By the time she left, the girl who had once interrupted her shot had long since departed. The home ground of Seria, the RCD Stadium, is a modest venue, accommodating only 40,000 spectators. This capacity is not particularly remarkable within La Liga, especially when compared to the city's rival stadium, the Camp Nou, which can hold up to 120,000 fans, enough to house 3 RCD stadiums. Nevertheless, in England, a stadium with a 40,000 capacity is quite substantial. For instance, Elland Road, home to Leeds United, accommodates only 30,000. In Spain, while RCD Stadium is considered small, it boasts modernity. Unlike traditional older stadiums, its exterior features a wealth of glass elements, giving it the appearance of a contemporary art museum rather than a football ground. In fact, RCD Stadium is relatively young, having been completed and opened for use in 2008, replacing the club's former home, the Estadi de Sarria, which could host only 30,000 spectators and had fallen into severe disrepair. Ultimately, Seria Club decided to demolish the 90-year-old stadium and construct a modern facility nearby, which is now the RCD Stadium we see today. Above each entrance to the stadium, glass curtain walls display large portraits of iconic players. Han Shuyu circled around and found Gate 8. Above the numeral 8 was a colossal image of Zhang Qinghuan clad in Seria's jersey. With his hands raised high, pointing skyward and gazing upward, he was captured in his signature goal celebration. Initially, this celebration sparked some misunderstandings. Spaniards mistakenly believed that Zhang Qinghuan was religious due to his gesture. Subsequently, he had to clarify that it was a tribute to his late father, as those in the heavens include not only deities but also one's parents. With a while yet before the match commenced, fans had already begun to stream in. Many supporters donned in Seria jerseys were entering through Gate 8, beneath Zhang Qinghuan's portrait. Han Shuyu captured this scene on her phone. She then unexpectedly noticed a girl once again intruding into her frame, standing with her back to Gate 8, taking a selfie. This time, however, the girl did not disrupt her filming. Instead, she became part of the scene. Yet, Han Shuyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. The girl who intruded into the fan shop's camera is indeed the same person. She feels that encountering each other twice in succession must signify a unique fate. Thus, Han Shuyu decides to approach her for an interview, eager to hear her story. Once the girl finishes taking selfies, Han Shuyu, holding her camera, steps forward and initiates a conversation. Hello there, miss. The girl appears somewhat surprised. Are you talking to me? Han Shuyu responds with a warm and inviting smile. Nodding repeatedly. Yes, indeed. The girl, clearly recognizing her, exclaims, It's you. Oh, I'm sorry, did I interrupt you again? She assumes Han Shuyu has come to her, because she obstructed the camera once more. Han Shuyu quickly gestures. No, not at all. This time it's truly different. I'm filming a vlog, and I wanted to ask if you're studying or working in Spain. Me? I came from China, the girl replies. From China? Han Shuyu's eyes widen in astonishment. Wow, did you come specifically for this match? Yes, I took time off to come. I'm a fan of Zhang Qinghwan. The girl proudly displays her Seria jersey to Han Shuyu. Zhang 10. Han Shuyu recognizes it as the very jersey the girl had chosen in front of her. Are you here alone? She inquires. Yes, I am, the girl nods. Han Shuyu then notices a translation device hanging around the girl's neck and expresses her surprise. You relied on this to come to Spain? Zhang Qinghwan has many female fans, which does not astonish Han Shuyu. However, it is indeed courageous for a girl to travel alone from China to a foreign country where she does not speak the language to support her idol. The girl shakes the translation device. Yes, this one endorsed by Hu Lai is actually quite useful. It suffices for most everyday conversations. Since Hu Lai was mentioned, Han Shuyu asks, in the match between Zhang Qinghwan and Hu Lai, who do you hope will win? The girl smiles. As a fan of Zhang Qinghwan, I naturally hope he wins. She then turns the question back to Han Shuyu. What about you? Who do you support? Taken aback by the unexpected role reversal, Han Shuyu hesitates before responding with a chuckle. Me? I'm neutral. Since they are both Chinese players, whoever wins is a victory for China. The girl giggles, covering her mouth. You don't need to be so politically correct. Realistically, Hu Lai has a greater chance of winning. The strength of the Madrid Pirates surpasses that of Seria. Finding the girl amusing, Han Shuyu boldly requests, May we exchange WeChat? Of course. The girl generously pulls out her phone and presents her personal QR code. Go ahead and scan it. Thus, Han Shuyu connects with this intriguing and brave girl, nicknamed Huan. Hello, Zhuanjia. Han Shuyu assumes the girl is older and addresses her as sister. Are you heading into the stadium now? Zhuanjia shakes her head. No, I want to wait for the team bus. Oh yes, the team bus hasn't arrived yet. Han Shuyu responds. Then I'll accompany you. As I also need to film my vlog. Would you mind appearing in it? Not at all, I don't mind. So, the two girls set off together. Han Shuyu walked alongside Sister Huan, directing the camera towards her to document the courageous journey of this girl who bravely pursues her dreams. Sister Huan exhibited remarkable bravery, arriving in Barcelona armed only with a translation device, all for the chance to witness her idol's match. Upon receiving Han Shuyu's praise, Sister Huan revealed a hint of bashful smile, yet her steps remained resolute, her gaze intensely focused. Observing Sister Huan through the lens, Han Shuyu couldn't help but think, despite her petite stature, she embodies such remarkable poise. Chapter 120. One-on-one in a similar vein to the Chinese Derby. The attention surrounding this La Liga match pales in comparison to that of the Champions League encounter. After all, this is the Champions League, a clash of titans. And the narrative of Hu Lai returning home adds to the allure. In contrast, the match within La Liga is merely a standard league game. Were it not for Zhang Qinghwan at Seria and Hu Lai at the Madrid Pirates, it would scarcely attract any notice. Seria's strength is indeed lacking. Prior to this round of league matches, they suffered 3 consecutive defeats due to the burden of the Europa League, a 1-2 loss away to Royal Cartagena in the 6th round, a 0-2 home defeat against Getafe in the 7th round, and yet another 1-2 loss away to newly promoted Ajax in the 8th round. Following these 3 defeats, Seria still found themselves in 5th place in the league, but they were quickly being pursued by several teams behind them. Getafe, Biscay Athletic, and Valencia all accumulated 13 points, trailing Seria only by goal difference. Should Seria lose at home to the Madrid Pirates in this round, their ranking in the standings would likely plummet. Nonetheless, this is a Chinese derby, and many Chinese media outlets and fans are keenly watching. Originally, following the international match day, it was likely that Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghwan would be unable to participate, or at best, only make substitute appearances, with their playing time potentially overlapping. At this juncture, numerous Chinese fans owe a debt of gratitude to national team coach Jorge Dylan. It was he who ensured that all overseas players returned to their respective clubs ahead of schedule, alleviating concerns about their fitness. Consequently, both Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghuan were included in the starting lineups of their respective teams. Moreover, La Liga officials are acutely aware of the significance of this match for the Chinese market. Thus, the match was scheduled to kick off at 2 in the afternoon, which corresponds to 8 in the evening in China. Such thoughtful consideration is truly commendable. For Chinese fans, the outcome of this match is not of paramount importance. Rather, they are eager to witness the reunion of two former teammates from the Anton Stars on the La Liga stage. From the moment the players stepped onto the field, the focus was solely on the interactions between Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghuan. During the pre-match handshake, the two exchanged laughter and camaraderie, appearing far from the intensity of an impending competition. However, once the match commenced, the situation shifted. After all, only a portion of Chinese fans were indifferent to the match's outcome, while the players on the field were profoundly invested. Serie A aspired to halt their streak of consecutive defeats with this match, while Madrid Pirates sought to continue their winning momentum and maintain pressure on Catalonia. This game marked the first of the round, and should Madrid Pirates emerge victorious, they would exert added pressure on Catalonia in the subsequent matches. Zhang Qinghuan seized the ball, eliciting a wave of cheers from the crowd at the Parrot Stadium. Sun Wan was among the jubilant spectators, urging, "Go, Qinghuan." However, as Zhang Qinghuan received the ball and prepared to advance, he was swiftly ensnared by Juan Ramirez. He attempted to break free but could not outmaneuver Ramirez, the captain of Madrid Pirates, who effectively confined him to the sidelines, forcing Zhang to retreat and pass the ball back. Serie A's offensive foray faltered. Ramirez truly deserved his reputation as the premier defensive midfielder in La Liga, arguably among the elite in all of European football. Even Hu Lai, the commentator, extolled Juan Ramirez's performance, despite the fact that he was defending against Zhang Qinghuan. As a Chinese commentator, he naturally hoped to witness an outstanding display from Zhang in this match. Yet, Ramirez was not an easy opponent to contend with. In the match against the Kings, Melli found little advantage against Ramirez. Leeds City's prodigious midfielder, Peter Williams, was also stifled by Ramirez, relegating him to the flanks to evade his sharp prowess. Zhang Qinghuan aspired to shake off Ramirez's defense, yet it proved a formidable challenge. Although competing on home turf, Serie A's capabilities were indeed dwarfed by those of Madrid Pirates, far inferior to the Leeds City side that had succumbed to them. After nearly 30 minutes of resistance, their goal was ultimately breached in the 29th minute. Chinese fans lamented that the goal was not scored by Hu Lai. Hu Lai faced concentrated defensive efforts from Serie A's players, failing to seize opportunities and instead alleviating pressure for his teammates. In the 29th minute, Silverio cut in from the right flank and suddenly unleashed a shot. The strike lacked power yet was executed at an acute angle. Serie A's goalkeeper, Frederick Bayen, stretched to make a save but could not touch the ball, which nestled against the inside of the far post and into the net. A sigh of disappointment echoed from the stands of the Parrot Stadium. Trailing by a goal rendered Serie A's subsequent efforts increasingly daunting. To secure a home victory, they would need to exert considerable effort. However, facing the Madrid Pirates, who primarily focused on control while adeptly launching attacks from the flanks, Serie A had limited strategies at their disposal. Silverio's goal illustrated that the Portuguese winger was in commendable form during this match. Consequently, Madrid Pirates could now soar on both wings. The situation proved increasingly unfavorable for Serie A. As the first half drew to a close, the Pirates initiated an attack from the left flank, with Tonini delivering a cross. Hu Lai, positioned at the back post, struck without taking a touch. Hu Lai shoots. Hu Lai exclaimed, his heart racing with anticipation. Could this be the 9th consecutive goal in league matches? Although Hu Lai's shot in midair was a strike, it was not the kind of forceful drive that relies solely on power. Rather, he sought to achieve precision in his angle. His toes struck the upper half of the ball, propelling it downwards, thus complicating the goalkeeper's task. Frederick Bayen, the Serie A goalkeeper, reacted swiftly, initiating a save as he lunged back, but he could only manage to deflect the ball with the tips of his fingers. The ball, having been slightly diverted, began to bounce and roll along the grass, slowing down but still determinately heading towards the goal. Just as it seemed poised to cross the goal line, a figure suddenly emerged from the side. Zhang Qinghuan executed a timely clearance on the goal line, successfully thwarting Hu Lai's attempt to score. This moment marked a direct confrontation between the two players in the match. Although Hu Lai did not find the back of the net, Hu Lai remained exhilarated. As both Chinese players showcased exceptional performances, no one truly lost in this encounter. The Chinese derby signifies that regardless of which team prevails, as long as the Chinese players excel, it is a victory in itself. The cheers for Zhang Qinghuan resounded once more at Parrot Stadium, not for a brilliant assist or a dazzling dribble, but for his heroic rescue of the team. Meanwhile, Hu Lai, having seen his shot thwarted, held his head in disbelief, gazing incredulously at the rising figure of Qinghuan. He felt an urge to utter the famous line, "Brother Huan, you really." Seeing Hu Lai's expression, Zhang Qinghuan chuckled and playfully wagged his finger at him, teasing, "Not good enough, my friend." Parrot Stadium is a modern arena, adorned with large displays throughout the stands. These screens primarily serve to connect live broadcast signals, allowing the spectators to savor the experience akin to watching a televised match. Through these displays, fans can conveniently observe the intricate details of the game that may not be visible from their seats. For instance, right after Zhang Qinghuan's successful clearance, spectators could glean the results of the VAR review from the screens. When the verdict of no goal flashed across all the screens, Parrot Stadium erupted in cheers. Sun Wan, gazing at the display showcasing Zhang Qinghuan's smile directed at Hu Lai, exclaimed, "Qinghuan is so handsome." Meanwhile, Han Shuyu in the media area joined in the celebration, remarking, "This is a spectacular one-on-one display by Chinese players in La Liga." Ultimately, Zhang Qinghuan has temporarily bested Hu Lai in this round. Haha. Zhang Qinghuan's goal line clearance marked the final dramatic moment of the first half. Soon after, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half and ushering both teams into the locker rooms. In the Serie A locker room, Coach Arno Casas rallied his players who had conceded a goal, emphasizing the upcoming Champions League match against Kiev, where they could not afford to exhaust their key players for the full 90 minutes. "If we can prevent further goals before they make their substitutions, we will have a chance to secure points at home." The idea is rather commendable, yet in reality, it does not always manifest one's desires. Less than 10 minutes into the second half, the Madrid Pirates launched an offensive from the flanks. Silverio, in excellent form during this match, deftly maneuvered past two Serie A players on the right wing before abruptly cutting inside into the penalty area. After drawing the attention of Serie A's defenders, he decisively delivered a cross. At that moment, when Hu Lai received the ball in the center and took a shot, Zhang Qinghuan was still outside the penalty area, unable to intervene in time to prevent the goal. Serie A's goalkeeper, Bong, also failed to touch the ball, helplessly watching it glide into the net. "Hu Lai, here he comes." He foamed, erupted in laughter. "Splendid. A goal in 9 consecutive league matches." Hu Lai shattered the previous record set by club legend Agustin Rivero, who had scored in 8 consecutive matches. With 9 rounds and 13 goals, the triumphant Hu Lai sprinted towards the corner flag, beckoning his teammates to join in the celebration. With a 2-0 lead, the Madrid Pirates drew ever closer to their aspiration of 9 consecutive victories in the new season. The players of the Pirates were elated, while the Serie A fans at the Parrot Stadium fell into a hush, although they were aware of the considerable disparity in strength between their team and the Pirates. No one could calmly accept the prospect of defeat. Chapter 121. Higu is impressive above the stands at an angle to Sun Wan. A screen hung from the ceiling, displaying the jubilant celebrations of the Pirates players. She chose not to watch, instead casting her gaze downward to the solitary figure standing with hands on hips on the field. Despite the distance and the inability to discern the expression on his face, Sun Wan could feel the disappointment radiating from him regarding the conceded goal. She too felt a pang of disappointment. Although Hu Lai had scored, setting a new record for the Pirates, what relevance did this hold for her as a fan of Zhang Qinghuan? She had traveled all the way to Barcelona not to witness Hu Lai's prowess. Today, encountering the young lady who was engrossed in watching videos, she assumed she was there for the China Derby. In truth, she had merely fortuitously secured time off from work at this particular moment. Her intentions were simple: to witness Zhang Qinghuan play in person. She even hoped that Serie A would face a relatively weaker opponent in this match, as this would significantly enhance the likelihood of Zhang Qinghuan scoring and the team winning. She genuinely wished for Serie A's victory, yet, as she had rationally explained to the young lady, despite having the home advantage, Serie A would find it challenging to withstand the formidable might of the illustrious Madrid Pirates. Of course, it is not to suggest that a football match is solely a contest of paper strength. Whoever boasts the higher player valuations and greater prowess is guaranteed victory. After all, football is round, and one cannot simply determine the ultimate outcome through strength comparisons. Nevertheless, the recent form of the Madrid Pirates has been exceptional, Since the league commenced, they have triumphed in all 8 matches, mirroring the success of Catalonia's league. Recently, they have also vanquished their city rivals, the Madrid Kings, as well as the formidable Leeds City in the Champions League group stage. They resemble a heavy truck with the accelerator fully pressed down, building up speed relentlessly. Anyone who stands in the path of this truck will be ruthlessly knocked aside. How could the diminutive Seria possibly withstand such force? Zhang Qinghuan cast her gaze towards Hu Lai, who was celebrating a goal, and let out a sigh. Indeed, defeating such a team as the Madrid Pirates is a formidable challenge. Their recent form has been exceptional, and any fluctuations or issues have been overshadowed by Hu Lai's consecutive goals. No team is devoid of problems, not even the most prestigious clubs. Zhang Qinghuan mused that had this been last season's Madrid Pirates, they would have stumbled countless times over the past 8 rounds. Yet, this season, buoyed by Hu Lai's presence, they have been propelled to this point. In the first 29 minutes of the match, Zhang Qinghuan could sense that Seria was not significantly outmatched. With 1 or 2 critical opportunities, they could pose a threat to the goal guarded by Hu Lai. However, Tourledo's ability to seize opportunities paled in comparison to that of Hu Lai. There was a moment when Tourledo found himself in an open space, and the ball was perfectly delivered to his feet, yet his shot was too straightforward, landing directly in Hu Lai's embrace. In that instant, a profound sense of frustration surged within him. Had it been Hu Lai taking that shot, it would likely have been a goal. It is widely acknowledged that playing in a club setting is generally easier than representing one's country, owing to the differences in personnel and team chemistry. Yet, for the first time, Zhang Qinghuan felt that playing for the national team was, in fact, less burdensome than club football. The celebration of the Madrid Pirates did not linger for long. Facing an opponent of Seria's caliber, they saw no need to delay the game with prolonged festivities. The sooner they resumed play, the better their chances of scoring again. With an upcoming away match against Kiev next week, they needed to conclude this league match swiftly. A 2-goal lead was insufficient. They needed another score. As Seria initiated the second half, the Madrid Pirates first regrouped defensively, allowing their opponents to advance. When Zhang Qinghuan received the ball within 30 meters, Ramirez closed in on him. Nevertheless, Zhang Qinghuan bore the pressure and attempted to deliver a through ball to Tourledo. However, it was unclear whether he overhit the pass or if Tourledo was slow to react. Regardless, Tourledo failed to connect, and the ball rolled out of play, ending Seria's offensive effort. After being knocked to the ground immediately following his pass, Zhang Qinghuan rose and apologized to his forward teammate, Tourledo. Although the attempt did not materialize, applause erupted from the stands. Sun Wan clapped enthusiastically while encouraging Zhang Qinghuan. It's all right. It's all right. Just try again. It was as if Zhang Qinghuan could hear her voice amidst the cheers. The Seria fans continued to rally behind their players with cheers, songs, and applause, refusing to abandon hope despite being 2 goals down. They wished for the players on the field to persevere as well. Amidst the supportive shouts, Zhang Qinghuan expanded his movements. Finding himself surrounded by teammates on all sides, he tirelessly darted across the pitch, fervently demanding the ball from his teammates and skillfully redirecting it to other areas, weaving together the offensive maneuvers of the midfield and forward lines. Even after losing possession under the stringent defense of Ramirez, the Seria fans in the stands did not cast blame upon him, nor did they jeer. Instead, they chanted, "Well done, Zhang. It's all right, Zhang. Keep it up, Zhang." Although Sun Wanting did not comprehend Spanish, she understood the sound of Zhang's name. She surmised that these Seria supporters were rallying behind Zhang Qinghuan, and a proud smile illuminated her face. Despite Zhang Qinghuan's earnest efforts to connect the team, the Pirates, demonstrating superior skill, struck again in the 66th minute. Hu Lai's shot within the penalty area was parried by Seria's goalkeeper, Beho, resulting in a corner for the Pirates. It was from this corner that Madrid Pirates center back Kepa Amandajai headed the ball into the net, altering the score to 0-3, leaving Seria, the home side, trailing by 3 goals. The once vibrant Parrot Stadium fell into a hushed silence. Although nearly half an hour remained in the match, it was evident to all that, faced with the formidable Madrid Pirates, the contest was effectively over. Parati began making substitutions, bringing on the towering forward Sanabria Ruiz in place of D'Cunzo. The match against Leeds City prompted Parati to seek a new scoring weapon for his squad. With Maxi Kelly still sidelined, Parati had to resort to this approach to bolster his team's offensive power. The Madrid Pirates also commenced substitutions, while Seria's head coach, Casas, made a change. replacing the underperforming Toraldo. It was uncertain whether Toraldo was preoccupied with the prospect of a 500,000 bonus for scoring another goal. But his performance in this match had been somewhat frenetic. Disappointed, Toraldo exited the pitch, still fixated on that lucrative incentive. As substitutions continued, the Madrid Pirates began to contract their formation, slowing the pace of the game in preparation for their upcoming Champions League fixture. Meanwhile, Sarria pressed forward, determined that, regardless of the outcome, they could not afford to be humiliated on their home turf. They engaged in a siege at the edge of the Madrid Pirates' penalty area. Zhang Qinghwan persistently dashed about, orchestrating the team's attacks. However, the Pirates' defense was robust, with 3 lines of defense proving difficult to penetrate. Unless the Madrid Pirates made a mistake, scoring would indeed be a formidable challenge. The ball circulated back and forth, yet the Sarria offense still failed to breach the Pirates' wall. Observing a teammate attempting a risky cross from the wing, Zhang Qinghwan decisively halted play, signaling for the ball to be returned. His teammates, placing their trust in him, promptly passed the ball back. Zhang Qinghwan advanced to receive it, but Ramirez stepped out from the back line to confront him. Yet, Zhang Qinghwan refrained from accepting the pass. As the football was about to roll in front of him, he sidestepped to let it pass, simultaneously using his body to shield the advancing Ramirez behind him. Allowing the ball to roll past, Zhang Qinghwan made a deft maneuver. What a splendid play! Amid the unexpected praise of commentator Hu Lai, Zhang Qinghwan swiftly pivoted and pursued the football. With a powerful swing of his left leg, he harnessed the momentum of his turn to strike the ball directly. Just as he made contact, Ramirez surged forward with an explosive step, desperately extending his foot, but failing to make contact. The ball, spinning vigorously, evaded Ramirez's intervention and navigated through the dense crowd in the penalty area. It carved a path through the air, heading straight for the goal. Observing the ball's trajectory, Sun Wan's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape. She was so tense that she momentarily forgot to breathe. She watched as Belgian goalkeeper Hu Lai leapt into the air, straining to reach the ball. His impressive wingspan of over 2 meters made him appear as an unassailable fortress in midair. Yet this time, the diminutive football fluttered like a delicate butterfly, evading his grasp just as he was about to intercept it, and plunged into the net. Sun Wan came alive, jumping up with all the other Sarria fans, arms raised in ecstatic screams. Ah! Zhang Qinghwan, what a beauty! Magnificent! A world-class goal! Zhang Qinghwan, facing the defenses of Ramirez and Hu Lai, scored a stunning world-class goal. Hu Lai also erupted in wild cheers. Hu Lai scored a goal, and Zhang Qinghwan executed such a breathtaking strike in the match. Their encounter in La Liga gifted us a thrilling Chinese derby. After Zhang Qinghwan performed his signature celebration, the stands of the Flanders Stadium erupted with deafening cheers. Although the tone was somewhat peculiar, a careful listener could discern what the Sarria fans were chanting. They were exclaiming, "Brother Juan, you're amazing." Chapter 122. Hu Lai's weakness. Brother Juan is incredible. Hu Lai laughed so hard, he collapsed onto the dining table. Yet he did not forget to give a thumbs up to Zhang Qinghwan in admiration. "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Qinghwan glared at him. "This is all your fault." "Damn it, what does it have to do with me?" Hu Lai replied, feeling wronged. "If it weren't for you posting that online, would the Sarria fans be chanting like this?" "Brother Juan, you're just making excuses. Clearly, this should be Rasky's fault." "I don't care. Did you teach him the word amazing?" "I did, but I didn't teach him incorrectly. At the very least, I didn't substitute fool for amazing. Or else you would be hearing your beautiful hometown dialect now." Zhang Qinghwan raised his middle finger at Hu Lai. "Hu Lai, you damn." Instead of being offended by the gesture, Hu Lai only laughed even harder. The Chinese derby between the Madrid Pirates and Sarria had concluded, with no suspense. The more powerful Madrid Pirates triumphed 3-1 over Sarria. The lone goal salvaging pride for the home team was precisely the one scored by Zhang Qinghwan. Despite Sarria's defeat, Zhang Qinghwan emerged as the highest scorer on his team. At this very moment, his remarkable goal swiftly circulated across various online platforms, particularly within China. Although Hu Lai broke the club's record for consecutive goals during the match, the fervent discussions predominantly revolved around Zhang Qinghwan. This was due in part to the exquisite nature of his goal, a stunning strike achieved under the close defense of world-class midfielder Ramirez. Furthermore, for Hu Lai, scoring had become a commonplace occurrence, rendering it less remarkable. In contrast, Zhang Qinghwan's ability to find the back of the net warranted significant acclaim. Countless fans of Zhang Qinghwan expressed their exhilaration online. with many inquiring what the home supporters of Serie A chanted following his goal. They soon discovered the answer, and their reaction mirrored that of Hu Lai at this moment. Laughter that was uncontrollable. I find it incredibly cool that after Hu Lai scored, the entire crowd erupted in a chant of Hu. While it may seem appropriate to commend Hu Lai, the peculiar pronunciation from the Spanish fans adds an element of humor that is simply delightful. Indeed, your sentiment resonates with me. I too find it amusing. Haha. This is utterly hilarious. Do you know who taught the Serie A fans this phrase? Who else but Hu Lai? But wait, how could Hu Lai teach the Serie A fans? He has no direct connection with them. While it is unlikely that he directly instructed the Serie A supporters, I assure you, if we analyze this matter closely, we will inevitably trace it back to Hu Lai. In any case, he undeniably plays a role in this affair. It seems that cultural exports require substantial prowess to support them, as our athletes continue to excel on European stages. I firmly believe that we will frequently hear those familiar Chinese phrases during televised broadcasts in the future, now that they've mastered awesome. Shouldn't we also introduce a term like fool? Rise up should also transcend borders. Even though the topic of Hu Lai's awesome has passed, the smile on his face remains undiminished, radiating joy. Observing him, Zhang Qinghuan remarked, "What a happy person." Indeed, Hu Lai nodded repeatedly, reveling in the victory alongside his friend and the prospect of being treated to a meal. His happiness was palpable. Zhang Qinghuan shot him a playful glance and inquired, "How are things with Li Qingqing?" Hu Lai was momentarily taken aback by the question, but soon chuckled, "Not bad." Zhang Qinghuan pointed at his smile and said, "This is precisely what I meant. I never imagined that you would be the first among us to find a partner." "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Qinghuan continued, "I'm not one to stir trouble. If it had been me, that would have been directed at myself. What's wrong? Do you look down on me? You're just lucky, encountering someone like Li Qingqing. If it were anyone else, with your disposition, you might not find a girlfriend even by 30. Hu Lai retorted with a cold laugh. Zhang Qinghuan, upon hearing this, could only laugh in disbelief. "I don't understand. You, having recently acquired a girlfriend, dare to claim that I lack understanding? Hu Lai, I perceive a certain arrogance in you of late. Allow me to remind you that the paths you have traversed are far less intricate than my own stratagems. In matters of romantic experience, Zhang Qinghuan is nothing short of a master. Despite his lack of integrity, he possesses an uncanny ability to leave a lasting impression on those he has spurned, a feat not easily achieved by the average individual." To my astonishment, upon hearing Zhang Qinghuan's words, Hu Lai vigorously shook his head and retorted, "Thus, I assert that you do not comprehend, Brother Huan. If one's intentions are merely to indulge in fleeting pleasures, then indeed, it is solely the artifice that captivates hearts. The presence of genuine emotion is inconsequential. A mere technique suffices. However, should one seek a life partner, I firmly believe that sincerity is paramount." Zhang Qinghuan paused, somewhat taken aback by Hu Lai's assertion, before countering, "Sincerity? You? Surely, I am the most sincere of all. I exchanged genuine affection for true feelings, and thus, Qingqing was moved by my heart." "Bah, that is merely survivor bias." Hu Lai exclaimed, "What survivor bias? This is the essence of my heartfelt words. Allow me to clarify, Brother Huan. In matters of love, experience is not of utmost importance. Who, at their wedding, boasts of their extensive experience? The crux lies in fate. When destiny aligns, no stratagem is requisite. It suffices to have fate, even without skill." Seeing Hu Lai attempt to turn the tables and assume the role of a romantic sage while dispensing platitudes, Zhang Qinghuan hastily placed a piece of meat onto Hu Lai's plate. "Eat, eat. Today, I am treating you. Indulge yourself." Hu Lai relished the meal, and as it drew to a close, he ventured to discuss their next dining engagement with Brother Huan. "Brother Huan, when your Serie A team next visits the Pirates for an away match, let us convene once more." "Of course," Zhang Qinghuan replied, trusting his friend's intentions. "But let us adhere to the old custom. Whoever loses treats the other." Zhang Qinghuan, realizing the implications, quickly raised his hand to interject. "Wait a moment, Hu Lai. What old custom?" "The custom from today's meal," Hu Lai replied. "We should follow this arrangement in the future. It simplifies matters. However, today is our inaugural meal together. How can it be deemed an old custom? Is this arrangement not advantageous? It significantly enhances our subjective initiative. While this may be true, I must point out that our Serie A team is considerably weaker than your Pirates. Such statements are misguided, Brother Huan. Football is a round sphere. Does strength guarantee victory? Must the weaker always succumb? Do nobles and commoners not share the same essence? You must not presume the outcome in advance. Do not cower before the battle. Maintain a heart that relentlessly pursues victory. Observing Hu Lai's fervent resolve, Zhang Qinghuan found himself amused. Is this champion's heart merely a means to secure free meals? Hu Lai, adopting a serious demeanor, retorted, How can you speak thus, Brother Huan? Are you unable to accept defeat? At that moment, Hu Lai's phone, resting upon the table, suddenly emitted the sound of an incoming video call. Zhang Qinghuan glimpsed the name, Qingqing. A mischievous smile graced his face. Surely not, Hu Lai? Even with your sincerity, you still need to report to Li Qingqing? Hu Lai shot him a glare. What report? She is aware that I am dining with you today. Her video call is merely to extend her greetings. With that, he picked up the phone and connected the video call. Greetings? Zhang Qinghuan was somewhat surprised to see Li Qingqing's face appear on Hu Lai's phone. As I was nearly finished with my meal, Hu Lai briefly explained the situation and then turned the phone screen towards Zhang Qinghuan. In the video, Li Qingqing waved at Zhang Qinghuan, saying, Hello, Brother Huan. Zhang Qinghuan promptly responded with a captivating smile that could enchant all female fans. Hello, Qingqing. We ordered an abundance of delicious food, and Hu Lai has overindulged. Make sure he doesn't rest when we return. He must convert all he's consumed into muscle and energy. Upon hearing Zhang Qinghuan's words, Hu Lai couldn't help but snatch the phone back, exclaiming, Don't listen to Brother Huan's nonsense. I didn't eat that much. Ignoring Hu Lai's defense, Li Qingqing nodded in agreement. Brother Huan is right. When you return, I'll take you for recovery training. Zhang Qinghuan continued, It's a pity you aren't here to savor the local delicacies. However, Hu Lai has promised that when I visit Madrid, he will treat me to Madrid's culinary delights, and you must join us. Hu Lai widened his eyes at Zhang Qinghuan. When did I say that? Before he could finish his sentence, Li Qingqing happily interjected, Great. We'll treat you to delicious food. Hearing his girlfriend's words, Hu Lai looked up at Zhang Qinghuan, who flashed him a charming smile, while simultaneously reminding Li Qingqing, Then it's settled. We shall meet in March. March. Yes, in March. During the 28th round of the league, Saria will play against the Pirates away. No problem. Hu Lai and I will be waiting for you. Ah, by the way, Brother Huan and I have some matters to discuss, so I'll hang up now, Hu Lai said, not waiting for Li Qingqing's consent before abruptly ending the video call. He then turned to Zhang Qinghuan and asked, What do you mean it's settled? Zhang Qinghuan pointed at his phone. Your girlfriend has already agreed. She agreed, but I didn't. Hu Lai protested. Hey, if your girlfriend has agreed, do you still need to give me your consent? You may disregard my feelings, and that's fine, Hu Lai. But do you dare to disregard Li Qingqing's? Zhang Qinghuan playfully countered. Hu Lai was left speechless. Observing his flustered expression, Zhang Qinghuan couldn't help but laugh heartily. You think you can compete with me? In the past, Zhang Qinghuan would have been at a loss against Hu Lai's shamelessness. However, things were different now. Hu Lai had a vulnerability, his girlfriend, Li Qingqing. Whenever there was an issue with Hu Lai, seeking Li Qingqing's assistance would certainly yield results. What is the meaning of pillow talk? This is it. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 123. Yes? We are acquainted as the progress bar for uploading to Bilibili gradually increased. Han Shuyu stretched with vigor, releasing the fatigue accumulated from several hours of editing in front of the computer. After returning to Madrid from Barcelona yesterday, she had begun editing her videos. However, she was unable to finish before bedtime and opted for a decisive rest rather than pulling an all-nighter. Ever since Hu Lai joined La Liga, Han Shuyu had nearly transformed into a professional football video blogger. Nevertheless, she was still a student, needing to complete her studies. Life was not solely about football. Initially, she was indeed quite dedicated. However, now that she realizes the possibility of pursuing this as a career, she has become less consumed by it, attempting to balance work and leisure. The day after the competition was Sunday. After rising, Han Shuyu did not rush to edit her videos. Instead, she took care of other matters before resuming her work from the previous day. It was only by the afternoon that she completed the editing and uploaded the video to Bilibili. During the brief interlude while the video was transcoding, Han Shuyu took out her phone to browse her social media feed. To her surprise, she saw a post from her newly added friend. Sister Juan, may the heavens bless me. I hope he sees me today, accompanied by a photo of her outside the training facility in Saria. Han Shuyu commented, Sister Juan, are you waiting for an autograph? Sister Juan quickly replied, Yes, but I don't know if I will get to meet him. You definitely will. Good luck, Sister Juan. Thank you. Sun Juan stood outside the Saria training base, burdened by a backpack that was notably ill-suited for her stature. Besides her, there were about a dozen other fans, clearly sharing the same purpose as Sun Wan. She was not the only Chinese fan present. They all seemed to have come to see Zhang Qinghwan. Upon spotting her compatriot, they approached her warmly. As they conversed, Sun Wan discovered that she was the only one who had flown from China to Barcelona, while the others were all Chinese students residing in Spain. Sun Wan asked them to take a photo of her outside the training facility to share on her social media. The conversation then shifted to football, or more specifically, to Zhang Qinghwan. I have admired Brother Huan for quite some time. My father took me to the Workers' Stadium to watch his match when he was still with the capital Tunlong, said a loquacious young man from the capital. I was utterly captivated, the way he dribbled and passed. Let me tell you, back then, Brother Huan truly lived up to the titles bestowed upon him by the media and fans. It's a shame, but thankfully he hasn't lost his way. I often reflect on how strong he could have been if those 3 years had not been wasted. His words evoked a chorus of sighs from the others. This sentiment remains an everlasting regret for all of Zhang Qinghwan's admirers. Currently, the most talked about figure in Chinese football is Hu Lai. Yet many fans of Zhang Qinghwan believe that had he not taken those 3 years of detours, maintaining his youthful momentum, he would have replaced Hu Lai as the first player to play in Europe after Qin Lin and the first Chinese player to achieve success there. One need only observe his current performance at Serie to affirm this. Even in a less than optimal form, Zhang Qinghwan can serve as the midfield linchpin at Serie. Imagine if he were at his prime. He would surely secure a position in top-flight teams like Valencia or Sevilla, if not as a starter in a prestigious club. As the conversation progressed, it inexplicably veered towards Zhang Qinghwan's past romantic escapades. Though these individuals had recently lamented the fact that Zhang Qinghwan had not fully realized his extraordinary talents, they now found themselves envious of his vibrant and varied romantic encounters. Tales of certain flight attendants, renowned models, and the alluring women pursuing him painted a vivid picture, as if they had been present at the scenes themselves. Suddenly, someone posed a question. Given that Brother Huan's past was so replete with romantic escapades, why have no scandals emerged since his apparent transformation? Has this wayward son truly turned over a new leaf? The group exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Indeed, ever since Zhang Qinghwan's unexpected shift, no gossip surrounding his love life had surfaced. No longer surrounded by a parade of flirtatious and captivating women, he was now accompanied solely by his teammates, his companions, his comrades. Zhang Qinghwan had moved in with Hu Lai, Wang Guangwei, Chen Xingyi, Xia Xiaoyu, and Morikawa Junpei, his fellow players from Anong Shining Stars. They drove together to training each day and returned to their rented villa in unison. Some discreetly infiltrated the community, astonished to discover them playing football in the villa's backyard court at night, rather than hosting parties or frequenting nightclubs. Their lifestyle was so remarkably austere that it could rival that of someone who had lived a life of seclusion for 30 years. Is this truly Zhang Qinghwan? Yet, this was indeed the case. Thanks to such a disciplined existence, Zhang Qinghwan's physical condition improved rapidly. He not only participated in the World Cup, but also ventured abroad for further training, thereby placing his professional career back on a successful trajectory. Yet, the gossiping masses began to speculate. Why had the playboy suddenly adopted a lifestyle of chastity? Why had the king of the Workers' Stadium renounced indulgence? Was this a distortion of human nature or a moral decline? Sun Wan listened intently from the crowd, equally curious about why Zhang Qinghwan was now devoid of female company, yet too shy to inquire. After listening for a while, no one seemed to provide any clarity. Some even speculated wildly, suggesting that Brother Huan had grown weary of women and might be interested in exploring relationships with men instead. Otherwise, why would he be surrounded solely by men? Such absurdities were, of course, met with disapproving jeers from others. Amidst the spirited chatter, time flew by, and the wait became less torturous. As the sun dipped low in the sky, players began to emerge from the training facility. Eager fans of Serie gathered outside, clamoring for autographs and well wishes from their favorite athletes. Suddenly, excitement surged when a red Porsche 911 rolled out of the training base. Chinese fans erupted in joy, for they recognized it as Zhang Qinghwan's vehicle. They waved their prepared national flags, hoping to catch his attention. Indeed, they succeeded. Noticing the flags by the roadside, he gradually steered his car closer and rolled down the window. The crowd surged forward, eagerly extending their jerseys for him to sign. Thank you, Brother Huan. You are amazing. Your performance yesterday was outstanding. Can we take a photo together? In addition to the Chinese supporters, a number of local Barcelona area fans also approached Zhang Qinhuan for autographs. The admiration for Zhang Qinhuan transcends beyond just Chinese football fans. However, these fervent Syria supporters have inadvertently pushed Sun Wan to the sidelines. She felt a mix of urgency and disappointment. With so many eager fans requesting his autograph, would she even have a chance? Standing outside, she watched as Zhang Qinhuan patiently fulfilled each fan's request, accepting pins and memorabilia, signing them with grace. After signing, he even posed for photos with every admirer. Despite knowing that his smile was a crafted professional one, Sun Wan couldn't help but internally scream, "Aw, so handsome." She became engrossed in her admiration, momentarily forgetting her own desire for an autograph. It wasn't until the crowd began to disperse that she snapped back to reality, glancing awkwardly at the occupants of the vehicle. The people inside were looking at her, questioning, "Aren't you going to ask for an autograph?" Quickly, she thrust the Syria jersey number 10, which she had been clutching, into the car. Zhang Qinhuan skillfully signed his name on the jersey with a permanent marker before passing it back. At that moment, Sun Wan gathered her courage to ask another favor. "May I take a picture with you?" "Of course," Zhang Qinhuan replied, slightly leaning out to reveal his charming smile once more. Sun Wan handed her phone to another Chinese fan and stepped closer. However, the sports car was quite low, and even though Sun Wan was not particularly tall, she still had to bend her knees to fit into the frame alongside Zhang Qinhuan. Other fans crouched down, ensuring their faces were in the same shot as his. Unfortunately, Sun Wan couldn't do the same. As she bent down, the neckline of her female fan jersey gaped, revealing a bit too much. Zhang Qinhuan noticed the girl's discomfort and gestured for the photographer to wait a moment. He unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the car door, and stepped out. "This works better," he smiled at Sun Wan. She was utterly unprepared for such a unique privilege and could only stare at him, nodding shyly. Okay. Observing her unwavering gaze, Zhang Qinhuan playfully pointed at the photographer, saying, "Look at the camera." Oh. Sun Wan quickly turned her head. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All done. The photographer clicked the shutter twice. After their picture was taken, Zhang Qinhuan prepared to return to the car. As he turned, he suddenly addressed the girl still basking in happiness, saying, "I received your gift. Thank you." Sun Wan was momentarily stunned, her words tumbling out in a fluster. "You received it? Wait, you knew it was from me?" Zhang Qinhuan, catching the surprise in her eyes, winked. "I didn't know at first, but seeing you made it clear." Sun Wan suddenly comprehended the deeper meaning behind his words, her eyes widening in realization. Yet, Zhang Qinhuan chose not to elaborate further. He merely waved goodbye before returning to the car and driving away. After his departure, the other Chinese fans who had witnessed the entire exchange swarmed around her, their curiosity piqued, asking in a flurry, "What happened? What was that about? How is it that I feel as though the two of you are already acquainted? Indeed, listening to your conversation, it hardly seems like this is your first encounter." A pair of curious eyes gazed at Sun Wan. Under the scrutiny of everyone present, she initially intended to deflect the question. However, recalling the tender words and warm smile of Qinhuan from earlier, she could not help but respond with a tone of pride. "Yes, we know each other." End of chapter. Chapter 124. Longing under the stars. Huan Ge was once again dining with Hu Lai. As a Chinese football fan studying in Europe, witnessing two compatriots come together on the European stage and share a meal post-match fills one with immense joy. I am a devoted supporter of Real Madrid, and I can only hope that when the final round of the league arrives, Huan Ge will invite Hu to dinner, allowing Hu to aid the Kings in thwarting Catalonia. In that case, I would overlook his assistance in defeating our team. Catalonia? Are you all polite? Ha. It seems there are still those who remember the incident that arose from that meal. I wondered why Catalonia struggled to secure a win against Pamplona this round, only to discover that Zhang had once again invited Hu to dine. "Zhang, well done." A salute from a fan of the Madrid Pirates. Yong Jun gazed at the enthusiastic replies beneath the Twitter post featuring Zhang Qinhuan and Hu Lai's photo in the restaurant, letting out a regretful sigh. Alas. What a pity. If only I had returned a day earlier, I could have joined you both for dinner. Recently, he made a trip back to China, partly for work and partly to reunite with his family. Since joining Song Jiajia's Champion Legend Sports Agency, he had spent the majority of the year in Europe, inevitably missing out on time with his family. This time, he thought that Zhang Qinhuan's life in Spain was gradually settling into a routine, no longer requiring his constant presence, so he lingered a bit longer back home. That said, Uncle Yong, you weren't the only one to learn about my gathering with Hu Lai. Sai, my daughter insisted that I spend a few extra days with her. Spending more time with family is indeed important. If my mother weren't so reluctant to visit Spain, I would have certainly brought her along. During my return, I also visited your mother. Rest assured, she is in much better health than before, thanks to Aunt Zheng's care. Since the sudden passing of old Zhang, Zhang Qinghuan's closest family member in this world has become his mother. Given her fragile health, she had spent several years recuperating at home. It is only natural for Zhang Qinghuan to be concerned about his mother, who is far away in his home country. As his agent, it is essential to ensure that Zhang Qinghuan can focus on his football in Spain while looking after his family. Not to mention, the bond between the two families has always been strong. Therefore, when Yong Jun came to Spain to support Zhang Qinghuan, he specifically instructed his wife to frequently check on and care for Zhang Qinghuan's mother so that they would be informed of any issues. I understand. Aunt Zheng has been working hard. Does she still fancy that Loew handbag? Of course, caring for your mother is the least I can do. I also bring gifts. Oh, it's not merely for that reason. Aunt Zheng is my elder. Isn't it quite normal to present gifts to one's elders? Upon hearing Zhang Qinghuan's words, Yong Jun chuckled and shook his head, then noticed Zhang Qinghuan producing a somewhat familiar jersey. Where did you acquire that Shining Star jersey? He inquired. It's a gift. She replied. A present from a fan. A gift from a fan. Would the Serie A fan club truly bestow upon you a jersey from a Chinese team? Yong Jun found this notion incredulous. It's not from the Serie A fans. It's from a Chinese supporter who specifically brought it over from China. Ah, so it was personally delivered? Yong Jun remarked. But why a Shining Star jersey? Surely there are many Chinese fans who could have gifted you something else. This is actually the first time I've seen a Shining Star jersey. Zhang Qinghuan suddenly turned to Yong Jun with a smile. The person who gave it to me is someone you know too, Uncle Yong. Yong Jun's eyes widened in surprise. I know them? Who? That little nurse. This time, Yong Jun's astonishment was palpable, his mouth agape. Initially taken aback, he soon furrowed his brow at Zhang Qinghuan. What on earth have I missed during my trip back home? What a surprise! Yong Jun exclaimed, shaking his head. I thought that little nurse had already faded into obscurity. What nonsense are you talking, Uncle Yong? Nothing. Did you meet her? Yes, just today. She was waiting outside the training base for my autograph, and I signed for her and took a photo together. It was at that moment she handed you the jersey? No, she gave it to me through the hotel before our match against the Pirates. Yong Jun took the Shining Star jersey from Zhang Qinghuan and examined it closely. This isn't this year's edition, he noted. The jersey bore a shield emblem adorned with a golden dragon coiling around a pillar on the right sleeve, an insignia reserved for the reigning champions. Only league champions are entitled to don such a sleeve badge in the new season. It's from the 2025 season, Zhang Qinghuan confirmed. A commemorative champions edition, how thoughtful indeed. It is a splendid gift, cherish it well, as it represents someone's heartfelt intention. Yong Jun returned the jersey to Zhang Qinghuan, who then hung it on a rack and placed it in the wardrobe. She possessed the same jersey, but it remained in her home in the capital and had not accompanied her to Spain. Both regarded the jersey hanging in the wardrobe, and Yong Jun remarked, truly, this jersey holds profound significance for you. Zhang Qinghuan turned to him. Under his gaze, Yong Jun continued, though you debuted with Tunglong, we all know that Shining Star is the true inception of your journey. The Shining Star is the starting point for many stories. Zhang Qinghuan replied with a smile. Indeed, Yong Jun responded, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. I occasionally reminisce about the times we all shared in that large house. Alas, we cannot return. Perhaps it's for the best, Uncle Yong. We must always move forward to hold on to hope. If we remained cooped up in that villa in Jincheng, life would be pleasant. Yet what would it signify? Yes, what does it signify? Yong Jun mused. You have truly matured. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Qinghuan refrained from responding, lost in thought as she gazed at the red jersey before her. Meanwhile, Sun Wan stared at her phone, captivated by the photo of herself and Zhang Qinghuan, having been absorbed in it for nearly 5 minutes. Grateful for the unceasing display feature on her mobile phone, she relished the luxury of not having to unlock her screen every 15 seconds during those precious 5 minutes. Consequently, her emotions remained uninterrupted. This photograph was taken at her request by a Chinese fan who captured 2 images to ensure that, should one turn out poorly, a backup would be available. Alas, her fortune seemed to have been spent the moment Zhang Qinghuan recognized her, as both images featured her with closed eyes. Perhaps it was due to her nervousness or excitement. Regardless, She blinked at the instant the shutter was pressed on both occasions. Thus, her inaugural photograph with Zhang Qinghuan bore a significant flaw. Upon first viewing the final result, she felt utterly despondent, even attempting to edit the image to grant herself a pair of open eyes. Unfortunately, her studies had been in nursing, not photo editing. And after much effort, she only succeeded in rendering her likeness even more peculiar, risking the possibility of being accused of having never actually shared a photo with Zhang Qinghuan. Ultimately, Sun Wan relinquished her attempts, accepting her fate and resigning herself to the reality that this singular photograph, eyes closed, would suffice. After all, it was better than having no picture at all. Perhaps it was a matter of perspective. Once Sun Wan embraced this reality, she found little regret upon revisiting the photograph. Instead, her heart brimmed with joy. Regardless, this was the closest she had ever been to him. Moreover, he had received the gift she had presented. Most importantly, he remembered her, even in his absence from the starlight. He still held her in his memory. Sun Wan, oh Sun Wan, you truly are a fortunate soul. There were no regrets from this journey to Barcelona. As a nurse on a rotating schedule, Sun Wan did not possess an extensive vacation. Her ability to take leave for Barcelona stemmed from the special consideration of her head nurse, who understood her genuine affection for Zhang Qinghuan and kindly covered her shifts, granting her extra days to fulfill her dream of standing beside the person she admired most. With this thought, Sun Wan turned her gaze to the airplane window. Outside, a splendid starry sky unfolded. At that moment, she soared at an altitude of 10,000 meters, traversing the Mediterranean. It reminded her of her initial journey. Also under the vast expanse of stars, the cabin lights dimmed, leaving only a soft glow. Pressing her face against the window, she gazed into the night sky and witnessed a shooting star streaking across the heavens, heading toward the Iberian Peninsula behind her. Following the trajectory of the meteor, she strained to look back. Oh, shooting star, you have traveled from the distant depths of the universe, adorned with stars, plunging into the atmosphere, burning brightly for just this fleeting moment. If that is the case, then surely, as you burn out, you must find happiness in this ephemeral existence. The night outside transformed the glass into a mirror, reflecting the smiling face of the young nurse against the backdrop of twinkling stars. Warner, how was your trip to Barcelona? Did you achieve what you desired? Yes, indeed. Thank you, Sister Ma. I even got a photo with him, hee. A photo? Show me, let me see. Oh dear. What is this? Why are your eyes closed in everyone? Is this all you took? Didn't you snap a few more? Didn't you check after taking them? What a pity. It's all right, Sister Ma. How can it be all right? This is your first time going abroad, I assent it, after such a long-awaited trip. To have the most important photo turn out poorly feels like a wasted journey. It wasn't a wasted trip, Sister Ma. Besides, the most important thing is not the photo. What is it then? The most significant aspect is that I truly went to Barcelona, I genuinely met him, and I sincerely stood beside him. Each of these experiences is real. What does it matter if the photo didn't turn out well? P.S. The chapter title is derived from the song Missing You Under the Stars by the band Owl. Chapter 125. The contest. Oh dear, this weekend is the National Derby. Hu Lai suddenly exclaimed while lying in bed scrolling through his phone. Indeed, Li Qingqing replied as she sat on the edge of the bed, applying body lotion while conversing with Hu Lai. Well, this weekend, your kings seem quite lively. First the men's National Derby, then the women's Madrid Derby. A derby weekend. Li Qingqing glanced at Hu Lai. I detect a hint of sarcasm in your tone. Hu Lai chuckled. No, not at all. I'm merely curious. After this week, will you seek revenge for the men's team? Hey, don't curse us. I'm just being honest. Where's the curse in that? This week, the Champions League match against Torino Bulls is crucial, and then it's the derby against Catalonia. Has Roy decided which one to forfeit? Hu Lai said with a grin. Upon hearing Hu Lai's words, Li Qingqing fell silent. The issue raised by her boyfriend was indeed quite practical. This national derby comes at a rather inopportune time. The midweek match against Torino Bulls is vital, as it could determine which team secures the top position in the group. However, the national derby against Catalonia this weekend is equally significant. In the previous round, Catalonia was held to a draw by Pamplona, while the Madrid Pirates secured a victory, thus overtaking Catalonia to claim the top spot in the league. Meanwhile, the Madrid Kings, with a home victory over Malaga, have narrowed the gap with Catalonia to just 3 points. If they can triumph over Catalonia in the National Derby this weekend, they will level the points with them and temporarily hold the advantage in their head-to-head record. La Liga operates differently from the Premier League. When two teams are tied on points, the first criterion for comparison is not goal difference, but rather the outcomes of their encounters against each other. As long as the Madrid Kings can defeat Catalonia, they will hold the upper hand in their head-to-head record. This advantage may prove invaluable by the season's end. However, facing two formidable opponents within the span of a week undoubtedly presents immense pressure for a prestigious club like Real Madrid. To be precise, it is not quite a week. The Champions League match against Torino is scheduled for Wednesday, while the National Derby against Catalonia will take place on Saturday, leaving only 2 days of respite in between. Following the conclusion of the previous league match, voices of discontent regarding the fixture arrangement surfaced within the Real Madrid club, expressing the belief that La Liga is deliberately targeting them. Conventionally, a team playing in the Champions League on Wednesday should have their league match postponed to Sunday. Yet, the Real Pirates, who play on Tuesday, are afforded the privilege of competing on Sunday, whereas the Kings, despite their Wednesday Champions League commitment, are compelled to play earlier on Saturday. While the Catalonia team also plays on Saturday, they have the advantage of a Tuesday Champions League match. Thus, among the three giants of La Liga, Real Madrid seems to be at a distinct disadvantage. It is hardly surprising that the club harbors dissatisfaction towards this scheduling. Comparatively, any team in their position would feel targeted. As for you, worry not about our Kings. Focus on your own match, for Kiev will not be an easy opponent. Li Qingqing applied lotion and climbed into bed. Lights out, time for sleep. Hu Lai, splendid. 30. The Real Pirates have taken a 3-goal lead against Kiev. Accompanied by the fervent shout of commentator He Fong, the broadcast captured the moment when the football slipped past the Kiev goalkeeper's fingers and into the net. Wow. Incredible. Absolutely astonishing. Another brace. He has scored twice in 3 consecutive Champions League matches. Such brilliance from Hu is simply unstoppable. Spanish commentator Sanchez was equally astounded. At this moment, in the 88th minute, Hu Lai netted his second goal of the match, having already scored once earlier. Coach Parati, having exhausted all substitution options, did not replace Hu, perhaps sensing that he might score again. As Sanchez made this observation, the broadcast shifted to the jubilant celebration of head coach Ettore Parati in front of the bench. To be honest, Jesus, my decision to keep Hu on the pitch was indeed motivated by a desire to see if he could continue scoring. But I was genuinely surprised when he did. Parati remarked to his assistant coach, Jesus Valentin, as they celebrated together. Ettore, whose recent form has been so exceptional that it even frightens me, Valentin confessed, covering his mouth. Frightened of what? That he might face a downer? I genuinely fear that his scoring momentum will be interrupted. In the league, he has already shattered Rivero's club record for consecutive matches with goals. And it seems there is nothing that could consistently maintain his high spirits and scoring fervor. Parati chuckled and shook his head. Isn't that just the norm? He cannot possibly score endlessly. Therefore, his scoring streak will inevitably come to an end. But so what, Jesus? The important thing is that he has already contributed so much to our cause. Even if he fails to score in the next match, I would be perfectly content. Though it is said that words hold truth, human nature is often consumed by greed. I still hope he can continue to score, to net even more goals. For it seems that no player has ever achieved the remarkable feat of scoring twice in 4 consecutive Champions League matches. Upon hearing Valentin's question, Parati paused, then shook his head. It appears that indeed no one has. Thus, if Hu manages to score twice again in the upcoming home match against Kiev, he will etch his name in history as the first of his kind. Ettore, do you not find this exhilarating? Parati nodded in agreement. Valentin remarked, see, you two have begun to harbor expectations about this matter. Such anticipation invariably breeds anxiety. If Hu fails to continue scoring, he will forfeit a golden opportunity to become the first in history. Parati comprehended his assistant's implication and chuckled. No, I am not anxious, Jesus. I merely believe that even if Hu does not achieve this historic milestone this time, he will undoubtedly rise again. He will have ample opportunities, especially once Kelly recovers. As long as they can cooperate, I am convinced that Hu will be at his strongest then. He is still young, Jesus. He has just turned 24. And countless chances to make history await him. The large screen at the Crown Stadium displayed the current match time, 8:44, with the score at 1-1. The clash between the Madrid Kings and the Turin Bulls was indeed a battle of titans. Just 6 minutes into the match, the Kings took a perfect lead with a goal from Duja Carlos. However, the Bulls equalized 20 minutes later, courtesy of the ever-vibrant Celus Caesar. Immediately after leveling the score, the Turin Bulls retreated into a defensive shell akin to a curled-up hedgehog, seemingly content to secure a point away from home. Based on the current state of play, they certainly appeared poised to do so. For nearly 70 minutes, the Kings relentlessly besieged the Bulls' goal, yet they could not breach the defenses manned by Mauro Albertazzi. Just moments ago, the 20-year-old prodigy made another spectacular save, leaving the Kings supporters in the stands momentarily joyous, only to be met with disappointment. Melli observed as Albertazzi rose from the ground. This Italian talent had previously suffered the ignominy of conceding 3 goals in a single match during last season's Europa League. His icy composure shattered by none other than Hu Lai. Yet, in the face of the Kings, that melted ice seemed to transform back into an insurmountable peak. If Hu Lai could achieve a hat-trick against Albertazzi, am I not his equal? Melli pondered. In yesterday's Champions League match, Hu had scored twice in 3 consecutive games, amassing 6 goals this season, while Melli had yet to find the back of the net in this match. Did this truly signify that he fell short of Hu's prowess? After the team's relentless assault for 70 minutes without a goal, a chorus of boos erupted from the stands of the Crown Stadium. This discontent was directed not only at the Bulls, who fortified their defenses, but also at the Kings, who struggled to convert their opportunities into goals. The fans of the Royal Madrid are undeniably stringent. While this demeanor may irritate many, it underscores the immense pressure and extraordinary sacrifices required to achieve success with the Royal Madrid. It is precisely due to these formidable challenges that only those players who triumph here are universally acknowledged as the strongest. Amidst the cacophony of boos, the Royal Madrid continued its assault on the goal of the Torino Bulls. Deducalos made his way to the flank to receive the ball. Upon glancing up, he noticed an opening at the far post where Salados was making a run, prompting him to attempt a diagonal pass. At that very moment, Albertazzi had already sensed his intention and, pointing towards Salados, shouted, "Mark him." Just then, Melli, who had been mingling among the crowd, suddenly surged forward, cutting through the defense. He extended his leg and intercepted Deducalos' pass. This unexpected turn of events left everyone astonished. Not a single Torino defender followed him. And even goalkeeper Albertazzi was caught off guard, his weight shifting towards the far post as the ball was intercepted at the near post. Melli, accompanied by the exuberant shout of commentator Sanchez. With remarkable swiftness, Melli took his shot before Albertazzi could react, sending the ball into the net. Albertazzi toppled to the ground, one hand raised, seemingly signaling for an offside against Melli, yet the referee did not call the goal back, instead turning to point towards the center circle. Melli. He has breached Albertazzi's defenses. The jeers at the Crown Stadium dissipated, replaced by cheers for their hero. Chapter 126. We must watch the women's team. The match has concluded. Indeed, burdened by the midweek Champions League fixture, the entire Royal Madrid squad appeared to be out of sorts, suffering a 1-2 defeat to Catalonia United on their away game, marking their first loss in this season's national derby. Han Shuyu, seated before her computer, let out a deep sigh. Though not surprised by the outcome, she remained unsettled. After all, no one relishes a loss. The midweek match against the Torino Bulls had been particularly taxing. It extended until the final minutes, with Royal Madrid salvaging victory only through Melli's moment of brilliance. Although they ultimately prevailed, the main players had exerted themselves throughout the match, leading to significant fatigue. Under such circumstances, facing Catalonia United away was a foregone conclusion. Melli, who had rescued the team in the previous Champions League match, was in poor form this time and failed to score. As the match concluded, his breathless visage appeared on the screen, his eyes betraying disappointment and anguish. Following this defeat, the gap in points between Royal Madrid and Catalonia United not only remained unchanged, but widened to 6 points. This season, Royal Madrid has lost to both of the other 2 giants of the Spanish Super League, thus presenting the weakest performance among the top 3. Alas, it seems best to turn our attention to the women's team. Han Shuyu, unwilling to witness the jubilant celebrations of the Catalan fans in their home stadium, turned off the live broadcast and posted an update on Bilibili. To defend the glory of the king, it seems we can only rely on the women's football team. Tomorrow I'll be there to cheer for Sister Chingching. As the lights in the conference room flickered back on, the live broadcast on the projection screen dimmed slightly. The once silent room was occasionally punctuated by soft sighs, until the head coach of the team rose and addressed the young women clad in Real Madrid jackets, saying, "If you're feeling disheartened by the loss, channel that energy into tomorrow's match. Now go and rest." Li Qingqing and her teammates stood to leave the conference room, making their way back to their hotel rooms. The defeat in this national derby had cast a shadow over the spirits of the women's team. The usually lively atmosphere had turned somewhat somber. On her way back, Li Qingqing received a WeChat message from Hu Lai. "See? I told you. It seems you really have to avenge us. Go out there and show them who the true kings of Madrid are." Rolling her eyes at her boyfriend's irreverent message, Li Qingqing thought, "Why does it feel like you're reveling in this? Look at what you've said. I'm a player for the arch-rivals, the Pirates. Naturally. I'm delighted to see the Kings lose. You're insufferable. I'm a player for the Kings. I wholeheartedly support the women's team." Li Qingqing could easily envision Hu Lai's expression as he uttered those words. He must be quite pleased that the Kings men's team lost in the national derby. Yet, she too was a part of the Kings club, and this time, she genuinely intended to exact revenge on the football field. Brothers, take a look. Crown Stadium. Han Shuyu, seated in the stands, directed her phone's camera towards the magnificent Crown Stadium. "The reason I am here is to watch the Kings play. Some may say that the Kings just played yesterday, having lost to Catalonia away. Yes, I know the Kings lost, but it was the men's team. What does that have to do with the women's team?" "Exactly. I am here to witness the Kings women's match, a Madrid derby in the Spanish Women's Super League. Go, Sister Qingqing." Through her lens, the opposite stands of the Crown Stadium appeared desolate. It must be said that Real Madrid indeed places significant emphasis on women's football. Not only do they share the same training facilities, but they also play their home games at the same Crown Stadium as the men's team. Can you believe it? However, I feel that the Crown Stadium is a bit too grand for women's matches. While there are quite a few spectators in my section, the opposite stands remain completely vacant, creating a rather empty atmosphere. If the stadium were smaller, these same people could fill it more fully, enhancing both the visual effect and the psychological experience. As Han Shuyu provided her commentary, she moved the camera back and forth, guiding her audience through the pre-match ambience. After all, it was a local derby, and the distinction between the teams was palpably clear in the stands. In the main grandstand, the area was filled with fervent supporters of the home team, while the opposing side was dominated by enthusiastic fans of the Pirates. Even before the match commenced, the two factions were already engaged in a spirited rivalry across the stands. Despite being a women's football match, the atmosphere of a local derby was palpable and vibrant. To enhance this ambience, the Royal Madrid had adorned the seats of the home section with numerous red cardboard cutouts. Every fan in the main grandstand could raise them, creating a magnificent sea of red to rally behind their team. This was Han Shuyu's inaugural experience witnessing a women's football match live, and everything around her was a source of fascination. She directed her camera towards the surrounding fans and gazed at the distant supporters of the Madrid Pirates. The home fans, ready and eager, were matched in enthusiasm by the visiting Pirates, who sang continuously to uplift their team. Han Shuyu even spotted a fan holding a poster depicting Hu Lai's iconic celebratory gesture, clearly aiming to provoke the Royal Madrid supporters. After all, in a prior Madrid derby, Hu Lai's brace had led the Pirates to triumph over the Royal Madrid on their home turf. However, Han Shuyu was not perturbed. Instead, she found herself smiling joyfully, remarking, "Hu Lai plays for the men's team. The men's game has no bearing on the women's." When Li Qingqing emerged with her teammates, Han Shuyu's excitement surged once more. She called out loudly to Li Qingqing in the distance, "Qingqing, go for it." This time, she could unabashedly cheer for the Royal Madrid, not merely due to the venue being their home ground, but because there was a Chinese player on the team. Supporting the Royals equated to supporting Chinese football. Han Shuyu increasingly resonated with the sentiment that regardless of her allegiance to any club, she would always remain a fan of Chinese football. Although Han Shuyu identified as a football enthusiast, she had never followed women's matches. Today marked her first live experience of a women's Madrid derby. This was not due to any gender bias, but rather an acknowledgement of the lesser spectacle that women's football had historically presented compared to its male counterpart. The pace of the women's game was slower, and the intensity of physicality was notably reduced, diminishing its appeal. This disparity was also reflected in ticket prices. The most expensive ticket for the men's Madrid derby was priced at €150, excluding VIP boxes, while the women's equivalent cost less than €10. Even the vast Crown Stadium, with a capacity of 85,000, echoed with emptiness, with only one side of the stands occupied. Despite the Royal Madrid women's team being among the higher echelons of women's football, this marquee matchup in the Women's Super League failed to attract a larger audience. such as the current state of women's versus men's football. Yet, after merely 20 minutes of play, Han Xiyu found herself astounded. Her preconceived notions of women's football significantly transformed. This shift in perception was attributed to one individual, Li Qingqing, adorned in the number 10 jersey of the Royal Madrid. Li Qingqing exhibited qualities on the pitch that set her apart from her fellow female players: speed and strength. These two attributes are often characteristic of male football players. Speed is undeniable. Han Xiyu witnessed Li Qingqing forcefully break through on the wing, leaving her opponents behind with her pace, inciting a chorus of cheers from the Madrid Kings fans in the stands. In that moment, Han Xiyu felt as though she were watching a men's match. As for strength, it does not imply that Li Qingqing excels in physical confrontations. Rather, it refers to the power evident in her shooting, passing, and other technical maneuvers. This was particularly apparent in the expansive arena when Li Qingqing unleashed a long-range shot from outside the penalty area. The resounding thud of her kick reverberated through the stadium, akin to a heavy hammer striking the hearts of everyone present. Thus, when the match reached the 23rd minute and Li Qingqing suddenly fired an exquisite shot from distance, a stunning world-class goal, it was hardly surprising that the goalkeeper of the Madrid Pirates women's team failed to make even a single save attempt. Wow, beautiful. Truly magnificent. A world-class goal. Sister Qingqing is mighty. Han Xiyu leaped up, raising her arms in exhilaration. On the field, Li Qingqing sprinted with outstretched arms, embracing her teammates. The crowded stadium erupted in enthusiastic applause. The disappointment from the men's team's loss the previous day at the Catalan Union's home ground was significantly alleviated in this moment of applause. End of chapter. Chapter 127. When will the cycle of revenge end? When a teammate, under pressing circumstances, hastily passed the ball to Li Qingqing, she found herself flanked by a Madrid Pirates player, while another also rushed in to contest the ball. She was caught in a pincer movement. Nevertheless, Li Qingqing remained unfazed. After a swift glance at her surroundings, she yanked the ball sharply behind her, simultaneously pivoting to extricate herself from the encirclement of the two Madrid Pirates players. However, the ball she pulled back attracted the attention of yet another Madrid Pirates player, who advanced, intent on seizing it before Li Qingqing could. But with a deft maneuver, Li Qingqing extended her left foot to draw the ball closer, then quickly spun around, using her right foot to flick the ball behind her, evading the third defender from the Madrid Pirates. Wow, beautiful. Han Xiyu's cheers resonated in the background. Francis turns. Magnificent. Li Qingqing's second pivot was reminiscent of the signature move of former Madrid Kings superstar Luis Francis, known for its frequent execution and memorable appearances. Although the move was not his invention, it became synonymous with his name. After 2 consecutive spins, Li Qingqing effortlessly extricated the ball from her encirclement. She then lifted her foot as if to pass to a nearby teammate, prompting the 4th Madrid Pirates player, who was directly blocking her, to shift her weight in that direction. Suddenly, Li Qingqing pushed the ball laterally forward. Without hesitation, she accelerated, her speed akin to that of a cheetah, charging towards the attacking front. The players of the Madrid Pirates, attempting to grasp her, could only clutch at the fleeting air. A tremendous roar of excitement was unmistakably audible in Han Xiyu's video. This is merely one of the many dazzling performances exhibited by Li Qingqing in this match. Numerous moments like this, where she employs her nimble footwork to outmaneuver opponents, abound throughout the game. For instance, while on the flank, she executed a series of 3 swift turns, leaving the opposing player in a fit of frustration, prompting them to resort to a foul in an attempt to halt her progress. Yet, the restrained Li Qingqing exhibited no anger. Instead, she turned and offered her adversary a warm embrace, her face adorned with a confident smile, captivating all who bore witness. Teammates from the Madrid Kings delivered a diagonal long pass from the right flank to the left side of the Pirates' penalty area. Li Qingqing skillfully controlled the ball with her chest and feigned an inward cut from the center, tricking the defending Madrid Pirates player into shifting their weight. Suddenly, she deftly flicked the ball to her left with her right foot. During this maneuver, her center of gravity shifted dramatically, her body nearly parallel to the ground. This exaggerated motion effectively deceived the defending player. With a swift acceleration, Li Qingqing surged into the penalty area. Then, she unleashed a shot with her left foot. The ball soared toward the far corner of the goal. The Madrid Pirates goalkeeper lunged to intercept the ball, but failed to alter its trajectory. Ultimately, the ball grazed the inside of the far post, and nestled into the net, striking the side mesh. Cheers erupted. Qingqing is incredible. Qingqing is so cool. Qingqing is the best. As Li Qingqing received the ball near the left corner of the penalty area, the Madrid Pirates defenders braced themselves. Two players approached to mark her. However, their efforts proved futile. Li Qingqing maintained her speed, advancing into the box, while the defenders hesitated, retreating and inadvertently allowing her entry. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingqing gently nudged the ball forward with her left foot, while simultaneously breaking through on her right side. A perfect separation of ball and player. At that moment, the Pirates' defenders instinctively leaned to their left, inadvertently tripping Li Qingqing as she aimed to bypass them. Amidst the thunderous cheers, the referee's whistle pierced the air. A penalty. Splendid. Li Qingqing had earned a penalty for the Kings. She prepared to take the spot kick herself, and should she score, it would be a hat trick for her today. Remarkable. Fantastic. From orchestrating the attack to executing the final shot, Li Qingqing was the architect of it all. In a decisive moment, she converted the penalty with precision, cleanly striking the ball into the net. A hat trick achieved. I must declare that Li Qingqing is indeed the true star of Madrid, as Han Shuyu enthusiastically proclaimed. The video was flooded with comments echoing, no doubt about it. I believe even Hu Lai would not contest this statement. Haha. Melly. Come see who the true king star is. Li Qingqing, forever a legend. In this episode of Han Shuyu's Vlog, it essentially transformed into a personal highlight reel for Li Qingqing. Ultimately, with her 3 goals and 1 assist, the Madrid Kings triumphed over the Madrid Pirates with a score of 5-1 on home turf. After the match concluded, the players of Madrid King women's football team gathered beneath the main stand to express their gratitude to the fans. Li Qingqing, draped in her coat, approached the area occupied by Han Shuyu and several other Chinese supporters, as they prominently displayed the 5-star red flag. Upon seeing Li Qingqing approach, the Chinese fans, including Han Shuyu, were filled with delight and excitement. They enthusiastically gave her a thumbs up and cheered, "Sister Qingqing. Amazing." Li Qingqing walked over with a radiant smile illuminating her flushed face, saying, "Thank you all for coming to watch the match. Sister Qingqing played brilliantly. Go Qingqing. We will always be your loyal supporters." Thank you. Han Shuyu offered her phone, asking, "Sister Qingqing, can we take a photo together?" "Of course," Li Qingqing replied, deftly activating the front camera before turning around and extending her arm. In the frame, the Chinese fans gathered behind her, all flashing victory signs and beaming smiles. 1, 2, 3, good. With the countdown complete, Li Qingqing pressed the shutter. A joyful group photo appeared in Han Shuyu's viewing Vlog. Upon uploading, this episode of the Vlog witnessed an explosive surge in views and comments, ranking second only to the episode featuring Hu Lai's return to the Flanders Stadium. The reason was clear. Everyone tuned in to see Li Qingqing. Even Hu Lai faced criticism. But who could possibly dislike Li Qingqing? She is beautiful, kind, gentle, and strong. With exceptional skills and remarkable talent, she stands as the premier star of the Chinese women's football team, a true gem of Chinese football. Some even found themselves disliking Hu Lai simply because he was associated with Li Qingqing, feeling as though a flower was wasted on a pile of manure. And they empathized with Li Qingqing's worth. Following the conclusion of Li Qingqing's match, her boyfriend Hu Lai took to the field. The Madrid Pirates faced Betis at home. With Catalan Union having recently defeated Madrid King at home, they temporarily surpassed the Madrid Pirates in the standings, claiming the league's top position. Having just come off a Champions League match, the Madrid Pirates rotated their lineup for this game. Betis, currently positioned 15th in the league, posed limited threat, allowing the Pirates to field a less formidable squad. Nevertheless, Hu Lai still started the match and did not disappoint his eager supporters. He scored the opening goal in the 18th minute, effectively unlocking the door to victory. He followed this with a second goal in the 51st minute, completing a brace. His 2 goals propelled the Madrid Pirates to a resounding 5-1 victory over Betis, securing their 10th consecutive league win and reclaiming the top spot in the standings. By the way, I ran into that beautiful lady who was filming videos. In the evening, after finishing her shower, Li Qingqing emerged dressed in her pajamas, towel in hand, and said to Hu Lai, "That Han Shuyu?" "Yes, she came to film our women's football match. Alas, I must witness how you perform." Hu Lai exclaimed as he opened the Bilibili app on his phone and manually searched for Li Qingqing. Indeed, the latest video from the content creator known as Shuz Hongyu appeared, titled, "Who is the True Leader of Madrid?" Upon hearing Hu Lai read the title aloud, Li Qingqing beamed at him and asked, "Do you have any objections? I scored 3 goals and assisted 1. What about you?" Hu Lai had excelled in the match against Bietica, scoring twice and even being named the best player of the match. Yet, in the face of Li Qingqing's hat trick and assist, he felt somewhat lacking in confidence. "Hey, we are in La Liga." Hu Lai could only retort based on the match's significance and prestige. Li Qingqing smiled slightly. "We are the Madrid Derby in the Women's Super League." Hu Lai was at a loss for words. He could not assert that the Women's Super League was less important than La Liga, even if it were true. Observing Hu Lai's speechlessness, Li Qingqing laughed heartily. Seeing her laugh in such a delightful manner, Hu Lai abruptly lunged forward, pulling Li Qingqing down onto the bed. Startled, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "What am I doing? I am avenging our pirates," Hu Lai declared, pinning the beautiful woman beneath him. "Ah, my hair is still wet," she gasped, as the room was soon filled with heavy breaths. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 128. A new adventure here. "Pass the ball to me," Li Rong called out, raising his hand for the ball on the training ground of the Flashing Stars. His teammate indeed passed the football to him. However, before he could receive it, a sudden leg emerged and kicked the ball away. He collided with the leg, lost his balance, and fell to the ground. The exclamation that escaped his lips was uttered only after he had tumbled down. "Don't just watch the ball, Li Gu." The owner of that leg approached, grinning at the fallen Li Rong. "You need to watch me. Watch me. Damn you." Li Rong looked up at the arrogant Qin Shi, unable to retort. Especially since his father was present on the training ground, he dared not provoke the son of the formidable Qin Lin. Yet, while he refrained from speaking, others did not hesitate. A sharp whistle pierced the air as Qin Lin, with a whistle in his mouth, rushed over, chastising Qin Shi loudly. "What are you doing? Is it a dead ball? Did you stop after the defense? If this were a match and the ball hadn't gone out, what would you do if the attacking side organized a second attack?" Qin Shi, receiving a scolding from his father, shrank back, his previous smug expression wiped away. Seeing him humbled brought joy to Li Rong, who got up from the ground and pretended to console Qin Lin, saying, "Brother Lin, let it go, just scold your own child." To his surprise, Qin Lin shot him a glare and retorted, "You too. How many times have I told you, before receiving the ball, do not solely focus on it. Pay attention to the players, observe their positions. Moments ago, you neglected to observe the ball, allowing Qin Shi to seize the opportunity and dash past you." Criticized, Li Rong stood before Qin Lin, humbled and compliant. Observing Qin Lin reprimanding, Chun Mo suddenly remarked from the sidelines, "Daqin's scolding of Li Rong resembles that of a father correcting his son." Zhao Kongming responded, "Who could blame him? He indeed just reprimanded his son." They exchanged amused glances. Chun Mo then sighed, "Regrettably, we shall no longer witness such scenes. Daqin, unsatisfied with remaining as our assistant coach, departing is quite natural. He is an individual of ambition, destined to leave sooner or later. Although his departure comes a tad prematurely, given his coaching prowess, one cannot deem it inappropriate." On December 1st, 2027, the Chinese Super League is poised to conclude its final round. The Anong Shining Stars currently hold the 8th position in the league, neither qualifying for the AFC Champions League nor facing relegation. Yet, considering the youth of the squad, the lowest average age in the league, this achievement is commendable. As the season draws to a close, Anong Shining Stars prepares for a poignant farewell, bidding adieu to their esteemed veteran, the second assistant coach, Qin Lin. He has received an invitation from his former club, the South China Tigers, embarking on a new adventure to succeed the out-of-contract Friedrich Lechmann, coaching this prestigious Super League team. Becoming a head coach for the first time, particularly of a renowned team, raises concerns and misunderstandings regarding Qin Lin's choice. Nevertheless, he unwaveringly decides to leave. Driven by a personal dream, he aspires to become the national team coach, leading his country in the World Cup. To realize this ambition, he cannot remain as an assistant coach at Shining Stars. Aware of the immense pressure he will face as the head coach of a prestigious club like the South China Tigers, he understands the potential for failure that lies ahead. However, one must take risks. If he were to shy away from failure, he would cease to be Qin Lin. The role of a coach differs significantly from that of a player. Once training concludes, players finish their work. They can return to the locker room to shower and change, resuming their lives as they please. Those with high self-discipline head home, while others indulge in leisure. Yet, coaches have ongoing responsibilities. Stepping off the training ground does not mean they can simply lock the office door and depart. As the assistant coach, Qin Lin must manage various tasks. Often, by the time he is able to leave for home, at least half an hour has passed since training ended. During this interval, Qin Chi continues to train. At times, he engages in ball drills on the field, such as long passing exercises. At others, he is in the gym for strength training. This routine persists daily, whether with the youth team or the first team, as he practices diligently while waiting for his father to finish work. Upon completing his tasks, Qin Lin picks up his son, and together they drive home. Today, they were intercepted by reporters and fans at the training facility's entrance. The reporters surged forward, not in pursuit of Qin Lin, but rather directed at the young Qin Chi, who occupied the passenger seat. Qin Chi, what does it signify for you to study abroad before reaching the age of 18? Given that you have yet to complete a full season in the Chinese Super League, do you believe this transition to playing in Europe will affect you in any way? Is your choice of Eintracht Frankfurt influenced by your father's prior tenure there? As the car window lowered, a barrage of queries accompanied by microphones inundated Qin Chi. Particularly, the last question prompted him to glance at his father, who sat in the driver's seat. However, Qin Lin remained oblivious to his son's gaze, seemingly deaf to the reporter's inquiries. Thus, Qin Chi steeled himself to respond to the journalists. I am still young, but my youth allows me the advantage of pursuing football abroad. I aspire to continue improving in a high-level football environment. While my father did offer some guidance regarding my choice of Eintracht Frankfurt, the ultimate decision was mine alone. Just 3 days prior, the Bundesliga club Eintracht Frankfurt officially announced the signing of 17-year-old center-back Qin Chi from the Chinese club Anong Shining Stars. The news arrived unexpectedly, as there had been no prior indications. While it was widely acknowledged that Qin Lin's son possessed remarkable talent, few anticipated that he would embark on a European journey before turning 18. Although Eintracht Frankfurt stated that the formal contract signing would occur once Qin Chi reached his 18th birthday next year, he was already permitted to train with the team. Consequently, upon the conclusion of the current Chinese Super League season, Qin Chi would depart from Jincheng to Germany. The name Eintracht Frankfurt evokes memories, as it was the club where Qin Lin himself once played during his overseas career. At the age of 25, Qin Lin transferred to Eintracht Frankfurt, where he competed in the Bundesliga for 5 seasons before returning to his homeland to join the South China Tigers at 30. During his 5 seasons with Eintracht Frankfurt, he made a total of 114 appearances, averaging nearly 23 matches per season, with 2 of those seasons seeing him as a key player. Prior to Hu Lai's move to Leeds City, Qin Lin was regarded as the most successful Chinese footballer in Europe. Earlier this year, Qin Lin made another visit to Frankfurt, having been inducted into the club's Hall of Fame. The club organized a small ceremony in his honor, during which he donned formal attire and, amidst the applause of tens of thousands of fans at the home stadium, received a commemorative plaque for his Hall of Fame induction. The fans had not forgotten this former Chinese player. When news of Qin Chi's impending contract with Eintracht Frankfurt emerged, it rekindled memories of this past, leading many to speculate that Qin Lin's return to the club might not merely have been for a Hall of Fame ceremony. The opportunity for Qin Chi to sign with Eintracht Frankfurt could very well be a testament to his father's legacy. Consequently, some remain skeptical about Qin Chi's prospects of pursuing a football career abroad at the tender age of 17. Some individuals even opine that Qin Lin is engaging in a form of premature cultivation, believing that he must have leveraged personal connections to enable his son to study abroad in Frankfurt. They do not necessarily view this as a positive development. They contend that Qin Chi should spend a couple more years playing in the Chinese Super League with the Anong Stars, especially with the capable Zhao Kongming, a coach adept at nurturing young talent, ensuring that Qin Chi's progress remains unimpeded. After managing the press interviews, Qin Chi fulfilled the fans' wishes by signing autographs before Qin Lin finally drove away from the training facility. Dad, why were you so silent earlier? The reporters mentioned you too. Sitting in the car, Qin Chi voiced the confusion that had lingered in his mind. They mentioned me, but they were inquiring about you. They came for you, so you must handle it yourself. Once you're in Europe, can you expect me to be by your side every time a reporter seeks you out? Qin Chi found himself at a loss for words. Reporters embody pressure, while fans represent motivation. You must learn to navigate both forces that will invariably accompany you in your professional journey. The world of a professional athlete is far more challenging than you can imagine. Qin Chi retorted, Dad, I never thought being a professional player was easy. I don't believe that if Hu Gu succeeds abroad, I will too. But I am determined to strive towards that goal. Qin Lin nodded, as long as you understand. Sending you abroad at such an early age is my hope for you to become a European player. Just look at how much Hu Lai and the others have progressed since they went abroad. However, they left later in their careers. If one could play in Europe at the age of 15 or 16, the potential for improvement would be even greater. Dad, in less than half a season, Hu Gu is on the verge of scoring 20 goals. What more improvement could there be? Qin Lin glared at his son. Must you bring up Hu Lai? That kid defies conventional logic. No standard or common sense seems to apply to him. Although Hu Lai's record of consecutive goals in La Liga ultimately halted at 11. In the 12th round against Betis, he was unable to extend his streak. Nonetheless, he continued to score sporadically after that. As of now, after 15 rounds, he has netted 18 league goals, 6 more than the second-place Mary, averaging 12 goals per match. Such performance is unprecedented in Hu Lai's career, leaving many Chinese fans in disbelief. While it was unfortunate that Hu Lai's record ended at 11 consecutive matches, many fans actually breathed a sigh of relief, as they felt this was a more realistic portrayal of his capabilities. It was as if the second shoe had finally dropped. They no longer had to worry about him suffering an injury during his peak form. To them, only divine intervention could halt Hu Lai's current momentum. Once you go abroad, don't just focus on Hu Lai. Observe others, especially Luo Kai. Challenges and obstacles will be your constant companions. Qin Shi yearned to express that Luo Kai was performing adequately and trained, having already made 2 assists. However, he wisely refrained from voicing this sentiment, instead nodding obediently and saying, "Rest assured, Dad, I shall certainly take Luo Kai as a cautionary example." Though he spoke these words, the heart of the 17-year-old boy had already drifted to the distant shores of Europe. Chapter 129. The helplessness of those involved. Qin Shi, who had recently been promoted from the youth team to the first team in the middle of the season, was now competing in the Chinese Super League. Such an elevation could be likened to a rocket launch. Yet, compared to recent news, it seemed he had previously been riding not in a rocket, but rather in a bullock cart. The privilege of training with a Bundesliga team before the age of 18 and signing a professional contract upon turning 18 was something even the likes of Hu Lai had never experienced. The Frankfurt White Deer Club candidly admitted to Chinese reporters that their keen interest in Qin Shi stemmed from Qin Lin's influence. However, their decision to sign Qin Shi was primarily based on his innate talent. Mr. Nicodid, the youth training director at Frankfurt White Deer, held high hopes for Qin Shi's future, believing he possessed the capability to establish himself in the Bundesliga. It is noteworthy that Qin Shi has a significant connection to Germany, having been born there. During Qin Lin's second season with Frankfurt White Deer, Qin Shi entered the world in Frankfurt. In a certain sense, he could be regarded as having Frankfurt lineage. Lin Ziyuan, while perusing news online, remarked with a tinge of envy, "Even a 17-year-old lad can go to Germany, while I remain confined to domestic pursuits." His agent, Qiu Xinrong, chuckled and replied, "This 17-year-old lad's father is set to become your head coach next season." Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyuan chose to cease further discussion about Qin Shi. Letting out a long sigh, Zhou Zigjing has become the star of the national U23 team, merely because he played a few matches in Leeds? He was once my subordinate. Given the unique nature of the goalkeeper position, Qiu Xinrong found himself at an impasse. At 21, Lin Ziyuan had already served as the primary goalkeeper for the South China Tigers for nearly 4 seasons, yet this did not guarantee his role as a starter in Europe. The goalkeeper position is the most conservative in any team. Unless the starting goalkeeper commits a grievous error or suffers a significant injury, changes are seldom made. Lin Ziyuan's talent and performance had indeed attracted the attention of European clubs, but the arrangements they proposed left both Qiu Xinrong and Lin Ziyuan dissatisfied. They either intended to acquire Lin Ziyuan as a backup or to loan him to a lower-tier team for experience. Neither option was desirable for them. Remaining with the South China Tigers as the starting goalkeeper presented no issues in terms of status or remuneration. The South China Tigers, as a powerhouse in the Chinese Super League, boasted substantial financial strength. Furthermore, due to the salary cap regulations, national team players could earn an annual salary of 10 million RMB, an amount few could hope to accumulate in a lifetime. In some respects, this income even surpassed that of players in mid-tier foreign clubs. Nevertheless, Lin Ziyuan was unwilling to continue his career solely within domestic confines. It is disheartening to observe others departing for foreign lands while one remains in the domestic sphere as a leading star. What significance does it hold? People merely remark that Lin Ziyuan seems to thrive in a realm devoid of competition, akin to a monkey assuming the throne in the absence of a tiger. Noticing Lin Ziyuan's despondent demeanor, Qiu Xinrong offered words of consolation. Take it easy, Ziyuan. Should you venture abroad, your adaptation period will surely be shorter than theirs. Given your prior experience playing overseas and your proficiency in the language, particularly if you head to Germany. With a weary sigh, Lin Ziyuan replied, let us discuss that once I truly embark on my journey. Do you harbor any regrets about declining the invitation from Insubra? Qiu Xinrong inquired. Following the recent World Cup, numerous players from the Chinese team garnered attention from European clubs, with some hastily departing abroad. As the primary goalkeeper for the national team, Lin Ziyuan, at the tender age of 20, found himself under the spotlight. Although he conceded 6 goals during the World Cup, a goalkeeper's prowess is not solely determined by the number of goals allowed. The crux lies in his youth. At merely 20, he has already secured a pivotal role in safeguarding the national team's goal, underscoring his potential. Thus, prestigious clubs like Insubra extended offers to him. Yet, Lin Ziyuan declined. I do not regret it, he stated firmly, shaking his head. To be a substitute or to be loaned to a lower-tier league is far less appealing than being a starter with the South China Tigers. Qiu Xinrong nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall strive to assist you in reaching Europe. We have maintained contact with Westing United over the years, and I believe that when the opportune moment arises, you shall eventually return to Europe. However, patience is paramount, Ziyuan. Do not be swayed by the excitement of others playing in Europe. At just 21, as a goalkeeper, you possess at least another 15 years in your career. If necessary, we can consider venturing out after the next World Cup. With a resigned sigh, Lin Ziyuan acquiesced. I will heed your counsel, Uncle Qiu. If I am unable to go abroad, then so be it. One cannot simply travel overseas for the sake of it. What if I am unable to secure a position once I arrive, and subsequently lose my place as the national team's primary goalkeeper? The allure of the outside world is magnificent, yet Lin Ziyuan feels a profound sense of helplessness in his inability to escape. As the final round of the Chinese Super League concluded, Qin Lin busied himself at their home adjacent to the Shining Star training base in Luqing, Jincheng. The three of them were preoccupied with packing their belongings. Although the season had drawn to a close, for Qin Lin, who was about to assume the role of head coach for the South China Tigers, there would be no respite. He was to head directly from Jincheng to Leeds City, where he would likely remain for many years to come. Meanwhile, his wife and son, Qin Shi, would travel to Germany, the son to pursue his football dreams, and the wife to care for his daily needs. The couple would thus find themselves separated, uncertain of how long their distance would last. The slogan for Jincheng proclaims it as a city one never wishes to leave. I once believed that upon our arrival, we would cease our wanderings, Wang Yuan mused. Seated in a chair, gazing at the gradually emptying room during a brief pause in their packing. Apologies, my dear. What are you apologizing for? Wang Yuan chuckled as she spoke to Qin Lin beside her. I'm not blaming you. I simply feel a twinge of reluctance to part with this place. I regret that my profession causes you to drift about so frequently. Originally, you could have accompanied me back to Lingnan, but instead, you are off to keep Shaoqi company. Wang Yuan gently shook her head, gazing at her beloved with a smile, and remarked, Who instructed me to marry a professional athlete, and now have a son who is also a professional athlete? Qin Lin and she exchanged glances. Words unspoken, yet laden with meaning. Mom, did you see my? Qin Shi suddenly dashed down the stairs, peering in and exclaiming. He then caught sight of his parents, deeply engrossed in each other's gaze. Am I interrupting something? Wang Yuan turned to continue packing, while Qin Lin shot a glare at their son. Have you finished packing your things? Almost. Don't mind me. Carry on as if I'm not here, huh? Continue. With that, Qin Shi dashed back upstairs, seemingly fearful of being caught by his father and receiving a scolding. Qin Lin chose not to pursue him, instead turning back to Wang Yuan. Look at your son. It's as if he isn't yours. Wang Yuan feigned annoyance. Qin Lin noticed an album in her hands. What is this? Wang Yuan opened it, revealing a collection of photos from their son's early years. You still carry this? Qin Lin expressed surprise. What else would I do? Toss it away? Wang Yuan shot her husband an exasperated look. Can't you speak properly? No. I thought you'd left it at our home in Lingnan. Qin Lin leaned in to view the album together. In one photograph, a newborn baby with closed eyes lay curled up in a crib, while beside him, Wang Yuan gazed down, her face alight with tenderness. This is a photo of Shaoqi when he was just born. Qin Lin marveled. At that time, the little fellow was quite unappealing, all wrinkled up. Well, he was just a baby. They all look like that when they're born. Was this taken in the hospital? Qin Lin inquired. Yes. We took it in a hospital in Frankfurt. By the way, he was born in Frankfurt, and now he has returned there. I wonder if that qualifies as going back home. Wang Yuan turned to the next picture, showcasing Qin Shi lying still on the bed, straining to lift his large head. Huh, he was so adorable back then. Like a little toy. Wang Yuan shot her husband a playful glare, then chuckled, finding his words amusing. And just like that, he has grown so much. When you both came to Jincheng, I could still hold him. That was the last time I held him. Now he is taller than I am. Oh dear, how swiftly time flies. 17 years have passed in the blink of an eye. How strange. Why can't I find it? In his room. Qin Shi had turned everything upside down, yet still couldn't he locate the trophy he had won for being the best player in his final national competition. He suspected that his mother might have tucked it away, so he dashed out to find her. However, as he reached the staircase, he noticed his parents nestled together in the living room, completely absorbed in whatever they were watching, oblivious to the commotion behind them. Witnessing this scene, Qin Shi quietly retreated. It is best to search thoroughly once more. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 130. The outside world is truly captivating. Qin Shi has become a new recruit among the ranks of Chinese male footballers venturing abroad. Although he is yet to officially sign a professional contract with Frankfurt White Deer, the outcome seems all but certain. Seizing the opportunity of Qin Shi's overseas journey, Tungfei Video has specially produced a program to reflect on the performances of Chinese footballers abroad. Firstly, we revisit Zhou Zijin, who replaced Hu Lai at Leeds United. Initially, upon his arrival at Leeds, his candid remarks led to some friction with the fans. However, as he gradually settled into his role, his relationship with the fans began to improve. The UEFA Champions League group match at home against Madrid Pirates appeared to be a turning point. The previously underperforming Leeds United showed a distinct upward trajectory, and Zhou Zijin found his rhythm within the team. He has now supplanted the former captain, Lorenzo, becoming a vital player in Leeds' attacking line. Kamara breaks through on the flank. Magnificent. PSN. Across. As the football raced towards the goal, Zhou Zijin did not charge towards the near post, but instead made a run towards the far post. Although Lasky, heading for the near post, failed to reach the ball, he effectively drew away the defender, Sidnam. If the ball could be delivered, Zhou Zijin would be presented with an exceptional scoring opportunity. The ball sailed over the heads of Lasky and Sidnam's defenders, and Zhou Zijin surged towards the far post. Rather than leaping with all his might, he merely elevated himself gracefully, directing the incoming football towards the net. Sidnam, the goalkeeper, attempted to recover but was too late. The football was headed by Zhou Zijin into the goal. Wow. Zhou. Ahaha. A facile strike. This marks the second league goal for the Chinese forward at Leeds United. After scoring, Zhou Zijin appeared exuberant, turning to sprint towards the corner flag, where he executed a sliding celebration. His teammates joined him in a jubilant slide, and the stands at Flanders Stadium erupted in cheers. The Leeds United fans seemed to have forgotten the words Zhou Zijin had once uttered. Or perhaps they had chosen to overlook the folly of engaging with someone perceived as naive. They recognized that he seemed somewhat oblivious. Moreover, the fans tacitly accepted that Zhou Zijin could never eclipse Hu Lai's achievements at the club, thus rendering any animosity towards the young player unnecessary. When he performed well, they cheered without contrived jeers. However, Zhou Zijin, hearing the cheers rather than boos, was not entirely pleased. After embracing his teammates, he stood up to find that his sliding celebration had left only 2 marks. Alas, still no 3 stripes. Meanwhile, fellow Premier League player Luo Kai has recently experienced a minor resurgence. Ever since he provided his first assist for Tranmere in a match against Wigan, it seems he has unlocked his potential, having contributed 3 assists for Tranmere to date. Tranmere's head coach, Kevin Locke, praised Luo's performance, asserting that he has brought a fresh dynamic to the right flank of the team. His speed and skill can certainly pose a threat in the Premier League. Although he has yet to score his first goal for Tranmere, the 3 assists he has provided have been sufficient to keep Roque calm and patient. It is precisely because of this preparedness that when the opportunity truly arises, Roque is able to seize it. In the 5th round of the Champions League group stage, Tranmere faced off against Lyon in an away match, and the chance came unexpectedly. The atmosphere at Lyon's home ground, the Groupama Stadium, was a cacophony of boos and gasps. Tranmere was launching a rapid counterattack. In the midfield, The Portuguese prodigy Ricardo Balaya was sprinting with the ball at great speed. Just 10 seconds ago, Tranmere had successfully defended against a Lion attack, and Captain Connor Kirk had sent a forward pass to Balaya, who had moved into the center. Upon receiving the ball, Balaya quickly pivoted and surged forward. His pace was astonishingly swift, slicing through Lions' midfield and bearing down on their penalty area. He was so fast that he became the furthest forward player for Tranmere. The Lion defenders quickly converged on him, intending to trap him before their goal. He appeared to be cornered, yet Balaya knew that during his full-throttle counterattack, there would be someone able to match his speed. Thus, he deftly passed the ball diagonally to the right. Sure enough, a figure clad in Tranmere's colors emerged. Ruhu. With the commentator's elongated shout, Roque appeared on the right, resembling a high-speed sports car as he took Balaya's pass and surged into the Lion penalty area. With Balaya having drawn nearly all of Lion's players towards him, Roque found himself unmarked. As he entered the box, he glanced up at the goal, only to see the Lion goalkeeper charging towards him. Remaining remarkably composed, he struck. The ball grazed the body of the Lion goalkeeper and sailed into the net behind him. Roque. Splendid. Roque. He scored his first official goal for Tranmere. Furthermore, he became the second Chinese player to score in a Champions League match, following Hu Lai. The Chinese commentator erupted with excitement. In the aftermath of the goal, Roque was elated. He didn't even seek out Balaya, who had assisted him, but instead ran towards the sidelines and executed a diving slide. Balaya quickly followed suit, joining him on the ground for an embrace. "I knew you could keep up with me, Roque." Ha. In his embrace, Roque beamed with joy. He felt as though it had been ages since he had experienced such happiness, even surpassing the joy of his first assist for Tranmere. With his experience abroad, he understood that this goal did not necessarily guarantee that his future at Tranmere would be any easier. Yet every goal serves as an essential pathway to a better version of oneself. Although he may encounter setbacks and challenges in the future, the road paved by these goals will not fade away, as long as he does not abandon his pursuit of returning home. Even if he takes 10 steps forward and then 9 steps back, he believes that he will eventually catch up to that ideal self. This season, Xia Xiaoyu has become a member of the Alvara first team, yet a considerable distance remains before he can establish himself as a key player. For now, he can only serve as a substitute, receiving opportunities in less critical matches or during inconsequential moments. This evokes a sense of melancholy. For among all the players who have ventured abroad, Xia Xiaoyu seems to be struggling the most. Once a pivotal player in the championship-winning team of the Chinese Super League, he now finds himself unable to secure a starting position in a prestigious Portuguese club. Over the past year, debates regarding whether Xia Xiaoyu should continue to play for Alvara have never ceased. Each time he remains absent from 2 consecutive matches, such voices emerge. Social media and marketing accounts eagerly exploit his current situation or predicament to generate topics and attract attention. However, Xia Xiaoyu himself has never contemplated returning home. A closer examination reveals that his time at Alvara has not been in vain. Clad in the national U23 team jersey, Xia Xiaoyu diligently moves across the pitch, receiving passes from teammates and subsequently distributing the ball. Although these appear to be ordinary passes, even his once prominent long passes have become rare. He resorts to simple short to medium-range passes to place the ball at his teammates' feet. This style of play may lack flair and excitement, offering little for the spectators in the stands or in front of their screens to applaud. It seems less captivating than his prior performances. Thus, it is easy to assume that Xia Xiaoyu's role as a substitute at Alvara is a waste of time and life, prompting suggestions that he should return home to Shine Star, resuming his role as the midfield linchpin, employing his precise long passes and incisive runs to resolve the team's offensive challenges. However, the reality is that under Xia Xiaoyu's seemingly mundane short to medium-range passes, the U23 team's midfield operates smoothly, even managing to subtly suppress the Sevilla U23 team. Head coach Mai Zhaoqing sighs from the sidelines, remarking on Xiaoyu's rapid development. The assistant coach jests, suggesting that perhaps they could progress further in next year's Olympics. Mai Zhaoqing shakes his head, clarifying that he is not considering such prospects. His sole hope is for the team to secure qualification for the Olympics. Observing Xia Xiaoyu, who acts as the metronome and orchestrator for the U23 team, he feels a profound sense of optimism. Xia Xiaoyu's value is not merely reflected in the number of goals scored or assists made, but rather in aspects that elude quantification. These elements become glaringly apparent in his absence, highlighting issues that were previously overlooked. Upon reflecting on this, Mai Zhaoqing addressed his assistant coach, inquiring, "There are still 30 minutes remaining in the match, correct? I intend to substitute Xiaoyu." The assistant coach, taken aback, replied, "But we have finally gained the upper hand in the game. Perhaps we might score and level the match." Mai Zhaoqing shook his head, dismissing the suggestion. "This is merely a warm-up match. Although it is termed an international invitational, our primary objective is not the pursuit of victory. We must observe how the team performs both with and without Xiaoyu, while also conveying to certain individuals that Xiaoyu should not be regarded as insignificant." The assistant coach paused for a moment before comprehending Mai Zhaoqing's reasoning behind his comments regarding the rumors surrounding Xiaoyu, of which he had heard as well. Thus, Xiaoyu was swiftly replaced. As he approached the sidelines, Mai Zhaoqing extended his hand for a handshake, praising him. "You performed excellently, Xiaoyu." "Thank you, Coach Mai." Xiaoyu accepted the compliment from the head coach with calmness, displaying no excessive excitement, for he was aware that he had indeed played remarkably well. End of chapter 131. To be continued. After adapting through the first season, Chen Xingyi had fully acclimated to the Eredivisie, securing a starting position with the prestigious Amsterdam Athletic. His performances did not betray his status as a key player. Approaching the midway point of the season, Amsterdam sat atop the league standings, with Chen Xingyi contributing 3 assists and 4 goals, making him the second highest scoring overseas player this season, following Hu Lai. Danny Drew successfully intercepted the ball. He glanced forward before launching a long pass from the backfield to initiate a counterattack. As the football soared towards the offensive end, Chen Xingyi sprinted forward. The atmosphere in the Arena Stadium of Amsterdam was electric. Chen Xingyi expertly controlled the ball. Despite the long pass exceeding 40 meters, he slightly misjudged the stop, allowing the ball to settle approximately 10 meters in front of him. However, this was inconsequential, as the opponent's defense was sparse at that moment. Even with a slight misstep, he could regain control before the defenders closed in. Indeed, this was his mindset. Like a gust of wind, he glided across the grass of the arena, swiftly catching up to the ball. This was a clear chance. An opportunity for Amsterdam Athletic. A chance for Chen. "Charge, Xing. Let me rack up an assist," shouted Danny Drew from the backfield. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Xingyi faced the advancing opposing goalkeeper and, before entering the penalty area, unleashed a shot. The ball arced gracefully, slipping past the goalkeeper, who misjudged the direction of the strike. Without a doubt, it soared into the net. The cheers from the arena reached a crescendo. After scoring, Chen Xingyi refrained from exuberant celebration, instead standing still with his arms raised high, a radiant smile gracing his face. Last season, he had managed only 3 goals in the Eredivisie. As the season has not yet reached its halfway mark, he has already netted 4 goals. And it is believed that his performance this season will undoubtedly surpass that of the previous one. This is how it should be. Each season ought to be better than the last, and if he maintains this momentum, he will eventually grace a grander stage. Chen Xingyi has firmly established himself at the prestigious Dutch club Ajax Amsterdam, and Wang Guangwei has likewise cemented his position. Last season, he could only seize the opportunity to start due to the injury of the main center-back, Altobelli. But this season, he has officially become the starting center-back for this Serie A team. As a center-back, he may not boast goals or assists, nor can he consistently execute numerous crucial tackles in every match, and he seldom encounters situations requiring goal-line saves. However, the invaluable experience he gains from colliding with European and world-class forwards is immeasurable. Wang Guangwei has always exhibited a level of maturity beyond that of his peers, and as he accumulates more playing time with Elderia, we can observe his growth and maturity. The tall and robust center forward, Oliver Hogg, received the ball in the penalty area. Noticing the Chinese defender from Elderia closing in, he intended to use his physical advantage to carve out space for a shot. Thus, he charged forward without hesitation. To his surprise, this Chinese center-back did not yield. It was as if he had collided with a wall. A muffled grunt was heard nearby. Wang Guangwei held his ground. "Well done." The commentator, Wang Guangwei, cheered for him loudly. Hogg failed to overpower Wang Guangwei on his first attempt, and as space dwindled, he found himself firmly held outside the line. Realizing he had little time left to engage in a battle of strength, Hogg charged at Wang Guangwei once more. But this time he simultaneously took a shot. The collision with Wang Guangwei was a feint. His true intention lay in concealing the shot from his feet. If the defender's focus remained on resisting his charge, he would have to plant his feet to exert force. thereby making it challenging to thwart the impending shot. Hogg collided with Wang Guangwei again while directing the ball towards the goal. However, just as he struck, the ball ricocheted off a foot and went out of bounds. Wang Guangwei. Wow. Splendid. We fear no hard contact. Oliver Hogg, despite being a well-built center forward, found no advantage against our Wang Guangwei. Well done, Wang. Matteo Pellegatti, the goalkeeper of Eldoria, gave Wang Guangwei a thumbs up, praising his defensive effort. Amid the accolades from teammates and the cheers of home fans, Wang Guangwei's expression remained placid, even somewhat wooden, as if it were merely an inconsequential defensive play, unworthy of mention. Although Seria's league ranking has fallen beyond the top 10, they have been making significant strides in the UEFA Europa League. With one group stage match remaining, Serie leads third place by 5 points and has already secured qualification for the next round. Our esteemed Huan Gu contributed 2 assists and a goal during the group stage, proving to be a pivotal figure in the team's successful advancement. The chants of Huan Gu is incredible, have reverberated among the supporters of Serie countless times. Not only has Zhang Qinghuan showcased his prowess at the club level, but he has also carried his remarkable form to the national team. In a crucial match that propelled China into the final 12, facing a resilient Turkmenistan on their home turf, Zhang Qinghuan stepped up. When he received the ball outside the penalty area, he feigned a pass to Hu Lai, who was situated within the box, deceiving the Turkmen defenders into shifting their focus in an attempt to intercept what they believed to be Zhang's intended pass. To their surprise, Zhang's kick was merely a ruse. After outmaneuvering his opponents, he deftly nudged the ball, slipping past the Turkmen players who could not recover in time. He surged into the penalty area. Once inside, Hu Lai executed his own trickery, yelling in Turkmen for Zhang Qinghuan to pass, gesturing emphatically. This effectively lured the Turkmen defenders, alleviating the pressure on Zhang. Upon entering the box, he found himself unchallenged by Turkmen defenders, granting him ample time to shoot. Zhang Qinghuan unleashed a strike. A magnificent goal. The ball soared like a crimson meteor into the Turkmen net. Despite the frigid weather and snowfall, the Chinese team struggled to perform. Turkmenistan sought to exploit their home advantage, aiming to secure a draw against us at a critical juncture. Yet, Zhang Qinghuan rose to the occasion. As the match approached stoppage time, China led Turkmenistan 1-0. This goal was invaluable. Should China triumph over Turkmenistan away, we would advance to the final 12 with 2 rounds to spare. Had it not been for the national broadcaster's coverage, Hefeng might have exclaimed, "Huan Gu is incredible." After scoring, Zhang Qinghuan pointed skyward, paying homage to his father. His teammates, especially Hu Lai, rushed to him, chanting, "Huan Gu is incredible. Huan Gu is incredible." Finally, we must acknowledge Hu Lai, the standout player of Chinese football. Since joining the Madrid Pirates, Hu Lai has consistently performed at an exceptional level, a streak that continues to this day. Although his record of consecutive league goals ended in the 12th round, his remarkable achievement of 16 goals over 11 consecutive matches has set a new club record. As of now, in the 15 rounds of La Liga, Hu Lai has netted 18 goals. With the season still in its early stages, his performance is nothing short of impeccable. Moreover, Hu Lai has etched an unprecedented record in the Champions League. After scoring twice in the match against Kiev at the Pirates' home ground, he became the first player to net 2 goals in 4 consecutive Champions League matches. Last season, he played 5 matches, scoring a total of 5 goals. Yet this season, after only 4 matches, he has already netted 8 goals, demonstrating an unstoppable momentum. Although he was unable to maintain his scoring streak in the upcoming UEFA Champions League match against Leeds City, he still holds the lead in the Champions League goal-scoring chart. Meanwhile, in the league, he is set to face an old rival at the Pirate Park Stadium, which is teeming with fans and alive with fervent cheers. Each Pirate supporter creates a cacophony of boos, and when nearly 80,000 voices unite in disapproval, the atmosphere is enough to quicken one's heartbeat. The source of such ire among the Pirate fans is evident on the pitch. Pablo Becker, the captain of the Sevilla Mariners, lies prostrate on the ground, seemingly injured. In fact, he has been down for nearly a minute. At that moment, the Madrid Pirates are on the offensive, while the Mariners players incessantly point to their fallen captain, signaling both the Pirate players and the referee that an injury has occurred, necessitating the ball to be kicked out of play to halt the game. However, as adversaries, how could the Pirate players heed the Mariners' plea? They persist in their attack. Ultimately, it is the referee who blows the whistle to pause the match. Consequently, the Madrid Pirates in possession must reluctantly cease their advance. After the referee signals the stoppage, Becker rises from the ground, seemingly having waited for the referee's intervention. This act ignites the fury of the Pirate fans, who believe Becker is deliberately stalling for time. The score stands at 1-1, with just 6 minutes remaining before the end of regulation time. Clearly, the Sevilla Mariners aim to preserve the draw through this tactic. This match is a preemptive league fixture, having been rescheduled from January due to a conflict with the Supercopa de España against the Madrid Pirates early next year. If the Pirates cannot secure a victory against the Mariners, their lead over Catalonia will evaporate, making it imperative for them to seize all 3 points and maintain their position atop the league standings. As the match was halted by the referee rather than the ball going out of play, the resumption of the game will also rely on the referee's drop ball. According to unwritten rules, the ball will be returned to a Pirate player by the Mariners. Thus, a Mariners player sends the ball soaring toward the back line of the Pirates. In the spirit of fair play, they aim to move the ball as far from their goal as possible. The Pirates goalkeeper, Hu, gestures for the ball, dashing out of the penalty area to control it with his chest before sending it forward with a powerful kick. Substitute striker Sanabria Ruiz leaps to contest a header with Sevilla Mariners center-back Arthur, gaining a slight advantage and redirecting the ball to the nearby Decunzo. As Decunzo collects the ball, he notices Hu Lai making a sudden run forward, prompting him to swiftly pass the ball with his left foot, delivering a precise diagonal cross at a 45-degree angle. In a moment of urgency, Victor Poados, a central defender for Sevilla Navigators, leapt to execute a header clearance, managing to make slight contact with the ball. As a defender, merely grazing the ball is deemed a successful act of defense, for often it is such a touch that can alter the trajectory of the ball, allowing the attacking players lurking behind to miss the opportunity. Indeed, his touch caused Hu Lai, who was poised to contest the aerial ball, to misjudge his leap, while the ball veered away. Just as it seemed he would miss this chance, Hu Lai abandoned his header in favor of a kick, using his trailing left foot to strike the approaching ball with fervor. Although the motion appeared somewhat forced, he indeed made contact with the ball. The effort did not require excessive force. It merely needed to strike within the goal frame to catch Sevilla Navigators goalkeeper, Marko Duric, unprepared. The main goalkeeper of the Serbian national team was entirely taken by surprise that Hu Lai could shoot under such circumstances, and he made no attempt to save, watching as the ball sailed into his net. In the 86th minute, Hu Lai scored. Madrid Pirates led Sevilla Navigators 2-1 at home. This concludes our special program reviewing the recent performances of Chinese players abroad. Similar programs will be periodically released by Tungfei Video. Thank you all for watching. The saga of each overseas player in Europe continues, as does our program. Chapter 132. Do you still wish to participate in the World Cup? Although we emerged victorious, I still wish to express my apologies for having scored only 1 goal in the match. Yes, I recognize that it was the decisive goal, but I was unable to complete a hat trick against Sevilla Navigators. I had thought it was a tradition for me when facing the Navigators, and it is indeed unfortunate. I feel quite disheartened. Although I scored against the Navigators, it was only a solitary goal. Li Qingqing, upon seeing a video of Hu Lai's post-match interview online, laughed heartily and then turned to the instigator, saying, "Hu Lai, you are quite mischievous. Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of Sevilla Navigators fans?" Hu Lai shrugged, spreading his hands. "Haven't they already held a grudge against me since I seized their Navigators Cup?" Li Qingqing reflected, "I truly envy your ability to speak your mind freely. Sometimes, even when I am quite displeased, I cannot express myself in such a sarcastic manner." Hu Lai understood. Although everyone adored her, such affection imposed an invisible constraint upon her, preventing her from acting in ways that might defy expectations. This was not a persona she had deliberately crafted, but rather her innate character. While she occasionally felt anger at the unjust treatment from others and dissatisfaction with opponents' infringements on the field, she could not emulate Hu Lai's knack for provoking irritation in others or breaking down their defenses. The inability to achieve something does not equate to a disdain for Hu Lai's approach. Many people find his sarcasm distasteful, deeming it rather lowly. This is one of the reasons why he has a following of detractors. Critics argue that Hu Lai's behavior is incongruent with his stature, claiming that it reflects a lack of virtue commensurate with his position. In the realm of global football, where he has amassed numerous accolades and honors, it is perplexing to witness someone of his caliber resorting to such petty antics. Such behavior is typically associated with street thugs and shrewish women. How could a grand star stoop so low? Yet, Li Qingqing finds enjoyment in Hu Lai's antics. Each time she witnesses him act in this manner, she feels a thrill. She does not perceive his actions as underhanded. Rather, she relishes the way he dismantles his opponent's defenses. Perhaps it is precisely because she feels incapable of such audacity that she admires Hu Lai's carefree and liberated demeanor. Initially, when the true nature of Hu Lai was still a mystery, he may have made an effort to conceal his persona. However, now that everyone is aware of who he truly is, Hu Lai has embraced his authenticity even more fervently. After all, his identity is well known, rendering any pretense unnecessary. This freedom and self-acceptance are qualities that Li Qingqing envies. Hu Lai consistently articulates and acts according to his desires, disregarding the feelings of others and refusing to compromise his own values to appease societal norms. How wonderful that is! Even if such behavior incurs some financial losses, Hu Lai remains unfazed. Should any corporation request that he uphold a certain image or dictate what he can or cannot say in public, he would unhesitatingly decline such endorsement contracts. Conversely, Li Qingqing struggles to embody Hu Lai's nonchalance. There are certain actions she cannot take, and on another front, people do not wish for her to engage in them. Ultimately, it is of little consequence. If something truly irritates you, it is better to express that frustration. If you fear disappointing those who admire you, do not let that concern dictate your actions. Your own well-being is paramount. If something causes you distress, why persist in it? Hu Lai reassured her. Yet, I genuinely do not wish to disappoint those who support me. Such thoughts weigh heavily on me, Li Qingqing replied with a furrowed brow. Thus, it is indeed of little importance. Ultimately, it is your choice. You may pursue whatever path you desire. If you find your current situation acceptable, continue on that course. There are things you may find difficult to articulate, and I can speak on your behalf. There are actions you may hesitate to take, and I can assist you. Should you feel the need to let loose, that is also permissible. Regardless of your choices, I will support you unconditionally. Upon hearing Hu Lai's words, a smile graced Li Qingqing's face as she nodded vigorously. Yes, I understand. What was that saying? You can always rely on me. Li Qingqing frowned. Why does that sound so strange? Rely? Indeed. Hu Lai patted his chest. Come, lean on me. Li Qingqing's cheeks flushed. You rogue. Oh, where are your thoughts wandering? What I meant was you can depend on me. Lean on my embrace, you rogue. You are the one misinterpreting the meaning. Li Qingqing seized the pillow and struck it upon Hu Lai's head. Go for it, my dear. At the entrance of the courtyard, Sophia Kelly leaned down to bestow a gentle kiss upon her husband, who sat within the car. Today held great significance for him. It was the day of his medical examination. Since his injury, Kelly had undergone several assessments. Each time, the hospital would issue a detailed report on his recovery, which would subsequently inform the adjustments to his rehabilitation plan. However, today's examination bore a different weight. The results would determine whether Maxie Kelly could return to the team for rehabilitative training. For him, this was a pivotal moment in his recovery, signifying that he was one significant step closer to returning to the field. Conversely, should he fail the examination, his return to training could be indefinitely postponed. Thus, his wife made a special effort to see him off with a kiss, imparting her blessings. More than anyone, even more than her husband, she yearned for him to pass the medical check. Faced with his wife's palpable anxiety, Kelly merely nodded and refrained from elaborating. Soon, their agent, Jim Castian, drove the car out of the courtyard. As they turned onto the road, Castian caught sight of Sophia standing at the gate, watching them depart. Sophia seems a bit anxious, Castian remarked. She's worried, Kelly replied, but for me, it doesn't matter if I don't pass the examination. The agent shot him a glance, bemused. That doesn't sound like you, Maxie. I'm merely stating the truth, Jim. The team is performing well without me. Sitting at the top of the league, unbeaten in 15 matches, no, 16. They've already secured first place in the group stage of the Champions League. So why am I in such a rush to return? In fact, I almost wish I wouldn't pass, so I could rest longer and allow my body to recover more thoroughly. Castian regarded him thoughtfully. Kelly continued, my body feels like a precariously balanced tower. What should be done with such a dilapidated structure? Certainly, it should be cordoned off to prevent anyone from approaching and to alleviate any burdens. Although the lead surgeon has assured me that I can commence rehabilitation training in 3 months, I believe it might be wiser to wait an additional 3 months for safety's sake. I do not wish to appear healed only to sustain another injury upon my return. Jim, at my age and with my physical condition, should I suffer another injury, you might truly have to consider how to craft my retirement announcement. Upon hearing Kelly's words, Castian refrained from offering empty platitudes, recognizing that Maxi's concerns were not unfounded. Last year, prior to the World Cup, he had sustained a severe injury and returned with renewed confidence, convinced that he had entirely overcome the effects of his previous ailments. Yet, this season had brought forth another significant setback. Although the injury was not in the same location, the doctors indicated that it was still influenced by the prior injury. In essence, this latest injury was merely a continuation of the previous one. Anyone who endures two such lengthy absences from the game within a short span would inevitably carry psychological scars. What do you think of the advice that Perotti offered you last time? Shortly after Kyrie underwent surgery, Perotti visited him once again and reiterated his ideas. He expressed a desire for Kyrie to alter his playing style, suggesting a shift to a deeper position, transitioning from a primary offensive figure to a role that facilitates team organization. This adjustment could not only distance Kyrie from the more intense confrontations within the penalty area, but also alleviate his reliance on speed, thereby reducing the risk of further injuries. However, that conversation, while not ending in discord, yielded no substantial outcome, as Kyrie remained non-committal regarding Perotti's suggestions and chose to remain silent on the coach's proposals. Ultimately, it was Castian who smoothed over the situation, assuring that Maxi would give the suggestion serious consideration. Yet, having just undergone surgery, his emotional stability was still in question. Changing his playing style was of utmost importance to Maxi, which made it impossible for him to provide an immediate response. Thus, the matter was effectively brushed aside. However, now it can no longer be overlooked. If Kyrie passes the physical examination, he must rejoin the team and confront Coach Perotti. When the topic arises again, can Kyrie continue to remain silent? Heeding his agent's reminder, Kyrie remarked, "This means I would merely be a garment for others. Regardless of your agreement, Maxi, the Pirates are no longer the team they once were, nor are you the person you used to be." Castian spoke somewhat bluntly, aware that certain matters cannot be indefinitely postponed. After two successive injuries, if Kyrie fails to adjust his mindset, he risks being left further behind by this team. Perotti, at the very least, is still willing to grant Kyrie one more opportunity, though it may very well be the last. Kyrie scoffed, "Since they are performing so well now, what necessity do I serve for them?" For Perotti has stated that you are the most crucial piece of the puzzle in his vision for the Pirates. With you, the team will grow stronger. You heard his words. He mentioned that even if you had not been injured before the World Cup, he intended to alter the tactics to enable you to utilize your skills to connect the team's offense. However, your injury disrupted his plans. I apologize for that. Kyrie elongated his tone, yet still did not respond to the coach's proposal. It seemed the agent was at a loss for how to counsel Kyrie, and the compartment fell into a silence. After a considerable pause, Castian suddenly inquired, "Maxi, do you still wish to participate in the World Cup?" End of chapter 133. Champions League round of 16. Although the Champions League has become the pinnacle of football, showcasing the highest level of competition and representing the ultimate honor in club football, the World Cup retains a uniquely significant and special status in the hearts of professional players. For those players who have amassed numerous club accolades, the allure of participating in the World Cup remains irresistibly potent. For Maxi Kyrie, the opportunity to participate in the World Cup signifies much more than mere competition. Despite being the foremost among the four great players, it is astonishing that this Dutch football luminary has never truly graced the World Cup stage. Indeed, this may sound unbelievable, yet it remains a stark reality. The World Cup held in the United States and Canada last year was poised to be Kyrie's inaugural appearance. However, an injury prior to the tournament thwarted those aspirations. In the two previous World Cups, when Kyrie was 27 and 23, the Dutch national team regrettably failed to qualify for the final rounds. Moreover, in the World Cup 4 years earlier, while the Dutch team did reach the finals, the 19-year-old Kyrie, despite showcasing remarkable talent, was not selected for the squad. Thus, the most prodigious football talent that Dutch football has seen in the past 2 decades has yet to play a single minute in a World Cup match. This seems incredible, but it is indeed the truth. The absence from the World Cup has become a thorn in Kyrie's heart. For Jim Castian, there seemed to be no alternative but to resort to this ace up his sleeve. Having collaborated for many years, he certainly understands what Kyrie values most. "If I follow your advice, will I be able to participate in the World Cup?" Kyrie retorted, "I am uncertain, but it would at least mitigate the risk of injury. As long as you maintain your health, the possibility of participating in the World Cup remains," Castian replied, leaving room for ambiguity. The prospect of joining the World Cup hinges not solely on physical condition, a player's form, the tactical style of the Dutch national coach, and even personal preferences could ultimately determine the final selection. At his peak, Kyrie was undeniably a mainstay and core member of the national team, even rising to the position of captain. However, after enduring 2 significant injuries, whether Kyrie can still be considered for national selection remains uncertain. He fell silent once more, seemingly contemplating his agent's words. At that moment, they arrived at the San Antonio clinic, designated for the medical examinations of Madrid Pirates players. Let us proceed with the examination first. We can discuss further once the results are in, Castian remarked as he parked the car, turning to Kyrie, who was seated in the back. All right, Kyrie replied, opening the door and stepping out as doctors and nurses approached. Upon entering the locker room, Hu Lai noticed an additional presence today. Maxi Kyrie was greeting each of his teammates. He had successfully passed the medical examination and had officially commenced his rehabilitation training. Although it may still be premature to step onto the field, it at least indicates that there is hope for his return, rather than merely sitting in the stands, applauding his teammates and playing the role of a morale booster. When Hu Lai caught Kyrie's eye, he took the initiative to ask, "Is your injury healed?" "Not completely. But I can begin training now," Kyrie responded. Hu Lai chuckled, "Congratulations." "Thank you." The two exchanged pleasantries before Hu Lai returned to his position, while Kelly continued to greet his teammates. However, when training truly commenced, Maxi Kelly was notably absent. He followed a separate training regimen and did not participate in team drills, instead engaging in rehabilitation exercises under the supervision of a dedicated trainer. The forthcoming Champions League group stage finale against Rurline was also unrelated to him. Having completed 5 rounds of the group stage, the Madrid Pirates currently boasted 13 points, with 4 victories and 1 draw, firmly holding the top spot in their group. They had not only secured qualification, but had done so as group leaders in advance. Rurline ranked second, accumulating 8 points, and they too had already qualified. Thus, the final group match bore no significance concerning qualification or the ranking of the top 2 teams. Both the Madrid Pirates and Rurline would approach the match with a relaxed mindset. The focal point of the final round lay between Leeds City and Kiev. Presently, Leeds City had garnered 4 points, placing them third, while Kiev languished at the bottom with only 1 point. In this decisive encounter, should Kiev manage to defeat Leeds City away, they would equal Leeds City on points, but their superior head-to-head record would enable them to usurp Leeds City's position, securing 3rd place and a spot in the Europa League knockout stage. Conversely, with their hopes for progressing in the Champions League extinguished, Leeds City's sole objective was to retain their chance for Europa League qualification. This season, Leeds City had yet to achieve a victory in the Champions League, their 4 points being the result of 4 draws. Their first draw was a goalless stalemate away at Kiev, followed by 2 draws against Rurline in their home and away fixtures. The 3rd draw occurred in the previous round, where they battled Madrid Pirates to an 1-1 draw away. In that match, Leeds City displayed fervor, desperately seeking to defeat the Madrid Pirates, as only a victory would keep their hopes alive for advancing in the Champions League. However, the disparity in strength, compounded by the challenges of playing away, proved formidable. Despite Hu Lai failing to maintain his remarkable scoring streak across 4 consecutive Champions League matches, the Madrid Pirates remained a daunting challenge for Leeds City. Ultimately, securing a single point was a testament to the Madrid Pirates' leniency. Having participated in the Champions League for 2 consecutive seasons, yet failing to progress beyond the group stage both times, it underscored the current capabilities of Leeds City. The absence of their primary scorer rendered such outcomes rather reasonable. Nevertheless, the fans of Leeds City were left feeling disappointment and regret. They pondered whether, had Hu Lai not departed from the team, his current form might have propelled them into the Champions League knockout stage this season. Alas, reality offers no alternatives. In the concluding round of the Champions League group stage, Leeds City finally erupted. They triumphed over Kiev with a resounding 4-1 victory on their home turf. Kamara and Lasky each netted a brace. Thanks to their stellar performances and goals, Leeds City secured their place in the Europa League knockout stage. In the match where the Madrid Pirates faced off against Rurline, the young high striker Janis Edmond finally found the net. This goal granted him the opportunity to seek a jersey swap with Hu Lai. Although Hu Lai also scored during the match, he was unable to secure a brace. Nevertheless, his goal remained significant, as it marked the second for the Madrid Pirates, helping them equalize the score. Ultimately, the The Madrid Pirates drew 2-2 away against Ruhr-Rhein, concluding the 2027-2028 UEFA Champions League group stage with an unbeaten record of 4 victories and 2 draws, accumulating 14 points. They, alongside Ruhr-Rhein, who finished with 9 points, advanced to the knockout stage. Leeds City, with a total of 7 points, fell short by 2 points and thus could only participate in the UEFA Europa League. This margin indicates that had Leeds City managed to defeat Kiev in their opening match, they might have joined the Madrid Pirates in advancing, rather than Ruhr-Rhein. As the Champions League group stage in the lower bracket came to a close, the 16 teams participating in this season's knockout stage were finalized. In Group A, the seeded team, reigning League One champions Lyon, was eliminated, while the advancing teams were the English Premier League's Tranmere and La Liga's Valencia. The advancement scenario in Group B was straightforward, with the top clubs from their respective nations, Torino and Real Madrid, progressing together, albeit with a slight shift in rankings. The seeded team Torino finished in second place, while Real Madrid topped the group. Although Real Madrid exhibited a somewhat lackluster performance in the league this season, they thrived in the Champions League, advancing to the round of 16 with an unbeaten record of 5 wins and 1 draw, accumulating 16 points. They scored 18 goals while conceding only 2. Melli netted 5 goals and provided 2 assists during the group stage, surpassing the original team's star striker, Salados, to become the leading scorer for Real Madrid. In Group C, the top spot was claimed by the seeded team Manchester Athletic, while Xiaoxiaoyu's Alvaro managed to secure second place, edging out Roma based on the head-to-head record, thereby advancing in a thrilling manner. It is hoped that Alvaro's progression will afford Xiaoxiaoyu more opportunities to compete. Should Alvaro engage in multiple competitions, they would need to rotate their squad more, thus providing substitutes like Xiaoxiaoyu with increased playing time. Group D was undoubtedly dominated by the Bundesliga powerhouse Bayern Munich. Following Mark Becker's transfer from Ruhr-Rhein to Bayern Munich, he, like Hu Lai's transfer to Madrid Pirates, experienced no adaptation period, seamlessly integrating into the team. In the group stage of the Champions League, he scored 6 goals, placing him second on the goal-scoring chart behind Hu Lai. The former second-seed team, Gulf Lighthouse, was eliminated, making way for the third-seed Dutch powerhouse Rotterdam Elite, who took their place. Group E was topped by the second-seed team St. Park Rangers, while the original seeded team, Amsterdam Athletic, with Chunxinyi, secured the second position in the group. The seeded team from Group F, Portugal, failed to qualify for the knockout stage, with the first place secured by the illustrious Serie A giant, in Sobra, hailing from Milan. The second position, however, witnessed a significant upset as the third-tier team, London Bridge, did not advance from this group, allowing the fourth-tier team, Bordeaux Sports, to claim the second qualifying spot. This season's UEFA Champions League final will be held in London. Yet London Bridge, which had boasted of claiming the trophy in the season's opening, could not even make it past the group stage, a truly disappointing outcome. Group G offered little of interest, with Madrid Pirates topping the group and Ruhr-Rhein securing the second spot. Leeds City has entered the UEFA Europa League, but this time, the possibility of relying on winning the Europa League to secure a place in next season's Champions League through such a roundabout strategy seems highly unlikely. In Group H, the first place was claimed by the seeded team, Catalonia Union, while the second position went to Paris Ager. Among the 16 teams, all 4 La Liga representatives advanced from their groups, marking them as the biggest winners, while 3 Premier League teams also progressed to the knockout stage, maintaining a strong competitive edge. Among the remaining 3 major leagues, there are 2 teams each from the Bundesliga, Serie A, and League One, showcasing a remarkable balance. In the smaller leagues, the Eredivisie performed best, with 2 teams advancing, while the Primera Liga contributed 1. This illustrates the distribution of leagues among the 16 teams in the Champions League. Following the announcement of the 16 teams, UEFA conducted the draw for the round of 16. In accordance with the rules, teams from the same group and the same association cannot face each other in the first knockout round, and the first and second place teams from each group must be drawn against one another. The matchups for the round of 16 are as follows: D2 Rotterdam Elite, Eredivisie, versus B2 Madrid Kings, La Liga, G2 Ruhr-Rhein, Bundesliga, versus E1 St. Park Rangers, Premier League, F2 Bordeaux Sports, League One, versus C1 Manchester Athletic, Premier League, H2 Paris Ager, League One, versus D1 Blue-White Munich, Bundesliga, A2 Valencia, La Liga, versus F1 in Sobra, Serie A. C2 Alvara, Primera Liga, versus A1 Tremede, Premier League, E2 Amsterdam Athletic, Eredivisie, versus G1 Madrid Pirates, La Liga, B2 Turin Bulls, Serie A versus H1 Catalonia Union, La Liga. The outcomes of this draw have elicited varied interpretations from media outlets and fans across different nations. Some believe that Madrid Kings and Manchester Athletic have been favored by UEFA, while supporters of Turin Bulls and Catalonia Union feel the malice of UEFA. However, Chinese fans perceive themselves as the greatest winners, as there are an astonishing 4 Chinese derbies in the 16 matches of the round of 16, an exhilarating prospect for Chinese supporters. Chapter Conclusion. Chapter 134. The Chinese derbies. As Ricardo Balia and Hu Lai stepped into the dressing room, their teammate Scott Wilson embraced them warmly, exclaiming, "Ah, Ricardo, you are returning to Alvara. Perhaps we shall witness a homecoming spectacle akin to Hu's return to Leeds City. Thank you for your kind words, Scott." Balia replied with a smile, though his tone remained unenthusiastic. It seemed he was not particularly thrilled about his impending return home. Once he bid farewell to Wilson and settled into his seat, Balia leaned towards his companion, Hu, and whispered, "Honestly, I cannot fathom receiving the same treatment as Hu." Hu, taken aback, responded, "Why not? You are a vital contributor to Alvalara's triumphant 3-time championship reign." It surprised him to hear Balia, typically so competitive and eager to excel, express such self-doubt regarding his journey home, particularly in comparison to Hu Lai. This even stirred a sense of disbelief in Hu. "You haven't even returned yet, and you've already conceded defeat?" Balia lowered his voice and elaborated, "It's different, Hu. The significance I hold for our respective teams diverges greatly. Before my arrival, Alvalara was already the most successful club in Portugal. I am merely a chapter in its illustrious history. But Hu, prior to his tenure, Leeds City was an unremarkable entity. He guided them to their inaugural Premier League title and their first UEFA Cup victory." He refrained from continuing, but Hu comprehended the underlying sentiment. To put it plainly, Ricardo was just one among many former players of Alvalara, whereas Hu Lai represented Leeds City's first love. First loves are always the most beautiful and unforgettable. Much like Li Qingqing, who was his own first love. Although she has since established a relationship with Hu Lai, Hu still feels a pang of heartache whenever he encounters news about her, finding it difficult to remain truly indifferent. His fervent dedication during training stems from a desire to exhaust himself, rendering him incapable of dwelling on the undeniable reality. Noticing Hu's silence, Balia continued, "I have also watched those videos circulating online of Hu returning to Flanders Stadium. Reluctantly, I must admit that when he re-entered the field and performed that gesture, the collective roar of Leeds City fans was truly breathtaking. Frankly, Hu, I was covered in goosebumps." As Balia recounted this experience, Hu's mind raced with myriad thoughts. He too had seen those widely circulated videos and shared the same sentiment. When Hu Lai touched down and the crowd erupted in a chorus of "Hu," he felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. He grappled with a sense of resentment, yet his trembling body seemed beyond his control. Few could evoke such profound influence over a team as Hu had. Thus, I find myself unconcerned about the treatment I may receive upon returning to the Lisbon arena. What truly matters to me is winning the match and advancing further in the Champions League. I care about that too, Hu replied. Balia smiled. "For you, this match holds great significance. I am aware of how the Chinese media has dubbed it the Chinese Derby, is it not?" Hu shook his head. "I am uncertain if Xia Xiaoyu will participate in the Champions League. He is merely a substitute at Alvalara now. I also do not know if I will be selected to play. I cannot speak for Alvalara's situation, but trust me, Hu. You will certainly take the field in the Champions League. I shall occupy the left flank, and you the right. Together, we will soar as a pair of wings, carrying the red witch to new heights." Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu encountered Luo Kai. "Go for it, Xiaoyu. Defeat Luo Kai." Zhang Qinghuan encouraged him in the group chat. Or perhaps it was more of a provocation. Summer Xiaoyu emerged, covering his face with a wry smile. "I still don't know if I'll even get to play." "How could you not? You absolutely will. You must have that faith." Zhang Qinghuan relentlessly cheered for him, eager to witness the spectacle. "Indeed, Xiaoyu, have confidence in yourself. You can definitely take a leading role in Alvara." Wang Guangwei also stepped in to encourage Summer Xiaoyu, though his support was purely genuine. Sichuan Junping joined in the encouragement as well. Chen Xingyi interjected, "While you all are rallying behind Xiaoyu, I too have a Chinese derby to contend with. We face the Madrid Pirates." Zhang Qinghuan replied, "Well then, good luck, little star." Chen Xingyi protested, "What do you mean good luck? Who says we will lose to the Madrid Pirates? Shouldn't it be said that you will surely succeed?" Hu Lai simply smiled. "What does that expression of yours mean?" "Hu Lai?" Chen Xingyi asked. "It means nothing. It's merely encouragement, little star. Come on, let us engage in a fierce battle." Zhang Qinghuan added, "Don't overthink it. Little star, he's just looking down on you. There's no other intention." Summer Xiaoyu covered his face, while Wang Guangwei remarked, "Brother Huan, your provocation is too obvious." Sichuan Junping quipped, "Tear it up well, make it resound." Hu Lai lamented, "It's a pity, Brother Huan, that your Syria didn't draw Leeds City in the Europa League. Otherwise, there would have been 4 Chinese derbies in this year's European competition." Zhang Qinghuan proudly declared, "Haha, we are group winners." However, group winners cannot draw teams that finish third in the Champions League group stage. What a pity. Or else Sichuan could teach Brother Huan a lesson. You two would match up perfectly. And what about me? Sichuan Junping asked. "Tear it up well. Make it resound." Chen Xingyi echoed. While the knockout stages of the European competition won't commence until February or March of next year, it is evident that the Chinese derby has already begun to unfold in this group, with fierce competition and intense battles raging on. Star, must I really wear earplugs during the match? But if I do, I want to hear the referee's whistle or the surrounding sounds, which could affect my performance. Danny Drew expressed with concern. Chen Xingyi shook his head. Of course, you cannot genuinely wear earplugs during a match. Then what should I do? Hu's mouth is indeed formidable. I've seen him turn an iceberg into a volcano just by talking. Chen Xingyi laughed. "I'll teach you a trick, Danny. When the match comes, don't regard Hu as a person." "Not regard him as a person?" Drew was puzzled. "What should I see him as then?" "Just treat him like a dog. This way, everything he says will sound like barking." "Would you really care about a dog barking?" Drew wore an expression of utter disbelief. "Star, you and Hu were once teammates on the same team, even national teammates. Is it really appropriate to compare your teammate to a dog?" Chen Xingyi waved his hand dismissively. "You misunderstood me, Danny. I refer to Hu as a dog, not out of contempt, but rather to state a fact. For he truly embodies that nature. Very dog-like." Drew found this peculiar expression from Chen Xingyi difficult to comprehend. "It matters not, Danny. Just remember my words. Regardless of what he says, do not engage with him, nor allow your mind to dwell on his words. The moment you begin to contemplate them, you will have fallen into his linguistic trap," Chen Xingyi said, his smile vanishing and his demeanor growing serious. Observing Chen Xingyi's solemnity, Drew, though uncertain of his ability to comply, nodded earnestly, "Understood. I shall mentally filter his words into mere barking." Chen Xingyi patted Drew on the shoulder. "Do not be overly anxious. Who does not engage in banter with every opponent? Simply play your game as usual, without frightening yourself." "Yes, I understand. In fact, I am quite eager to face Hu. Ever since our encounter at the European Best Young Player Award ceremony, his progress has been remarkable, and I have longed to compete against him. You must maintain unwavering focus for the entire 90 minutes, Danny. A moment's lapse could prove detrimental," Chen Xingyi cautioned. "When defending against Hu, it is crucial to afford him no opportunities and to avoid errors yourself. Thus, it is indeed a formidable task." Drew smiled broadly. "All right, Xing. I will adopt the same defensive mindset I had when facing Melli in the World Cup to contend with Hu." Hearing Drew's declaration, Chen Xingyi sighed inwardly. Danny Drew has already established himself as a distinguished young defender, and it is widely believed that upon completing this season in the Eredivisie, he will no longer remain with Ajax Amsterdam. Numerous prestigious clubs across Europe are vying for his talents. The media heralds him as the backbone of the Dutch national team for the next decade. To see such a prominent figure, when facing Hu Lai, regard the encounter with utmost seriousness, expressing the intention to defend Hu with the same rigor as he would against Melli. Does this not imply that Hu Lai has reached a level akin to that of Melli? Drawing parallels between Hu Lai and Melli is not a novel occurrence. Fans frequently make such comparisons online. Yet, these are merely the assertions of the media and supporters. Now, a player of equal caliber articulates such sentiments, leaving Chen Xingyi with a sense of melancholy. Since the National High School Football Championship, that young lad has advanced at an astonishing pace, nearly vanishing from sight. Chapter complete. Chapter 135. 75 goals in a year. Despite the anticipation from fans, media, and players alike for the upcoming Chinese derby in the Champions League, there remain 2 months until the first leg of the round of 16. In the meantime, every scheduled match must be played. In the 16th round of La Liga, the Madrid Pirates hosted Valencia, ultimately achieving a resounding 3-0 victory. Hu Lai did not score in the match. A week later, in the 17th round of La Liga, Atletico Madrid continued to play at home, facing Turians. This also marked the last official match before the conclusion of 2027. The Madrid Pirates are set to take a break until after Christmas, when the team will reconvene to prepare for the first match of the new year in the 18th round of the league. Suddenly, the commentator Sanchez erupted with excitement. As his gaze followed Tanini's cross, it shifted to the goal front where Hu Lai, as expected, made his presence known. He expertly positioned himself to strike, sending the ball into the net. Goal! Hu Lai! Hu Lai! Hu Lai has scored. Magnificent! Buffon was equally exhilarated, although he exclaimed beautiful. The goal itself lacked the finesse that one might associate with such a term. There were no dazzling displays of individual skill or breathtaking teamwork prior to Tanini's cross. It was merely a casual pass from the Brazilian that resulted in a goal. Hu Lai's ability to seize opportunities in front of the goal is truly remarkable. Thanks to his goal, the Madrid Pirates led 3-2 against Turians on home turf. Yin Kong remarked, 75. This goal marks Hu Lai's 75th of 2027. This figure establishes him as the player with the highest number of goals in a calendar year among current players, an astonishing feat at just 24 years of age. Before Hu Lai, the record for the most goals in a single calendar year was held by the illustrious Celsius Caesar, who achieved 70 goals while playing for Torino in 2019. Hu Lai has now surpassed this record. In fact, he equaled Caesar's record during a national team match on November 12, leading up to the AFC Asian Cup qualifiers against Bangladesh. He had scored 66 goals in 2027, marking his most prolific year yet. Media and fans alike were keenly observing the race between Hu Lai and Celsius Caesar. The long-standing record of 82 goals set by Salim Montiel was deemed too distant to consider. The focus remained solely on Caesar's 70 goals, with speculation surrounding Hu Lai's potential to match or exceed this milestone. With 9 matches remaining, given his scoring efficiency, there seemed little doubt he would reach Caesar. But the true question was whether he could surpass the record. Unexpectedly, Hu Lai matched Caesar's record in just one game, scoring 4 goals in the qualifier against Bangladesh, leading China to a resounding 15-0 victory. Alongside him, Chen Qingyi also completed a hat trick in that match. This marked Hu Lai's second occurrence of scoring 4 goals in a game. His first was during his domestic career with Anton Shining Stars in the AFC Champions League round of 16 against the team coached by Wang Xian, where he netted 4 goals in the second leg, aiding his team to a 5-0 triumph. Of course, this 4-goal feat is not Hu Lai's highest tally in a single match. That honor belongs to his astounding performance in the U23 Asian Cup group stage against Qatar, where he scored 5 goals in just 9 minutes. Throughout his illustrious career, Hu Lai has achieved the remarkable feat of scoring the most goals through the illustrious act of netting a brace, accomplishing this feat an astounding 45 times, earning him the title of Mr. Brace. His extraordinary performance, which included a quadruple against Bangladesh, allowed Hu Lai to match the legendary Celsius Caesar in just one match. The focus of the public has shifted from whether he can surpass Caesar as the highest scoring active player in a calendar year to whether he can, with relentless momentum, shatter the 82-goal record set by Saran Montiel. Although he trails by 12 goals with only 8 matches remaining, Hu Lai's efficiency suggests that the possibility remains within reach. Nevertheless, it ultimately proved that Montiel's 82 goals are indeed a formidable benchmark. Hu Lai concluded 2027 with a total of 75 goals. Throughout the year, he made 58 appearances, netting an impressive 75 goals, averaging 1.29 goals per match. His remarkable form following his transfer to Madrid Pirates left a lasting impression, leading many to believe that his sensational scoring in La Liga and the Champions League was the catalyst for this record. However, it is worth noting that over half of these 75 goals were scored during his tenure at Leeds City, totaling 38. This included 10 goals for the national team, while the remaining 28 were scored in the Premier League and the Europa League. Hu Lai's sudden explosion of goals this year caught many by surprise. After all, based on previous statistics, few could have anticipated that he would elevate his goal tally to such a daunting level in just 1 year. In 2026, Hu Lai's tally for the calendar year stood at 47 goals, with 7 for the national team and the remaining 40 solely for his club. In his inaugural year in Europe, 2025, he scored even fewer goals, totaling only 38. While this figure is commendable, it certainly does not reach the pinnacle of elite performance. Prior to this year, Hu Lai's highest single calendar year goal record belonged to 2024, when he scored a collective 61 goals across the Super Cup, Chinese Super League, AFC Champions League, and the Olympic team. However, due to the relatively low level of competition in the Chinese Super League and the Olympic team matches, such a tally holds little significance and is often disregarded by the international sporting community. In the past, when South American football had not yet waned, the data from the South American football scene was widely acknowledged. Now, with European football reigning supreme, statistics from outside Europe are often viewed as lacking in credibility. Even if they are recorded, European media and fans tend to overlook them, treating them as though they never occurred. Consequently, Hu Lai's remarkable achievement of scoring 61 goals in a single calendar year went largely unnoticed across the European continent, known only to a select few who closely followed his career. Now, with Hu Lai's astounding 75 goals scored in Europe this year, it can no longer be ignored. Yet, there will always be those who harbor resentment. Some express discontent at an Asian player breaking Caesar's record for the most goals in a calendar year among active players, insisting that the record should belong to a European or, at the very least, a South American player. For instance, if the record were set by Messi, there would be no room for dissent. Historically regarded as a domain of inferior footballing prowess, Asian football has unexpectedly produced formidable talents that have shattered records established by Europeans. This notion, tinged with a hint of racial prejudice, often remains unspoken. However, it manifests in the derisive comments about the perceived inadequacy of Asian football, exemplified by the Chinese national team's overwhelming victory against Bangladesh in a World Cup qualifying match. Such sentiments provoke a desire to revoke Bangladesh's FIFA membership, rendering Hu Lai's 6 goals in the 2 matches of the second round irrelevant. In reality, Hu Lai's total goals in a single calendar year amounted to 69, just one shy of the illustrious Caesar. Alas, the status of Bangladesh as a FIFA member is beyond the verdict of those harboring such prejudices. Consequently, Hu Lai has surpassed Caesar, establishing himself as the player with the most goals in a single calendar year among active players, all at the tender age of 24. This record is now firmly etched in history and will serve as a benchmark for future generations to admire. Surpassing it will not be a trivial endeavor. A player must maintain exceptional form and be fortuitous. Numerous factors must align perfectly. Hu Lai's record-breaking feat can be attributed not only to his remarkable form, but also to fortuitous circumstances. The occurrence of the Asian Cup this year allowed him to net 7 goals, while the relatively weaker opposition in the qualifying rounds enabled him to score an additional 9. His good fortune and form were further exemplified by his transfer to Madrid Pirates, where he scored 16 goals over 11 consecutive league matches and 8 goals across 4 consecutive Champions League matches. Crucially, he remained injury-free throughout this period. Future contenders for his 75-goal record must sustain peak performance for an entire year without succumbing to injuries. Maxi Kyrie had the opportunity to approach Caesar's 70-goal record during his prime in 2026, having scored 30 goals in the first half of the year. Yet an injury before the World Cup thwarted his ambitions. His form was exceptional, but luck was not on his side. Similarly, Alexandre Salados demonstrated remarkable prowess, scoring 25 goals over 17 consecutive league matches, akin to Hu Lai's form. However, his tally spanned both 2022 and 2023, thus disqualifying him from the yearly record. His fortune too was lacking. Conversely, there are players fortunate enough to remain injury-free throughout the year, yet unable to match the caliber of the aforementioned two. Prior to Hu Lai, the closest anyone had come to Caesar's 70-goal record was 59, also set by Caesar himself. Salados once achieved 51 goals within a year, which is considered an elite performance. The vast majority of players who manage to exceed 40 goals in a single year are regarded as top forwards. The 75-goal record stands alongside the 82 goals of Salim Montiel as a formidable challenge for those who follow. After the match, Salim Montiel, who has set a record of 82 goals, seemingly to provoke Iguala, once again lavished praise upon Hu Lai. When did I score 82 goals in a year? At the age of 29, that was the pinnacle of my career. Yet, Hu Lai, at just 24, has already netted 75 goals. If he maintains this momentum, I foresee him crafting a new history. Perhaps he might even surpass my record? Haha. His final remark bore a hint of insincerity, as he hardly believed his record could be broken. Nevertheless, his admiration for Hu Lai was genuine, for it is indeed an extraordinary feat. On the other hand, Caesar, who has already seen his record eclipsed by Hu Lai, appeared rather indifferent when approached by reporters for an interview. He's performed admirably. I understand how challenging that is. That's all. This led some novice fans in China, who were previously unaware of his character, to mistakenly perceive him as a racist unwilling to see Hu Lai surpass his achievements. Yet, seasoned fans clarified that this is simply his nature. He possesses an intense competitive spirit, refusing to shake hands with opponents after a loss, denying the exchange of jerseys. He has been known to lash out in anger when trailing, and if he finds himself in position yet his teammates fail to pass, he vocally rebukes them. To both allies and adversaries alike, he embodies a tyrant. Given such a disposition, it seems implausible for him to congratulate Hu Lai with the same cheerful demeanor as Montiel. However, it matters little whether he offers congratulations or not. The fact remains that Hu Lai has surpassed his record, ascending to the position of the foremost active player. This truth cannot be altered. Chapter 136. An engaging conversation. How is your rehabilitation training progressing? At the dining table, Sophia inquired about her husband's most pressing concern. The coaching staff has indicated that the assessment is favorable. They also mentioned that this misfortune has turned into a blessing, allowing my previously operated knee ample rest. Therefore, during rehabilitation training, I have been exercising it alongside my knee, Max Kyrie replied. That is marvelous. Sophia visibly sighed with relief. If this continues, I am confident you will soon return to the pitch. It's not that simple, Sophia. Kyrie shook his head. I have merely begun rehabilitation training. It is estimated to take a month and a half. Only after that can I engage in ball training. As for when I can train with the team or play again, achieving that before the season concludes would be considered quite fortunate. What? Does that not imply you will hardly play this season? His wife expressed surprise and disappointment. Thus, I am not focusing on when I will return. I am merely concentrating on training. Seeing her husband so resolute, Sophia was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, their son and daughter dashed from the dining table. Seizing the television remote on the coffee table, we want to watch TV. Cartoons. Cartoons. Upon switching on the television, the screen illuminated with the voice of a news anchor, who scored a goal in the last match of 2027, aiding the Madrid Pirates in a 3-2 victory over the Turians. This goal elevated his tally for the year to an impressive 75. Although their son swiftly changed the channel to an animated show, the news resonated in the ears of everyone present. Sophia discreetly cast a glance at her husband, seemingly apprehensive about provoking him. During her husband's recovery from injury, she had discerned a transformation. Her once arrogant spouse now bore a demeanor imbued with negativity and despondency. The weight of 2 consecutive serious injuries was indeed arduous. Most disheartening was the fact that while he faced repeated setbacks, his rival, Hu Lai, surged forward with remarkable success. This stark contrast undoubtedly fostered a knot in her husband's heart. She understood well what her husband cherished, the feeling of being needed. Given his notorious temperament, the fact that he had thrived in the Madrid Pirates for so long, enjoying harmonious relations with his teammates, was entirely due to the team's genuine reliance upon him. He relished this sense of necessity, willing to devote all his efforts to avoid disappointing others. However, this injury, coupled with Hu Lai's sudden rise, led him to the painful realization that perhaps the Madrid Pirates no longer required his contributions. This revelation could wound him more profoundly than the injuries to his knee and ankle. Once he felt superfluous to the team, what motivation remained for him to strive and persevere? Cognizant of this, Sophia took great care to avoid uttering Hu Lai's name in her husband's presence, ensuring that anything related to Hu Lai remained discreetly concealed. Such precautions had to be subtle. Overt actions might incite her husband's ire, leading him to believe that others perceived him as intimidated by Hu Lai. When their son inadvertently mentioned Hu Lai, Sophia refrained from reprimanding him or providing a gentle reminder, instead maintaining an indifferent facade as if it were merely inconsequential news. She wished to spare her husband's fragile pride from further provocation. To her surprise, however, her husband initiated a discussion about Hu Lai. In terms of goal scoring, that kid has indeed approached the pinnacle of excellence. Taken aback, Sophia struggled to comprehend why her husband, who had always held disdain for Hu Lai, was now praising him. Yet, he continued, he still plays instinctively. Sophia sighed in relief. Her husband remained true to himself. Unaware of the inner turmoil of his wife, Kelly muttered to himself, playing solely on instinct is rather effortless. It's nothing remarkable. If I hadn't been injured, he wouldn't dare to shine so brightly in my presence. He concluded with, if he continues to play like this year will be his zenith. Curious, Sophia inquired. Why do you say that? Kelly retorted with a smirk. Because he still relies on his teammates to create opportunities. He generates too few on his own. It is no wonder that Parati, that amiable soul, wishes for me to partner with Hu. He understands the crisis the team faces. What crisis could there possibly be? Are we not currently at the pinnacle of the league standings? Seeing her husband express a rare enthusiasm for discussing Hu Lai, Sophia decided to seize the moment. Guiding him to elaborate further, perhaps it would alleviate some of his concerns. Thus, she adopted an eager, inquisitive demeanor, her eyes wide with anticipation for him to share more. Carrie, oblivious to his wife's subtle intentions, seemed genuinely engaged in the conversation. He scoffed at her remark about leading the standings. Leading the league? Are you referring to our 6-point advantage over Catalonia despite having played one more match? Indeed, while we may have played an extra game. Even if they were to catch up, we would still maintain a 3-point lead. But against a rival like Catalonia, what does a 3-point lead signify? We are set to face them away in the final round. If we are merely 3 points ahead, we could very well falter. Carey shook his head as he spoke. If we were to lose the championship in the final round, no matter how well-liked Parati is, it would be a challenging position for the coach. You speak of the worst-case scenario. Maxi, we cannot possibly remain just 3 points ahead, he chuckled, seemingly amused by his wife's words. Indeed, it is improbable. There is a chance we could find ourselves trailing behind either Catalonia or Real Madrid even before the last round. Sophia remained silent. Her husband was now able to continue on his own without her prompting, and he was particularly animated today. If the team continues to rely solely on Hu's goals, such a crisis is inevitable. Our attacking strategy is far too simplistic. In the first half of the season, we benefited from Hu's exceptional form, resulting in a commendable ranking. But we cannot perpetually depend on his optimal performance, can we? What if his form fluctuates? At that point, we would discover that we lack any contingency plan. Hu's scoring techniques are limited, and our offensive approach is singular. The combination of singularity and singularity results in a compounded lack of diversity. If our opponents, after experiencing the first half of the season, still do not know how to defend against us, then they might as well be foolishly oblivious. Initially, she had merely intended to coax her husband into speaking more, but after hearing his words, Sophia furrowed her brow, recognizing the genuine crisis the team faced. Therefore, she earnestly inquired, how do we resolve this crisis? Carey pointed to himself. To address the crisis, we must await my full recovery. What? Sophia exclaimed, taken aback once more. Ignoring her reaction, Carey continued, my skills and creativity can introduce the changes Parati desires in our attack. However, this necessitates my repositioning further from the goal, relinquishing my role as the team's finisher and granting the shooting privileges to Hu. At this juncture, he abruptly fell silent. Sophia hesitated, cautiously asking, you do not wish for that to happen? Carey nodded before shaking his head. Yes, I do not wish for that. Yet the reality is that failing to do so could signify the end of my career. That will not happen, my dear. The situation is not as dire as it seems, nor will it be. I find myself unable to showcase my unique talents on the field, contributing nothing to the game, and ultimately being substituted prematurely. Gradually, I am relegated from the starting lineup to the bench, and eventually, I can no longer secure even a spot there. Relegated to the stands or confined to watching matches from home, slowly fading into obscurity. Once my contract with the club expires, I will depart, and everyone will breathe a sigh of relief. This is the bleak future of my professional career. Kyrie looked at his wife with a grave expression. Sophia stared at him, momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say to comfort him. At that moment, their daughter's innocent complaint pierced the silence. Thank goodness, Mom and Dad. You've finally stopped talking. We can't even hear what they're saying on TV. Sophia quickly donned a smile. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Before she could finish her sentence, her husband abruptly stood and left the living room, heading towards the upstairs bedroom. Once Sophia had calmed the child and followed him upstairs, she found her husband standing in the darkened bedroom, gazing out the window towards the neighbor's house. Noticing this, Sophia attempted to make conversation. I drove past their yard today and saw it was empty, devoid of festive lights or a Christmas tree. It seems like they don't celebrate Christmas. Yet, her husband's gaze remained fixed, evidently preoccupied with matters far removed from her question. He suddenly remarked, at the end of the year, who should receive an invitation to the FIFA awards ceremony. Sophia was taken aback. She grasped the gravity of his words. Chapter 137. The FIFA Annual Gala. Yes, it's starting to feel like it. Li Qingqing said as she adjusted the black bow tie on Hu Lai's dress shirt, stepping back to appraise his formal attire, nodding in approval. Isn't it a bit too tight? Hu Lai attempted to turn his neck, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Get used to it. You must acclimate, Li Qingqing replied with a smile. Such occasions will be frequent in your future. It's hard to adjust, Hu Lai confessed. Though I have attended award ceremonies before, I always felt uncomfortable. It feels akin to wearing a straitjacket. Any significant movement makes me fear the seams will burst. Li Qingqing gave Hu Lai a playful glare. You sound just like my dad. Coach, how am I like him? He too dislikes formal attire, claiming it restricts his movement. Hu Lai laughed heartily. Great minds think alike. My dad isn't here, so you can say that to him. Wouldn't that make me seem overly flattering? By the way, I have indeed never seen the coach in a suit. Exactly. He finds formal wear uncomfortable. I suspect that's one reason he hasn't joined a professional team. As such environments inevitably require formal attire, which is not an issue in school, Li Qingqing lamented about her father. He is quite handsome, yet insists on dressing in wrinkled clothes and neglects his appearance. Is he afraid of being noticed by those wild admirers outside? Li Qingqing then turned her gaze back to her boyfriend, impeccably attired in a tailored suit, white shirt, and black bow tie. Under the graceful stature of 180 centimeters, he appeared remarkably poised. It must be said, after such meticulous grooming, Hu Lai seemed to exude a certain charm. She smiled contentedly. Stop admiring. Hurry and change your clothes. You still need to do your makeup before heading out. Time is of the essence. As if I don't need makeup, she retorted. What I do is merely dusting some powder on my face. Hurry up, prompted by Hu Lai. Li Qingqing entered the bathroom of the hotel room. Before long, the bathroom door swung open, revealing her head and a smooth shoulder peeking out. Come on out. Hu Lai beckoned her with a playful gesture. I'm a bit shy, Li Qingqing admitted. What is there to be shy about? Let me see. With no choice. She stepped out, holding her skirt. She was adorned in a pearl-white spaghetti strap gown, its delicate straps barely covering her shoulders. With a plunging V neckline that revealed a stunning expanse of white skin, dazzling Hu Lai to the point of squinting. Turn around so I can see the back. He instructed with a wave of his hand. Obediently, Li Qingqing complied, revealing an even more daring slit at the back of her dress, exposing her smooth back to Hu Lai's gaze. His eyes widened in astonishment. This athlete, known for her vigor on the field, was presenting a rare and alluring side of herself. Noting Hu Lai's captivated expression, Li Qingqing flushed and said, I knew I should feel shy. What is there to be shy about? You look magnificent. Hu Lai complimented, giving her a thumbs up. Oh, don't block my view. What a pity not to try cupping. Li Qingqing laughed at his words. What nonsense are you spouting? Hu Lai stepped forward, extending his arm to her. Let us go. It's time to dazzle the world. Upon hearing his encouragement, Li Qingqing's shyness vanished, replaced by a sweet, confident smile. She linked her arm with Hu Lai's, gathered her small handbag, and together they stepped out. The 2027 FIFA awards ceremony was held in Milan, Italy, gathering football legends and current stars from around the globe. Much like the UEFA Ballon d'Or ceremony held mid-year, it was a grand celebration of the football world. The UEFA ceremony reflects on the previous season, while the FIFA annual awards honor the past year's achievements. Various accolades were presented at the ceremony, including but not limited to Best Female Goalkeeper, Best Male Goalkeeper, Best Goal, Best Female Coach, Best Male Coach, Fair Play Award, Best 11, Best Female Player, World Player of the Year, and Best Male Player, World Player of the Year. Unlike UEFA's selection process, which relies on votes from authoritative sports media in Europe, FIFA's awards are determined through a more diverse voting mechanism. They also include votes from recognized media outlets, not confined to Europe, but encompassing the world, with several reputable media from each continent participating. Furthermore, all national team captains and coaches from FIFA member countries possess voting rights. Certain awards even allow for online voting, enabling fans to cast their votes, such as the award for Best Goal of the Year, which primarily depends on the number of fan votes. Due to the fan voting and the participation of national team captains and coaches, FIFA's awards have always been perceived as somewhat more entertainment-oriented, with a slight deficiency in professionalism compared to the accolades of UEFA. This is evidenced by the various artistic performances interspersed throughout FIFA's award ceremonies. Not all players attend FIFA's award ceremonies. Only those who make it onto the nomination list and have the opportunity to take the stage will be present. Additionally, players with a chance of winning often bring their families to share in their glorious moments. However, Li Qingqing did not attend this award ceremony as a member of Hu Lai's family, although she sat next to him at the event. With her outstanding performance in this year's Women's World Cup, Li Qingqing was nominated among the 10 candidates for the title of World Player of the Year. This is not her first time being nominated, but this year could potentially mark her highest ranking. Her exceptional display during the World Cup, where she led the host nation, China, to a third-place finish, coupled with her silver boot achievement, has significantly bolstered her standing. Furthermore, her transfer to the prestigious Madrid CFF and her impressive performance in the Spanish Women's Super League have also enhanced her credentials. On the other hand, this was Hu Lai's first attendance at a FIFA award ceremony. Although he won the Premier League title, the Premier League Golden Boot, and the World Golden Boot last year, he did not make it onto the 10-player nomination list and missed out on other awards. His debut goal in the World Cup, while recognized as the best goal of that tournament, did not secure the title of Goal of the Year on a global scale. That honor went to Mary Banega, who scored a remarkable goal in a Copa del Rey match, dribbling from his own half, bypassing 7 opponents, and covering nearly 70 meters before finding the net. Not only was the distance impressive, but the number of players he surpassed was also significant. And Banega's greater renown contributed to his victory over Hu Lai for the year's best goal. The selection process for FIFA's Goal of the Year encompasses all goals from competitions recognized by FIFA, which significantly increases the likelihood of underdog candidates emerging. It is not uncommon to witness relatively obscure players scoring breathtaking goals in lesser-known matches, subsequently rising to prominence as winners of the Goal of the Year accolade. The nature of this award leans heavily towards entertainment, and grassroots players should not expect to achieve sudden fame and fortune through this recognition, as it merely evaluates the aesthetic quality of a goal rather than a player's intrinsic skill. However, this year's Goal of the Year award is unequivocally destined for Hu Lai. His stunning overhead kick from 342 meters out during the first match of the UEFA Champions League group stage won the title through worldwide fan voting. In terms of both visual appeal and rarity, this goal is undeniably deserving of the accolade. Nevertheless, Hu Lai's presence at the ceremony was not solely for this award. He was also included in the best 11 of the year, positioned centrally among the 3 forwards in a 4-3-3 formation. A forward who has scored 75 goals in a single year, if not selected for the best lineup, would indeed be a rather humorous situation. In addition to being assured a place in the annual best lineup, Hu Lai has also made it to the short list of 10 candidates for the World Footballer of the Year. However, the likelihood of him securing this prestigious award seems rather slim. The odds presented by various bookmakers reflect this lack of confidence in his chances. As a player hailing from a region not renowned for its football prowess, he must not only deliver an impeccable performance, but also possess substantial fame to contend for the title of World Footballer. This honor is determined through a voting process involving global media and the coaches and captains of national teams. Such a method of selection indicates a high demand for a player's visibility and influence. Many captains and coaches from less developed football nations may not possess a greater understanding of the global football landscape than an average Chinese fan. How can they discern who deserves to win the World Footballer title? Naturally, it is a matter of selecting those who are widely recognized. If they are only familiar with players like Caesar, they are likely to cast their vote for him first. This gives a considerable advantage to those long-established players. Although the era of the 4 kings has gradually waned, their names continue to surface frequently in recent World Footballer selections, often ranking quite high. For instance, Caesar has consistently appeared on the final shortlist for 13 consecutive years, regardless of his performance in any given year. This reality plays a significant role in the selection process. Hu Lai, as a newcomer lacking in heritage and illustrious history, finds himself at a distinct disadvantage within this voting mechanism. Even with media votes as a supplementary measure, it remains exceedingly difficult for him to overturn the odds. Achieving the title of World Footballer based solely on a remarkable tally of 75 goals in a single year is an improbable feat. Unless he can sustain such a performance over 5 or 6 consecutive years, perhaps he could stand a chance. Alternatively, leading the Chinese national team to a World Cup victory might also open the door to the title of World Footballer. However, maintaining this level of performance consistently over 5 or 6 years poses a significant challenge. Chapter 138, The The legendary pair of the football world Xiaolon meandered through the newly renovated honor room of her son, gazing with satisfaction at her labor's fruits. Under the meticulously designed lighting, the trophies and medals she had gathered from home gleamed radiantly. The lighting effects, specifically optimized for trophy display, surpassed the haphazard arrangements she had previously orchestrated in her small room. Both the illumination and the layout were far superior. Now, in the 4-room, 3-hall honor room, the exhibits were organized chronologically into distinct galleries. For instance, the domestic career section showcased all the accolades Hu Lai earned while playing in his home country. In the room dedicated to his European career, all the honors he achieved abroad were on display. Upon entering the European career section, visitors were irresistibly drawn to a row of display cabinets. Strategically arranged at varying heights, the podiums accentuated the significance of each trophy. The trophies stand sentinel around the tallest ones in the center, which include the awards for Best Player and Top Scorer of the 2026 to 2027 UEFA Europa League season, the European Best Young Player Award for the 2025 to 2026 season, and the Golden Boot for the 2026 World Cup in the United States and Canada. These gleaming trophies, resplendent in gold and silver, are arranged in a line, each uniquely shaped and varying in height, reminiscent of a city skyline. Under the illumination of the lights, they resemble a miniature city that never sleeps. As Xiaolon gazes at the brilliant display, her smile radiates with a newfound luminosity. It is uncertain whether it is her invigorated spirit or the brilliance of the exhibition hall's lights that brings forth this glow. Nonetheless, the scene before her fills her heart with increasing joy. This room is one she specifically purchased within the same community to convert into a hall of honor. She has no intention of opening it to the public. It serves solely as a repository for her son's ever-growing collection of trophies. During her leisure time, she visits this space alone, dusting off the surfaces and mopping the floor, while admiring the honors her son has earned through his sweat and hard work. Each trophy she touches seems to evoke memories of past moments, while other parents alleviate their longing for children who have left home by reminiscing over photographs and videos. Xiaolon finds solace in polishing these trophies. After wandering through her son's European journey, Xiaolon returned to the main area, which is essentially the living room of this house. The furnishings here are sparse, with only a few cabinets displaying the honors from Hu Lai's high school days, the Anton Cup Champion Medal, the Anton Cup Top Scorer Trophy, and the medals and trophies from national competitions for both Champion and Best Player. On the walls hang several large photographs capturing Hu Lai at various moments in time, each representing a highlight of his career. One particular photograph shows Hu Lai lifting the champion trophy at a national competition, placed behind the national championship trophy itself. This photograph is the first she notices each time she enters the Hall of Honor, a poignant reminder of her regret for missing the beginning of her son's football journey. The original of this photo was later procured through connections related to Hu Lai, and she had it developed and framed to adorn her wall. Each visit to the Hall of Honor begins with her gaze falling upon this image, where her son beams with unrestrained joy. To be honest, despite being Hu Lai's mother, she had never witnessed such a radiant smile from him during his high school years. Football has brought immeasurable wealth to her son and their family. Yet what Xiaolon cherishes most about the sport is its ability to elicit such carefree laughter from her son during his adolescence. The second photograph captures Hu Lai at the end of the season when he helped Anton Shining ascend to the Chinese Super League, receiving an award at a television station. In that moment, before the audience, Hu Lai declared, "No matter how my father fails, he is still my father, and failure is the father of success." For Xiaolon, this moment symbolizes the beginning of reconciliation between the two men in her life. The other photographs have also been meticulously curated by Xiaolon, ensuring that each image encapsulates a moment of extraordinary significance for Hu Lai and his family. She has effectively transformed this nearly 200-square-meter residence into a three-dimensional album. Upon entering the house, one feels as though they have opened a scrapbook with a plethora of memories flooding in. In this living room, alongside Hu Lai's high school trophies and photographs chronicling his professional journey, there lies a 100-inch television. Currently, it broadcasts the latest sports news, all pertaining to her son. In the early hours of this morning, Beijing time, during the FIFA annual awards ceremony held in Milan, Italy, our compatriot, Li Qingqing secured third place in the World Footballer of the Year awards. She led the national team to a third-place finish in the World Cup in 2027. Xiaolon gazed at the television screen, where a graceful figure in a white evening gown appeared, her smile so radiant that it nearly obscured her eyes. How wonderful! In addition to Li Qingqing, Hu Lai also garnered 2 accolades at this ceremony, one of which was for the best goal of the year. His spectacular 34-meter overhead kick against Rhein in the Champions League group stage was celebrated as the year's finest strike. His impressive tally of 75 goals in a single year earned him a spot in the best lineup of the year. However, Hu Lai did not make it into the final 3 nominees for the World Footballer of the Year. According to the subsequent vote tally, he ranked 8th. The winner of the European Golden Ball, the midfield maestro Soren Graves of Blue and White Munich, claimed the title of World Footballer of the Year. Although Hu Lai did not reach the final 3, his remarkable achievements at merely 24 years of age undoubtedly herald a promising future. Upon hearing this, Xialan began to reassess her newly decorated honor room. She furrowed her brow slightly. Had she just finished her renovations? Only to find that her son's pace in collecting trophies outstripped her own in acquiring and decorating their home. Perhaps she should consider a more comprehensive approach, an entire villa? As Hu Lai began to package the trophies he had just brought home, Li Qingqing inquired, "What are you doing?" "Song Fatty is returning to the country in a couple of days, and I plan to have him carry these 2 trophies back for me to give to my mom. I heard her new honor room has been completed." Li Qingqing recalled her visit to Hu Lai's home, where she observed his mother's fondness for collecting such glittering items. She sighed, "It's a pity that only the first place in the Footballer of the Year awards receives a trophy. Otherwise, I would have asked old Song to bring one back for my dad as well." Unlike the UEFA Ballon d'Or, where the first place naturally receives the golden ball, the second and third places are not left empty-handed. They receive the silver ball and the bronze ball as a form of recognition. Had it been the UEFA Ballon d'Or, Li Qingqing, finishing third, would have returned with a bronze ball trophy rather than empty-handed. Aside from a mention in the news that she ranked third in the World Footballer of the Year and her moment in the spotlight during the awards ceremony, accompanied by a dedicated VCR introducing her, there was little else to substantiate her achievement. The awards ceremony has just concluded, and the news is still fresh. Everyone remembers that Li Qingqing once ranked among the top 3 in the world for the title of Miss Football. However, in a few years, the only name that will resonate from the 2027 Miss Football Awards will be Laura Saravia Hernandez, who led the Brazilian women's team to victory in the World Cup. While the fact that Li Qingqing was also a finalist may fade into obscurity, Hu Lai consoled her, saying, "No worries. By then, I will be the Footballer of the Year, and you will be the Footballer of the Year. We will each have our own trophy." Li Qingqing pondered seriously for a moment. "But doesn't that mean we would go on stage together to accept our awards? Wouldn't that be lovely?" She then laughed. "All right. It's settled. I also want to win the European Golden Ball." Without hesitation, Hu Lai replied, "I want that too. Let us do it together. From now on, we shall attend every awards ceremony side by side." This was the best idea he could conceive to avoid being separated from Li Qingqing during award ceremonies. Suddenly, Li Qingqing extended her hand, offering her pinky. "What are you doing?" Hu Lai inquired. "Pinky swear." Although Hu Lai feigned immaturity in his words, he obediently extended his pinky, linking it with Li Qingqing's. Li Qingqing was unfazed by Hu Lai's remarks. She cheerfully swayed her arm, declaring, "Pinky promise, we won't change for 100 years. Hu Lai, you will attend the award ceremony with me and accept our trophies together." Hu Lai chuckled as well, for he envisioned a rather extravagant scene in the future. If it were to come to pass, could he and Li Qingqing be considered a legendary couple in the football realm? Wait, that's not right. He is Yang Gua, and Li Qingqing is his aunt. But who would play the role of the condor? The chapter concludes here. Chapter 139. You are not that kind of person. The trophies they received have already been packed and sent back to the country by Song Jejia. If one were to observe Hu Lai and Li Qingqing in their home in Madrid, they would notice little has changed. There isn't even a single trophy to signify their past accolades. It's as though they hadn't achieved any honors at the FIFA annual gala. Life must go on, and so must the competitions. On January 1st, the first day of 2028, the Madrid Pirates faced off against Malaga in the 18th round of the league. In this match, Hu Lai failed to score, but thanks to a free kick by Tanini, the Madrid Pirates triumphed with a score of 1-0. In the following week, the Copa del Rey entered its second round. The Madrid Pirates drew Amerians, a team from the third division. Considering that the following Sunday would feature a fierce match against Catalonia, Parati opted for significant rotations in the lineup, nearly replacing the entire starting team. Hu Lai, who had played every match since joining the team, finally received a well-deserved break, and didn't he even make it to the squad list. In truth, even without the looming match against Catalonia, Hu Lai was due for some rest. After all, the league schedule is not yet halfway through, and it remains uncertain how long it will take for Maxi and Kyrie to fully recover from their injuries. Even more ambiguous is whether their return will yield the immediate impact that Parati anticipates. To prevent the Madrid Pirates from collapsing in the latter half of the season, it is prudent to allow several key players, including Hu Lai, to rest during the inconsequential King's Cup match against a third-tier team. The January schedule is exceedingly congested, with the second, third, and fourth rounds of the King's South Cup all taking place that month. From February onwards, the Champions League and Europa League will enter the knockout stages, while March will see an additional 2 international matches alongside League and Champions League commitments. With such a packed schedule, it will be impossible to find gaps for King's Cup matches. Therefore, all King's Cup fixtures, except for the final, must be completed by February to make way for more significant contests ahead. Additionally, the Spanish Super Cup will also take place in January. After receiving ample rest, the key players of the Madrid Pirates will reconvene for the league match on Sunday, facing their most formidable opponent of the season, Catalonia. Currently, Catalonia has played 1 match fewer than the Madrid Pirates, boasting a record of 16 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss across 18 league matches, totaling 49 points. Should they triumph in this round against the Madrid Pirates, the point gap would narrow to just 3 by the time the league reaches its 20th round. Once they complete their outstanding match, they might even equal the Madrid Pirates in points. Thus, this league match is crucial for the Madrid Pirates. Competing at home, they must secure victory against Catalonia to gain an advantage in the upcoming league battles, following the distinct point comparison rules of La Liga, unlike the Premier League. Defeating Catalonia would not only elevate the Madrid Pirates' points above their rivals, but also bestow a favorable standing in their head-to-head record. However, the Madrid Pirates failed to overcome Catalonia in this encounter. In a match where both teams exerted their utmost efforts, it ultimately concluded in a draw. The 2 highest-scoring teams of the season finished without a goal, resulting in a disappointing 0-0 stalemate after 90 minutes of intense competition. The outcome left Parati's team disheartened, as they could not secure a victory at home against Catalonia. Interestingly, Catalonia deviated from their usual offensive strategy, opting instead for a defensive approach centered on ball control. Parati, upon shaking hands with Benel, could not conceal his disappointment. Hu Lai put forth tremendous effort during the match, yet he too failed to breach the goal defended by Carlos Cordero. Last season, he had achieved a hat-trick against Catalonia in an away Champions League group match, but now he seems to have lost his way at home. Hu Lai's performance in this match cannot be deemed disastrous. However, the absence of goals is inherently disheartening, especially as he is currently the primary scorer for the Madrid Pirates. This season, the Pirates have netted a total of 52 goals in the league, ranking second in the La Liga scoring chart, only behind the 53 goals of Catalonia. Hu Lai single-handedly scored 19 goals, accounting for more than 1/3 of the team's total. Without his contributions, the Madrid Pirates would face a significant risk of offensive stagnation. His remarkable streak of scoring in 11 consecutive league matches and 14 in all competitions since the season began has led some to mistakenly believe that this man would continue to find the net in every match, as if such consistency were his norm. However, it is unrealistic to expect anyone to score in every game. Indeed, after netting 75 goals in a year, Hu Lai has begun to show signs of fatigue, entering 2028 without a single goal to his name. In the recent match against Malaga, he failed to score, and once again, he could not find the net against Catalonia. This season, Hu Lai has yet to miss scoring opportunities in consecutive matches. Although he did not score in the 12th and 13th rounds of the league, he netted twice in the Champions League group stage held between those rounds, leading the Madrid Pirates to a convincing 4-0 victory at home against Kiev. If he could have participated in the Copa del Rey matches, such a situation might have been avoided. Against a team from the Spanish 3rd Division, he would undoubtedly have found the back of the net. However, Parati opted not to include Hu Lai in today's league match, causing him to miss yet another scoring opportunity. Thus, the Madrid Pirates achieved the dubious distinction of going 2 consecutive matches without scoring. The television broadcast captured close-ups of Hu Lai, who appeared despondent in a match where he was unable to contribute. He yearned to score against Catalonia, as he held fond memories of past encounters with this opponent. Yet, alas, The world of football is not so simplistic as to allow the protagonist to win effortlessly. This time, he could not assist his team in securing a victory against a primary rival at home. What did I say earlier? In the box at Pirate Park, Maxi Kelly sighed, covering his face as he spoke softly in Dutch to his wife, Sophia. She had no words to offer. The Madrid Pirates, reliant on Hu Lai's goals due to their one-dimensional offensive tactics, found themselves in a precarious position. When Hu Lai is in form, the already formidable Madrid Pirates can unleash their full strength, overpowering any opposition. Yet, when Hu Lai struggles, the team lacks the necessary firepower to compete effectively, particularly against teams of equal or greater strength like Catalonia. Fortunately, the Pirates encountered the Kings while Hu Lai was still in good form. Had they delayed until the end of the first half of the season, they might have suffered a defeat in an away game against the Kings. Sophia was deeply concerned for the team. Having lived in this city for many years, she had come to regard her husband's team as her own. She certainly did not wish to witness the Madrid Pirates falter at the finish line. Her hope was for the team to clinch the league title, even if it did not stem from her husband's efforts. Kelly interrupted his wife's thoughts, rising from his seat. "Come on, Sophia," he said. "It is time for us to return home with the children." He gently tousled the hair of his two disappointed offspring, who were disheartened by the defeat of the Pirates. Sophia rose to follow, but as she departed, she cast a glance back at the box below. There on the field, the players of the Madrid Pirates were hastily leaving with their heads bowed, while the visiting Catalan team appeared to be celebrating, reveling in what was, indeed, a draw. Yes, a draw. Yet they understood that this stalemate was crucial in the contest for the league championship, potentially playing a pivotal role in the forthcoming 38th round of the league. Although a draw yields merely 1 point, it is akin to a top-notch striker who, with a single kick, can alter the fate of the league title. 1 is the smallest natural number greater than 0, often perceived as insignificant. However, countless instances of 1 can culminate in a transformative tempest. All the Catalan players celebrating today at Pirate Park believe they have ignited that storm with this solitary point. The counteroffensive of Catalan against the Pirates commenced with this match. Li Qingqing, noticing Hu Lai, who had just returned from the field clutching a football, heading to the backyard, hurried after him. "What are you up to, Hu Lai?" she inquired. Hu Lai turned back and asked, "I want to resolve matters on my own, like you do. Will you teach me?" Li Qingqing paused, realizing that Hu Lai was motivated by the frustration of not being able to secure a victory for the team at home against Catalan. Nevertheless, she shook her head, declining his request. "I cannot teach you, Hu Lai. Your physique does not suit my style of play." "Are you implying my coordination?" Hu Lai interjected. "My coordination has improved significantly. You can see that." Li Qingqing nodded. "Yes, it has improved, but it is still far from sufficient. Dribbling requires continuous, high-level control over your body, which you have yet to achieve." "That's all right. I can practice every day," Hu Lai asserted with determination. He was even tempted to tell Li Qingqing, "I have a secret weapon." Yet, she continued to shake her head. "Until when will you practice? What about the cost-benefit ratio of your investment and returns? Your strength does not lie in this area. You have never been someone who can single-handedly resolve issues. You genuinely need the support and assistance of your teammates. This is your characteristic, not a flaw." Li Qingqing spoke with earnestness, recognizing that Hu Lai's desire for her to teach him was not a jest. She understood that he was genuinely anxious. From the depths of her heart, she sought to dissuade him from unnecessary thoughts. Not everyone is meant to be, nor can everyone become, the player who weaves through multiple defenders and sends the ball into the net. Hu Lai is who he is precisely because he is a player focused on scoring goals. Li Qingqing never perceived anything wrong with that. Even when Hu Lai's inability to score resulted in the team failing to secure a victory, or even losing, she did not believe he needed to transform into a player like herself. She was acutely aware that her style of play was difficult to maintain at a peak level for an extended period, due to the demanding nature of her playing style. The physical requirements are exceedingly high. At her youthful peak, she faces no significant issues. However, as age advances and injuries accumulate, her performance is bound to decline yearly. If she does not transition and continues to adhere to her current all-encompassing style of play, it is likely she will retire sooner than anticipated. Conversely, Hu Lai's style imposes lesser physical demands, allowing him to sustain high-level performance for a longer duration. Presently, Hu Lai aspires to emulate her, yet in the future, she may find herself envying his approach. Hu Lai is not naive. He recognizes the distinctions between himself and Li Qingqing, alongside their respective strengths and weaknesses. Yet, he feels a sense of urgency, despite not scoring in 2 consecutive matches, which is not particularly alarming for a forward. Some strikers go years without a goal. He finds this situation overly dramatic, having experienced the euphoria of scoring 75 goals in a year. How could he possibly resign himself to watching his stellar form slip away? Moreover, he has made a pact with Li Qingqing to attain the highest individual accolades in world football. To him, it seems far easier for her to become the world football miss than for him to achieve the title of world football man. Thus, he must maintain exceptional form and continue scoring as he did last year. Hence, 2 matches without a goal are sufficient to instill a sense of crisis within him. What should I do now? He pondered while standing in the yard with a football. Should I practice my left foot? I feel it still lacks finesse. I attempted 3 left-footed shots in today's match, yet none found the net. Li Qingqing approached him and embraced him, saying, "What you truly need now, Hu Lai, is rest." Meanwhile, lying in bed, Max Kyrie had his hands clasped behind his head, wide awake in the dimly lit room, and suddenly inquired, "Sophia, do you think if Hu Lai underperforms in the second half of the season, and the team ultimately loses the league title, they will recognize my significance and need me more?" As soon as he uttered these words, all sounds in the vicinity ceased. After a few moments, his wife replied, "They already acknowledge your importance and genuinely need you. Hasn't Parati been consistently inquiring about when you can resume training with the team? But I have no idea how long it will be until I truly return. Did you see what the media said after today's match? If the Pirates had a healthy Kyrie, they would have defeated Catalonia at home. Ah, thank goodness. They finally remembered me, realizing I am still with Madrid Pirates and haven't gone anywhere." At this point, Kyrie let out a cold laugh. He recalled how, during Hu Lai's most frenzied performances, the same media had remarked, "Who needs Max anymore?" A faint rustling sound interrupted his thoughts. And soon Kyrie saw his wife's face in the darkness as she propped herself up, gazing at him. "What's wrong?" he asked. If indeed Hu's lackluster performance in the latter half of the season leads the team to ultimately lose the league championship, would you find joy in that, Maxie? Kyrie cast a glance at his wife. Her features were obscured in the darkness, yet the glimmer of her eyes, reflecting the faint light from outside, shone brightly like the morning star in the night sky. Those 2 stars were gazing at him. He let out a soft huff. "I am not that kind of person." Upon hearing his response, his wife settled back down, and after a rustle of movement, silence enveloped the room, broken only by her gentle murmur, "Yes. You are not that kind of person." Chapter 140. A good night's sleep. During the weekly coaching staff meeting, head coach Parati appeared somewhat fatigued. The previous day's match saw the full-strength Madrid Pirates unable to triumph over Catalonia United on their home turf. Both the outcome of the match and the subsequent media scrutiny placed immense pressure upon him. For this game, he had even opted to rest all the starters during a King's Cup match. From pre-match training to tactical arrangements, he had meticulously planned every detail. It was fair to say that this victory was essential for him. However, he did not anticipate that Jose Benel, the coach of Catalonia United, would adopt such a defensive strategy during the match, eschewing offense for defense. This was truly unexpected. As a prestigious team, Catalonia United harbored its own pride. They rarely opted for conservative tactics in matches, regardless of their opponents. They would choose to exert their formidable control to dictate the game and launch aggressive offensives to decimate their rivals. This season, Catalonia United had scored 53 goals in the league, making them the highest scoring team. In the Champions League, they netted 18 goals in 6 group matches, second only to the 20 scored by the Madrid Kings. Such prowess in offense, coupled with their formidable attacking strength, made their choice to defend against the Madrid Pirates all the more surprising. They utilized their pride and control to slow the game's tempo and fortify their defense, leaving the Madrid Pirates in considerable discomfort. When it comes to control, Catalonia United outperformed the Madrid Pirates. After all, this was part of their tradition, while the Madrid Pirates were merely adjusting their strategy temporarily. Consequently, Parati did not intend to match control with control. Instead, he opted to revert to the previous tactics of the Madrid Pirates, leveraging both flanks to assault Catalonia United's defense. In simple terms, if Catalonia United excelled in slowness, the Madrid Pirates would counter with their expertise and speed. Yet, he was met with failure. This failure was partly due to Silvilio's poor performance and the wings not taking flight as intended. It was also attributed to Hu's unfortunate luck in front of the goal the previous day, without registering a goal. The Madrid Pirates could only watch as their direct competitors for the league championship celebrated right beneath their noses. Some media outlets criticized our over-reliance on Hu's goals, suggesting our gameplay had become overly simplistic, remarked first assistant coach Jesus Valentin. Perotti waved his hand. They are not mistaken. Although Hu has gradually integrated into our system, it is inherently quite simplistic. There is little we can do, as the player we originally planned for has yet to recover. Everyone knows who he is referring to, Kyrie Maxey. The good news is that Kyrie has begun ball training. However, the bad news is that it will take at least another month before he can practice with the team. Having endured consecutive severe injuries over the past 2 years, we must approach his recovery with utmost caution. Team Medical Director Nick Kitt has provided the latest update on Kyrie's condition to head coach Perotti. A month of practice with the team merely precedes the uncertainty of when he will be able to genuinely participate in a game. Second assistant coach Enzo Nahayer sighed, remarking on the recovery process. Injuries demand meticulous adherence to protocol. After surgery, one must first rest, followed by limited rehabilitation, then comprehensive training, and finally ball training. The transition to team practice is the most crucial step, as only through such practice can physical confrontations occur, bringing one closer to actual competition. Certain issues may remain concealed until the team training, catching everyone off guard. Thus, for everyone, Kyrie's ability to practice with the team does not signify a relief. On the contrary, it heightens their anxiety. Even when he is cleared to play, the team will remain vigilant. Each match will see Kyrie as a focal point for the medical staff, and post-game assessments will be thorough, all to ensure he does not suffer from previous complications, a knee injury leading to an ankle injury requiring surgery. This is the reality for a professional player in his 30s. Enduring 2 serious injuries means that each day of his career must be navigated with extreme caution. First assistant coach Valentin inquired of Perotti. Did the club not state they would strive to acquire players during the winter transfer window? Perotti shook his head with a sigh. Truly exceptional players seldom appear in the winter transfer market. The players we are interested in are unlikely to join us this winter. In fact, Perotti had been aware of the Madrid Pirates' lack of creativity long before. As early as the summer of 2026, he had urged the club to seek a playmaker in the transfer market. Initially, with Maxey uninjured, Perotti's intention was merely to find a backup for him. However, as Kyrie's injury became a pressing necessity, the situation escalated. At one point, the desperate Madrid Pirates even sought Cabanca. Yet, just as Hu Lai would never join the Madrid Kings, Cabanca would undoubtedly never associate with the Madrid Pirates. The Pirates' standing pales in comparison to that of Catalonia United and the Madrid Kings, who were also pursuing Cabanca at the time. If offered the chance to lead at Catalonia United, why would he lower himself to be a subordinate in Madrid? Thus, Cabanca clearly informed the Pirates not to waste their efforts on him. He would absolutely not consider the Madrid Pirates as a Brazilian prodigy renowned alongside the illustrious Pelé. Cabanca indeed possesses the credentials and confidence to make such assertions. Clubs like Catalonia and Blue-White Munich present far superior options compared to the Madrid Pirates, and both have expressed interest in him. If all else fails, remaining at Manchester Athletic is also a viable option. Why would one choose to join the Madrid Pirates? Some are eager to play the role of a rebel, confronting formidable foes. Cabanca harbors no such inclination, while he too seeks to challenge the strong. He does so from the vantage point of standing upon the shoulders of giants. Other formidable talents, such as the Ballon d'Or winner Grabouche, are even less likely to consider the Madrid Pirates. Should they decide to depart from Blue-White Munich, they would only contemplate joining the elite of the elite, such as the Royal Madrid. The football realm is not devoid of exceptional midfield orchestrators, yet they either, like Cabanca and Grabouche, have no intentions of moving to the Madrid Pirates, or they are unwilling to transfer during the winter window, or simply their clubs are reluctant to release them. This predicament has left the Madrid Pirates scrambling for options, with a severely limited pool of candidates. Those they desire are unavailable, and those who are available do not meet their standards. It mirrors the complexities of love, evoking a sense of melancholy. Thus, they must either abandon the notion of acquiring target players during the winter window or pursue any potential signings, or perhaps consider loaning a player as a temporary solution. As Perotti explained to his coaching staff, a loan or transfer is preferable to inaction. First assistant coach Valentin offered his opinion, and others nodded in agreement. Although they all recognized the difficulty of finding suitable candidates during this period, it resembled a lottery. There remains a hope for a fortunate outcome. Even if they cannot secure a grand prize, A consolation prize would suffice. Given the circumstances, they do not expect to attract extraordinarily talented players. As long as any new arrival can alleviate some of the team's burdens, it would be regarded as a successful acquisition. Observing that everyone concurred on the need to continue striving in the transfer market, whether through signing or loaning, Parati nodded in agreement with this course of action. Let us talk about Hu. I noticed his demeanor was rather low after yesterday's match. Is he facing any issues? Valentin inquired. What issues could he have? A good night's sleep will suffice, replied second assistant coach Naher. Perhaps his previous successes have led him to forget the nature of encountering setbacks. However, that is inconsequential. Every individual experiences this hurdle, and a simple rest can remedy it. Naher was referring to the mindset of most professional players when confronting failure. Such failure does not necessarily equate to losing a match, but it may stem from performances that fall short of expectations. For Hu, failing to score in such a pivotal match to aid his team's victory could be classified as a failure. Learning to cope with failure is an essential lesson for any competent professional athlete. Each individual has their own method. Some choose to indulge their desires. Others prefer to be with family, seeking solace in love and kinship, while some may resort to other peculiar remedies. Ultimately, however, everyone requires a good night's sleep. Upon awakening from a slumber, when they observe the sun re-emerging on the horizon, they are reminded that regardless of the challenges they face, the sun will inevitably rise again. Humanity must gaze forward and progress. It is not merely a testament to their optimism and resolve, but rather the inexorable passage of time propels them onward, leaving no room for stagnation. I hope that is the case, Valentin shrugged, remaining non-committal to Naher's assertion. For he understood that there are indeed individuals for whom such notions hold no sway. Most drift along the currents of time, yet some aspire to be the wave riders, unwilling to succumb to the monotony of daily existence. After concluding a day of training, Hu Lai tidied himself and proceeded to the parking lot, preparing to depart. To his surprise, he found a figure standing beside his vehicle. Confused, he gazed at Max Kyrie, perplexed by his presence. Was he here to chastise Hu Lai for failing to score in yesterday's match, or to mock him for not embodying the role of the team's savior? As Kyrie approached, he posed a question that left Hu Lai utterly bewildered. How did you sleep after the match last night? Chapter 141. Kyrie's suggestion you're back? You seem a bit late today. Hearing the door open, Li Qingqing emerged to greet him. Noticing the peculiar expression on Hu Lai's face, she inquired, "What's wrong?" Hu Lai, still wearing an odd look, replied, "I encountered Kyrie after training." Li Qingqing immediately understood the source of her boyfriend's expression. It was common knowledge that Hu Lai and Max Kyrie shared a rather indifferent relationship. They were teammates, but far from friends, and despite being neighbors, they had never engaged. The fact that Kyrie sought Hu Lai out privately was undeniably strange, prompting Li Qingqing to ask, what did he want? He asked if I wanted to become stronger, Hu Lai responded. Li Qingqing stared at him in disbelief, never anticipating that Kyrie, who was at odds with her boyfriend, would utter such words. Hu Lai himself remained in a state of shock. Otherwise, he would not have returned home with that same expression upon seeing Li Qingqing. He recalled their conversation in the parking lot. When Kyrie asked, "How did you sleep after the match last night?" Hu Lai was utterly perplexed. He thought to himself, "You're not a health professional. Why do you care about my sleep?" Unsure of Kyrie's intentions and considering their relationship, Hu Lai nonchalantly replied, "It was fine. I suppose." Kyrie immediately discerned Hu Lai's evasiveness and chuckled. "I thought you would be tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep due to not scoring." "Why would I do that? I'm not a child," Hu Lai scoffed. Kyrie merely pointed at him, affirming, "Well said. Only children would lose sleep over a defeat in a match or a lackluster performance, replaying their poor showing in their minds, endlessly chastising themselves for not having acted differently or performed better. However, as children mature into adults, they learn to accept failure. They come to understand that human capability has its limits and that not every setback is theirs to bear." After expressing this, Kelly turned to Hu Lai and remarked, "Congratulations. Young man from China, you have now entered adulthood." Hu Lai furrowed his brow and only comprehended the final remark after Kelly had finished, realizing with a start. "Are you mocking me?" He detected the irony in Kelly's tone. Yet, Kelly shook his head. "Your words suggest I possess the leisure to jest with you. My purpose here is merely to inquire about your sleep last night. If you rested well, it indicates you require no assistance. However, should your sleep have been unsatisfactory, I might have a suggestion you would find beneficial. With a shrug, he continued, you claim to have slept reasonably well. I shall take that at face value. Excellent. You do not require my help, and truth be told, I am not particularly inclined to offer it. Farewell. With that, Kelly rose from the vehicle, intending to depart. At that moment, a suddenly aware Hu Lai called out to him, I just remembered, in fact, I did not sleep very well last night. Kelly regarded him. Noting the absence of any embarrassment on Hu Lai's face despite his contradictory statement, as if fabricating a lie came effortlessly to him. Observing Kelly's continued scrutiny, Hu Lai even managed a conciliatory smile. Brother, please, share your suggestion. Kelly had long hesitated about whether to offer Hu Lai advice. On one hand, he was acutely aware of the implications of doing so. On the other, he simply did not like Hu Lai. Assisting someone he had little fondness for required considerable mental fortitude. Yet, seeing Hu Lai in this state rendered Kelly's previous sentiments utterly uninspiring. He had intended to continue his jibes at Hu Lai, but now found it lacking in interest. Thus, he pursed his lips and said, as a forward, your positioning and striking capabilities are commendable. However, you lack ball control. Of course, a forward focused on scoring does not necessarily need to possess ball skills. 2 touches, one to control and one to shoot, or even a direct shot would suffice. Yet, if that were the case, why not remain at Leeds City? There was an additional thought Kelly withheld, fearing its revelation might tarnish his standing. After all, to say to Hu Lai, are you intent on usurping my position at Pirates? Felt akin to begging for mercy or indulging in a display of vulnerability. Regardless of the interpretation, Kelly's pride forbade him from uttering such words. He sidestepped the sentiment and continued, at the very least, you would find greater joy at Leeds City. The fans and teammates there hold you in high regard. I watched your return match at Flanders Stadium, and I must admit, it was quite moving. I have even contemplated that if one day I were to return to the Pirate Park Stadium as an opponent, I would not receive the same treatment as you. Earning your praise is indeed no easy feat, Hu Lai retorted sharply. After joining the Madrid Pirates, his teammates have treated him quite well. Perhaps due to his personality, or perhaps because he has demonstrated formidable strength. In any case, he has not encountered any unpleasant individuals or situations within this team. Thus, when he could mock Kyrie without any psychological burden, he found it quite delightful. However, Kyrie seemed oblivious to Hu Lai's sarcasm and nodded in agreement, stating, you are correct. It is indeed challenging for most to earn my commendation, his expression seemingly imbued with pride. Hu Lai rolled his eyes. You misunderstand. I was not complimenting you. Kyrie slightly lifted his chin, his stature already imposing as he regarded Hu Lai with an air of condescension. You merely stated a fact. It hardly qualifies as a compliment. It was then that Hu Lai finally grasped why Kyrie was dubbed the king of arrogance. Although he had been with the Pirates for half a season, his interactions with Kyrie had been minimal. Today's private conversation in the parking lot marked their first genuine encounter. All right, brother, spare me the pretense. If we are to speak of arrogance, I concede second place to you, Hu Lai remarked, noticing Kyrie's gaze upon him. He promptly amended, you are indeed the first. Since you excel at displaying arrogance, there is no need to perform before me. If you have any guidance for your junior, please feel free to express it directly. Kyrie was taken aback by Hu Lai's banter, stunned for a few seconds before recalling what he had intended to say. He inquired, nothing much. I simply wondered why you chose to leave the pleasant confines of Leeds City. Hu Lai almost instinctively replied, because I wish to grow stronger. Kyrie regarded him closely. Under Kyrie's scrutiny, Hu Lai candidly declared, though I was happy in Leeds City, I felt I could no longer continue to strengthen myself. He then turned the question back to Kyrie. So, brother, can you help me become stronger? The initiative seemed to shift back to Hu Lai, prompting Kyrie to frown slightly. Disliking the sensation, yet he nodded, I cannot make you stronger. I can merely offer you some advice. Li Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment. So Kyrie actually advised you to enhance your ball control skills, not for the purpose of dribbling past several opponents, but to improve your ability to hold the ball. She had listened attentively to Hu Lai's account. Hu Lai nodded, yes, that is essentially the idea. I aim to evolve from merely being a poacher who receives passes from teammates and shoots, to someone who can at least maintain possession of the ball within the penalty area. Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding clap echoed. Li Qingqing clapped her hands together, her face beaming with joy. Exactly. Hu Lai, he's right. What you lack is not the ability to score with your left foot, nor is it the skill to dribble past defenders. What you truly need is the capability to control the ball in tight spaces. as long as you can maintain control of the football rather than striking directly at the goal. It signifies that you can create a multitude of opportunities within the opponent's penalty area, opportunities that may prove far more lethal than a straightforward shot. Upon hearing Li Qingqing's remarks, Hu Lai recollected that the majority of his goals were indeed one decisive blow. Much like a premier assassin, possessing unparalleled agility, he would strike only when certain of his target's vulnerability. However, this type of assassin harbors a weakness, a formidable attack paired with a vulnerable defense. He must ensure he is not touched by the opponent, for even the slightest contact could inflict severe injury. Thus, when such an assassin encounters an adversary who cannot be easily vanquished, he finds himself powerless when forced to endure a blow in order to inflict harm in return. Maxim's counsel to him was to endow this assassin with the capability to withstand an opponent's onslaught while delivering a fatal strike. In essence, a high-attack, high-defense assassin. He can deliver a lethal blow in the penalty area and, upon regaining control of the ball, create further opportunities for another decisive strike. I had previously misunderstood the situation, always thinking you needed to practice dribbling. Given your physical coordination, that would be quite a challenge. Yet, you need not navigate past several players. You don't even need to dribble. You merely need to execute one or two feints to create an opening for your shot. This would significantly lessen the demands on your physical coordination. The more Li Qingqing spoke, the more exhilarated she became. Therefore, Hu Lai, what you need to practice is not dribbling, but ball control. Mastering control will grant you the ability to launch a secondary attack, in comparison to a high-stakes gamble. A secondary attack is the most formidable tactic. With that, she took Hu Lai's hand, leading him towards the backyard. Hu Lai, amused by Li Qingqing's enthusiasm that rivaled his own, chuckled and obediently followed her outside. Chapter 142. Ball control. Yordi, where is your father? Sophia inquired of her son, who was engrossed in a television program in the living room. I don't know, Mom, he replied, his gaze fixed on the screen, not bothering to turn around. From his response, Sophia sensed his indifference. She recognized that her son was completely absorbed in the cartoon, offering a reflexive answer without contemplating her question. Sighing, she resolved not to disturb her son's viewing. His focus on the television naturally meant he was unaware of his father's whereabouts. When her husband returned earlier, she had exchanged a few words with him. Inquiring about his day at the club, he had assured her that everything was as usual, after which she busied herself with other matters. Now, recalling that he had not been seen since then, curiosity prompted her to ask her son. Unfortunately, he had no information to provide. With no answers from her son, Sophia ascended the stairs, guessing her husband might be upstairs. As anticipated, she found him standing by the window in their bedroom, gazing towards the neighbor's property. What are you watching this time? She asked. Without turning his head, Carey maintained his distant gaze and replied, From this angle, I cannot see their yard. His wife stepped forward, following his gaze. What are you hoping to see? She inquired. Carey replied, I spoke with Hu after training today. His wife, astonished and intrigued, asked, What did you discuss? He explained that if Hu wished to extricate himself from his current predicament, certain actions were necessary. Sophia was no longer merely surprised. She was utterly shocked, gazing intently at her husband. Ignoring his wife's expression, Carey continued, I was contemplating whether his girlfriend, a key player for the Madrid women's football team, might advise him on how to proceed. Meanwhile, in the backyard, Li Qingqing gestured for Hu Lai to position himself behind her. Obediently, Hu Lai took his place. But after a glance over her shoulder, Li Qingqing instructed, Raise your hands, Hu Lai. Is this how you usually defend during matches? I'm a forward. Hu Lai protested verbally. Yet he raised his hands and pressed them against Li Qingqing's back. She leaned back slightly, urging, Use more force, apply more pressure. What's with this fierce rhetoric? Hu Lai retorted while pushing back against her weight. What are you thinking? Focus, it's time for class. Feeling the strength behind her, Li Qingqing nodded in satisfaction. Yes. Hu Lai replied weakly. At that moment, Li Qingqing kicked the football against the wall. The ball rebounded and landed back at her feet. As it bounced back, she abruptly leaned backward. While Hu Lai concentrated solely on their physical contest, she deftly tapped the incoming ball behind her. The football slipped through Hu Lai's legs, and simultaneously, she spun around him, chasing the ball and effortlessly guiding it into the small goal ahead. Turning to the still-dazed Hu Lai, she remarked, See, just like this, when you are pressured by an opponent and find yourself with your back to the goal, if you can send the ball through their legs and pivot, you can pose a threat to the goal. Hu Lai snapped back to reality, shaking his head. That won't work. The penalty area has very limited time and space allowances. Such a turn requires too much room. By the time I pivot, the ball will have already been seized by the goalkeeper. Li Qingqing shot him a disapproving glance. Who said it can only be used within the penalty area, while most of your goals are scored inside? Were you not once the type who could only score from within the box? You can employ such techniques at the edge of the penalty area, where the demands for time and space are comparatively lesser, and it can yield remarkable results. Moreover, I merely provided an example. There are countless scenarios requiring different strategies. Surely, one single turn cannot encapsulate all possibilities. As she spoke, Li Qingqing paused momentarily, scrutinizing Hu Lai to ensure he truly grasped the essence of her words before proceeding. In summary, it is imperative to enhance your ball control skills, rather than merely learning a handful of techniques. When faced with diverse circumstances, you will instinctively know how to respond. Hu Lai interjected, I excel at stopping the ball. It's control that matters, not just stopping. Stopping the ball is merely that. Stopping, Li Qingqing countered. Control encompasses what to do next and how to execute it. Like I demonstrated earlier, when you stop the ball, gently placing it between your legs while simultaneously pivoting, these actions were premeditated. The key is to execute everything seamlessly during the stop. Given your position at the forefront, your time and space are exceedingly limited, necessitating that you perfect every action. First and foremost, ensure the ball is halted. I acknowledge your stopping skills are commendable, yet they must be elevated further. It should be more than just halting the ball. If you can maneuver past your opponent simultaneously, that would be ideal. Just like that decisive goal you scored against the South China Tigers in the championship. Hu Lai recalled the moment vividly. In the dying minutes of that match, Lin initiated a long pass from the backfield, and he found himself at the forefront. Confronted by Lin Ziyuan and closely pursued by Yao Huaxing, he had no time to stop the ball before shooting. Choosing to halt the ball would signify failure in that offensive play. Thus, he managed to maneuver past both Lin Ziyuan and Yao Huaxing in one fluid motion while stopping the ball, creating an opportunity to score. It was a stunning goal, particularly remarkable for the way he combined stopping and dribbling to break through the defense. That was not a conventional stop. No formal football training program would instruct its students to perform such a maneuver. Yet, it was a testament to his mastery of the stopping technique, augmented by a spark of imagination and quick wit, an approach that defied textbook methods. In that moment, Hu Lai acted on instinct, executing the entire sequence without conscious thought, as if by sheer luck. In essence, enhancing your control abilities, mastering the ball, assessing the dynamics on the field, and making sound decisions are the areas Kelly believes you should focus on. You are correct, Hu Lai. Once you attain this capability, you can create opportunities even when they do not initially present themselves. Li Qingqing finished her thoughts, gazing at Hu Lai with a glimmer in her eyes, for she was set to resume her role as his coach. Since Hu Lai had nearly perfected his left foot, there was little left for her to teach. She felt a profound joy in being able to contribute to Hu Lai's journey of growth, much like when she first assisted him in transforming from a clumsy novice struggling with coordination. Hu Lai gazed at the football nestled within the small goal, reflecting on the words spoken by Li Qingqing moments ago. His mind wandered, envisioning what it would be like to play on the field as she had described. He did not need to dribble past multiple defenders in the penalty area before sending the ball into the net. Rather, his focus should be on employing his skills to evade defense at critical moments, thus creating opportunities for a decisive strike. With the mastery of more advanced ball control techniques, he realized that the greater challenge lay in his ability to adapt and imagine possibilities in real time. In previous matches, Hu Lai had experienced flashes of brilliance that led to goals, albeit mere fleeting moments of inspiration. Nonetheless, this suggested that he possessed a natural talent in this regard. If there were no spark of brilliance, how could there be a flash of light? His confidence in his future grew substantially. With Li Qingqing's careful guidance, coupled with his training during formal sessions and the assistance of external resources, he was certain that with dedication, he could hone his skills. Moreover, he did not aspire to become a player akin to Mary. The energy and time he needed to invest remained within manageable limits. After contemplating all this, he nodded at Li Qingqing, signaling his readiness to practice. Let us begin, he said. Very well, she replied, but we must be discerning about the order of our practice. We cannot proceed in a linear fashion, for time is of the essence. We should focus on the most critical aspects first. Since you often find yourself facing away from the direction of attack during matches, We will concentrate on how to navigate out of such situations. With that, she passed the ball to Hu Lai, gesturing for him to return it. Obediently, he kicked the ball back to her. As she received it, she utilized the inside of her right foot to gently push the ball backward while pivoting swiftly on her left foot. Just like this, when receiving the ball, you can swiftly evade your opponent. She instructed. You may also incorporate upper body feints to mislead the defender. However, a concern arose for Sophia, who furrowed her brow after hearing her husband's remarks. You have informed Hu of what he should improve, but such changes cannot be achieved instantaneously. This does not address the current issues plaguing the team. Football training is not akin to solving mathematical equations. One cannot score unless all steps are completed, Carey interjected. As long as he can achieve some progress, it can be applied in matches. I have observed his training, and although I cannot explain why, his rate of improvement is remarkably swift, much like his left foot, Carey noted. Sophia fell silent, aware of the stories surrounding Hu Lai's left foot. Being married to a teammate of Hu Lai, she possessed more knowledge than the general public. For instance, she knew that Hu Lai had only begun conscious training of his left foot upon arriving at the Madrid Pirates, and his left foot skills were initially quite poor. Yet, it was evident that his proficiency was improving. By the time of the Madrid derby against the Madrid Kings, he had managed to score twice with his left foot. Although Hu Lai claimed it was merely luck after the match, Sophia understood that it was not. Perhaps, then, her husband's advice could indeed have a positive impact. However, is he not aiding his competitors? Having imparted knowledge to Hu Lai, will the team still require his presence? Sophia could not fathom why her husband would act in such a manner. She refrained from inquiring, for she surmised that even if she did, her husband would likely remain reticent. He typically acted according to his whims. Perhaps, on this occasion, he was simply in a good mood. Chapter 143. This is for you. Sophia, the wife of Carey, was indeed correct. Her husband's counsel to Hu Lai was akin to distant water, which cannot quench immediate thirst. Even should Hu Lai hastily engage in practice with Li Qingqing, it would be implausible for the fruits of their training to manifest within a mere few days. After concluding their match against Catalonia, the Madrid Pirates faced Valencia in the semi-finals of the Super Cup. Noticing issues during the game against Catalonia, Perotti decided to implement a rotation strategy for this Super Cup match, allowing more key players to rest. On one hand, this was to prepare for the upcoming Kings Cup third round, and on the other, Perotti was determined not to let the Super Cup consume excessive energy. If they were to eliminate Valencia, a final would follow, further encroaching on their time, leading to a month of back-to-back matches. The Spanish Super Cup was quite a superfluous affair. After much contemplation, Perotti resolved to take a more laid-back approach. He would not overtly relinquish the tournament. Yet neither would he exert himself to secure victory. Originally intended as a warm-up before the season, this Super Cup had now been shifted to the middle of the season, evolving from a clash between two teams to a battle among four. Perotti believed that the Spanish Football Association had arranged this solely for their own benefit, entirely disregarding the interests of the teams involved. By this point in the season, the players were already fatigued. The meager Christmas break was hardly sufficient for recuperation. January's schedule was already dense due to the Kings Cup, and the addition of two Super Cup matches only exacerbated the players' exhaustion. Despite Hu Lai's substitution in the Super Cup match against Valencia, he could not steer his team to victory. Ultimately, the Madrid Pirates succumbed 12 to Valencia in the semi-finals, thus exiting the Super Cup contention. Having shed this burden, the Madrid Pirates welcomed the Segunda División team, St. Andrew, in the third round of the Kings Cup. While both the Super Cup and the Kings Cup demanded energy, Perotti opted to forego the former. For the exertion required for the Super Cup far surpassed that of the Kings Cup. The disparity in opponent caliber was significant. The Kings Cup could be utilized to develop a rotational lineup, whereas the Super Cup was a relentless contest. Hu Lai started this match and, with a goal, ended his three-match drought without scoring. His contribution helped the Madrid Pirates to a 4-0 victory over their opponents, advancing them to the fourth round of the Kings Cup. However, from this juncture onward, it would be almost impossible to encounter any weaker opponents in the Kings Cup, as the 16 teams remaining were predominantly from La Liga. The Madrid Pirates, during the draw ceremony, were matched against Athletic Club Bilbao, a formidable team from the Basque region, which will be their opponent in the fourth round of the Copa del Rey. This round is scheduled to take place on January 26th. Should the Madrid Pirates advance to the fifth round of the Copa del Rey, an additional match will be held on Wednesday, February 2nd. Furthermore, If the Pirates continue to progress and reach the semifinals, that match is slated for either February 8th or 9th. Subsequently, the UEFA Champions League round of 16 will commence in the week following, on February 15th and 16th. Notably, the Pirates Champions League match will occur a week later, on Tuesday, February 22nd. From the onset of the new year, the Madrid Pirates will face a grueling schedule of matches nearly every week. This rigorous cadence is bound to take a significant toll on the team's physical endurance. Additionally, as the matches accumulate, the strain on the players has manifested in an increasing number of injuries. Joaquin Bella sustained an ankle sprain during a prior training session, which has rendered him absent from both the Supercopa clash with Valencia and the Copa del Rey encounter with San Andres. He is expected to be sidelined for nearly a month. Moreover, various minor injuries, which do not preclude participation but may adversely affect performance, are prevalent among several players. After an impressive first half of the season, it appears the Madrid Pirates have finally exhausted the vigor they accumulated during their summer training, and their momentum has begun to wane. These circumstances have led Perotti to contemplate relinquishing their pursuit of the Copa del Rey. As they prepare for the next round against Athletic Club, he is deliberating whether to field an entirely substitute squad. In the 21st round of the league, the Madrid Pirates triumphed over Valerio with a score of 4-2 on the road, with Julian contributing 1 goal and 1 assist, earning him the title of man of the match. He has also managed to score in consecutive games, suggesting a resurgence in form. However, there is unfortunate news as well. The team's substitute striker, Ruiz, sustained a cruciate ligament injury just 5 minutes into his appearance. Fortunately, the prognosis is not dire. With conservative treatment, he is expected to miss only 2 months of play. Indeed, missing 2 months is considered a silver lining for the Madrid Pirates, as it means Ruiz's season is not entirely over, and he could return by the end of March to contribute during the critical phase of the season. Nonetheless, Ruiz's injury exacerbates the shortage of attacking options for the Madrid Pirates. Initially, they boasted 4 forwards: Maxi Kelly, Daniel Di Quenzo, Julian, and Sanabria Ruiz, each possessing distinct attributes, allowing for versatile pairings and effective complementarity. However, since the onset of the season, both Kelly and Ruiz have succumbed to injuries. Now, only Julian and Di Quenzo remain relatively fit, placing the entire offensive burden upon them. This situation underscores the necessity for both players to remain injury-free. Should either sustain an injury, Perotti would find himself in a most challenging predicament, necessitating a more cautious approach to each forthcoming match. Thus, Perotti resolved to field an entirely reserve squad against Biscay Athletic. Neither Hu Lai nor Di Quenzo would be included, not even on the matchday roster. The front line would be entrusted to the youthful talents of the second team. The outcome was of little consequence. A defeat resulting in immediate elimination would be preferable. Should they inadvertently advance, the same approach would persist in the next round, unless they fortuitously reached the King's Cup final. It would be unreasonable to forego the final if they indeed made it that far. After all, the King's Cup final would not occur until mid-April, by which time Ruiz should have recovered from injury, and with a stroke of luck, Maxi Kelly might also meet the eligibility criteria. Until then, all matches, be it the King's Cup, the League, or the Champions League, must be endured with gritted teeth. In Tokyo, Japan, the National Stadium was hosting the third-place playoff of the U23 Asian Cup. The competing teams were the China U23 team and the Iran U23 team. With the clock reading 83 minutes, the score stood at 2-1, with China momentarily in the lead. The Iran U23 team was relentlessly pushing for a last-minute offensive against China's goal. This match held the key to the final Olympic qualification spot, with the victor of this playoff earning a ticket to Los Angeles. Currently, the Chinese team led, yet Iran still had a glimmer of hope. Until the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match, it was impossible to declare a definitive winner. After accounting for injury time, approximately 10 minutes remained. Anything could happen. The Iran U23 team launched a fierce assault, having maintained pressure for 5 minutes. The players felt that if they continued this onslaught, it wouldn't be long before they breached the Chinese defense. Chinese players historically struggled under pressure, often faltering at critical moments. If they could sustain the pressure, it was certain that the Chinese would ultimately crumble. If they managed to equalize, they might even score again during injury time, delivering a devastating blow to the Chinese team. However, their aspirations were thwarted as the China U23 squad successfully defended against the attack. The captain, Kai Shuyi, a central defender for the Chinese Super League team, promptly intercepted the ball and passed it to the advancing Xia Xiaoyu. Xia Xiaoyu shielded the ball, pivoted, and after adjusting his direction, launched a long pass. He aimed for the forward Zhou Zijing, a counterattack opportunity for the U-23 team. Could Zhou Zijing seal the match? The commentators' excitement surged. This was indeed a golden opportunity for the U-23 team, with the Iranian players having committed most of their forces beyond the halfway line. Only their goalkeeper remained in the backfield. Faced with such a scenario, the goalkeeper had no choice but to venture out of his area. If Zhou Zijing could maintain his composure, he might well score directly into the empty net. As all eyes were upon him, Zhou Zijing raced towards the ball, just as the opposing goalkeeper was rapidly closing in on him. At this moment, the goalkeeper was undoubtedly outside the penalty area, and according to the rules, he could not use his hands to touch the ball. Yet he leapt into action, arms outstretched, hoping to amplify his defensive coverage. Having anticipated that Zhou Zijing would attempt a direct lob shot. Indeed, Zhou Zijing feigned a shot, but rather than launching the ball, he deftly nudged it to the left, skillfully eluding the Iranian Olympic team's goalkeeper. Magnificent! He had succeeded. Amidst the commentators' exuberant cheers, countless Chinese fans in front of their televisions eagerly awaited Zhou Zijing's strike into the Iranian Olympic team's net. However, Zhou Zijing chose a different path. Upon catching up to the ball, he continued his advance towards the Iranian goal. Despite the absence of any Iranian players nearby, the spectators remained on edge. Some could not contain their frustration, shouting, "Shoot! What are you doing?" Of course, Zhou Zijing could not hear the complaints directed at the screen. As the grounded Iranian goalkeeper turned to see Zhou Zijing still dribbling instead of shooting, a flicker of hope reignited within him, prompting him to spring towards Zhou Zijing. Unbeknownst to him, the Chinese U-23's number 9 had his reasons for not shooting, and he would soon make them regret this choice. The remaining Iranian players were also desperately chasing back, viewing Zhou Zijing's apparent overconfidence as an opportunity. Yet, that hope was fleeting. For Zhou Zijing brought the ball to the goal front before any of them could intervene. He was unimpeded, yet still refrained from shooting. Instead, Zhou Zijing placed the ball at the Iranian goal line, turned to face the despairing yet hopeful Iranian players, and flashed them a grin. "This is for you." With a deft flick of his heel, he nudged the ball into the Iranian net. The chapter concludes. Chapter 144. What is the meaning of sportsmanship? An U-23 third-place playoff concluded this afternoon at the Tokyo National Stadium. The Chinese Olympic team triumphed over the Iranian Olympic team with a score of 3-1, securing third place in the U-23 Asian Cup and thus earning a spot in this summer's Olympic Games in Los Angeles. In the dying moments of the match, Zhou Zijing's goal sealed the victory for the Olympic team. However, this goal sparked chaos on the field, as the Iranian players deemed Zhou Zijing's method of scoring to be impolite. Ultimately, a conflict arose, resulting in the Iranian goalkeeper receiving a red card. With only a few minutes remaining and a player down, trailing by 2 goals, the Iranian team had completely lost hope of winning. Post-match, Zhou Zijing expressed his delight at helping the team qualify for the Olympics, yet he refrained from mentioning the controversial goal. However, on social media, Zhou Zijing posted a Weibo update consisting solely of 4 characters. "Retribution is swift." In the news footage, Zhou Zijing, after bypassing the Iranian goalkeeper, penetrated the penalty area but did not take a direct shot. Instead, he continued to dribble until reaching the goal line, turning his back to the net. In full view of the Iranian players, he then gently nudged the ball into the goal with his heel. This action incensed the Iranian U-23 team players, who rushed forward seeking to confront Zhou Zijing. Unfazed, Zhou stood his ground, defiantly matching their aggression. The situation escalated when the Iranian goalkeeper charged at Zhou, seizing him by the neck and forcing him to the ground. Meanwhile, the Chinese U-23 players, who had come to celebrate a goal, found themselves entangled in a tumultuous scuffle with their Iranian counterparts. "Zhou Zijing, what am I to say about you?" Ran Jiachong of the U-23 team gestured at Zhou in frustration. "Just focus on putting the ball in the net. Why must you complicate things?" Zhou retorted, "I am simply infuriated. They treated us this way back then, and I intend to retaliate." Zhou referred to a long-standing grievance. 12 years prior, in 2016, during the inaugural U-23 Asian Cup, the Chinese U-23 team faced the Iranian U-23 team in a crucial group match. China had to secure a victory over Iran to qualify for the knockout stage and vie for an Olympic berth. However, the disparity in strength was stark. Despite their utmost efforts, China succumbed to a 1-3 defeat, ultimately missing out on the knockout rounds and the Olympics. Had it ended there, it would have been merely another commonplace defeat in the annals of Chinese football. Losing to a stronger opponent is hardly an anomaly. Yet, this match left an indelible mark on Chinese fans, for it was steeped in humiliation. The Iranian U23 team not only triumphed, but chose a particularly demeaning manner to belittle the Chinese players. This occurred during Iran's third goal. The Iranian forward, having evaded the Chinese goalkeeper and faced with an open net, opted not to shoot directly. Instead, he brought the ball to the goal line and beckoned his teammates to gather around, forming a circle, both to guard against the Chinese keeper's return and to celebrate. He then prostrated himself, nudging the ball into the net with his head in a profoundly humiliating fashion. This goal was an egregious affront to the Chinese U23 team. At the tender age of 12, Zhou watched in disbelief as this humiliating goal unfolded, his blood boiling, his mind racing with countless expletives. What further exacerbated his fury was the palpable indifference displayed by the Chinese players in response to such a degrading goal. Perhaps they were numbed by defeat or bewildered by the Iranians' antics. Regardless, not a single player mustered the resolve to voice their anger or dissatisfaction. Instead, they simply cradled their heads in their hands or lay prostrate on the ground, serving as a backdrop for the jubilant Iranian players. This scene was etched deeply into the young Zhou Zijing's memory. He was uncertain of what he could do. The only thing he could grasp was to etch this moment into his memory. Now, when he once again confronted the Iranian Olympic team, that unforgettable scene resurfaced vividly in his mind. As he deceived the Iranian goalkeeper, he realized that he could finally release the pent-up frustration he had harbored for 12 long years. Thus, he took a considerable risk, positioning the ball on the goal line of the Iranian team. Watching their expressions of fear, despair, and anger, he gently nudged the ball into the net behind him. Upon hearing this from Zhou Zijing, Ran Jiachong was further disheartened. That incident occurred 12 years ago. What relevance does it have to the current Iranian Olympic team? Zhou Zijing scoffed. What about the time when Sato Koichi used his hand to snatch the Asian Cup from us? What connection does that have with the current Japanese team? Ran Jiachong was taken aback by Zhou Zijing's audacity. He pointed a trembling finger at Zhou, yet found himself at a loss for words. For Zhou's statement was indeed undeniable. Sato Koichi's handball goal during the Asian Cup final had utterly shattered the morale of the Chinese team, ultimately leading to Japan claiming the championship on Chinese soil. This incident became a perpetual wound for Chinese football, haunting every encounter between the two nations, serving as a reminder to Chinese players not to forget and to seek revenge. For years ago, during the U23 Asian Cup, when Hu Lai aided the Chinese Olympic team in defeating Japan to claim the championship, countless fans and media hailed the team for avenging their senior counterparts from that fateful year. Therefore, how could one use the current Iranian Olympic team, who had not perpetrated such an act against the Chinese team, as a defense? Suddenly, the head coach of the Olympic team, Ma Xiaocheng, glared at Zhou Zijing and bellowed, "Zhou Zijing, just because you've played abroad now you think you're something special? How dare you speak to the team leader like that? Get back in there. Write a profound reflection for me. If I'm not satisfied, you won't be leaving this room. You can only leave when I deem it satisfactory. Get out." No sooner had he finished than Zhou Zijing decisively turned and exited. Ran Jiachong looked at the door that had been shut once more, then glanced at Ma Xiaocheng. "You're in a hurry. How could I not be? Old Ran, let me tell you, this brat needs a good reprimanding. Ever since he started playing abroad, he has become insufferable. If I don't act now, by the time he goes to the Olympics and stirs up trouble, it will be too late to rectify it." Ran Jiachong scoffed. "I meant that you're overprotective." Ma Xiaocheng paused for a moment, then broke into a grin. "I truly intend to make him write a reflection, and I genuinely plan to keep him from going outside unless he writes it to my satisfaction." Well, Ran Jiachong sighed. "You're right. If we don't temper his temper, he might indeed create a significant issue that we both will regret." Thankfully, no major problems have arisen this time. Ma Xiaocheng chuckled. "Isn't it true that the Iranians are at fault here?" Indeed, the Iranians were at fault, which is why the situation could not escalate. Zhou Zijing's actions have sparked a significant uproar online, drawing criticism from Iranian media, which expressed their dissatisfaction with his conduct, deeming it a violation of sportsmanship and ethical standards. However, Chinese media swiftly retaliated by resurrecting a scandal from 12 years ago, confronting Iranian media with their own hypocrisy and questioning the integrity of their claims regarding sports ethics. They pointed out the inconsistency in the Iranian media's outrage, asking why they had remained silent when their own national team engaged in similar conduct years prior. The Chinese media argued that without the seeds sown by Iran back then, there would be no fruit to harvest now. Consequently, the vehement attacks launched by Iranian media against Zhou Zijing ultimately backfired, reflecting poorly on themselves. In China, countless fans have lauded Zhou Zijing as a national hero. Of course, there have been a few dissenting voices advocating for forgiveness, suggesting that despite past grievances, retaliation is not warranted. They questioned whether one should retaliate against a dog that bites. However, such sentiments were quickly submerged by the overwhelming tide of public opinion, failing to generate any significant wave or affect the overall perception of Zhou Zijing. On international platforms, many have found humor in the plight of the Iranian national team, with some recalling the historical rivalry between the Iranian and Chinese teams. Ran Jiacheng noticed that Mai Xiaoqing was resolutely defending Zhou Zijing and chose to refrain from further comment, recognizing that the matter had reached a point of internal reflection within the team. Ultimately, Zhou Zijing is a pivotal figure in the national team's qualification for the Olympics. Having provided a sense of vindication for Chinese fans, his popularity is soaring, making any punitive measures against him unlikely, as such actions could provoke a significant public backlash. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Ran Jiacheng shifted the focus of the conversation. Now that we have qualified for the Olympics, there is a pressing matter we need to seriously consider, old Mai. What issue? Mai Xiaoqing inquired. The matter of overage players, Ran Jiacheng replied. In the last Olympics, Shi Wuyin insisted on not including overage players, not only to nurture the younger talents, but also because there were no sufficiently strong candidates among the overage players to bolster the team's strength. However, the current situation is quite different. Does our national team still need to forego overage players entirely? Mai Xiaoqing furrowed his brow, hesitating to respond immediately. This was indeed a question that required careful deliberation. If overage players were to be included, which three should be selected? Chapter 145. Overage players unlike Shi Wuyin. Mai Xiaoqing had never contemplated the possibility of not calling up overage players if he were to lead the team to the Olympics. He understood that, comparatively, the overall strength of his current national team was not on par with the previous generation, which was regarded as the golden era of Chinese football. Most of the players in this Olympic national team have now shouldered significant responsibilities in Chinese football. Those who have ventured abroad to play professionally are not the only ones. Even within the Chinese Super League, many have firmly established themselves as key players. Such a high rate of talent development has been a rarity in previous iterations of the Olympic team. This current team cannot be compared to the one led by Shi Wuyin, and naturally, he lacks the confidence to recruit any overage players. Thus, he does not entirely dismiss the idea of including older players. However, if he were to consider bringing in players, whom should he select? In light of the previous Olympic team's remarkable performance, which significantly enhanced European clubs' awareness of Chinese football, the association hopes this team will continue to fulfill such a role. Team leader Ran Jiacheng expressed this sentiment. Mai Xiaoqing comprehended that the intention was to include overage players who have the potential to play abroad, rather than those who have completely missed their opportunity. This notion may seem harsh, yet as players like Hu Lai gradually elevate the profile of Chinese football in Europe, the association is keen to capitalize on this momentum. They aspire to see more Chinese players venture overseas to play in Europe. So, how can one attract the attention of European football? Historically, Chinese football has been perceived as an obscure entity far removed from the epicenter of global football, largely unknown and unrecognized. Unless individuals from the global center actively turn their gaze towards Chinese football, the happenings and emerging talents within remain concealed. Just as one might organize a promotional fair to showcase products to the world, the Olympics serve as a global exhibition for Chinese football. Although its influence is not on par with that of the World Cup, it nonetheless presents a rare platform for Chinese football to demonstrate its capabilities to a global audience. Did not Hu Lai and Luo Kai gain recognition in European football through the Olympics? Had they not participated, perhaps Hu Lai would not have embarked on his overseas journey as early. Mai Xiaoqing grasped Ran Jiacheng's intent and understood how the association hoped he would proceed. Who else domestically holds the potential for successful promotion? Should all three candidates be utilized for this purpose? Shouldn't the team's performance also be taken into account? After much contemplation, Mai Xiaoqing arrived at his decision. He intends to recruit Lin Ziyuan as an overage player. As a principal goalkeeper for the national team, Lin Ziyuan is, in fact, yet to reach the age of 22, making him quite young. By rights, he should have been eligible to participate in this Olympic Games as an appropriate age player. He was originally slated to compete in the Los Angeles Olympics. However, due to his exceptional talent displayed from a young age, he became the main goalkeeper for the Chinese Olympic team at merely 17 or 18, participating not only in the Olympic qualifiers but also in the main event. According to the regulations, once a player has participated in the qualifiers, regardless of their age, they cannot re-enter the Olympic qualifiers. They may only participate in the main event as an overage player. Consequently, Lin Ziyuan did not partake in the qualifying phase of this Olympic Games. Ran Jiachong was not particularly surprised by this choice. He nodded in agreement. Lin Ziyuan is currently the most promising player in the country poised to make an international transition. Having already played abroad, if he truly desired to go overseas, he could have done so long ago. Due to the unique nature of the goalkeeper position, he has remained until now. Should he excel at the Olympics and capture the attention of more teams, perhaps European clubs might shed their entrenched biases and be willing to place greater bets on Lin Ziyuan's potential. Thus, selecting Lin Ziyuan was not unexpected. It was almost a necessity. However, the subsequent choice made by Mai Xiaoqing caught Ran Jiachong off guard. The second player I would like to select is Zhang Qinghuan. Zhang Qinghuan. He has already left, Ran Jiachong remarked. Mai Xiaoqing explained. We cannot select 3 overage players playing domestically merely to assist local talents in going abroad. The strength and performance of the team must be prioritized. If our performance is dismal, others will not take notice of us. Moreover, Zhang Qinghuan has never participated in the Olympics, and I believe he would be eager to join. Ran Jiachong was persuaded. After all, calling up overage players is not merely a matter of the national U23 team demanding participation. It is a mutual decision. If the national U23 team is interested in a player, they must also seek the player's consent. The Olympics do not hold the same allure for professional players as the World Cup does. Zhang Qinghuan has already participated in the World Cup. If he can also compete in the Olympics, it would mean he has experienced all major international competitions. He should not be too reluctant to be summoned. And the third player? Ran Jiachong inquired. Mai Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment before saying, for the third player, I would like Hu Lai. Ran Jiachong inhaled sharply, old Mai. Your ambitions are quite grand. You intend to transfer the national team's forward line to the U23 team. Mai Xiaoqing chuckled, if possible. I certainly hope to advance as far as we can in the Olympics. Ran Jiachong shook his head. I will submit your desired players, but I cannot guarantee their acceptance. All right, Mai Xiaoqing nodded, refraining from elaborating further, as he too was uncertain whether his envisioned future would materialize. He was essentially moving the core of the national team to the U23 squad. If Shi Wuyin aimed to cultivate young talent, Mai Xiaoqing was more inclined towards achieving results. In terms of nurturing talent, he acknowledged that he could not rival Shi Wuyin, nor did he expect to lead the national team to the World Cup. He was not the first to lead a team to the Olympics either. Nevertheless, he wished to etch his name into the annals of Chinese football history. After much contemplation, he concluded that the Olympics were the most fitting opportunity. If he could guide the team to achieve unprecedented success at the Olympics, he would fulfill his ambition. Truly the embodiment of a cunning strategist. Hu Lai chuckled to his girlfriend Li Qingqing after witnessing Zhou Zijing's controversial goal against the Iranian U23 team. This is precisely the kind of thing someone like him could accomplish. Indeed, it's quite satisfying, Li Qingqing replied with a smile. The incident involving the Iranian U23 national team and the Chinese U23 national team from years ago is well known among football enthusiasts in China. However, not everyone possesses the audacity to seek revenge as Zhou Zijing did. After Li Qingqing finished speaking, she noticed Hu Lai engrossed in his phone, smiling as he typed a message. Curiosity piqued, she leaned in for a glimpse of his conversation. To her surprise, she read, Congratulations. Xiao, you can also participate in the Olympics now. Everyone in our group will have participated in the Olympics, haha. Li Qingqing immediately pointed out Hu Lai's oversight. That is not right. There's still Huan Gu in your group who hasn't participated in the Olympics. No sooner had she finished speaking than a message from Chun Xingyi popped up in the group chat. Hu Lai, you're mistaken. Huan Gu hasn't participated. Hu Lai looked up and smiled at Li Qingqing before replying in the group. Oh, right, Huan Gu. I completely forgot. My apologies, Huan Gu. I truly didn't realize you hadn't even competed in the Olympics. Well, that was intentional. Li Qingqing playfully tapped Hu Lai on the shoulder. Just as Hu Lai anticipated a renowned retort from Huan Gu, Zhang Qinghuan jumped up, laughing mischievously. Hey, I'm going to the Olympics this time too. Hu Lai was taken aback. He turned to Li Qingqing, who stared at him wide-eyed. Chen Xingyi voiced his confusion in the group. How are you participating in the Olympics too? As soon as he sent that message, Wang Guangwei provided the answer. Huan Gu is participating as an overage player, right? Overage player. Chen Xingyi also realized. Wow, I completely forgot about overage players. Our Olympic team didn't have a single overage player. Hu Lai suddenly understood, realizing his attempt to show off had backfired. At that moment, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was a call from the Football Association. Instinctively, he felt it must be related to the Olympics. Indeed, upon answering, he was asked if he would be willing to participate in the Olympics as an overage player by the U23 team leader, Ran Jiachong. Hu Lai exchanged a glance with Li Qingqing and immediately replied without hesitation. I'm willing, leader Ran. Ran Jiachong burst into laughter on the other end. Haha, that is wonderful. This summer, you might have to work a bit harder, Hu Lai. Leader Ran, what you say is quite misleading. Serving the country is no burden. ISNT at my duty. Well said. Let us agree on that. Once your league matches conclude, you must come for Olympic training. No problem. Rest assured, leader Ran. After hanging up, Li Qingqing joyfully exclaimed, that is fantastic, Hu Lai. We can participate in the Olympics together again. Though the women's Olympic qualifying matches were not yet concluded. In Li Qingqing's mind, that ticket was already secured. Thus, she could indeed join Hu Lai once more in the Olympic arena. Hu Lai seemed momentarily stunned, having been silent since. As the group fervently discussed Zhang Qinghuan's participation in the Olympics, Hu Lai remained an observer. Chen Xingyi, with a hint of malice, speculated aloud. Just as he finished speaking, Hu Lai appeared. Haha, I merely received a phone call. Wang Guangwei inquired, what call? Hu Lai replied, little star. I too shall participate in the Olympics. Yay, Chen Xingyi exclaimed. Xiaoxiaoyu gasped, really? Are you also an overage player, Hu Gu? Sichuan Junping expressed envy. How enviable. Chen Xingyi retorted, why can't I be correct? It's just you and Huan Gu as overage players. There can be a maximum of 3. Perhaps I shall receive a call soon. Hey, just wait. Hu Lai, we shall meet at the Olympics. Whose call was it, Ziyuan? Asked the manager Qiu Xinrong, observing Lin Ziyuan return from his call. The leader of the national under-23 team, Lin Ziyuan responded. The national under-23 team? Qiu Xinrong was taken aback. Yes, the leader asked if I would like to participate in another Olympic Games. Realizing the implications, Qiu Xinrong pressed, did you agree? Lin Ziyuan nodded. Yes, I agreed. Excellent. Qiu Xinrong clapped emphatically. Perform well, Ziyuan. Let us aim to secure our exit after this Olympic Games. With a smile, Lin Ziyuan replied, that is my intention as well, Uncle Qiu. Hu Lai inquired, 5 minutes have passed. Little star, have you received a call? 10 minutes have gone by. Little star, have you received a call? 15 minutes have elapsed. Little star, have you received a call? 20 minutes have passed. Little star, have you received a call? Chen Xingyi exclaimed, seriously, Hu Lai, are you that bored? Hu Lai remarked, thus, we remain uncertain if Little Star will participate in the Olympics. Chen Xingyi retorted, get lost. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 146. Losing both the woman and the soldier in truth. It did not take long for everyone to learn whether Chen Xingyi would participate in the Olympics. Following the qualification of the Chinese national under-23 team for the Olympic Games, speculation arose online regarding which overage players would join. In the previous Olympic Games, Shi Wuyin's national under-23 team featured no overage players. While the final results were somewhat satisfactory, many felt a sense of regret. After all, players like Zhang Qinghuan had never participated in the Olympics, which was undoubtedly unfortunate. Surely, this time the national under-23 team would not be devoid of overage players? If they were to select any, who would they be? Fans offered numerous suggestions. From these responses, it was evident that most hoped for overseas players to participate once more, aspiring for the national under-23 team to achieve commendable results in the Olympics. Reaching the knockout stage in the last Olympic Games was considered a significant accomplishment. However, as Chinese players abroad gradually acclimated to the European environment and improved their performances, the ambitions of Chinese fans swelled correspondingly. Particularly, Hu Lai's performance seemed to invigorate Chinese fans with renewed hope. For years ago, Hu Lai was little more than an obscure name across Europe. In just 4 short years, Hu Lai has ascended to the ranks of Europe's elite forwards, securing the 8th position in the FIFA World Player of the Year voting. If Hu Lai were to participate in another Olympic Games, what achievements might the Chinese U23 team attain? This prospect is fervently anticipated by all, given the fans' keen interest in this matter. It wasn't long before the Chinese Football Association officially announced the roster of 3 overage players for the Olympics: goalkeeper Lin Ziyuan, midfielder Zhang Qinhuan, and forward Hu Lai. Notably without Chen Xingyi, the announcement sparked overwhelming support. Lin Ziyuan's selection undoubtedly bolsters the defense, while the midfield already has Xia Xiaoyu as a playmaker. Zhang Qinhuan, who has yet to experience the Olympics, deserves this opportunity as a form of compensation, and none can dispute this. Furthermore, Zhang and Xia previously demonstrated exceptional synergy during their time at Anong Shining Stars, alleviating any concerns regarding positional conflicts upon joining the U23 team. As for the forward position, the choice of Hu Lai was unequivocal. Among Chinese football fans, the absence of Hu Lai would signify failure. In terms of both skill and reputation, Hu Lai stands as the singular choice for the final overage player. Additionally, selecting Hu Lai has the advantage of integrating the current main striker, Zhou Zijing, who previously served as the national team's starting forward alongside Hu Lai. By choosing Hu Lai, the main attacking combination of the national team is effectively transferred to the U23 squad. This offensive pairing eliminates any need for concerns regarding cohesion. They have already established a rapport at the national level. Coupled with Xia Xiaoyu and Zhang Qinhuan, the U23 team boasts a remarkably mature attacking lineup. Such selections allow the U23 team to bypass much of the process of mutual acclimatization during the final training phase. Unlike previous selections of overage players, who often struggled to integrate and contribute meaningfully to the team, this approach promises a more harmonious collective. Following the public announcement of the overage player roster, Hu Lai shared a message in the group: "So we finally know that Xiao Xingxing cannot participate in another Olympic Games." To which Chen Xingyi replied, "Damn it. Just wait for me in the Champions League." Hu Lai responded, "Bitter indeed. I forgot about the Champions League." Zhang Qinhuan added, "Well said, let us make some noise." Wang Guangwei declared, "This time I support Xiao Xingxing. Hu Lai is truly despicable." Sichuan Junping commented, "Peanuts and melon seeds, drinks and mineral water for sale." Xia Xiaoyu remarked, "Facepalm." While the Olympics are certainly worth anticipating, prior to that, there are leagues and cup matches to contend with. On January 26th, in the 4th round of the King S Cup, the Madrid Pirates face off against Biscay Athletic away. Parati has opted for a completely rotated lineup. Hu Lai and Di Quenzo, the main forwards, did not accompany the team to Bilbao. They stayed home to rest. This decision was influenced by the fact that this is a cup match, and also due to Biscay Athletic's physically demanding playing style, characterized by aggressive challenges and fierce competition. Parati harbored concerns regarding the potential targeting of strikers Hu Lai and Di Quenzo during the match, fearing they might incur injuries. Despite fielding a rotated lineup, the substitutes and young players from the second team exhibited commendable vigor and enthusiasm, demonstrating that a mere alteration in personnel did not lead to a decline in performance or morale. In fact, these substitutes and second-team players cherished the opportunity to showcase their talents to the head coach, striving to present their finest selves. However, due to the extensive rotation, the overall strength of the Madrid Pirates fell short when compared to the nearly full-strength Biscay Athletic. Consequently, the Madrid Pirates succumbed to a 0-12 defeat away from home, fulfilling their fate of elimination. Parati thus shed a considerable burden. 3 days later, the Madrid Pirates welcomed Sebastia at home, deploying their full-strength squad. With ample rest, the first team delivered an outstanding performance, exhibiting commendable form. Notably, Di Quenzo scored twice in this match, bringing his tally to 10 goals for the season. Hu Lai also found the net, scoring in consecutive league matches, suggesting a resurgence in form. Ultimately, the Madrid Pirates celebrated a resounding 4-0 victory at home against the 6th-placed Sebastia. Simultaneously, a piece of fortuitous news emerged. Catalan unexpectedly faltered at home, suffering a 2-3 defeat to Valencia. This result widened the points gap between the two teams to 6, presenting a serendipitous opportunity for the Madrid Pirates. In the upcoming league round, they were set to face the newly promoted Phoenicians, who were currently positioned 17th, just 2 points above the relegation zone, fiercely battling for survival. Despite the vast disparity in strength between the two teams, even with the Phoenicians playing at home, a victory for the Madrid Pirates seemed attainable. However, An unexpected turn of events transpired. On Saturday, February 5th, during the 23rd round of the league, the Madrid Pirates shockingly lost 0-2 to the Phoenicians, marking their first defeat of the season. The 6-point lead evaporated within a week. In this round, Catalan triumphed over Sevilla Navigators with a score of 4-1, while Madrid Kings secured a 4-2 win against Royal Carton at home. Both direct competitors emerged victorious, while the Madrid Pirates faltered, causing their point gap to shrink from 6-3. The difference hinged on a single match. The fans of the Madrid Pirates might even extend their gratitude to Valencia for their previous victory over Catalan, as it prevented Catalan from catching up with the Pirates in points this round. The defeat in this match was not attributable to the team's physical condition, but rather a result of complacency, as the team underestimated their weak opponent, believing they could easily secure a win. Little did they anticipate that the Phoenicians, playing at home, would adapt to the match tempo more swiftly and fiercely contest for survival, thwarting the Madrid Pirates' numerous offensive attempts in the first half. At that moment, no one recognized the impending danger, including head coach Perotti. It is believed that the Phoenicians can only rely on exhausting their physical stamina to withstand the relentless assault of the Madrid Pirates. Their frenetic pressing and swift counterattacking style demands an exorbitant level of physical energy, rendering it impossible to maintain throughout the entirety of the match. Consequently, the Phoenicians are likely to encounter a significant decline in their stamina during the second half. The Madrid Pirates merely need to exhibit a modicum of patience. Surprisingly, up until the 79th minute, during the customary period of physical fatigue, the Phoenicians did not diminish their intensity or pace. This greatly astonished the players of the Madrid Pirates. Moreover, in a critical moment at the 80th minute, the Phoenicians executed a rapid counterattack that breached the defenses of the Madrid Pirates' goal. This goal disrupted the mindset of the Madrid players, prompting them to hastily push forward in an attempt to equalize the score. Consequently, in the 85th minute, they conceded a penalty to the Phoenicians, sealing their fate. With less than 5 minutes remaining, the Madrid Pirates found themselves 2 goals behind. Hu Lai played the entire match but was unable to assume the role of savior this time, failing to rescue the team with a goal. Post-match statistics revealed that the Madrid Pirates had attempted 12 shots, with only 1 on target, which was struck by Hu Lai. However, this solitary shot did not yield a goal for the team. The Phoenicians, on the other hand, took 7 shots, 3 of which were on target, resulting in 2 goals. Throughout the match, the Phoenicians committed 21 fouls, while the Madrid Pirates only committed 8. The total of 29 fouls fragmented the flow of the game. In the first half, the Madrid Pirates indeed underestimated their opponents, yet even after regaining focus in the second half, they struggled against the disruptive tactics employed by the Phoenicians. Naturally, the officiating of the match drew unanimous criticism from the Madrid media, who contended that the referee showed undue favoritism towards the home team, the Phoenicians. Evidence of this bias was evident, as the Phoenicians' 21 fouls resulted in only 2 yellow cards, whereas the Madrid Pirates' 8 fouls earned them 2 yellow cards and 1 red card. The red card was issued to center-back Riva Moreno for a foul on a Phoenician forward in the 85th minute. This foul resulted not only in a penalty against the Madrid Pirates, but also in the expulsion of a player. In the post-match press conference, head coach Perotti declined to comment on the referee's decisions. However, this very refusal speaks volumes. If he truly had no issues with the officiating, he would not have shunned the topic. His silence is, in fact, an expression of dissatisfaction with the officiating. The Madrid Pirates not only lost the match but also suffered the loss of a key center-back, making it a situation where they lost both the game and a soldier. Chapter concluded. Chapter 147. Results of special training. Pass the ball. Hu Lai called for the ball as he entered the penalty area, raising his hand towards his teammates. Kepa Amantegui immediately closed in on him, forcing him to turn away from the goal. The Swiss midfielder Omer Schwitz, who was loaned from the Bundesliga team Sachsenstadt during the winter transfer window, noticed Hu Lai's motion and passed the ball to him. As Hu Lai prepared to receive the ball, he twisted his body to the left, seemingly intending to pivot and break through from that side. However, his right foot subtly nudged the incoming ball to the right. In the blink of an eye, he swiftly shifted his weight back, revealing that the earlier leftward movement was merely a feint. The seasoned Amantegui was not deceived by Hu Lai's ruse. He waited until Hu Lai turned right before stepping in that direction, determined to block his path. Yet, what he did not anticipate was Hu Lai suddenly anchoring the ball with his right foot and pulling it back. Simultaneously, he rotated his body. executing an even more pronounced V-shaped pull. As Amintiji pivoted to the right, Hu Lai slipped past him on the left, evading the defense and aligning himself directly towards the goal. He then unleashed a powerful shot. The ball soared towards the upper right corner of the net. Despite the goalkeeper Havel's desperate dive, it was ultimately out of reach. The suddenness of Hu Lai's action caught both Amintiji and Havel off guard. As the ball nestled into the net, a chorus of cheers erupted from the training ground. Bravo Hu! Amintiji, who had been outmaneuvered, gazed at Hu Lai in astonishment. How did you do that? Hu Lai shrugged nonchalantly. I just did it. He would not reveal to Amintiji that this was the result of his intensive training sessions with Li Qingqing. On the sidelines, the first assistant coach, Jesus Valentin, remarked on Hu Lai's growing ability to maneuver and evade defenders in the penalty area. This is promising news for us. His progress is remarkably swift, praised the second assistant coach, Enzo Nadger. The surrounding staff nodded in agreement, expressing their admiration. Although they had witnessed Hu Lai's rapid improvement with his left foot, they remained astounded. They also understood why it took him until the age of 16 to engage in formal football training and how, in less than a decade, he had risen to become a world-class forward. However, some expressed regret. If only the match against Real Madrid were a bit later in the season. Next Saturday marks the second installment of the Madrid Derby this season, with less than 2 weeks remaining. Clearly, everyone believed that despite Hu Lai's impressive progress, it would be challenging to replicate such a performance in a high-stakes match like the Derby. What is demonstrated in training cannot be fully equated with the reality of a match. After all, no matter how much training emphasizes practical application, it cannot truly mirror the intensity of an actual game. As a slight gloom settled over the conversation, the head coach, Parati, interjected, at the very least, we can still hold out some hope for our final round against Catalonia. The team paused in surprise. The last round of the league? Whether they could even complete that crucial match for the league title remained uncertain. They might find themselves trailing Barcelona by then. Nonetheless, everyone understood the underlying meaning behind the coach's words. Thank you for the comfort. Amidst the cheers of his teammates and the watchful gaze of the coaches, Maxi Kelly, training alone with the ball on the opposite side of the field, withdrew his gaze and continued his practice. Just moments ago, when Hu Lai raised his hand, calling for the ball, Kelly halted his training and turned to look. Thus, he witnessed the entire sequence in which Hu Lai skillfully evaded Amintiji. It must be said, it was a remarkable maneuver. With 2 deft fakes, even the seasoned Amintiji was deceived. It seems Hu Lai has indeed acquired some valuable skills from his girlfriend. After training, Kelly changed clothes at his spot, while Captain Juan Ramirez plopped down beside him and, lowering his voice, expressed gratitude. Thank you, Maxi. Kelly looked at the captain, perplexed. Juan, have you lost your mind? Why the sudden thanks? Ramirez grinned. Thank you for your assistance with Hu. It's evident he has greatly benefited from you. He gestured to mimic Hu Lai's evasion during practice. Kelly furrowed his brow. That's not my merit. I never taught him to do that. Yet, Ramirez chuckled heartily. I know. You didn't explicitly teach him. You merely had a few words with him in the parking lot. Then we all witnessed Hu consciously engaging in ball control drills. Damn, Juan, are you everywhere? Kelly was taken aback that the captain knew of his private conversation with Hu Lai in the parking lot. I am the captain after all. Ramirez replied with a smile. I intended to speak with Hu Lai myself, but you beat me to it. Kelly mumbled. Had I known, I wouldn't have meddled. Ramirez patted his shoulder with a smile. No, you did splendidly, Maxi. You've been a tremendous help to me. Even if I had approached Hu, it would have merely been to advise him not to feel too pressured, but I know such words hold little weight. If the situation cannot be altered, the problem remains unsolved, and the pressure will persist. But you are different. You know how to address his issues. Maxi Kelly maintained a serious demeanor. I cannot solve his problems. I merely offered suggestions. Whether he can implement them is up to him. Indeed, of course. But did you see his performance in training today? That was merely one training session. It does not indicate anything definitive. He is still far from mastering it in matches. Nonetheless, it is a promising beginning. Just like embarking on a long journey, one must take the first step. Once you begin, the distance to the destination shortens. After saying this, Ramirez gave Kelly another pat on the shoulder before rising. In any case, on behalf of the team, I thank you, Maxi. It proves that even when you cannot be on the field, you can still contribute to the team's success. Kelly regarded him, no longer arguing as he had earlier. He remained silent. Upon returning home, Hu Lai embraced Li Qingqing warmly. Hey, what's wrong? Li Qingqing was taken aback. although they often shared kisses and hugs. She could sense that this time Hu Lai held her particularly tightly, unlike the tender gestures of affection typically exchanged between lovers. This display resembled the fervent embrace shared between teammates following a goal on the field. After releasing Li Qingqing, Hu Lai exclaimed with joy, "I successfully executed it during training today." Initially taken aback, Li Qingqing's eyes widened with delight as she responded, "Really? That is wonderful. How did it work? Did it prove effective?" "Absolutely. I even added a preliminary motion. First, I leaned this way, then back, followed by a pull and a turn." Hu Lai demonstrated the sequence once more right in front of Li Qingqing. As he performed the movements, Li Qingqing found herself momentarily deceived, reflexively mimicking Hu Lai's initial motion. Realizing it was merely a feint, she clapped her hands and laughed. "Not bad. Just like that. Although the movements I taught you are techniques, they are not rigid. You must adapt them to the situation. Your mind is agile, and I am certain you can devise even better techniques." The V-turn pull had been taught to Hu Lai by Li Qingqing, and he had ingeniously added his own enhancements to increase its deceptive quality. The coaching had indeed been exemplary. In front of Li Qingqing, Hu Lai rarely displayed humility. With a cheerful grin, she asked, "Shall we continue today?" Hu Lai nodded vigorously. "Absolutely." Fueled by his recent success, Hu Lai was brimming with determination. His only regret was that neither the training scrolls nor the clever potion could be utilized outside of formal training sessions. Otherwise, his progress could have been accelerated even further. On Sunday, February 13th, during the 24th round of the league, the Madrid Pirates triumphantly defeated Royal Steel 3-0 at home, although Hu Lai did not score. On Wednesday, February 16th, in the 25th round, the Pirates drew 1-1 with Pamplona away, with Hu Lai scoring the equalizer, thus averting an away defeat. In these two rounds, Catalonia achieved one victory and one draw, dropping them to third place, while Madrid Kings secured 2 wins, closing the gap to just 1 point behind. 3 days later, the Madrid Kings were set to challenge the Pirates away, reigniting the city derby. Should the Kings succeed in defeating their city rivals, they would not only avenge their earlier home defeat, but also seize the opportunity to surpass the Pirates and claim the top position in the league. End of chapter 148. The city derby. Han Shuyu held her camera aloft amidst the throng, being swept forward alongside the fervent fans of the Madrid Pirates towards the Pirate Park Stadium. Surrounded by fellow supporters, they shared in the final stretch of the journey. Along the way, the Pirates fans sang the International Brigade song in unison, their voices resonating through the nearby streets. Han Shuyu, caught up in the moment, recorded the scene while joining in the spirited chorus. "We come from different places, each bearing our anger within. Yet we have not lost our homeland. Today, our homeland is Madrid. Forward, forward, Pirates of Madrid. Let our banner be raised high. Onward, onward, the resistors of Madrid. The banner of victory must be raised high." She not only sang along, but also waved her free hand in unison with the surrounding fans of the Madrid Pirates. Beside her, Li Qingliang glanced at his friend, who was clad in a black down jacket and adorned with a blue and white scarf of the Madrid Pirates. Seizing a moment between songs, he remarked, "You look just like a true fan of the Madrid Pirates, Han Shuyu." In response, Han Shuyu pulled down the collar of her jacket to reveal a splash of red underneath. Li Qingliang burst out laughing. "But that is the jersey of the Chinese national team." Han Shuyu chuckled as well. The red indeed belonged to the number 14 jersey of the national team, rather than the home jersey of the Madrid Kings. After the song concluded, the fans of the Madrid Pirates pressed forward, discussing the evening's match. Listening to their chatter, Li Qingliang suddenly posed a question to Han Shuyu. "Do you think Hu Lai will score tonight?" Han Shuyu shook her head. "I hope he scores, but I don't want to jinx it." Cautiously, Li Qingliang gave her a thumbs up. "I believe Meili will definitely score." Han Shuyu teased. "Are you trying to jinx our Meibao?" "Not at all, I speak the truth. Meili has been in great form lately," Li Qingliang replied earnestly. Indeed, Meili's recent performance had been remarkable. He had scored in the last 5 matches, bringing his total for the season to 19 goals, ranking second on the scoring chart. Fueled by his exceptional form, the Madrid Kings had successfully surpassed Catalan United and were closing in on the Madrid Pirates. Since their defeat to Catalan United in the 10th round, the Kings had not suffered another loss, with only a draw against Pamplona marring their record. Li Qingliang sighed. "Both Meili and the Kings have been in excellent form, while our Pirates and Hu Lai have been rather inconsistent. This match truly seems precarious for the Pirates. Although it's a home game, I find it hard to be optimistic." Han Shiyu playfully nudged Li Qingyang with her elbow. You keep accumulating good fortune for the Pirates. A city derby cannot be compared to an ordinary league match. The performances in the league do not serve as a reliable reference for the derby. You have a point. In that case, I still favor the Kings to win away, Li Qingyang declared. Han Shiyu shook her head repeatedly. No. Pirates will win. Pirates will win. And they will triumph over Catalan United. You're out of your mind, Han Shiyu. They both laughed heartily. The two friends walked side by side with the surrounding fans of the Pirates toward the imposing structure ahead. As the red bus of the Madrid Kings Club arrived outside the Pirates Park Stadium, it seemed to create a clear divide among the crowd outside. To the left of the bus was an endless sea of blue, where fans of the Madrid Pirates raised their middle fingers and shouted various obscenities in greeting. To the right, however, was a blaze of red, with fans proudly holding aloft the flags and banners of the Madrid Kings, cheering passionately for their team. They were the devoted supporters of the Madrid Kings. A city was thus divided by the dedicated bus lane into realms of water and flame. Madrid, as an international metropolis, embodies more than just these two teams. Yet, they are the ones that most poignantly symbolize the spirit of this grand city. Whether it is Getafe 1326 in the southern suburb of Madrid or Valero to the east, their stature and influence are insufficient to represent the essence of Madrid. The royal bus of Madrid, escorted by 5 police motorcycles, gently cut through the waves and made its way to the designated parking area for the team bus at the stadium. As the bus doors swung open, the cacophony from outside rushed in, enveloping the scene. However, the players of Real Madrid, accustomed to this spectacle, rose unfazed, gathered their personal belongings, and disembarked from the vehicle. Under the flashing lights and the gaze of cameras, they entered the intricate architecture of the stadium in single file. Among them, Meli was the center of attention. Not only was he the focus of the media's lenses, but the Real Madrid fans present also fervently chanted his name, rallying behind him with hopes that he would score and lead the team to victory over the Pirates. In the previous Madrid derby, although Meli had provided an assist and demonstrated commendable effort throughout the match, he narrowly missed the chance to score. As the season progressed, he began to adapt more seamlessly to his new role within the offensive strategy, resulting in an increasing tally of goals. However, this shift meant that the former leading scorer, Alexander Salados, began to play a more supportive role for Meli and the overall offensive tactics of the team, utilizing his skills and experience to assist Meli. Frankly, Salados struggled with this adjustment. Despite his exceptional talent, the shift in tactical role was not merely a transition from prioritizing shots to emphasizing passes. Consequently, thus far this season, Salados had found himself grappling with his performance. Yet, he bore no complaints. Whatever the coach required of him, he complied. Whether the team needed a specific role, he was prepared to embody it. As the captain of Real Madrid, he understood better than anyone that the true superstar of the team is the team itself, not any individual player. Even the most prominent figures must contribute to the collective effort, and as captain, he was determined to lead by example. Amidst the fervor, enthusiastic Real Madrid fans shouted to Meli, "Meli, score for us. Help us defeat the Pirates. You can do it. You are far superior to that Chinese player." The fervent supporters stood at the periphery, separated from the players by a single row of security personnel. Meli heard their calls, turned to acknowledge the fans with a thumbs up and a smile, before continuing on his way. This gesture undoubtedly invigorated the fans of Real Madrid, who erupted into deafening cheers in response, their enthusiasm lingering until Meli's figure disappeared into the tunnel. A reporter on site, capturing the moment, addressed the viewers at home. Meli has reciprocated the fervent enthusiasm of the Real Madrid supporters. It is evident that he exudes unwavering confidence today, showing no intention of shying away from the confrontation with Hu. Following the last Madrid derby, Hu Lai scored twice, leading the Pirates to victory over the Kings at the Crown Stadium. The ensuing debate regarding who is superior between him and Meli has become a hot topic in the world of football. While Meli boasts a considerable following, it must be said that in that particular match, Hu Lai's performance was indeed more commendable. After all, no matter how skillfully Meli navigates past his opponents, he did not score. His team also faced defeat. However, that is the beauty of football. Losing a match does not equate to losing in life. The losses from one game can certainly be reclaimed in the next encounter. Unless one retires, there exists no notion of a definitive conclusion. Meli, who suffered defeat in the last Madrid derby, has been harboring an intense desire to reclaim what he lost in today's match, aiming to demonstrate to his doubters that he, Meli Banega, is indeed the strongest among the young generation of footballers, a fact that has never wavered. 10 minutes after the arrival of the Madrid Kings bus, the deep blue bus of the Madrid Pirates came to a stop at the opposite end of the corridor. Amidst the chants and cheers of the home fans, the Pirates players disembarked in succession, making their way to the locker room. As Hu Lai stepped off the bus, the enthusiastic Pirates supporters erupted in a loud chant. Who? Defeat the Kings. Defeat the Kings. Hu Lai acknowledged the fans with a nod and a wave before following his teammates into the corridor, with the Pirates leading the Kings by a mere point. This match is undeniably crucial. The fans ardently hope for Hu Lai to regain his form in this encounter. Given that Ruiz has yet to recover from injury, the Pirates have limited options for adjustments on the front line. The goal-scoring instincts of Hu Lai are of paramount importance. From Hu Lai's demeanor, it is clear that he possesses a strong sense of confidence, providing some reassurance to the supporters. Chapter 149. A fortunate ceremony of Sino-Western fusion. As Han Shiyu and Li Qingliang ascended to the stands, the Pirate Park Stadium was nearly at full capacity, with various banners and tifos having been meticulously arranged to enhance the atmosphere. Both sets of fans had taken their positions, facing off against one another. The Madrid Pirates supporters occupied the southern stand of the Pirate Park Stadium, a bastion for the most devoted of Pirates fans. This stand accommodates over 20,000 spectators, all of whom must stand throughout the entire 90 minutes of the match, as there are no seats available. The physical demands are significant, yet no one complains. For this is the sacred ground of the most fervent Pirates supporters, who seek this distinct experience. If watching a match here were a leisurely affair, it would undermine their loyalty and uniqueness. Only during international events does the southern stand revert to seating, reducing the venue's capacity from 80,000 to 66,000. Naturally, Han Shiyu and Li Qingliang were not positioned in the southern stand. The stands are regarded as sacred by the Madrid Pirates supporters, and not just anyone can gain access. Some fans in the south stand, if unable to attend, would rather leave their tickets unused than sell them to others. While Li Qingliang is indeed a fan of the Pirates, he has yet to earn the right to cheer for his team from the south stand. For those who occupy that space, attending is not merely about watching a match, it is an act of battle. The fans there must continuously sing and chant in support of their team throughout the game. Li Qingliang is not yet fervent enough to partake in such fervor. His affinity for the Pirates stems from a simple aversion to the smug demeanor of the domestic Kings fans. Out of contrarian sentiment, he gravitated towards the Pirates, the Kings' sworn rivals. In fact, prior to his admiration for this team, he had no prior knowledge of what the Pirates represented, their history, or their past. Such insights came gradually over time. Han Shiyu, on the other hand, is even less deserving of a place in the south stand. This illustrates some of the distinctions between the Pirates and the Kings. During the last Madrid derby, Han Shiyu managed to secure a ticket for the north stand at Crown Stadium, where he watched the match alongside the most ardent Kings supporters. Although the north stand is dedicated to die-hard fans, it does not exclude outsiders. This may be attributed to the fact that the Madrid Kings are a globally recognized powerhouse, inevitably attracting pilgrims from all corners of the world. Hence, the north stand remains open to the public. In contrast, the influence of the Madrid Pirates is largely confined to a local realm. Their reach has yet to extend globally, only managing to resonate within Latin American countries. Unlike their fierce rivals, the Kings, who boast countless devoted fans across Latin America, North America, Africa, the Middle East, and the Far East, the Pirates maintain a more conservative stance. They adhere steadfastly to their traditions, even if some may have become outdated. The Madrid Pirates do not aspire to be a global powerhouse. Rather, they take pride in their persistence and heritage. They believe themselves to be the epitome of a pure Madrid football club, in stark contrast to the flamboyant Kings. Hu Lai had already donned his training attire, preparing to warm up with his teammates when Captain Ramirez approached him, holding a small box. "Wait a moment, Hu Lai. I have a favor to ask of you." As he spoke, he opened the box to reveal 3 coins before Hu Lai. These were 3 golden coins, each worth €2, evidently aged. Under the dim light of the locker room, the coins lacked luster, appearing somewhat dull, with noticeable scratches and rust. These are Mary's lucky coins, Hu Lai realized. Recognizing the significance of the coins before him, they were 3 coins associated with the derby tradition of the Madrid Pirates, which had started as a simple act of superstition by an ordinary fan, but had ultimately evolved into a cherished tradition of the club. In the 1990 to 1991 season's Madrid derby, The Madrid Pirates hosted the Madrid Kings. Prior to the match, a devoted female fan named Mari Maganto threw 3 coins, each worth 1 peseta, from the southern stand onto the pitch below. When questioned by a bystander about her actions, she proclaimed, "I believe we will score 3 goals against the Kings today," thus justifying her gesture. Remarkably, the Pirates indeed netted 3 goals, ultimately triumphing with a score of 3-1, securing a victory in the City Derby. This extraordinary incident captured media attention, leading to widespread recognition and requests for Miss Mari to repeat her coin-throwing ritual in future home derbies. Consequently, the act of tossing coins into the stadium before the derby became a cherished tradition of the Madrid Pirates. This custom evolved over time, initially involving not just Mari but other fans who wished for the Pirates to score more goals, resulting in an increasing number of coins being tossed. However, in the ensuing years, this practice did not yield the desired results for the Pirates in their home derbies, and the tradition was nearly abandoned. Some voices in the media urged restraint, suggesting that since Mari was the original coin thrower, she alone should continue the practice, and that only 3 coins should be cast henceforth. With a spirit of experimentation, when the next Madrid derby approached, Mari once again threw 3 coins onto the pitch, witnessed by thousands of fans. In an astonishing turn of events, the Pirates scored another 3 goals against the Madrid Kings, achieving a resounding 3-0 victory. Following that match, some players from the Pirates even approached the southern stand to express their gratitude to Miss Mari. Thus, the tradition of Mari Maganto casting 3 coins into the stadium before the home derby was firmly established. From that point onward, during each home derby, media and fans would gather to witness Mari Maganto standing in the southern stand, tossing 3 coins into the arena, followed by collective cheers and applause in her honor. This ritual, dubbed Mari's Lucky Coins, persisted until the 2008-2009 season. As European integration progressed, the coins transitioned from pesetas to euros. Tragically, in 2009, Mari Maganto, renowned for her pre-match coin throwing, passed away in a car accident. Consequently, that year's Madrid derby lacked the customary coin-throwing ceremony, and the Pirates suffered a defeat on their home turf. In the aftermath, countless fans called for the preservation of Mari's cherished tradition. Yet, with Mari no longer present, who would cast the coins? Would other fans take her place? There would always be dissent. Ultimately, it was decided that the players of the Madrid Pirates themselves would carry on this legacy. Certainly, not just anyone can partake. It must be a player who enjoys the favor and recognition of the fans. Most often, it is the team captain who is entrusted with the task of tossing the coin. The manner of this ritual has evolved somewhat. Previously, the coin would be thrown without further consideration. However, it later became customary for club staff to retrieve the coin after it was tossed, carefully preserving it for the next home derby. The 3 well-worn coins that Hu Lai now beholds have been in use since the 2009-2010 season. Upon seeing these coins, Hu Lai understood the reason for the captain's summons. He was to perform the pre-match coin toss ceremony. Hu Lai did not decline this opportunity, even though he possessed the red string of true love, a tangible talisman of good fortune. Yet, he would not forsake a ritual that could bring solace to the hearts of many. When Li Qingliang observed Hu Lai and Ramirez approaching the south stand, cradling a box, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Hu Lai would be the one to toss the coin today. The other fans of the Madrid Pirates also noticed this scene and erupted in cheers, all hoping that this ritual would bestow a modicum of good luck upon Hu Lai. After all, Hu Lai's fortune would equate to the fortune of the Madrid Pirates. In the spotlight, Hu Lai approached the south stand and retrieved 3 €2 coins from the box. The previously boisterous Pirate Park Stadium fell into a hushed silence as all eyes turned toward Hu Lai. The large screen displayed the corresponding broadcast images. Notably, Hu Lai did not merely toss the coins. He first clasped his hands in prayer before releasing them. Han Shuyu turned to Li Qingliang. Was there always this prayerful gesture in the ceremony? Li Qingliang, somewhat exasperated, replied, "No. What was once a perfectly normal ritual had been transformed by Hu Lai into a scene reminiscent of a Chinese tourist attraction." Han Shuyu chuckled. "I can imagine this moment will become a topic of discussion after the match. Domestic fans will surely tease Hu Lai." As they returned to the field to prepare for warm-ups, Captain Ramirez inquired of Hu Lai, "What was the meaning behind that gesture before you tossed the coin?" He mimicked the prayerful pose. "Oh, it is a Chinese tradition, akin to Mary's lucky coin. Both are gestures of blessing," Hu Lai explained. In truth, he had not given the gesture much thought. As he held the coins, his body instinctively performed the action, as if it were etched into his very being. Without a moment's contemplation, only after completing the act did he realize he was not in front of a fountain at a Chinese tourist site, which felt somewhat awkward. Fortunately, his quick wit allowed him to conjure an excuse to elegantly explain the reason for his earlier action. Since Mary's lucky coin is a ritual for wishing for good fortune, it naturally reminded me of our Chinese gesture of blessing. With the amalgamation of these two traditions, I believe our luck in this match will be extraordinary. After listening to Hu Lai's rather elaborate explanation, Ramirez nodded in agreement, acknowledging its validity and hoping for the outcome he described. Hu Lai gently caressed the red bracelet on his right wrist and reassured, "Do not worry, Captain. In China, there is an old saying, Qin Shi Huang touched the wire and won immensely." Ramirez repeated Hu Lai's words, albeit in Spanish, struggling to grasp their meaning. The essence was that the advantage lay with him. It could not be better. A sudden realization dawned upon Ramirez. Chapter 150. The King's Spear. The pirates were once again engaged in that peculiar ritual. It is indeed a strange tradition, seemingly feudal, yet it has persisted for so many years. It is quite normal. They always prefer to squander their energy on such trivialities. As Hu Lai and Ramirez scattered coins in a blessing ceremony, witnessed by tens of thousands of Madrid pirate fans, the players of the Madrid Kings, who had just taken the field to warm up, were naturally drawn to the spectacle. Upon discerning Hu Lai's actions, they began to mock him. Despite the grand reputation of Mary's lucky coin ceremony, which has endured over the years, the myriad legends surrounding it are merely tales. In reality, there is no genuine luck that can be summoned through such rituals. If Mary Maganto were truly the goddess of fortune in the hearts of the pirate fans, she would not have succumbed to a car accident. Such rituals of luck serve more as encouragement and psychological comfort, rather than bestowing actual fortune upon the Madrid pirates. This, the fans and players themselves are likely well aware of. After all, the Madrid Pirates have not triumphed in every home match against the Madrid Kings, nor have they consistently scored 3 goals in each encounter. Yet, akin to the superstition of not touching the trophy before a match, people tend to remember the more dramatic instances rather than the complete array of outcomes. Matches where the lucky ritual was performed but yielded no victory are naturally forgotten by the Madrid Pirate fans. Conversely, whenever the ritual seemingly bears fruit, the media sensationalizes it, and fans delight in discussing it, as if the ceremony indeed played a pivotal role. In truth, their actions likely stem from a desire to bolster the player's confidence, subtly influencing their mindset. To put it plainly, it is a form of self-induced psychological stimulant for the slightly less formidable pirates. Both the King's fans and players scoff at this tradition of the Madrid Pirates. They have no such superstitious practices, as their superior prowess eliminates the need for self-hypnosis to enhance confidence. Once the warm-up concluded, the players of both teams returned to their respective locker rooms to make final preparations for the match. Hu Lai entered the system, opting not for the Lingxi card, but rather equipping himself with the damaged Giant Bear shin guards and the worn Giant Bear jersey. Having previously achieved a remarkable 11 consecutive goals, he amassed an impressive 1,100,000 points, with each additional round of league play granting him an extra 100,000. At this moment, Hu Lai finds himself in a state of considerable affluence. However, he exercises prudence in his expenditure of points, preferring to forego the use of items like the Lingxi card whenever possible. His dependence on the system diminishes with each passing day. Originally, these points were earmarked for the World Cup, yet with the impending Olympic Games this summer, even the most abundant points feel somewhat constrained. It has been a considerable time since he last redeemed items within the system to assist him in competition. In this match, he donned the damaged Giant Bear shin guards, primarily to counter the formidable Argentine center back, Sergio Peralta, from the Madrid Kings. Hu Lai could easily envision the relentless scrutiny he would face from that fiery opponent during the game. Roy Way might very well instruct Peralta to employ every tactic short of a foul to keep him from scoring. If necessary, even a foul could be justified. Fully aware of Peralta's playing style, Hu Lai is astute enough not to naively assume he would emerge unscathed from this contest. He consistently anticipates his adversary's intentions with the utmost skepticism, ensuring he is thoroughly prepared. Otherwise, he risks severe injury. Competitive sports transcend ethnicity and nationality. One should not presume that only the Chinese football scene harbors players capable of brutal tackles. In the more populous European football arena, tragic incidents abound far more frequently than in China. Soon, both teams emerged from the locker room, making their way to the players' tunnel in preparation for the match. The players' tunnel at Pirate Park Stadium differs notably from that of Crown Stadium. The latter features a wall separating the home and visiting teams, allowing them to meet only at the very end of the passage, with only a fence permitting brief exchanges. This arrangement effectively mitigates the potential for hostility upon encountering rivals. Perhaps even the Madrid Kings are aware of their numerous adversaries. Conversely, the players' tunnel at Pirate Park is quite ordinary. Members of both teams stand side by side in the passage. A slight turn of their heads allows them to see one another. Hu Lai could spot Melli, and Melli likewise could see him. However, despite their proximity, there was no exchange between them, not a word, nor even a glance. Hu Lai appeared to regard Melli as mere air, while Melli reciprocated the indifference. In fact, a camera was specifically focused on the two, intent on capturing any interaction. Yet neither obliged the lens. They both fixed their gaze ahead, quietly awaiting their entrance. Occasionally, they might greet teammates with a few pleasantries, but for the most part, they stood silently in place. Outside, an immense chorus of song has erupted, with the Pirate Park Stadium resembling an oversized pirate tavern, bustling with life amid the chaos. The players were escorted by the officiating crew through the tunnel and onto the pitch. As both teams emerged, the volume of the Madrid Pirates anthem surged dramatically from the stands. A proclamation of dominion intended to remind the Kings players of whose territory they were in. However, this tactic holds little weight for most of the Kings players, particularly those seasoned in the Madrid derby, who have grown accustomed to such displays. Notably, the Kings captain, Alejandro Salados, stands as the all-time leading scorer in these derbies, having netted 14 goals in total, 8 of which were scored on enemy turf, making him one of the least welcomed figures in this stadium. He remains unfazed by the tumult within Pirate Park. Similarly unperturbed is Melli. Though young, he has already experienced multiple derbies, earning the title of a veteran. He pays no mind to the cacophony generated by the Pirate fans as he steps onto the field. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Pirate Park Stadium. Join me in witnessing a thrilling encounter in this round of La Liga, where the league leaders, the Madrid Pirates, face off against their city rivals, the Madrid Kings. The captains are currently engaged in the pre-match coin toss. A piece of good news for the Pirates ahead of this match is the return of Joaquin Bella from injury, ready to bolster their midfield and alleviate some of the burden on Ramirez. However, Kelly ultimately could not make his return in time for this crucial clash, nor could Ruiz. Thus, the Pirates have limited options for tactical adjustments in their offensive play, which have likely been thoroughly analyzed by the Kings. Of course, the Pirates are equally well acquainted with the Kings. As long-standing rivals for over a century, both teams are familiar with one another, ensuring that this match will be a straightforward contest of strength, devoid of tricks. It is a pure test of skill. Amidst the commentators' incessant narration, the captains complete the coin toss and return to their squads for a final morale boost, before taking their positions amid the roaring crowd. The Madrid Pirates won the toss, with Ramirez opting to attack the south stand in the first half and the same direction in the second half. The Madrid Kings, having won the kickoff, will initiate the first offensive. Melli stands at the center circle, his foot poised on the ball. He has now replaced the legendary Alejandro Salados as the sharpest spear in the Kings' arsenal. As the uproar in the skies above Pirate Park reaches its zenith and gradually subsides, a clear whistle pierces the air. The match begins. Melli passes the ball backward and then darts forward diagonally. Behind him, Salados received the ball and passed it to the midfield orchestrator, Carlos. Upon receiving the ball, the Brazilian midfielder did not opt for a return pass. Instead, he lifted his gaze, deftly nudging the ball to the right, evading the advancing Hu Lai. He then executed a precise pass, delivering the ball directly to the flanking Melli. Although he had assumed the role of the King's spearhead, Melli felt more at ease operating along the flanks rather than remaining centrally like a traditional striker. His scoring opportunities did not necessitate a constant presence within the penalty area, as he possessed technical abilities that Hu Lai lacked, enabling him to initiate attacks independently. He served as both the catalyst and the finisher of the offensive play. Observing Melli securing the ball, the other players of the Kings surged forward, including the two fullbacks, Rafael Fonseca and Patting Garcia, who advanced decisively. Their evident trust in Melli indicated confidence that the ball would remain secure under his control. Even in the face of defensive pressure, he could retain possession, allowing the subsequent players to join the offensive endeavor without hesitation. After all, who would dare to advance if the ball could be easily intercepted halfway through their run? The current lack of sharpness in the Pirates' offense can be attributed to this very issue. Following Max Sickery's injury, the Pirates have struggled to find players capable of holding the ball. Ruiz could manage it but lacked finesse, rendering him a far cry from the effectiveness of Carey. With the absence of reliable ball retainers and playmakers in the forward line, the two fullbacks of the Pirates were naturally hesitant to push forward, often diminishing the potency of their attacks. After receiving the ball, Melli chose not to exploit his personal technical prowess by charging towards the Madrid Pirates' goal. Instead, he patiently engaged with the Pirates' left back, Ioni Martinez. He refrained from advancing, compelling Ioni to remain vigilant, unable to venture elsewhere. Even when the right back of Madrid Kings, Patting Garcia, swept past him, Ioni did not dare to retreat. For Melli was evidently the greater threat compared to his compatriot in the Spanish national team. Consequently, Melli passed the ball to the unmarked Garcia. Only after delivering the ball did Ioni swiftly pivot to pursue Garcia. Melli quickly shifted towards the center, while Duja Carlos moved to the right flank to support Garcia. Executing a coordinated run with Melli, Ramirez entrusted Carlos to Joaquin Bella and proceeded to shadow Melli, whose primary task throughout this match remained to pin him down as he ventured into the central area. Garcia, receiving the ball on the right flank, initially attempted a forceful breakthrough against the returning Ioni. However, he found it challenging to surpass the main left back of the Spanish national team, Ioni Martinez. Thus, he controlled the ball and passed it to the approaching Duja Carlos. The Brazilian, upon receiving the ball, did not halt it but instead sent a direct through pass into the penalty area. Outside the penalty area, Melli began to accelerate towards the box as Garcia passed the ball to Carlos. Although Ramirez kept pace, there was a notable disparity in their speeds. Melli, with his proactive positioning, swiftly left Ramirez behind, making a beeline for the gap created by Carlos's incisive pass. Melli, he received the ball at the flank of the Pirates' penalty area. "This is perilous," he foam exclaimed, upon receiving the ball in the open space. Melli did not continue dribbling inward, but instead struck the ball with a powerful kick. The football zipped along the grass, hurtling towards the back corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Hewell dove swiftly, but was a moment too late. His outstretched hand failed to make contact with the ball. Under the gaze of all, the football sailed directly into the net, striking the side netting. Merely 2 minutes into the match, the Madrid Kings had already seized a 1-goal lead over the Pirates. Chapter 151, A Tale of Two Players. Melli. What a shot, he connected perfectly. Goal. Spanish commentator Sanchez's exclamation was notably brief, as he was entirely unprepared. From the moment he saw Melli suddenly receive the ball in the Pirates' penalty area to the split second, he took his shot. Perhaps not even a second had passed. Sanchez's previous statement was left unfinished as he hurriedly shouted about the shot. In such circumstances, even the most gifted Spanish commentator cannot defy the laws of physics. The energy released cannot be substantial with a limited intake of breath. But how could a Spanish commentator abandon his fervent desire to prolong his vocalizations? Sanchez shifted his tone and continued to raise the alarm. After an initial shock, the atmosphere at Pirate Park erupted into a cacophony of boos. Amidst the jeers, the goal-scoring Melli joyfully pumped his fists 3 times towards the southern stand of Pirate Park. As he celebrated, the fans from the northern stand, supporters of the Madrid Kings, responded with 3 short, jubilant roars. Meanwhile, the nearby Pirates fans mixed their boos with curses. Countless Pirates supporters raised their middle fingers, offering their most sincere greetings to Melli. Yet Melli remained unfazed, wearing a radiant smile as he turned to embrace his teammates rushing towards him. Even he foamed. The commentator in the studio far away in the capital was momentarily taken aback. He had not attended the match in person, only to witness such a dramatically unexpected scene unfold. It was utterly astonishing. Just 2 minutes into the game, the away team, the Madrid Kings, had taken the lead. This marked the fastest goal in a city derby in the past decade. "Oh my!" exclaimed Han Shuyu, filming with his phone, unable to contain his astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Beside him, Li Qingliang held his head in both hands, exclaiming, "No way. Melli's form is extraordinary." The nearby Pirates fans were either cursing in anger or lamenting in despair. As the match commenced, the unfortunate concession of a goal within mere minutes cast a shadow over the hopes of the Pirates. In a typical encounter, one might optimistically consider the remaining 88 minutes as ample time to equalize or even take the lead. However, this was the Madrid derby, and conceding so early was nothing short of catastrophic. It signified that the Pirates commenced the match with a daunting deficit of 0-1, necessitating an extraordinary effort and sacrifice to rectify this disadvantage. The Madrid Derby is unlike any ordinary match. The ebb and flow of momentum would certainly favor the Kings, while the Pirates would find it particularly challenging to overcome a team in such formidable form. In the northern stands, the fervent supporters of the Madrid Kings, who had traveled to cheer on their team, erupted in jubilant cheers. Some ardent fans even directed their scorn towards the section occupied by the Pirates, bellowing, "Your little tricks are utterly useless. Your little tricks are utterly useless." This taunt was aimed at mocking the Pirates' pre-match ritual of tossing coins for good fortune. The tradition of the Madrid Pirates is well known, for if it proves effective, the media and fans supporting the Pirates would proclaim it loudly, subsequently ridiculing the vanquished Kings. Naturally, the Kings fans had their own retorts, chanting this very phrase whenever the Pirates conceded a goal or lost a match. If the pre-match coin toss was intended to bolster the confidence of the Pirates players, then the Kings chant served to shatter the morale of their adversaries, reminding them of the harsh realities. Such rituals were of no consequence. Not only did they direct their taunts at the Pirate supporters, but they also raised their middle fingers, laced with an array of expletives. The electric atmosphere of the Madrid Derby ignited from the very first minute of play. Meli's goal greatly uplifted the spirits of the Kings fans, inciting a vigorous confrontation with the Pirate supporters. This intensity heightened the anxiety of the police stationed between the two factions, who raised their shields to separate the clamoring fans eager to converge. Han Shuyu cast a glance towards the commotion, observing a group of Pirates fans attempting to breach the police line to confront the King supporters. Unsurprisingly, they were repelled by the officers wielding their shields. Yet, this act of defiance earned the admiration of other Pirates fans, who cheered and applauded their courageous comrade. King supporters, too, made attempts to rush over, which explained the presence of multiple layers of police, one to guard against the Pirates and another against the Kings. Han Shuyu clicked her tongue in disapproval, shaking her head. As a fan of the Madrid Kings, she was acutely aware of the deep-seated animosity between the two teams. It was entirely normal for fans to provoke and clash with one another. In the past, she had not perceived any issue with this. As a Kings supporter, she had stood firmly on their side. Yet today, perhaps due to the fact that the coin tosser was Hu Lai, hearing the Kings fans deride Hu Lai's actions as mere tricks, devoid of any efficacy, stirred an unpleasing sensation within her. Reflecting on the controversy sparked by her VLOG during the last Madrid Derby, she managed to suppress her discontent, at least refraining from vocalizing it. Following that match, her viewing VLOG incited considerable debate among domestic football fans, with discussions about the superiority of Meli versus Hu Lai spilling over into online platforms. It had previously been noted that even if Hu Lai is deemed the foremost star of Chinese football, he is not immune to criticism. In this discourse, detractors and domestic fans of Meli converged, subtly implying that Hu Lai pales in comparison to Meli, despite not directly condemning him. Consequently, Han Shuyu, who fervently cheered for Hu Lai during the match, found herself entangled in the fray. Some supporters of the Kings and Meli accused her of being a traitor, as she cheered for the Madrid Pirates while seated in the hallowed north stand of the Crown Stadium, arguing that if she wished to support the Pirates, she should have taken her place among the away fans. Various fanbase rhetoric targeted her, branding her a traitor to the Madrid Kings or a swindler exploiting her position as a Kings fan for personal gain. Frustrated, Han Shuyu took to Bilibili and Weibo, posting numerous updates to defend herself, clarifying that her presence in the North Stand was not intentional. It was merely due to her inability to secure tickets elsewhere, as only the North Stand had availability. However, her explanations fell on deaf ears, and the criticism persisted. She faced a virtual trial, with calls for her expulsion from the ranks of Kings fans. Li Qingliang, observing Han Shuyu's emotional turmoil, could sense her distress but chose to remain silent. Such tribulations are an inevitable part of being a social media influencer. Meanwhile, the players and fans of the Madrid Kings reveled in their lead, unconcerned about the sentiments of their rivals. In fact, they seemed to relish the idea that their celebrations might deeply unsettle their opponents. After an exuberant celebration, the Madrid Pirates resumed play, only to find themselves at a disadvantage within 2 minutes, an unexpected turn of events that left their players disoriented. This reaction was entirely natural. Any team facing such a situation would find it difficult to maintain composure. Head coach Parati stood at the sidelines, his expression grave as he observed the unfolding drama. With an early goal conceded, There was little he could do. Tactical adjustments were out of the question, and his role was limited to motivating from the sidelines. Ultimately, the outcome rested in the hands of the players on the pitch. Meili was in exceptional form, a prediction Parati had made, though he had not anticipated it to this extent. The sudden burst of speed just before the penalty area was astonishing. Ramirez was utterly outpaced. At that moment, experience counted for little. It was a mere contest of physical prowess. This was merely the first encounter of the match, and Parati could envision the monumental challenge that lay ahead for Ramirez. In the private box, Maxi Kyrie covered his mouth with his hand, whispering to his wife, Sophia, "One will endure a torturous time in this match." Today, as Meili is not the same person he was during their last encounter. Sophia remained silent, her face etched with concern. Indeed, it wasn't long before the Madrid Pirates' offensive came to an end, and the Madrid Kings launched their own attack. The ball was once again at Meili's feet. The Madrid Kings boasted not only Meili but also elite midfielders like Duja Carlos and Albin Estrom. However, during their offensives, the ball was predominantly passed to Meili. He served as the catalyst for the Madrid Kings' attack. Upon receiving the ball, he did not orchestrate the offense. That responsibility lay with Duja Carlos. Meili's role was to accelerate the Madrid Kings' offensive maneuvers. When the ball reached him, the pace intensified. Just as it happened now, Meili suddenly surged forward, leaving the unsuspecting Tonini behind, and as he faced the interception from Ion, he deftly cut inward, drawing the defenders of the Madrid Pirates toward him. He then passed the ball to the far post, finding the advancing Albin Estrom. The Swedish midfielder controlled the ball at the back post and shot, but the Pirates' goalkeeper, Hu Lai, leaped to make a spectacular save, allowing the Madrid Pirates to escape a close call. What a close shave! Hu Lai delivered an extraordinary save. The match had just begun, and the Pirates found themselves in significant jeopardy. Chapter 152. Brother, do you know what cultivation is? To be honest, the reason Meili has garnered such widespread admiration and support globally is closely tied to his playing style. His style is undeniably captivating. His dribbling is mesmerizing, evading multiple defenders. Such moments are among the most thrilling in football, and Meili excels at them. Standing at 175 meters, he possesses remarkably agile feet, and his ball control is deemed historic by authoritative media. Maxi Kelly is also adept at dribbling, but his towering height of 190 meters makes his movements appear less fluid and natural compared to Meili. Furthermore, his height imposes a physical burden. Meili, however, faces no such issues. When he runs with the ball on the field, he resembles an F1 race car, with his center of gravity tightly anchored to the pitch. Though not physically imposing, he is challenging to knock down. His speed and agility allow him to easily evade physical confrontations, unless the defender manages to grasp him directly, which would result in a foul. Meili's form today is truly exceptional. Hu remarked. Despite playing away, he relentlessly pressed the Pirates' defense in their half, where the Pirates were in a precarious situation. Having just conceded a goal, their morale was shaky, making them susceptible to various issues, especially with Meili charging at them. Before he could finish his thought, he witnessed Meili suddenly take a long-range shot from outside the penalty area. The ball arced beautifully towards the far post of the goal. Hu Lai, the goalkeeper for the Madrid Pirates, leaped and made a stunning side dive, using one hand to deflect the ball out of play. Hu Lai, an absolutely brilliant save. The air at the Pirate Park Stadium was punctuated by a resounding sigh. Phew. Everyone was taken aback by the intensity of the offense and defense. Li Qingyang, in the stands, patted his chest and exclaimed, "Father, my sea father." Among the Madrid Pirate fanbase in China, goalkeeper Weyer is affectionately referred to as Sea Dad, for he consistently manages to turn the tide with his remarkable saves, much like he just did, rescuing the team time and again. His towering physique and expansive wingspan make him appear as an imposing mountain in front of the goal, truly embodying the notion of paternal love as solid as a mountain. In a close-up shot, Meili expressed regret for not scoring, but it was a fleeting sentiment. He swiftly turned to sprint into the penalty area, eager to participate in the corner kick offense. It seemed that the bitter taste of losing to the Pirates at home had sparked a deep desire within Meili to demonstrate his strength before the world. Spanish commentator Sanchez speculated on this, and he was correct. Meili had indeed been harboring a fierce determination to redeem himself. His rivalry with Hu Lai had evolved into something far more profound than a mere Olympic match. Even if he were to triumph over Hu Lai in this league match, he would not consider himself superior. The competition between the two was destined to be a protracted saga. As a peer of Hu Lai, Meili might find himself entangled with him throughout the entirety of his career. 15 minutes into the first half, the visiting Madrid Kings held the upper hand. Capitalizing on an early goal, they relentlessly besieged the Madrid Pirates' goal, with Meili being a pivotal figure in their offensive maneuvers. In contrast, Hu Lai had yet to seize any opportunity, having taken only one shot, which failed to even graze the goalposts. When the television broadcast captured a close-up of Hu Lai, commentator Hu Lai remarked on the situation. Indeed, Meili had been stealing the spotlight, frequently appearing in the broadcast's frames. In the age of television broadcasting, the camera serves as the audience's eyes. A player who frequently appears on screen is evidently making an impact. Why is he in the limelight? It is, of course, due to his outstanding performance. Conversely, players who seldom grace the screen typically struggle to make their mark. Even in other matches, Hu Lai is not the type to frequently appear in the limelight. His style dictates that he only surfaces when opportunities arise, when he has been absent from view for a considerable time. His appearance in a close-up often signifies that the opposing goal has been breached. Thus, some have dubbed Hu Lai the assassin, often lurking in the shadows, only to emerge and seize a goal. Nevertheless, in today's match, the frequency of Hu Lai's appearances on the broadcast was alarmingly low, difficult to reconcile with his playing style. This was primarily due to the Madrid Pirates being thrown into disarray by the early goal from the Madrid Kings, struggling to organize their offense. The once incisive left-side attacks had been subdued by Meili, leaving Hu Lai with precious few opportunities. Though Hu Lai is not a forward who heavily relies on teammates to create opportunities, subsequently converting numerous chances into goals through wild strikes, he is also not the type who can entirely depend on himself to conjure chances out of thin air. During this period, the Madrid Pirates found themselves suppressed by their arch-rivals, and it was hardly conceivable for Hu Lai to deliver any remarkable performance worthy of being highlighted on broadcast. Some fans of Meili excitedly took to the internet, proclaiming, "Now tell me loudly, who is the true master of Madrid?" However, the chaos within the Madrid Pirates could not persist indefinitely. Meili's vigorous display was aimed at seizing the moment while the Pirates were in disarray, hoping to secure another goal and widen their lead, thus perpetuating the Pirates' confusion. Yet, the exceptional performance of Haverel thwarted Meili's plans. As 15 minutes elapsed, the Royal Madrid had not scored again. The score remained 1-0, with the away team holding the advantage. Meanwhile, the Pirates gradually regained composure. When Meili once again sought an opportunity through the center, he was cleanly intercepted by Ramirez, who executed a precise tackle to dispossess him. The fallen Meili raised his arm toward the referee, seemingly protesting the foul committed by Ramirez. However, the referee offered no response. Turning to follow the ball that had been passed forward, cheers erupted from the stands, rallying behind the home team's offensive effort. Seizing the opportunity presented by Meili's advance, the Madrid Pirates decisively shifted their attack to the right flank. Upon receiving the ball, Tonini deftly nudged it forward, slipping it between the legs of the approaching defender. Payton Garcia, before maneuvering around him to pursue the ball, he then delivered a direct cross. Amid the cheers, the ball soared towards the goal of Royal Madrid. Hu Lai, closely pursued by Peralta, rushed to intercept, managing to connect with the ball before Peralta, directing it towards the net. However, under Peralta's collision, his already challenging diving header was sent soaring over the bar. Positioned at the near post, the Spanish goalkeeper Rodriguez Basel raised his arms high, watching the ball sail over the crossbar. Hu Lai lost his balance and plunged to the ground. Peralta, following closely behind, stood over Hu Lai without glancing down, instead turning back to assess the outcome of his defensive effort. Upon seeing that the ball had not found the net, a smile spread across his face. Only then did he lower his gaze to locate Hu Lai, who was scrambling to rise from the ground. "Kid, it seems your physical prowess has not improved at all. I easily knocked you down," Peralta taunted, attempting to unsettle Hu Lai. In response, Hu Lai chuckled, "Oh dear brother, I had nowhere to leverage in the air. No matter how strong I am, I cannot defy the laws of physics, can I? If I could remain upright under such circumstances, you'd best be wary of me flying through the skies, scoring from 1,000 miles away. Do you know what it means to cultivate immortality?" Peralta, with a puzzled expression, thought, "What on earth is this kid babbling about? What does that nonsense about cultivating immortality have to do with anything?" Hu Lai noticed Hu Lai covering his mouth with his hand, clearly engaged in conversation with Peralta, his eyes squinting with laughter. Seizing the moment, he quickly reassured the Chinese fans watching from their screens, Hu Lai may not be aware of what he is discussing with Peralta, but judging by his expression, he appears quite at ease. This is exactly how it should be. The match has barely commenced, and regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative to maintain composure and patience. Hu Lai is an experienced player, and he certainly understands this without needing any guidance. Indeed, it seemed this way. Beside him, Yin Kong chimed in. In the midst of such an intense local derby atmosphere, being able to share a laugh with the opposing defender speaks volumes about Hu Lai's fortitude. Although he misfired earlier due to Peralta's interference, the crucial point is that Hu Lai managed to seize the opportunity, pushing Peralta behind him, indicating his sharp instinct in front of the goal. The two worked together to keep the Chinese fans from growing anxious. The television broadcast was replaying Hu Lai's earlier header, seemingly scrutinizing whether Peralta had committed a foul. Outside the broadcast, Hu Lai turned away, retreating from the penalty area. At the same time, he called out to Peralta with a booming voice. "Brother, remember, the path of cultivation is like a sword flying from the west, a celestial being from beyond." He gestured dramatically towards the goal of the Madrid Kings. Chapter 153. A ball from the west. Peralta, noticing Hu Lai point towards the goal, suddenly felt a jolt of realization. Though he did not fully grasp the meaning behind Hu Lai's earlier words, the gesture sparked a suspicion in his mind. Could it be that this lad intends to attempt another long-range shot? In their previous encounter, Hu Lai had caught everyone off guard with a sudden left-footed strike, leaving him unprepared. It was entirely plausible for him to replicate that feat. As Peralta glanced back at Hu Lai, he found him already turned away, his back facing him. The intensity in Peralta's gaze sharpened as he contemplated how best to defend against Hu Lai's next move. When Hu Lai swung his left foot outside the penalty area, ready to unleash a long shot, Peralta was quick to intercept, positioning himself perfectly to block the ball with his lower leg, sending it ricocheting away. "Wow, magnificent!" Sanchez exclaimed. Peralta executed a splendid and timely defensive maneuver. The fans in the northern stand, situated behind the Madrid Kings goal, erupted into enthusiastic applause for Peralta's defensive prowess. Peralta was in excellent form today. After conversing with Hu Lai, he was still able to deliver such a composed defense. Li Qingliang, seated in the stands, furrowed his brow, whispering in concern. With both Meili and Peralta in top condition, he felt a growing sense that Hu Lai was being targeted. Han Yu, having overheard Li Qingliang's murmurs, replied reassuringly, "There's no need to worry. We must have faith in Hu Lai. I cannot predict whether the Pirates will win this match, but I am certain that Hu Lai will score." Li Qingliang chuckled. "How amusing to be comforted by a Kings fan. I am a Chinese supporter." Han Xiu unfastened the collar of his down jacket, revealing the Chinese national flag emblazoned on his left chest. Li Qingliang was at a loss for words. "Are you recording?" "It has nothing to do with recording," Han Xiu replied. "I am merely stating a fact. Regardless of which club I support, I am, above all, a fan of China." Li Qingliang took this as a sign that Han Xiu was perhaps intimidated by online criticism, driven by an overwhelming instinct for self-preservation. Peralta felt unusually invigorated in today's match. Previously, he had thwarted Hu Lai's header in front of the goal, and now he had blocked Hu Lai's long-range shot at a crucial moment. Remarkably, under his vigilant defense, Hu Lai had not managed a single shot that even grazed the goal frame. However, Peralta remained humble, fully aware of Hu Lai's caliber as a player. He did not dare to celebrate prematurely, knowing that he could only boast of his defense once the match concluded without Hu Lai scoring. For instance, he could ask, "Where's that sword flying in from the west?" Seladoth received the ball at the edge of the Madrid Pirates' penalty area, then passed it to Meili, who had made a run down the flank. It was evident that he was wholeheartedly focused on assisting Meili. However, Seladoth's intention was far too transparent. During an offensive play, every player on the Madrid Kings seemed to have the same goal of finding Meili. Consequently, Seladoth's pass was intercepted by the seasoned Pirate defender Cacophony, who extended his long leg to break the play. The fans in the stands erupted into enthusiastic applause for their center back. Amidst the applause, Amintigi advanced the ball forward. Joaquin Bella made a simple transition, distributing the ball to the left flank. Meili helped with the defensive effort, collaborating with right-back Patting Garcia to surround Tonini. Faced with a lack of space and two Madrid Kings players blocking his path, the Brazilian winger opted for a clever maneuver. He deliberately kicked the ball against Garcia's leg, causing it to bounce out of play. The Madrid Pirates were awarded a throw-in near the corner flag, a position almost equivalent to a corner kick. However, It could not be executed with a kick, it had to be thrown in. Yet, this posed no challenge for the players of the Madrid Pirates, as they had in their ranks an exceptionally skilled throw-in specialist, Ion Martinez. As a key left-back for the Spanish national team, Ion excelled at throw-ins, delivering them both accurately and with remarkable distance. His throws were akin to grenades, earning him the nickname the Grenadier. He had previously set a record in the 2025 to 2026 season with 5 assists from throw-ins. Now, he was preparing to take the throw-in. Observing this scene, the nearby fans in the West Stand of the Madrid Pirates began rhythmically chanting Ion Martinez's name. Ion. 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 It felt akin to a ceremonial summoning. Ion received the ball tossed back by the ball boy, first using his jersey to wipe off the moisture, then alternatingly drying his hands on his shorts to effectively increase the friction on his palms. He then retreated to the advertisement boards, ready to execute the throw-in. In truth, the distance from the goal line to the advertising boards is quite short, insufficient for him to achieve a significant sprint. However, if one were to rely on sprinting distance to augment the initial velocity of a thrown football, how could one be referred to as a throw-in specialist? Ion is not the type of fullback who requires flamboyant maneuvers to enhance his throwing distance. As Ion prepared to deliver a powerful throw-in from the sidelines, Hu Lai was simultaneously positioning himself in the penalty area to receive the ball. Naturally, he was closely followed by Peralta, the Argentine center-back, who shadowed him like a phantom. Hu Lai leaned back slightly, and Peralta, unyielding, allowed him to rest against him, casting a disdainful glance downwards at Hu Lai, as if to say, "You think you can match my strength with that small frame?" Hu Lai turned to catch Peralta's eye and offered a smile, which was interpreted by Peralta as self-deprecation. Goalkeeper Rodriguez Backer, noticing that Peralta was holding his ground against Hu Lai, shifted his gaze to his other teammates, signaling them vocally and gesturing to keep an eye on the others, ensuring no one was given an opportunity to seize the moment, especially Juan Ramirez. Although he was primarily a defender and not particularly adept at scoring, he possessed commendable heading ability. In such a set-piece situation, his forward movement could pose a threat to the Madrid King's goal. With all preparations complete, Ion Martinez raised his arm, signaling that he was about to throw the ball. Hu Lai leaned back firmly against Peralta and raised his arm in response to Ion, urging him to throw the ball over. Peralta pushed back forcefully, maintaining his position against Hu Lai, preventing him from easily receiving the ball. The contest between offense and defense had commenced. Amidst the cheers of Ion Martinez took 2 quick strides, his left foot landing just before the sideline, and with his arms resembling a catapult, he launched the football from behind him into the penalty area of the Madrid Kings. After releasing the ball, he did not pull back, but rather propelled himself forward, expending all his strength as he entered the field. Since the football had already been released, his entry onto the pitch did not constitute a violation of the throw-in rules. The football soared high towards the front of the Madrid Kings penalty area, akin to being kicked. In that moment, Hu Lai, who had been engaged in a struggle with Peralta, surged towards the landing point of the ball, prompting the Argentine defender to swiftly pursue him. Hu Lai appeared poised to intercept the ball, but just as he neared the landing spot, he unexpectedly took a step back. This retreat was not a straightforward withdrawal, but rather a diagonal step, allowing Peralta to overcommit. As Peralta failed to react in time, Hu Lai leaned back, raising his left foot to strike the incoming football. Before Peralta could initiate any defensive action, the ball was deftly directed towards the Madrid Kings goal at an angle behind him. He felt a gust of wind rush past his face, and instinctively, he blinked. Upon reopening his eyes, the football had vanished from his sight. Ion had executed a powerful throw-in, and Hu Lai surged forward to meet it. As Madrid's primary goalkeeper, Backer's attention was drawn to Hu Lai as he sprinted towards the approaching football. Little did he anticipate that Hu Lai would opt for such an audacious direct shot. It was neither a bicycle kick nor a conventional strike. It was an unexpected maneuver. Instinctively, he raised his arm, attempting to intercept the ball. Yet he only swiped at thin air. The football collided with the underside of the crossbar, ricocheting downwards and ultimately bouncing into the net. The raucous cheers from the crowd at Pirate Park soared like a rocket into the heavens. Amidst the jubilation, Hu Lai lost his balance, tumbling to the ground. Yet he did not forget to verify the outcome of his strike, turning his head to glimpse the ball bouncing within the goal. Rising from the turf, he pushed off against his companion Peralta, leveraging the momentum to sprint towards the corner flag. In the presence of the King's fans in the North Stand and the Pirate supporters in the West Stand, he leapt high in his dash. "Here it comes," Han Shuyu exclaimed, while beside her, Li Qingliang inhaled sharply. As Hu Lai executed a 180-degree turn midair before landing, she, Li Qingliang, and all the surrounding Madrid Pirate fans erupted in unison, shouting "Heu!" Their chorus was far more harmonious than when they had just adopted this chant from the Leeds City supporters. The resounding roar of 75,000 voices was nothing short of awe-inspiring. It reverberated through Madrid's night sky, racing from the southern city towards the heart of the metropolis, as if it would reach the very headquarters of the Madrid Kings. Chapter 154. This damned football. When Ion Martinez hurled the football onto the pitch, everyone recognized the threat posed by his throw-in, arguably more precise than a corner kick executed with the foot. However, upon noticing Hu Lai being firmly marked by Peralta, many minds dimmed with doubt. In such a scenario, how could Hu Lai even manage to control the ball, let alone score? Almost everyone was confined to conventional solutions. The conventional wisdom suggested that, with their back to the goal and facing minimal angles, the first step should be to stop the ball, followed by passing it to teammates. Sacrificing oneself to create space for others, ultimately culminating in a scoring opportunity. Those adhering to this logic overlooked Hu Lai's penchant for the unconventional. Yet, it was not entirely their fault. Hu Lai's approach this time was indeed rather peculiar. Who could have anticipated that he would execute a shot in such a manner? In a tight angle with his back to the goal, he flicked the ball towards the net with his left foot. Unlike a soaring bicycle kick, Hu Lai's supporting right foot remained firmly planted on the ground during this action. Thus, when he lifted his left foot, it seemed to all observers that he was merely stopping the ball. Who could conceive of it as a shooting motion? Yet, Hu Lai astonishingly transformed the improbable into reality. He executed a high-difficulty goal with an unorthodox shooting technique, leaving Peralta and backer utterly unprepared. Wow! Hu Lai. Magnificent. Stunning. An extraordinary shot. Hu Lai scored a spectacular goal. After Mei Li's challenge through his own goal, Hu Lai responded with a goal of his own. Splendid. This is precisely the Madrid derby we yearn to witness. As the football soared into the net, Hifeng erupted in excitement. From the moment Mei Li scored, Hifeng was under immense pressure, fearing that Hu Lai might indeed be overshadowed by Mei Li, logically speaking. As a commentator stationed in the back line and not being Hu Lai's father, why should he feel concerned if Hu Lai faltered against Mei Li? What pressure should he bear? Yet, in truth, he felt a palpable pressure, and a considerable one at that. As a Chinese fan, he inherently intertwined his identity with Hu Lai's, sharing in their mutual triumphs and tribulations. When Hu Lai flourished, Hifeng, as a Chinese supporter, felt pride and joy. Conversely, when Hu Lai stumbled, he naturally experienced frustration. Should Hu Lai face criticism, Hifeng would feel anguish and fury as well. In essence, although he was not physically on the pitch, he could empathize with all that Hu Lai endured, both the pressure and the glory. Moreover, he was confident that he was not alone. Countless others in the nation shared his sentiments. They were all fervent supporters of Chinese football, genuinely wishing for its success. Thus, each of Hu Lai's goals and every stride forward filled them with exhilaration. The thunderous cheer gradually receded, seemingly rolling towards the Benevento training base in northern Madrid. Yet, the shock remaining in the hearts of many at the venue was undiminished. Hu Lai, in an improbable situation, executed an impossible goal in an extraordinary manner. The jubilant Madrid Pirate fans now directed their middle fingers at the stands occupied by the Madrid King supporters, shaking their fists and roaring. Who says this is futile? We will score 3 goals against you. Just wait and see, you royal bastards. We will send you to the guillotine. It was now the King's supporters who, incensed, attempted to charge at the Pirate fans, only to be forcefully restrained by fully armed riot police. The Pirate fans erupted in derisive laughter at the flustered King's supporters. Han Shuyu and Li Qingliang, stationed in the West Stand, witnessed this spectacle unfold. Neither of them uttered a word. What could they say? Li Qingliang, a Pirate supporter himself, understood that Han Shuyu was a King fan, and anything he said would provoke the King's supporters. Out of courtesy and respect for their friendship, silence seemed the wisest choice. Han Shuyu also remained silent, not out of pain or anger as a King supporter, but rather as she observed the rival fans, separated by police, hurling insults at one another, prompting her to reflect on her position as a Chinese fan amidst such bitter enemies. After completing his celebratory gestures, Hu Lai waved to the Pirate fans in the stands, expressing gratitude for their roaring support. Honestly, when he first heard this sound in Pirate Park, he nearly believed he had time-traveled back to Flanders Stadium. However, he soon realized that the roars of the Flanders Stadium were not as thunderous as anticipated. Following the UEFA Champions League match against Leeds City, the fans of the Madrid Pirates gradually began to master the art of timing their cheers. It must be said that the actions of the Madrid Pirates supporters instantly evoked a sense of nostalgia within him, akin to returning home. In the VIP box, Sophia gazed wide-eyed at her husband, but Max Kyrie merely shook his head, stating, "This is not my suggestion. This is his innate ability." Sophia felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped that Hu Lai's goal would be credited to her husband's influence, perhaps offering him some solace. Observing his wife's expression, Kyrie understood her thoughts and chuckled. "What are you pondering, Sophia? It's too soon for that. How long has it been? If you hope to witness his new skills in this match, you may be in for a letdown." "But didn't you say that Hu had achieved it in training?" Sophia countered. "Training and matches are worlds apart," Kyrie explained, shaking his head. "What one can accomplish in practice does not guarantee success in a match. Moreover, this is a Madrid derby. The pace and intensity of the competition far exceed that of an ordinary match, let alone training. If he still cannot perform, won't this match be exceedingly challenging?" Sophia inquired. "It was already destined to be difficult," Kyrie replied calmly. "Even if we were to lose at home, I would not be surprised. But losing would mean we relinquish our lead," Sophia expressed anxiously. "That's all right," her husband reassured her. "Once I recover from my injury, we shall surpass them." Shortly after the players of the Madrid Pirates surrounded Hu Lai upon his return to their half, the match resumed. This time, the Pirates, buoyed by their momentum, launched a vigorous assault on the Kings' goal. Meanwhile, the Kings could only consolidate their defense, striving to withstand the Pirates' onslaught. The ebb and flow of momentum and form are truly elusive concepts. Once a team gains momentum, it seems unstoppable, yet once it dissipates, progress becomes exceedingly difficult. Momentum is capricious, much like form. Every player aspires to maintain peak performance during a match, and they will undertake numerous efforts to achieve this. Yet, regardless of their endeavors, sustaining optimal form proves to be a formidable challenge. If mere actions could guarantee good form, then all players would consistently excel. Perhaps it is precisely these surprises and uncertainties that bestow football with its ineffable allure. Following Meli's goal, the Madrid Kings found themselves in fine form. Who could have anticipated that within a mere 20 minutes, their advantageous state and momentum would vanish completely? Yet, similarly, no one could assure that the current favorable condition of the Madrid Pirates would endure. Roy was acutely aware of this. Thus, upon witnessing the Pirates' fervent offensive, he immediately instructed his players to fortify their defense, prioritizing the containment of the Pirates' attacks. The head coach of the Madrid Kings made a prudent decision. The allure of football sometimes manifests in the most absurd scenarios, where even the most prudent decisions do not guarantee favorable outcomes. Despite the Madrid Kings adhering to Coach Roy's defensive strategy, they were unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of the Madrid Pirates. While the Pirates lacked a midfield orchestrator like Dj Carlos, their sharp wing play rendered their attacks more straightforward and allowed them to create numerous scoring opportunities in a short span of time. Silvio's performance in this match was commendable. On the right flank, he faced the Brazilian left-back Fonseca of the Madrid Kings, feigning a cross with his right foot. As Fonseca leaped to block, Silvio deftly shifted the ball to the left and surged into the penalty area. He once again raised his right foot, seemingly poised to cross. But the ball floated lazily through the air toward the far post, heading directly for the goal. Goalkeeper Bakker, initially positioned to thwart Silvio's shot, was taken by surprise as the cross veered toward the far corner behind him. Despite his desperate leap, he failed to make contact with the ball, leaving him in a cold sweat. In midair, he anxiously turned to see the ball strike the far post, releasing a breath he had been holding. However, his relief was short-lived as his pupils dilated in alarm. While Silvio engaged in a battle of wits with Fonseca on the right, Hu Lai was actively positioning himself in the box, closely followed by Peralta. As Silvio's ball was propelled toward the goal, both he and Hu Lai lunged for the far post. Utilizing his physical advantage, Peralta nudged Hu Lai from behind, disrupting his balance and causing him to stumble. Simultaneously, he glanced up to behold the ball. Realizing it seemed less a cross and more a direct shot, the ball soared over Bakker's outstretched hand and plummeted toward the far post. At this moment, Peralta could do nothing but silently beseech the heavens, praying for the ball to miss. His prayers seemed partially answered. The ball, drifting and slow, struck the post. Yet, it ricocheted fortuitously toward Hu Lai, who was still recovering from Peralta's nudge. In such proximity, Hu Lai was rendered incapable of any responsive action. Indeed, he needed not to act. For the ball, in a moment of serendipity, collided with his knee and then sharply redirected into the nearby goal. At that instant, both Coach Roivy of the Madrid Kings and defender Peralta were consumed by a singular thought. This damned football. End of chapter 155. Breaching defense Silvio's deft touch. What a splendid play. He deftly maneuvered past Fonseca and surged into the penalty area. In a heartbeat, he unleashed a cross. Wait, was that a direct shot? The post. Oh dear. Wait. What a goal. Ha. What a splendid goal. Hu Lai. Ha. He phone was laughing so hard that he nearly forgot the essence of commentary. This goal was simply too amusing. Within the span of a single play, the spectators traversed a roller coaster of emotions, not to mention the players on the field. Witnessing Silverio's cross morph into a direct shot that successfully evaded backers' grasp, many found themselves elated, convinced that a goal was imminent. Yet, when the football was denied entry by the far post, it felt like a bucket of cold water was thrown over them, chilling their hearts. The reason for only a partial chill was that they soon saw Hu Lai appear before the post, serendipitously encountering the ball, and then it went in. It was as if he were merely playing around. Hu Lai had effortlessly capitalized on the chance. Previously, when people were unaware of Hu Lai's playing style, some critics derided him as a poacher, attributing his goals solely to sheer luck. Now, Hu Lai had shown them what true opportunism looked like. A pie from the sky. Luck had arrived, and there was no stopping it. The Madrid Pirates fans initially booed when they observed Peralta discreetly collide with Hu Lai from behind, causing him to stumble and lose his balance, thereby hindering the subsequent attack. They believed Peralta had committed a foul, hoping their jeers would prompt the referee to take notice. Applying pressure for the video assistant referee to intervene, issuing a card to Peralta, and awarding a penalty to the Pirates. Yet, in the next moment, they witnessed Hu Lai, propelled by Peralta, inadvertently nudged the football into the net. The boos seamlessly transitioned into cheers, almost without pause. Amidst the jubilation, laughter erupted. Hu Lai, who had inexplicably scored, did not make his way to the corner flag for his signature celebration. After stumbling while nudging the ball into the goal, he lost his balance entirely, surrendering to inertia as he tumbled forward, landing directly in the net. He turned his head, revealing a complex expression of surprise and delight. In the last city derby against the Madrid Kings, after scoring with his left foot, he had performed a gesture of astonishment by covering his mouth. However, that celebration had been intentional. He was not genuinely surprised. This time, though, he was truly astonished. No way I scored like that. Goodness. The red thread of true love has manifested. The camera position behind the goal captured Hu Lai's expression, and the broadcast signal quickly disseminated it across the globe. All the fans watching the match witnessed Hu Lai's reaction post-goal. What could be more disheartening for the Madrid Kings fans than this? Oh, it was the formidable stroke of luck that allowed a goal to be scored even after being pushed by a Kings defender. The ball, in conjunction with Hu Lai's unexpectedly genuine, yet somewhat mischievous expression of delight, made the Madrid Kings fans feel as though they had consumed hundreds of live maggots, utterly repulsed. Some fans of the Kings were visibly shaken, venting their ire online towards Peralta. What was the point of that push? Thank you, Peralta. Perhaps without that nudge, Hu Lai wouldn't have scored. They suggested Peralta should be awarded for the best assist, cursing him under their breath. Meanwhile, the Pirates supporters were elated, attributing their remarkable fortune to Mary's lucky coin. They reveled in demonstrating to the Kings fans what it means to be utterly ineffective. This was clearly the result of Hu Lai tossing the coin before the match, securing the favor of Lady Luck. Peralta himself appeared deeply frustrated, his hands clasped over his head, staring blankly at the scene where Hu Lai lay in the net beside the ball. It was almost tragically ironic. How could this happen? Oh God, have you forsaken me? His despair was compounded when Hu Lai rose from the ground, turning to Peralta with hands together in a gesture of gratitude, bowing slightly as if to thank him for his inadvertent assistance. Then Hu Lai dashed off, laughing as he joined his fellow Pirates in celebration. Peralta's chest heaved. Unsure if it was from exhaustion or exasperation, Hu Lai's goal was indeed a devastating blow to the morale of the Madrid Kings. Such an unconventional goal could easily lead the conceding side to believe it stemmed from some arcane force. As players, they fear not the strength of their opponents, but rather the capriciousness of luck. How can one contend with that? They can triumph over any rival, yet they cannot conquer fortune. Own goals and inexplicable strikes like Hu Lai's can profoundly demoralize a team, leaving them to question their very existence. Following the restart, the Madrid Kings found themselves further subdued. This time, Melli was notably subdued, as if even he had been struck by the impact of Hu Lai's second goal. After all, for him to score, he had to exert tremendous effort, often needing to dribble from 30 meters out, weaving past defenders to approach the goal, and even then, a successful shot was not guaranteed. It required relentless effort and repeated attempts to secure a single goal. But Hu Lai? He simply ran to the back post and effortlessly found the net. It was as if the goal sought him out rather than the other way around. Given this reality, it is entirely understandable that even Melli would feel disheartened. With the Kings' spirits plummeting, the Pirates' morale soared, leading to an increasingly aggressive offensive. In the 37th minute, they even scored again, only for D'Cunzo's effort to be ruled offside by a hair's breadth upon review by the video assistant referee, rendering the goal invalid. Otherwise, the Pirates could have completely dismantled the Kings by halftime. Alas, they ultimately fell short of that ambition. As the main referee signaled the conclusion of the first half, the Madrid Pirates held a slender lead over the Madrid Kings, entering halftime with a score of 2-1. This scoreline is precariously delicate. Although the Kings found themselves trailing, they were not entirely out of the contest. A mere one-goal deficit, coupled with the respite of the halftime interval, offered them an opportunity to regroup. Should they make timely and effective adjustments, the prospect of a comeback remained significantly viable. Conversely, for the Pirates, the situation mirrored this sentiment. Leading by just one goal in a Madrid derby is hardly a secure position. However, Perotti regarded the outcome positively, stating, "This is excellent. Leading by a single goal will invigorate us all for the forthcoming half. Remember, we are merely one goal ahead, and they could easily turn the tide against us. Thus, we must maintain the momentum we established in the first half, focus intently, and under no circumstances allow ourselves to become complacent." He conveyed this message to his players in the dressing room. Roivy, on the other hand, addressed his team with a different tone, emphasizing that the second goal conceded in the first half was not a matter of misfortune, but rather a reflection of their own shortcomings. "Our performance following the first goal was inadequate, which granted them the opportunity to score a second. If we can recapture the form we exhibited at the outset of the match, control will revert to us." This assertion, though somewhat peculiar, did not serve to console or uplift his players regarding their deficit. Instead, it was a critique of their lackluster performance, suggesting that conceding was well-deserved. Roivy aimed to instill in his players the understanding that the goals conceded were not the result of some intangible misfortune. Compared to the elusive nature of luck, the reality of poor performance leading to conceding goals is far more digestible. After all, if their shortcomings were the cause, then improving their performance would naturally allow them to rectify the situation. Indeed, upon hearing the coach's words, several Kings players found renewed determination. Subsequently, Roivy instructed Melli to slightly alter his attacking approach for the second half, suggesting he position himself closer to the Pirates' goal. If you find yourself needing to navigate through their midfield every time before taking a shot, it indicates a failure in our offensive strategy. Melli nodded in agreement. His first half performance, while aesthetically pleasing, had exacted a high toll on his stamina. Consequently, his effectiveness waned in the latter stages of the half, a factor that could be attributed to the psychological impact of Hu Lai's two goals, particularly the second. However, this aspect was beyond Roivy's control. What he could manage were tactical adjustments. By encouraging Melli to get closer to the goal and seize more opportunities, while simultaneously reducing the physical exertion required for ball progression, Roivy could enhance their offensive prospects. In the first half, when Melli was positioned outside the penalty area, Ramirez had been more aggressive and forceful in his defensive maneuvers against him. Should Melli position himself nearer to the penalty area, or even directly within it, Ramirez would be compelled to exercise caution. At such moments, whenever the ball reaches Melli's feet, the likelihood of him scoring dramatically increases. It is not only Melli. All of us must draw closer to their goal. We must maintain relentless pressure on them. This is a derby, and the contest has just begun. We shall not cease until the final whistle is blown. Whether it is courage or the will to win, we possess no less than they do. Chapter 156. the rival fans during halftime, Han Xiu planned to visit the stadium's restaurant to procure some refreshments and snacks. However, she encountered an obstacle. The area outside the food vendor was entirely surrounded by exuberant fans of the Madrid Pirates, who were not there to purchase items, but rather to sing. They sang and danced, completely obstructing access to the bar of the restaurant. Han Xiu found herself unable to squeeze through. Disappointed, she could only shake her head from the outside. Yet, she soon realized this presented a splendid opportunity for content. Thus, she retrieved her phone and began filming, capturing the jubilant fans of the Madrid Pirates. She assumed that their raucous celebration stemmed from satisfaction with the team's performance in the first half and their contentment with the score of 2-1. At that moment, a middle-aged fan with a bushy beard appeared beside her, turning to gaze at her, his eyes flitting between her face and the phone in her hand. Han Xiu felt his gaze was somewhat impolite, but he suddenly spoke up. "Are you that Chinese girl?" Taken aback, Han Xiu quickly realized who he was and responded with a mix of surprise and joy. "You are the one from before." The man nodded, affirming, "Indeed, that's me." He then pointed towards the crowded restaurant bar, inquiring, "Are you hoping to buy something to eat?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Han Xiu nodded, Yes. But I can't get in." Without hesitation, the man stepped forward, approaching a pirate fan blocking his way, and tapped him on the shoulder. Make way, make way." His tone was rather brusque, yet upon recognizing him, the fans in front turned to smile and moved aside, clearing a path. He proceeded through with ease, successfully purchasing items and returning to hand them to Han Xiu, the secret pirate burger and pirate beer. "Thank you, sir," Han Xiu replied as she accepted the items. Then asked, "I noticed that you seemed quite familiar with those people when you went to buy food." Moments ago, while he awaited his order, numerous individuals had approached him to chat and exchange pleasantries. Even the server who handed him the food engaged him in conversation. This led Han Xiu to ponder that this seemingly ordinary man was perhaps rather extraordinary. The bearded gentleman chuckled, "I am an old fan, and everyone here is a seasoned supporter. Naturally, we are all acquainted." Han Xiu thought to herself that indeed, European fans often cultivate a sense of community, regularly watching matches together. Thus it was unsurprising that the man knew others around him, though it may appear that many are acquainted with the uncle. Han Xiu, clutching a burger and a beer, gazed at the throng of Pirates fans that had once again gathered in front of the pub after his departure, blocking the bar like a stagnant pool of water. She found it rather peculiar. Why would they congregate here without purchasing anything? The uncle chuckled. "They are creating trouble for the King's fans." Creating trouble? Indeed. This establishment is situated in close proximity to the visiting fans, who typically dine here during halftime. Under ordinary circumstances, there are no issues. However, today marks the Madrid Derby. As the uncle elaborated on the situation, Han Xiu gradually came to understand. The fans of the Madrid Pirates had assembled here to annoy their bitter rivals, singing various anti-King's songs. Should any King's fans attempt to enter and purchase food or drinks to quench their thirst, they would find themselves confronted by a wall of hostile Pirates supporters. Want to buy something? Certainly, but one must first navigate through the menacing gazes of these rival fans. While the Pirates fans would not outright prevent them from making a purchase, they would part to create a path, all the while glaring with fierce intent and singing with venomous fervor. How many could withstand such immense psychological pressure to actually buy something to eat or drink? Most would surely cower. What is the issue with a parched throat? Endure it. Yet, this would inevitably affect their ability to cheer for their team in the second half. After all, with dry throats and thirst, speaking becomes a chore, let alone shouting. Thus, the actions of the Madrid Pirates fans are not solely aimed at vexing their adversaries. They genuinely contribute to bolstering their own team. However, for the King's fans, this behavior is undeniably detestable. How one perceives this situation entirely depends on their standpoint. The Pirates fans consider their actions justified, while the King's fans view them as despicable and shameless. However, it must be noted that the King's fans are not without their own misdeeds. They may not block the pub, but they certainly obstruct the restrooms. During halftime, nearly all the restrooms are filled to capacity with King's fans, leaving Pirates fans desperate for relief, often waiting in line until the second half commences. Thus, to minimize restroom visits, the Pirates fans must limit their water intake. With less hydration, their throats are prone to dryness, hindering their ability to fervently support their team. Their motives align with those of the Pirates fans, both seeking to indirectly assist their respective teams. Due to the overwhelming crowd in front of the pub, the Pirates fans continued their raucous singing. Consequently, Han Shiyu bid farewell to the uncle and returned to her seat with her burger and beer. "Why did you take so long?" Li Qingliang inquired. "There were too many people." Han Shiyu recounted the scene she had witnessed in front of the pub to him. After listening, Li Qingliang somewhat awkwardly explained, "This is the nature of sworn enemies." Han Shiyu took a bite of her burger and nodded. "Indeed, sworn enemies. This is certainly a customary practice among rivals. It is difficult to ascertain who is right and who is wrong. This is merely a contest among fans. In the past, there have even been instances where the visiting team's official personnel directly intervened, causing the air conditioning in the away team's locker room to malfunction, rendering it unbearably hot, or halting hot water supplies in the frigid winter, leaving the visiting players with no option but to either forego bathing or endure icy showers. In short, resorting to underhanded tactics against sworn enemies in the name of a derby is utterly commonplace. Noticing Han Shiyu's lack of response, Li Qingliang cautiously added, "We are also sworn enemies, to some extent, but it's not that severe. After all, we cannot possibly compare to the true fans of either side. I used to think I was quite loyal, but now I feel like I am nothing." Han Shiyu gazed at the Spanish fans in the stands and remarked, "While munching on a burger that a Pirates fan bought for me, I increasingly find some domestic fans rather amusing. Clearly, they are fans from thousands of miles away in China, yet they exhibit more fervor online than the local Madrid supporters, engaging in mutual attacks and curses, as if such behavior could demonstrate their loyalty to their beloved team. This is inevitable. Didn't we also used to discuss each other's teams?" Li Qingliang replied, "If it weren't for Hu Lai, I wouldn't have dared to invite you to watch a Pirates game." Han Shiyu reflected on her past words and actions and chuckled. "Indeed, I used to be one of those I now find amusing. However, I am increasingly embracing different thoughts. I just encountered that older gentleman again, the one who suggested you might one day become a Pirates fan?" "Yes," Han Shiyu nodded. "He was the one who bought me the burger and beer. I was too timid to approach him at the time. What a coincidence, to meet amidst so many people." He asked if I had become a Pirates fan yet. Li Qingliang inquired with curiosity, "How did you respond?" I pointed to those Pirates fans blocking the restaurant entrance and said, "I could never become a fan like that." Li Qingliang sighed regretfully, understanding her stance, as the actions of those Pirates fans were indeed unappealing. As a Kings fan, Han Shiyu naturally could not accept them. He felt some disappointment, wishing to convert Han Shiyu into a Pirates fan. Otherwise, why would he have given her the hard-earned ticket he had fought for? After witnessing so many Pirates games, Li Qingliang had assumed Han Shiyu's heart had turned towards the Pirates, only to see the extreme behavior of their fans tarnishing the image of Pirates supporters in her eyes. Han Shiyu seemed unaware of Li Qingliang's disappointment and continued. "Then the older gentleman shook his head and told me, 'You don't have to become that kind of Pirates fan.' I asked him, 'What kind of Pirates fan should I be?' He replied, 'Just come to watch Pirates games like this.' I confess that my primary interest lies with Hu Lai. Yet he nonchalantly remarked that it matters not, as people online have started to label me a fan of the Pirates. However, I feel that my affection for the Pirates has not yet reached such depths." "Li Qingliang, you are a fan of the Pirates. Do you truly consider me one?" Listening to Han Shiyu's incessant chatter, Li Qingliang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He hoped that Han Shiyu would align with his sentiments. Yet he feared that voicing such a thought might provoke her rebellious spirit, especially considering the unpleasant scene she had witnessed during halftime. Fortunately, he soon noticed some commotion below the stands and pointed it out. "Look, they are coming out." Following his gesture, Han Shiyu glanced in that direction and saw the players from both teams emerging in pairs from the tunnel, making their way back onto the pitch. The second half of the match was about to commence. The question of whether Han Shiyu was a fan of the Madrid Pirates or the Madrid Kings seemed to pale in significance. Chapter 157. The king of the Madrid derby. Han Shiyu found herself ensnared in an identity crisis. She had always believed herself to be a supporter of the Kings, and others had similarly perceived her. Yet now, those same Kings fans had expelled her from their ranks, deeming her a traitor who aligned with their archrivals, the Pirates. Naturally, Han Shiyu did not share this perspective. She did not identify with the fervent Pirates fan she had observed. She felt her enthusiasm insufficiently fervent. Indeed, she still considered herself a fan of the Kings, and should they triumph, her joy would be genuine. Yet, she pondered whether she could still be regarded as a Kings fan, or if she would ultimately become the kind of Pirates fan described by the elder. However, as the second half began, Han Shiyu cast aside her identity confusion. What did it matter what kind of fan she was? With Hu Lai on the field, She was a fan of Hu Lai. Regardless of whether the Madrid Kings could secure a victory, Han Shuyu resolved to support Hu Lai fervently. Hu Lai! She exclaimed with a piercing cheer. On the field below, Hu Lai had just attempted a deft shot. Aiming for the far corner, his intentions were anticipated by the Kings goalkeeper, Barkle, who swiftly dove to his side, deflecting the ball out of bounds. Consequently, the Madrid Pirates were awarded a corner kick. Despite this opportunity, the Pirates fans in the stands expressed their disappointment with a collective sigh. Yet soon after, applause erupted as the Pirates supporters celebrated Hu Lai and the team's offensive effort. Han Shuyu joined in the applause, believing she was cheering for Hu Lai rather than the Pirates. Once the second half commenced, both teams dispensed with any tentative approach. Eager to engage, as long-standing adversaries, they were well aware of the nature of a Madrid derby. The Kings, trailing by a goal, sought to equalize swiftly, while the Pirates aimed to extend their lead, knowing that a one-goal advantage against a team like the Kings was precarious. This set the pace for a lively second half, with neither side showing any inclination to hold back. In this instance, the Madrid Pirates earned a corner kick. Shortly thereafter, the Madrid Kings capitalized on this opportunity, launching a menacing counterattack. Meli's shot during the counter was narrowly off target, sending chills through the supporters of the Madrid Pirates in the stands. Both teams engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, creating several chances, yet neither was able to find the back of the net. It was not until the 65th minute that the Madrid Kings made their first substitution. Roivy replaced the tall striker Ryan Vandenberg with the young winger Andrei Kalashnikov. Vandenberg, who had started the match, delivered a lackluster performance and failed to provide Meli with adequate support. In fact, he struggled in aerial duels and physical contests against Amantegui. With just over 20 minutes remaining in the match, Roivy decided to take action. After substituting Vandenberg, he positioned the captain Salados as a center forward, hoping he would offer Meli the assistance he needed. While Salados may not possess Vandenberg's physical prowess, his technical skills are superior, characterized by finesse. In his youth, Salados was known for his speed and technique. However, as he aged and faced injuries, his pace diminished, yet his technical advantage remained. Furthermore, with age comes greater experience and awareness. Roivy hoped Salados could provide Meli with increased support and assistance. The Madrid Kings were the first to implement changes, while the Pirates opted for a steadfast approach. The trailing Kings began to intensify their efforts. Meli, dribbling near the edge of the penalty area, attempted to force his way into the box, colliding with the defending center-back Riva Moreno, resulting in him losing his balance and falling to the ground. From his position on the ground, Meli raised his hands, signaling to the referee that Moreno had committed a foul. In contrast, Moreno, witnessing Meli on the ground, gestured for him to rise, believing Meli was attempting to deceive the referee and earn a penalty. The Pirates supporters erupted in loud boos. Amidst the cacophony, the referee remained unresponsive, not halting play nor issuing Meli a yellow card. He seemed to believe Meli was not diving, yet also concluded that Moreno had not committed a foul. In the face of the overwhelming jeers, Madrid Kings coach Roivy, visibly irate, rushed to the sidelines to confront the fourth official, protesting the referee's decision. Roivy was incensed, convinced that Moreno had indeed fouled. However, upon reviewing the video replay, it was evident that Moreno had collided with Meli while using his arms, suggesting that Meli's ability to withstand physical challenges was somewhat lacking rather than Moreno's actions being deemed a foul. He foamed, naturally siding with the Pirates, vocally supported their case. And while his assertions were not entirely unfounded, Meli, having risen from the ground, continued to express his dissatisfaction. Nearby, the Pirates fans taunted him loudly, shouting, "All you do is dive, you deceiver. If I were you, I would remain on the ground until the referee awarded a penalty." In the midst of such insults, Meli maintained a composed demeanor. He has grown accustomed to such treatment during the derby. Although the Madrid Kings' recent offensive did not pose a threat to the Madrid Pirates' goal, their momentum remained unabated. Meli swiftly made his return, this time shifting to the right side, where Fonseca delivered a cross from the flank. The central defender of the Pirates, Amantegui, failed to connect with the ball, allowing it to sail to the far post, where Meli unleashed a powerful shot without letting the ball touch the ground. Unfortunately, he sent it soaring over the goal, provoking a chorus of laughter and mocking applause from the stands. In response to the Kings' relentless assault, Perotti made adjustments, instructing the entire Pirates squad to tighten their defensive formation, thereby capitalizing on the spaces left open by the Kings' advancing attack to launch counterattacks. After all, The Pirates were currently leading the scoreline, allowing them to adopt a more composed approach. The Kings, however, had no such luxury. They were compelled to press forward. For to do otherwise would be tantamount to conceding defeat, a notion utterly unacceptable to the players and fans alike. Before truly succumbing to defeat, they must continue to attack, inevitably leaving gaps in their defense. This was less a matter of strategy and more a question of political correctness. The fans of the Madrid Kings would not tolerate their team surrendering prematurely. Even in defeat, they must fight until the final whistle. Of course, this sentiment was shared by the Pirates as well, although it was the Kings who found themselves trailing, not the Pirates. Perotti prepared his countermeasures, aiming to withstand the Kings' onslaught while exploiting the flanks for counterattacks. At this moment, he found himself yearning for the injured striker Ruiz. Had Ruiz been fit, he could have been substituted in to serve as an offensive stronghold, providing support to Hu Lai and D'Cunzo. As it stood, the situation was somewhat more complicated. After the Kings pressed forward, D'Cunzo seized an opportunity for a counterattack. He successfully timed his run to evade the offside trap, receiving a through ball from Joaquin Bella, and charged towards the Kings' penalty area. However, due to the distance from the Kings' goal, D'Cunzo had to cover more ground, and his stamina was not what it had been at the start of the match. After a few strides, he was closely pursued by the Kings' young defender, Nuno Siqueiros, who restricted his space for advancement before ultimately dispossessing him. Siqueiros, a product of the Kings' own youth academy, boasted remarkable talent. At just 22 years of age, he had already secured a starting position and captained the current Spanish U-23 national team. As a central defender, Siqueiros' speed was a significant advantage, not merely in terms of agility, but in sheer sprinting capability. The recent sprinting contest between both players was indeed Siqueiros' forte. Although D'Cunzo possesses remarkable dribbling skills, speed is not his forte, and thus he ultimately could not evade the long legs of Siqueiros. In the 80th minute of the match, with just 10 minutes remaining before stoppage time, the game, despite its intensity, flowed relatively smoothly, with few interruptions. Consequently, the stoppage time might not be extensive. In their previous city derby, the match was frequently disrupted due to the frequent fouls committed by both teams, shattering what could have been a well-contested game. The relative fluidity of this encounter can be attributed to the fact that the trailing side was the Madrid Kings, who had no need to resort to foul tactics to disrupt the rhythm of the Pirates. In the second half, Melli found himself closer to the penalty area, gaining possession just outside the box. He feigned a direct dribble, causing the defender Ramirez, who was challenging him head-on, to take a step back. However, Ramirez quickly discerned Melli's ruse and charged forward again. Yet, as he advanced, Melli cleverly slipped the ball diagonally to Salados, who was positioned ahead of him. Simultaneously, he made a run off the ball, brushing past Ramirez and darting into the penalty area behind him. The Pirates captain instinctively attempted to intercept Melli, but soon realized he was within the penalty area. Any attempt to pull Melli down would likely result in a penalty kick for the Madrid Kings. Consequently, he relinquished his hold and attempted to pivot. After successfully bypassing Ramirez, Melli gestured to Salados, indicating he should pass the ball to him. He had found a pocket of space. If Salados could deliver the ball, beware. Danger! Exclaimed he, foamed from his elevated vantage point. The players of the Madrid Pirates also recognized the imminent threat. Aside from Ramirez, center-back Kepa Amantegui moved laterally to block Melli's advance. The other Pirates players were equally drawn to Melli's sudden foray into the attack. Salados, poised to pass with his right foot, executed a feint with the outside of his foot, misleading another Pirate center-back, Riva Moreno, causing him to shift his weight. However, Salados did not actually release the ball. It was merely a deceptive maneuver. After the feint, he pulled the ball back. This created a sliver of space. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Salados took no time to adjust and struck the ball towards the goal with the outside of his right foot. The goalkeeper, Havel, was drawn in by Melli's run and was caught off guard. He had no inkling that Salados, who had delivered countless passes to Melli during the match, would choose to shoot instead. Realizing the ball was flying past Moreno's leg, his attempt to save came too late. The ball nestled into the net before he could intervene. In the 82nd minute, the king of the Madrid derby, Alexander Salados, continued to extend his record in the city derby with his 15th goal in this storied rivalry, helping the Madrid Kings equalize the score. Chapter completed. Chapter 158. The old dog still has a few teeth. Salados. Alexander Salados, the remarkable king of the Madrid derby. This marks his 15th goal in the Madrid derby. He has equalized for the Royal Madrid. Moreover, this is his 9th goal at Pirate Park. I must say, he truly lives up to the name of Salados, Sanchez exclaimed with fervor. Following the goal, Salados was equally exhilarated. He sprinted towards the corner flag and placed his finger to his lips, signaling the jeering and booing Madrid Pirate fans to silence. Although this gesture only intensified the cacophony of disapproval, Salados remained unfazed. He turned around, arms wide open, embracing his teammates who rushed to celebrate. At the moment Salados took the shot, Mary, who turned to look at him, was taken aback. He genuinely believed Salados would pass the ball back. His positioning was not intended to draw defenders away, but rather to execute a wall pass with Salados. Therefore, when he saw Salados opt for a shot instead, Mary felt a jolt of surprise. Especially after Salados scored, Mary felt a twinge of discontent within. He wished that goal had been his own. This match represented an opportunity for Mary to compete directly with Hu Lai. He had been determined and scored within just 2 minutes of the match, seizing the initiative. However, Hu Lai responded with 2 goals, surpassing him in the tally. Naturally, he was unwilling to concede defeat so easily, making this goal of paramount importance. Regrettably, it seemed Salados remained oblivious to Mary's inner turmoil and instead seized the chance provided by Mary's movement to score the equalizer with remarkable efficiency. Thus, Mary missed out on his 2nd goal of the match, still trailing Hu Lai by 1. Yet, this fleeting disappointment lingered only briefly in Mary's mind before he cast it aside. After all, his rivalry with Hu Lai was a long-term affair, destined to span his entire career. However, in this match against the Pirates, victory was his desire. As long as they won, he cared not who scored. Mary quickly adjusted his mindset and, alongside his teammates, rushed to Captain Salados to embrace and celebrate. The attention of nearly all the Madrid Pirates defenders had been drawn to the penetrating Mary, as Salados had initially aimed to create an opportunity for him. Little did anyone expect that at this critical juncture, Salados would choose to take the shot himself. Undoubtedly, it was a judicious decision. With a deft feint followed by a swift turn to shoot, Salados' rhythm was exceptionally rapid. The defenders, overly focused on Mary, overlooked the fact that Salados was the true sovereign of the Madrid derby. This marked his 15th goal in the derby, and his 9th at Pirate Park. He is unequivocally the derby's foremost player. Ah, damn it. Parati and his assistant coach, Valentin, sighed deeply towards the heavens following the conceded goal. Salados, instead of passing to Meli, opted to take the shot himself, much to their astonishment. This decision was not a grave error, as Salados' form this season has been rather mediocre, oscillating between good and bad, having scored only 5 goals thus far in the league. It can be said that Salados' performance has been in a steady decline with the passage of time. The Royal Club's allocation of resources towards Meli is significantly influenced by Salados' current state and capabilities, which no longer suffice to lead the team forward. Nevertheless, Parati and his team ultimately overlooked the derby prowess of Salados. Had this been an ordinary league match, Salados might not have fared any better. However, this is the Madrid derby, a stage where Salados truly excels. Everyone presumed that with Meli's formidable rise, Salados would fade into the background. Yet, Salados used this goal to remind everyone, even an old dog has a few teeth left. As the Royal Club directs resources towards the increasingly mature Argentine prodigy, Meli Banega, the once illustrious Salados, once among the 4 heavenly kings, has seen his luster dim considerably, at times nearly vanishing. This illustrates the formidable power of elite clubs in controlling narratives. When a club decides to champion a player, that individual can swiftly be molded into a star. In terms of media attention, the coverage surrounding Salados has diminished, and news about him has become sparse. Of course, Salados has always been a rather low-key player. Even after taking over as captain and the team's star following Luis Francis' retirement, his humility did not prevent him from being featured prominently in various media outlets. Showcasing his on-field performances or comparisons with other top stars, this was his exposure. Currently, Salados naturally lacks such visibility. With Meli's vigorous ascent, it is well understood that although Salados remains the captain, he is no longer the preeminent star of the Royal Club. Tactically, Salados has relinquished his position as the team's primary scorer, ceding the spotlight to Meli. However, this should not be construed as a diminishment of the captain's role, but rather as a tradition within the Royal Club. Salados has not voiced any dissent. Instead, he has calmly and cooperatively accepted the club's decisions. Despite the fact that assisting Melli is not his forte, he diligently fulfills his responsibilities on the pitch, even when criticized for subpar form and performance, refraining from defending himself. Statistical analysis clearly indicates Salato's decline in status within the team this season. As the league progresses to its 26th round, including the goal in this match, Melli has netted 20 league goals. In stark contrast, the former top scorer of the Royal Club, Salato's, has managed only 5, highlighting a significant disparity. In the group stage of the Champions League, Melli scored 5 goals, while Salato's managed only 1. This season, Melli's performance has been nothing short of remarkable, whereas Salato's has been rather lackluster, to the point that many have forgotten that. In the Madrid derby, Salato's is the undisputed king. At the tender age of 17, Salato's made his debut in the Madrid derby, and now, as he approaches 34, he has participated 32 times over the span of 17 years, netting 14 goals. He stands as the all-time top scorer in the history of the Madrid derby, and is also considered the greatest player ever to grace this fierce rivalry. Presently, he has scored his 15th goal in the annals of the derby, further extending his record. In contrast, Melli, who began his involvement in the derby at the age of 17 and is now 24, has played 11 matches over 7 years, scoring a mere 5 goals. While he may have the potential to supplant Salato's with the support of his club and team, surpassing Salato's legacy in the history of the Madrid derby is a considerably daunting task. As for Hu Lai, it goes without saying that today marks merely his second encounter in the derby. However, when it comes to matching Salato's goal tally in the Madrid derby, Hu Lai appears to hold a more promising outlook than Melli, having already scored 4 goals in just 2 matches, a remarkable efficiency that far exceeds that of both Salato's and Melli. Of course, this is contingent upon his remaining with the Madrid Pirates for a sufficient duration. The reason Salato's has ascended to the throne of the Madrid derby king is largely due to his unwavering commitment to Real Madrid. His record of 32 appearances in 17 years makes him the player with the most participations in the Madrid derby, even if Hu Lai's efficiency remains high. If he only stays for 3 or 4 seasons, surpassing Salato's will be a formidable challenge. Following the celebrations, the players of Real Madrid, gathered around their captain, made their way back to their half of the field. Hu Lai and his pirate teammates took their positions, ready to commence play. Now, the onus was on the Pirates, as the players from Real Madrid sluggishly returned to their half. Although theoretically, every city derby should strive for victory, the away team could find solace in accepting a draw. Consequently, the mentalities of both teams shifted, altering their strategies for the match. The Madrid Pirates, who previously relied on a steadfast approach, now had no choice but to take the initiative and change the current dynamics. Yet, time was running short, with only 10 minutes remaining. As Melli jogged back to his half alongside his teammates, he passed the center circle and caught sight of Hu Lai, who was already positioned and awaiting the restart. Their eyes met, and neither averted their gaze. Chapter 159. The teachings of Leeds City. After Salato's aided the Madrid Kings in equalizing the score, Parati made a substitution. He found himself at an impasse concerning adjustments in the forward line, as Hu Lai and Di Quinzo already constituted the strongest attacking duo for the Madrid Pirates. While he could opt for younger players from the reserve team to take a gamble, Parati deemed such a course of action futile. Instead, his strategy focused on addressing the roots of the attack. He substituted the balanced yet unremarkable Joaquin Bella for the Swiss midfielder Omer Schwitz, who had been acquired on loan during the winter transfer window. Though Bella maintained a commendable equilibrium between offense and defense, his mediocrity proved inadequate when a change was imperative. Conversely, Bella would have been a suitable choice had the objective been to safeguard a 1-goal lead. Omer Schwitz, a Swiss international who had previously played for the formidable Bundesliga team Sachsenstadt, lost his starting position due to an injury sustained last season. This season, he had yet to reclaim his spot, prompting Schwitz to seek a change as the upcoming European Championship loomed. He wished to avoid remaining a substitute at Sachsenstadt, and thus proactively requested a loan or transfer. Prior to his injury, Schwitz had been a stalwart in Sachsenstadt's midfield. Though not particularly tall, he possessed exquisite technical skills and commendable dribbling ability, making him an exceptional attacking midfielder capable of both scoring and assisting. His qualities aligned perfectly with the type of midfielder the Madrid Pirates required, leading to a swift agreement between the parties. After assuming 40% of Schwitz's salary, the Madrid Pirates secured his loan from Sachsenstadt. The loan agreement included a buyout clause, allowing the Pirates to acquire the Swiss international for €15 million should he excel during the half-season. In comparison to Bella, Schwitz lacked remarkable physical attributes and exhibited a rather modest defensive capability. However, his prowess lay firmly in the realm of offense, a fact well recognized by his teammates during training sessions. With Maxi Kelly's prolonged recovery from injury, Schwitz emerged as a viable alternative. Since his arrival on loan, Schwitz had made 3 appearances in the league, 1 as a starter and 2 as a substitute, delivering an adequate performance. Although not as dazzling as Hu Lai's initial impact upon joining the Pirates, Schwitz undeniably infused some vitality into the team's attacking front. That said, few could match Hu Lai's extraordinary achievement of scoring in 11 consecutive matches upon joining a new club. Thus, he was not a suitable benchmark for comparison. Nonetheless, Schwitz did face his own challenges, particularly his tendency to hold onto the ball for too long at times, which occasionally led to squandered opportunities. His technical skills were indeed impressive. Even when confronted by 2 or 3 defenders, he could skillfully shield the ball and navigate his way out of their clutches, making it difficult for him to lose possession easily. However, in his efforts to maneuver within the crowd, he often lost sight of the best attacking opportunities. As he broke free from the encirclement, he could only regroup for another offensive push. With Schwitz's arrival on the field, a crucial link and transition point emerged between the midfield and forward line of the Madrid Pirates. During their attacks, the ball would first be passed to Schwitz, who would then facilitate its advancement towards the front. This arrangement allowed Di Quenzo and Hu Lai to avoid frequently retreating to deep positions to retrieve the ball, enabling them to position themselves closer to the goal of the Madrid Kings, thus posing a greater threat. However, this was contingent upon Schwitz not being overly possessive of the ball. While the Madrid Pirates made their adjustments, it was the Madrid Kings who first executed a threatening attack. Having just equalized, their morale soared. When the ball once again found its way to Salados, the defenders of the Madrid Pirates were compelled to remain vigilant against his shot. Yet, he boldly passed the ball to the advancing Melli. As Melli received the ball, he deftly nudged it sideways with the outside of his left foot, maneuvering around Moreno's interception, and then curled a shot with his left foot, sending it straight towards the goal. Goalkeeper Haywell executed another magnificent save, deflecting the ball out of play with the tips of his fingers. Melli and Haywell. Splendid. Haywell made yet another critical save, seeing the ball sail out of play. Melli, disregarding his own disappointment, pointed to the corner area, signaling to the referee that the ball had been deflected by Haywell, thus advocating for a corner kick for his team. Melli was in excellent form. On the sidelines, assistant coach Fernando Gonzalez of the Madrid Kings exclaimed with enthusiasm that Salados had also performed admirably today. With their combined efforts, victory in this match was within reach. For the away team, the Madrid Kings, could they accept a draw? Certainly, but only under circumstances of utter necessity, when victory was unattainable. Would they resign themselves to such a fate, rather than aiming solely for a stalemate? Should the Madrid Kings and the Madrid Pirates end in a draw during this city derby, it would allow the third-placed Catalan League to benefit from the situation. The final match of this round would see the Catalan League host the Phoenicians. Although the Phoenicians had triumphed over the Madrid Pirates at home, it did not guarantee their ability to defeat the Catalan League on their turf. Absent any surprises, the Catalan League was expected to secure an easy victory against the Phoenicians. If the Madrid derby ended without a winner, the Catalan League would be able to catch up with the Kings in points, trailing the Pirates by only a single point. Thus, until the final whistle, the Madrid Kings would strive for victory, with their morale buoyed by the equalizer and Melli's vibrant performance. It appeared that the scales of fate had tilted in favor of the Kings. It was no wonder that Fernando Gonzalez harbored such optimism. Roy remained silent. Although his team currently held the upper hand, he had witnessed the capricious nature of fortune throughout this match. Until he truly secures victory in this match, he remains resolutely silent, haunted somewhat by the second goal scored by Hu Lai, akin to a lingering PTSD. Should he express overconfidence now? Who can predict the peculiar circumstances that may follow? His serious expression fixated on the pitch. Schwitz, positioned near the halfway line, held the ball, yet refrained from immediately passing it, opting instead to turn and advance. However, he was swiftly intercepted by the king of Madrid's defensive midfielder, Mohamed Osei. The ball, deflected off Osei's leg, rebounded back. At this juncture, Schwitz had already surpassed Osei, and it was too late to pivot and chase the ball again. The Kings needed to seize this moment for a counterattack. Yet, José's forward pass was deftly intercepted by the agile Juan Ramirez, who had anticipated the play and stepped in, effectively cutting off José's passing lane. Ramirez, having regained possession, passed the ball to the nearby left winger, Silvilio, who did not halt the ball but instead returned it directly to the advancing right back, Irasusta. Following the pass, Silvilio quickly turned and surged forward, drawing away the King of Madrid's left back, Fonseca. Consequently, Irasusta found himself unencumbered by any defenders. José rushed in to challenge him, prompting Irasusta to deliver a diagonal pass to the retreating Dicunzo. At this point, the Pirates' offensive thrust had rapidly advanced into the King of Madrid's 30-meter zone. Previously, the Kings had been the attacking side, and their players were now scrambling back, caught in the transitional phase of defense, still struggling to reposition themselves. In simpler terms, during this shift from offense to defense, most of the King of Madrid's players found themselves out of position. Only the defensive line maintained a relatively stable formation, with Peralta closely marking the Pirates' foremost player, Hu Lai, preventing him from turning and forcing him to face away from the attack. Another center back, Sequeiros, pressed forward to confront the incoming Dicunzo. Left back Fonseca was occupied on the flank by the Pirates' right back, Irasusta. Meanwhile, right back Peyton Garcia had retreated to a central position near the penalty spot, temporarily filling the void as a center back. As for the defensive midfielder, José had already surged forward. Only Albin Estrom had dropped back to assist in the defensive efforts. However, due to the sudden nature of the situation, the Pirates' offensive deployment was also insufficient. Within the King of Madrid's 30-meter zone, only Hu Lai and Dicunzo were in close proximity to the goal. Irasusta remained on the flank, while the attacking midfielder, Schwitz, had not yet advanced. Tonini, positioned far on the left flank, would struggle to contribute to the attack in time, merely making it for a potential second wave of offense. If one materialized, would be a challenge. The cheers from the stands crescendoed as the Madrid Pirates fans rallied in support of their team's counterattack. Following a successful retrieval of possession in midfield, the Pirates launched their assault. Dicunzo had received the ball. As the Italian forward received the ball, he adeptly adjusted his posture, completing a swift turn while advancing with the ball. The pursuing José and the substitute Russian winger Karashnikov lunged towards Dicunzo. The Italian heard Hu Lai calling for him in the penalty area, urging him in Italian, "Pass me the ball." Dicunzo was fully aware that Hu Lai was facing away from the goal, yet he still passed the ball, aspiring for Hu Lai to return it to him for a wall pass. Dicunzo sent the ball. Amidst the burgeoning cheers, the football rolled diagonally towards Hu Lai in the penalty area. He remained unable to turn due to Peralta's tight marking. After passing the ball, Dicunzo quickly shifted sideways, intending to move from the right into the center, gesturing for Hu Lai to return the ball to him, essentially positioning Hu Lai as his artillery. However, Hu Lai had no intention of complying. As the ball approached, he slightly lifted his right foot, seemingly to control it. Li Qingqing, watching from the television screen, suddenly felt a surge of tension, her gaze fixated on Hu Lai's figure within the penalty area. Dicunzo played the ball to Hu Lai, and the commentator Sanchez continued his enthusiastic narration. Then, Li Qingqing observed that Hu Lai did not keep his right foot raised but swiftly pressed it down instead. Just as his foot returned to the grass, the ball arrived, striking the heel of Hu Lai's right foot and ricocheting backward. In that moment, Li Qingqing was so tense that she forgot to breathe. Peralta, positioned behind Hu Lai, saw him receive the ball and braced himself against Hu Lai's body to disrupt him. Yet, he refrained from exerting force, fearing Hu Lai might tumble to the ground. His sole objective was to prevent Hu Lai from completing his turn, thus fulfilling his defensive duty. As for what followed, he entrusted it to his teammates, who would encircle Hu Lai and contest for the ball. He then lowered his gaze, seeking to ascertain the ball's position. Suddenly, he caught a fleeting glimpse of something in his peripheral vision. Before Peralta could comprehend what it was, Hu Lai unexpectedly spun around. Peralta was caught off guard, his brain seemingly malfunctioning, causing his movements to slow. Instead of turning immediately, he reached out to grab Hu Lai but failed to make contact. Hu Lai was magnificent. Magnificent. Amidst the fervent shouts of Hifeng and Yin Kong, Hu Lai deftly controlled the ball, swiftly maneuvering past Peralta and surging behind the Argentine center back. Although another center back, Sequeiros, and left back Fonseca rushed towards Hu Lai, they too found themselves blocked by him. The goalkeeper of Real Madrid, Rodriguez Backer, decisively abandoned his goal, charging towards Hu Lai to obstruct his shooting angle. Just as he was about to pounce, Hu Lai, catching up to the ball, deftly prodded it towards the goal with the tip of his right foot. Backer slid in with his legs spread, failing to make contact with the ball. Goal. Amidst the elongated roar of Sanchez, the football darted past Buckler and rolled into the net. Splendid. Magnificent. A hat trick. Hu Lai has accomplished a hat trick. He has achieved this feat in the Madrid derby. Oh my goodness. Haha. The first Chinese player. The first Asian player. Chapter 160. The right opponent chosen as the football found its way into the goal. The cheers above Pirate Park reached a crescendo. He Feng and Yin Kong exclaimed in unison, "Wow. What a goal. This strike by Hu Lai is exquisite. That turn. Incredible. It appears he executed the turn directly upon receiving the ball. It's so stylish." It is no wonder that Peralta was utterly unprepared for Hu Lai to bypass him with such ease, for he had no inkling of Hu Lai's capabilities. In the videos Peralta had studied of Hu Lai's previous goals, such a strike was rarely seen. In the minds of most defenders, Hu Lai is perceived as a poacher, the most menacing forward when facing the goal. His prolific scoring ability is primarily attributed to his exceptional opportunism and pinpoint accuracy. However, if he is unable to turn, his threat to the goal diminishes significantly. While not entirely absent, the number of goals Hu Lai has scored while facing away from the attacking direction is indeed minimal. After conceding the goal, Peralta appeared bewildered, spreading his arms in disbelief, his expression one of astonishment, struggling to comprehend how Hu Lai had managed to elude him. Peralta was oblivious to how he had been outmaneuvered, ensnared in his own confusion. Yet, the other players on the field, the fans present, and the viewers at home witnessed the events with clarity. As Peralta advanced, Hu Lai deftly nudged the ball behind him with the heel of his right foot. The football was perfectly aimed between Peralta's legs. Meanwhile, Peralta remained completely unaware. After nudging the ball away, Hu Lai did not pause for a moment, swiftly turning and exploiting the momentary lapse. By the time Peralta and the other players from Madrid Kings regained their composure, Hu Lai had already completed his turn and caught up with the ball. For a scorer as efficient as Hu Lai, the subsequent actions were effortless. This was a flawless marriage of skill and imagination. The Spanish commentator Sanchez lauded Hu Lai's goal, praising the fluidity of his touch and dribble. While we have witnessed similar maneuvers in midfield, executing such a feat in the penalty area remains a formidable challenge, demanding exceptional agility and ball control. That Hu Lai achieved his third goal of the match in this manner is nothing short of astonishing. In the 87th minute, the Madrid Pirates regained the lead. Following his goal, Hu Lai turned and sprinted towards the corner flag, with the South stand directly behind the Madrid Kings goal in the second half. He now had the opportunity to perform his signature celebration in front of the most devoted fans of the Madrid Pirates. Simultaneously, all the Pirate fans in the stands ceased their jubilant cheers, collectively inhaling in anticipation to synchronize with Hu Lai. As he leaped high and descended, the South stand erupted with deafening shouts of "Hu." Following that resounding cheer, a wave of applause enveloped the stadium, akin to the ripples stirred by a recent clap of thunder, resonating throughout the arena, echoing endlessly. The cheers roared like thunder, and the applause thundered in unison. Today, at the Pirate Park Stadium, one could easily mistake it for the eye of a tempest, as the cacophony of celebration reverberated incessantly. Ladies and gentlemen, the Madrid Derby has always been a stage for heroes. Today, on this very stage, a brand new hero has emerged, Hu Lai. In merely his second Madrid Derby, he accomplished a hat trick. We all recognize Hu Lai as an exceptionally formidable forward, yet his performance in this match was nothing short of astonishing. Unbelievable. A hat trick. Hu Lai has netted 5 goals in just 2 Madrid derbies. I would venture to assert that if anyone is poised to shatter the derby goal record held by Salados, it is undoubtedly Hu Lai. Hu Lai is phenomenal. Hu Lai is phenomenal. 2 Chinese fans, Han Shuyu and Li Qingliang, waved their fists and shouted exuberantly from the stands. Particularly Han Shuyu, whose voice had nearly faltered, yet she continued to cry out with fervor. Witnessing this scene, one would find it hard to believe she was a fan of Real Madrid. In truth, Han Shuyu had long since cast aside any debates or confusions regarding her allegiance to either Real Madrid or the Pirates. She was so overwhelmed with excitement that her thoughts were singularly focused. Oh my, Hu Lai has scored a hat trick. Oh my, Hu Lai might just seal the fate of Real Madrid. Oh my, oh my, oh my. While recording the jubilant scenes of the fans on her phone, Han Shuyu was caught expressing her exuberance in a rather unrefined manner, all of which was captured on video. At that moment, she paid little heed to her image. In the face of such a game-winning goal, any eloquence felt inadequate, with only the raw expression of her emotions serving to convey her inner feelings. This is independent of one's cultural sophistication. In such exhilarating moments, it is often the simplest exclamations that articulate the deepest emotions, and any attempt at civility would dilute the impact. Thus, my exclamations were entirely justified. As she gazed at the televised images of Hu Lai being embraced by his teammates, laughter illuminating her face, Li Qingqing remained composed, not erupting in jubilant cheers or leaping about. Instead, she merely smiled, observing the scene unfold. After all, Real Madrid was her club, and even in the men's match, she could not genuinely celebrate their defeat. Yet, she felt elated for Hu Lai, as the skillful maneuver he executed was one she had imparted to him during training. Oh, her boyfriend scored against her own team using the technique she had taught him, a truly complex sentiment. In such moments, a smile suffices. Maxim Kyrie, too, shared a similarly complex emotional response as he watched his teammates celebrate wildly on the field. Beside him, his wife Sophia inquired in astonishment. "Is this the outcome of your advice to him, Maxi?" Kelly found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, this was the transformation Hu Lai had undergone following his guidance. Logically, this should be a cause for celebration, as it indicated his contribution to the team. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within him, for he had not anticipated Hu Lai would manifest the results of his training so swiftly in a genuine match. The rapidity of such progress was truly remarkable. Maxi Kelly considered himself a prodigious talent, having effortlessly grasped the intricacies of football from a young age. While it was an exaggeration to say he learned everything instantly, he did acquire knowledge at a pace that far exceeded that of his peers, allowing him to rise above the other children who played football. However, even a genius like Kelly felt a sense of wonder at Hu Lai's astonishing improvement. From his initial focus on strengthening his left foot upon joining the team to now showcasing exceptional ball control, Hu Lai exhibited an extraordinary capacity for learning. At times, this remarkable advancement stirred feelings of envy within Maxi Kelly. The atmosphere at Pirate Park Stadium was electric, with jubilant fans filling the stands. The excitement was particularly palpable in the southern stands. Had it not been for the substantial security presence at the match, the exuberant Pirate supporters might have surged onto the field in their excitement. Even Kelly's two young children were exuberantly cheering and bouncing in their box. Kelly shook his head gently, finding himself at a loss for words in response to his wife's puzzled expression. He had come to witness the match in person, and upon witnessing Hu Lai's goal, he couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief, as he too had not expected Hu Lai to score under such circumstances. Observing Kelly on the television broadcast, Feng remarked, while Yin Kong chuckled beside him. "In the past, I wouldn't have been surprised if it had been Kelly scoring such a goal. Yet now, the one executing such a challenging turn to evade defenders and score is Hu Lai. I doubt even Kelly anticipated that." Also shaking his head was Perotti, the head coach of the Madrid Pirates. Upon seeing the ball soar into the net, he repeatedly shook his head, his expression a complex blend of joy, shock, and incredulity. In truth, the individuals who were most astonished by Hu Lai's goal were those who spent every day with him, his teammates and the coaching staff, because they were acutely aware of when he began honing his ball control skills. Perotti had previously cautioned his team not to expect Hu Lai to replicate training performances in the Madrid derby. Now, he found himself contradicted by Hu Lai's prowess. Nonetheless, this was a contradiction Perotti welcomed with open arms. His first assistant coach, Valentin, quipped, "It seems we won't have to wait until the final round to see results." The teased Perotti erupted in hearty laughter, clearly delighted. Amidst the roaring cheers, the players of Madrid Kings appeared despondent, with Hu Lai scoring in the 87th minute. Their hopes of triumphing over their city rivals in an away game had grown exceedingly slim. Yet, it was not merely the ball that left them disheartened. This marked Hu Lai's third goal in the match. He had donned a hat trick upon them. This was the pivotal reason for the anguish and frustration felt by the players of the Madrid Kings. Few athletes can achieve a hat trick against the Kings. Yet Hu Lai accomplished this feat. They did not simply lose an ordinary match. They succumbed in a manner far from conventional in a city derby. The combination of the Madrid derby and a hat trick creates a formidable impact. Peralta remained bewildered, unsure how he had been outmaneuvered. As the large screen failed to replay the goal sequence, he stood frozen, hands on hips, lost in thought. Melli cast his gaze upon Hu Lai, who was surrounded by fellow pirates, his mouth agape and breathing heavily. His eyes seemed to wander, Hu Lai's figure gradually blurred in his vision, as if he were merging with the exuberant crowd in the stands. However, Melly soon shook his head vigorously, regaining clarity in his sight. His focus returned to Hu Lai. Tracking him intently, he understood that he had chosen the right opponent. The chapter concludes here.